Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Lower East Side, Manhattan, New York City. Morning sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a soft glow into the attic studio. Before an easel, a young man painted leisurely, his brush gliding across the canvas with effortless grace. The scene taking shape was chaotic yet mesmerizing, a war-torn city, a glowing blue portal hovering over a skyscraper, monstrous soldiers swarming the streets, and colossal battleships blotting out the sky. Yi Li. Breakfast is ready. Get down here already. A voice called from downstairs. Got it, Jessica. Be there in a sec. Yi Li set down his brush, covering the painting with a white cloth. The New York War hadn't happened yet. This was merely an inspired vision. No need to reveal it before its time. Yi Li was a time traveler. From the moment he saw familiar names like Stark Industries and Osborne Group, he knew this was the Marvel Universe. And what did he do with that knowledge? Lay low. Saving the world? That was a job for the superheroes. He was just an ordinary guy, after all. Well, not entirely ordinary. If connections counted for anything, Yi Li wasn't exactly a nobody. His left-hand neighbor? New York City Police Commissioner George Stacy. George's daughter, Gwen Stacy, was a few years younger than Yi Li. They had been close since childhood. And the right-hand neighbor? No need for introductions. Uncle Ben, Aunt May and Peter Parker. Yes. Spider-Man himself. Yi Li never imagined that the hero he admired in his past life would be running around as a kid next door. And that wasn't even the end of it. The girl who had just called him for breakfast? Jessica Yi. Real name, Jessica Campbell. She had been Gwen's high school friend before tragedy struck. Her entire family perished in a car accident. In a moment of impulsiveness, Yi Li had taken her in as a little sister. Only later did it click. Jessica's life script seemed way too familiar. Jessica Jones? So, she was a future superhero too? A time traveler knowing the Marvel world's dangers, surrounded by soon-to-be heroes? Yeah. Survival odds weren't looking great. Luckily, neither Peter nor Jessica had fully stepped into their superhero roles yet. Maybe that was why things were still peaceful. For now. Descending the stairs, Yi Li arrived at the breakfast table, where two young women were already seated. Jessica and Gwen. Both dressed casually, both undeniably stunning, one with long black hair, the other with shoulder-length golden locks. Their contrasting beauty created a striking visual. Morning, Gwen. Didn't expect to see you here. Gwen flashed a playful wink. Jessica made Chinese breakfast today. No way I'd miss it. Li. Come sit here. Jessica grinned, pulling out a chair between them. A reserved seat. No words needed. Yi Li chuckled as he sat, handing each of them a steaming soup dumpling. Jessica, it's Li, not Li. Jessica pouted. Ugh, Chinese pronunciation is so hard. She attempted again, curling her tongue. Li. 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 Li, Gwen pronounced it effortlessly. Jessica gawked. Wait, that was perfect. How? Gwen smirked. I've been learning Chinese recently. Oh wow, that's tough. My brother teaches me sometimes, but I still sound terrible. Jessica might be a prodigy at cooking, but when it came to languages, not so much. Start with pinyin first. Here, I'll recommend a good site. Gwen pulled out her phone, tapped on a link, and leaned over to show Jessica. Her slim figure pressed against Yi Li's arm, her blonde hair brushing his shoulder. Neither of them seemed to mind the closeness. Yi Li, already used to the occasional casual intimacy, simply continued eating while occasionally chiming into their conversation. A pleasant morning. Until. Whoa. OMG. Jessica suddenly gasped, slamming her phone onto the table. Look at this, Yi Li. A superhero sighting. A news article flashed on the screen. Title, Spider-Man's first public appearance. Accompanied by a photo. Yi Li squinted at the screen, confused. Wait. Peter's debut already? But, why does the suit look off? He pinched the screen, zooming in. And froze. The figure in the suit was not Peter. Slim, curvy. Black, white, and purple suit. A white hood attached to the uniform. Yi Li's mind blanked. Gwen. Spider-Man? His gaze darted to the blonde girl beside him. No way. No freaking way. I knew something felt off, he muttered. So this was that kind of world. Gwen Stacy wasn't just any Gwen Stacy. She was Spider-Gwen. And suddenly, Yeely had a very, very bad feeling about his future. With a mix of emotions, Yeely turned toward Gwen, hoping to gauge her reaction. However, the moment he turned his head, something soft pressed against his face, momentarily blinding him. It took a second for him to realize what had happened. Jessica and Gwen had both been standing and leaning forward to read reports on their phones. Meanwhile, Yeely had been the only one still seated. His innocent turn of the head had led to an unexpected collision. "Oh, it's fine," Gwen murmured, her fair face flushing as she instinctively covered her chest with her hands. I know you didn't mean it." She was too considerate. Yeely hadn't even apologized yet. But wait. Gwen was Spider-Woman, wasn't she? Her spider sense should have warned her. Did she not dodge on purpose? A realization hit him. This girl was dangerous. As Yeely was still processing that thought, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "The extraordinary relationship system has been loaded." Yeely remained composed, not showing his excitement outwardly. As a time traveler, a system arriving late wasn't all that surprising. A quick scan of the information provided by the system revealed its function. To activate it fully, Yeely needed to achieve the status of an extraordinary relationship user. This designation applied to those closely linked to superheroes, figures like Pepper Potts to Iron Man, Ned to Spider-Man, or even Uncle Ben, who shaped Peter Parker's heroic beliefs. In short, the system required him to build deep bonds with superheroes. Once registered as a superheroes-related user, he would unlock the chance to trigger superhero-related quests, XXXX's related user mission. Each mission's content would be random but tied to the superhero's personal challenges. Completing them would grant rewards. So the goal of this system was clear. Get stronger by forging connections with superheroes. Given his existing relationships with Jessica, Gwen and Peter, Yeely had already met the base requirement. Now, he just had to wait for a mission to trigger. Deliberately. Jessica suddenly raised her head, eyes narrowing. "What did you do, Gwen?" She had been too absorbed in scrolling through reports and had missed the earlier incident between Yeely and Gwen. Gwen, maintaining her composure, casually lowered her hands. "Lee just accidentally bumped into me." She kept her explanation vague, quickly changing the subject. "Jessica, are you interested in Ghost Spider?" Jessica's eyes lit up. "Oh, definitely. I think she's super cool." She picked up an image of Ghost Spider from her phone, holding it beside her face while winking. "Don't you think so?" Gwen stifled a laugh. "Besides being cool, my dear Jessica, is there anything else?" Jessica tapped her chin, scrutinizing the photo. "Well, she's also got an amazing figure." Then, as if on impulse, she glanced Gwen up and down before adding, "Better than yours, actually." Yeely noticed Gwen's expression twitch ever so slightly. "Trying to hold back, are we?" There was a certain irony in hearing someone praise you while not knowing they were talking about you. "Lee, what about you?" Gwen turned her bright eyes toward him. "What do you think about Ghost Spider?" There was expectation in her voice. She wanted praise. Gwen, who had just started her journey as a hero, was subtly fishing for validation, from her childhood friend, the guy next door. Yeely smirked inwardly. "Oh? You want me to compliment you, huh?" Their thoughts were aligned. "Well, I think you're in better shape, Gwen." "Lee, what are you saying?" "That's so embarrassing." Gwen's ears instantly turned red. That wasn't exactly the praise she was hoping for, though she didn't seem entirely unhappy about it. Yeely feigned innocence. "Didn't you ask for my opinion?" Gwen pressed on, clearly unwilling to let him off so easily. "Isn't there anything else you could say?" New user bonus activated. The system will now select 2 nearby superhero templates to copy and fuse. Upon fusion completion, the host will acquire corresponding abilities. Yeely, who was about to answer Gwen, suddenly froze. A new user benefit? Wait a second, 2 superheroes nearby? The closest ones were Gwen and Jessica. Just as he suspected. Selection complete. Female Knight Jessica Yi has been selected. Copying extraordinary template. Ghost Spider Gwen Stacy has been selected. Copying extraordinary template. Gwen frowned, watching Yeely's dazed expression. "Lee? What's wrong? Is this question really that hard?" Yeely snapped back to reality, quickly covering his reaction. Ghost Spider is strong and uses her power to help others. I think that's admirable and noble. How could it not be? The mighty Miss Gwen was about to provide him an extraordinary template for free. Gwen blinked, taken aback. She had originally just been testing out her abilities for fun, cleaning up minor criminals. Her father, the police chief, had instilled in her a sense of justice from a young age, but she never really considered herself noble. Yet that was how Yi Li saw her. For some reason, her chest felt a little lighter. Jessica, watching the exchange, thoughtfully tapped her fingers on the table. Female Knight Extraordinary Template Copy Complete. Ghost Spider Extraordinary Template Copy Complete. Fusing Templates. Loading Newbie Extraordinary Template, Night Spider. Acquired Extraordinary Abilities. White Heavy Checkmark Enhanced Physical Attributes, Female Knight Level. White Heavy Checkmark Enhanced Physical Attributes, Spider-Man Level. White Heavy Checkmark Flight. White Heavy Checkmark Spider Sense. White Heavy Checkmark Electrostatic Adhesion, Wall Crawling. White Heavy Checkmark Bonus, Night Spider Suit. Super Defense. Auto Repair. Absolute Concealment. Information State Isolation. White Heavy Checkmark Bonus Knowledge, Spider Silk Web Launcher Design. A moment of silence. Yi Li absorbed the changes, his fingers subtly clenching as an unfamiliar power coursed through his veins. The Night Spider template was now his. His gaze flickered toward Gwen, who was still waiting for his answer, oblivious to what had just happened. Looks like this weak person just got a whole lot stronger.
Strength. The powerful force penetrates every part of the body. At the same time, I feel like my limbs are brand new. A black bracelet appeared silently on Yi Li's wrist. This is the unopened Night Spider suit. And in his mind, there is also an additional research knowledge about the Spider Silk Launcher. But he felt that the Spider Silk Launcher was useless. Because as long as you want, you can take off from where you are at any time. At this time, Gwen suddenly reached out and pressed her heart. Just now, she felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. Gwen, what's wrong with you? Jessica noticed her unnaturalness. I suddenly felt heart palpitations. Gwen frowned. Is there something wrong with your body? Jessica said with concern. She pushed Yi Li. Brother, don't be dumbfounded. Help Gwen quickly. Yi Li hugged Gwen and sat down, guessing in his mind, because I also have spider sense, so Gwen was shocked. He said softly, Gwen, do you need to go to the hospital for examination? I'll drive you to Presbyterian Hospital. Dr. Strange is a friend of mine. There's no problem in arranging a physical exam right away. Gwen was also a little hesitant. She thought about the origin of her ability. That happened not long ago during my summer internship at the Osborne Group. That day, she walked into a laboratory full of spiders and was accidentally bitten by one. After leaving the place in a hurry, she discovered that she seemed to have extraordinary abilities. Now she also had some doubts about whether there was going to be something wrong with her body. Gwen's uneasy look was noticed by Yi Li. It would be a good idea to go to the hospital for a checkup, which would put her at ease. So he hugged the princess and picked her up by the waist. Don't be polite to me, come on. Hey, Li, I'm fine, you don't have to be like this. Gwen couldn't laugh or cry. The majestic superhero Ghost Spider was actually treated as a patient by ordinary people and was carefully cared for. Why is he so happy? Presbyterian Hospital, a well-known large hospital in New York City, a modified car that looked more handsome than a sports car parked at the door. Yi Li, Gwen, and Jessica got out of the car. To be honest, coming all the way here for a physical examination is really an overuse of Presbyterian Hospital, but who knows how to make him well-connected. Do we have an appointment, brother? We don't have to make an appointment, Jessica. Yi Li took the two girls directly to a department. The medical staff seemed to recognize him and did not stop him. Oh, great painter, why did you come to see me when you had time? Could it be that you were cut by a scraper? In the department, a doctor with a neat short beard greeted Yi Li. He is Stephen Strange, now the top surgeon and the future supreme mage. His character is no less stinky than Stark. Yi Li, I have a good relationship with him, so I sat down naturally. Be less talkative. Stephen, I thought I sent you a message. I have asked my colleagues to arrange the little things. Strange handed over a piece of paper on the table. Here is the list, just go and register the information. Yi Li handed it to Jessica. You accompany Gwen to check it out, and I'll chat with Mr. Strange for a while. Jessica took the order and complained, it's such a rare opportunity for you to chat with a man here instead of accompanying Gwen. Li, you are so straight. Jessica, what did you say? Gwen was so shy that he pulled her away. Yi Li helplessly watched the two girls leave. He did not accompany the girls, but chose to have sex with this guy Stephen here. Naturally, it was because he wanted to try whether it would trigger Stephen's mission. Maybe you can be rewarded with a Supreme Mage template or something. You have to know, yeah, I'm at work right now, and there's no chat service. Although Strange said this, they still started chatting. The last time I passed by Sunnyvale Hall I wanted to pick up a painting from you, but the gate was locked. What, you don't live there anymore? If you are short of money, I can help you a little, just draw me a portrait. Do you think I will be short of money? Yi Li rolled his eyes. Besides, I only paint portraits of beauties, so just forget it. painting body art on those beautiful women. Strange shrugged. He poured 2 cups of coffee from the coffee machine next to him and put them on the table. Sometimes I doubt your professional ethics, yeah. For the sake of this cup of coffee, I won't argue with you. Yeli fiddled with the cup a few times with a spoon. Strange, so, why did you move away? Even I was attracted by the location of Sunnyvale Manor. Yeah. Lee, it was too deserted over there. I still liked the original place, so I moved back to the Lower East Side from the rich area. If you like, I can rent it to you temporarily. And if you want to bring the girl back, you will tell me to get out, right? Correct guess, Stephen, but no reward. Strange glanced at the direction Jessica and the others left. Why do I think you moved back to the Lower East Side because of those 2 girls? Yeli couldn't deny it. Maybe. Are they adults? Yeah, I will not protect you. Yeli and Strange just chatted at each other's expense. With Strange's current net worth, most people wouldn't need him for consultation or surgery, so they chatted for a while. But Yeli's words were almost worn out, and he didn't see any movement in the system. Is it because Strange hasn't become the Sorcerer Supreme yet? Leaf. Strange asked while entering some data into the computer. What do you seem to be expecting? Yeli. Stephen, do you want to become a psychiatrist recently? Oh, no, I hate those pretentious guys the most. Strange pressed the enter key. I just saw that you were absent-minded. Your girl has been checked over there, and her data is very healthy, even strong. I can see that she is quite slim. I think you should exercise, otherwise you may not be able to control young girls. I'm strong too, Stephen. Yeli stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind him. Remember to be careful when driving. Strange didn't take it seriously. You always say this, like an old mother. Well, you wish for yourself. No problem at all, Gwen, your health is great. Jessica held the test sheet and shook it excitedly next to Gwen. Yes, Jessica, I've seen it. Gwen also had a smile on her face, and finally felt a lot more at ease. After leaving the hospital, Gwen saw Yeli waiting for them in front, and walked over briskly. Yeli, who was leaning on the car, saw the bright girl, walked towards her quickly. She closed her bright eyes and closed them gently, and then there was a soft and moist touch on his face. Thank you, Lee. Gwen. Yeli reached out and stroked her soft blonde hair. I think you seem to have something on your mind recently. I'm just a little confused about some things. Gwen tilted her head cutely. But the problem has been solved. She tilted her head to one side and leaned on Yeli's palm. That's good. Yeli had a smile on his face and gently held Gwen close to him. The 2 figures intertwined again. Huh. Jessica looked uncomfortable. Damn it. You kissed for so long without breathing. Jessica pretended to cover her eyes, but her fingers were spread wide. In the end, Gwen was still afraid that Yeli would breathe. Not angry, I quit voluntarily. Lee, this feels good. Her face was red, and she spat out her tongue mischievously, looking very excited. Yeli thought about it with some regret, but actually I can continue. Buzz dash? Spider? Sensing? There is danger? Yeli reacted faster than Gwen, and rolled her on the ground. The next moment, a figure with metal wings crossed their position. After a spark was wiped out on the car, it fell on the ground not far away. Fortunately, Yeli had been aware of the dangers of New York City before, so his car was specially made by someone else. At this moment, there was only a scratch on the car, and there was no serious damage. Gwen sat in his arms, touched his head in confusion. Why didn't that one respond? Am I confused? Yeli turned his head and looked at the birdman who fell in the distance, and quickly found his information in his mind. Adrian Tumuesi, the supervillain in Spider-Man, is a former famous electronic engineer. After being falsely accused by capitalists and imprisoned, he became a criminal. He relied on his homemade flying armor to become a criminal vulture. It didn't look like the aircraft malfunctioned and fell, but was blown away. Came here. But isn't Gwen right next to him? Which superhero was he beaten by? Yeli curiously looked at the direction where he was hit. There was a building there. In front of one of the broken floor-to-ceiling windows, a figure, the unusually muscular bald man in a suit, just turned around and left. Stay away, Gwen. Are you okay? I'm scared to death. Jessica ran over. Gwen came back to her senses and replied, we are fine, Jessica, thanks to Lee. Yeli leaned into Gwen's ear and whispered, Gwen, I think we should leave here first. Well, wait until I get up first. After sitting up, Gwen looked at the vulture taking off again in the sky. Obviously I should be the one protecting Lee. She puffed out one side of her mouth angrily. When I put on my suit, I'll take care of you, the guy flying around. Kingpin. The vulture didn't pay attention to the 2 passers-by he almost killed just now, but roared in the direction of the building. Under the turbo boost on the wings, he quickly jumped in again. Yeli narrowed his eyes slightly. Vulture, Kingpin. That night, on the brightly lit high-rise building, the dark hero stood here, his clothes fluttering in the wind. It was Yeli who put on the Night Spider combat uniform. The color scheme of the Night Spider suit is very similar to that of the Venom Spider, but it has an extra hooded windbreaker. From this point of view, it looks like a couple version of the Ghost Spider suit. Moreover, this thing will also play passionate BGM internally, making him feel like he has wandered into the wrong Kamen Rider set. Okay, let me see where you are. Yeli floated up from the roof of the building. The suit's built-in detection system and spider sense quickly found the vulture that was robbing the bank. If he and Gwen weren't ordinary people, the fight between this guy and Kingpin would have killed them. So he has to settle accounts between the vulture and Kingpin one by one. Following the sound of breaking wind, he quickly came to the bank where the vulture robbed. But someone came earlier than him. It's a ghost spider. Gwen? Yelly saw that she and the vulture had already joined hands. Gwen had just become a superhero and was still inexperienced. She was at a loss when fighting. Her webs were always cut off by the sharp metal wings of vultures, and she had to be distracted to save ordinary people. Too busy to take care of each other, we are about to get injured. Nosy spider. The vulture's metal claws fiercely grabbed Gwen, and it was within a few centimeters of her arm. In the lightning flash, the black figure fell down, and the device on the vulture made a clicking sound, and sparks sputtered out. He was struck by Yelly's Skye. He stepped directly on the ground. The knight's increase plus the spider's increase are not 1 plus 1, but a geometric multiple increase. Based on Jessica's female knight template, the ghost spider template is multiplied. If Yelly hadn't saved the strength in this foot, the vulture would have been trampled to death. Who is that? The onlookers who fled to a distance were surprised. The ghost spider had become prominent during this time. They recognized it, but who was this black pure version of Spider-Man? Is it the partner of the ghost spider? Obviously not. Gwen saw the vulture was also surprised when someone suddenly stepped on the ground. Please, please. Who are you? She plucked up the courage, walked in and said, thank you for helping me. Are you a superhero too? Actually, she still has a question in her mind. Why are you dressed like you are from the same series as me? Yelly turned on the voice-changing device of the suit and said in a deep voice, you can call me Spider-Man. Yes, he shamelessly registered this title. Spider. Gwen was dumbfounded. How could he still be trying to save face? Just pirate my suit. Why should he even steal my title? If this weird guy hadn't saved her just now, she would have wanted to complain. You bastard. At this time, the vulture did not forget to make its presence felt at Yelly's feet. Yelly did not say anything and pretended to be a master, but only used force on his feet to let the vulture know what it means to assess the situation. I was wrong? Forgive me. The vulture felt that the broken ribs on his chest were pierced a little deeper. He quickly put away his unruly look and began to cry out for mercy. I took the person away. Yelly said hello to the ghost spider, hooked his foot, picked up the vulture, and then reached out to hold it. Etc. Where are you taking him? Ghost spider said quickly, you should hand him over to the police station. I'm not a vigilante. After leaving a sentence, Yelly flew into the sky with the vulture, and disappeared into the night with the fierce sound of his windbreaker. Hey. Gwen was helpless under the mask. She had no time to catch up. On the roof of a deserted building. Bump. Yelly threw the injured vulture to the ground, crossed his arms and asked, do you know where Jinbin is? Kingpin. Tombs's mind was racing, so this guy is actually looking for Kingpin? He couldn't help but cursed secretly, damn Kingpin, he hurt him so badly? Taking into account the previous accounts, he vowed to kill him. Answer my question. The cold voice came again. What are you doing looking for a gold pin? The vulture's eyes flickered. If Yelly came to Jinbing with malicious intentions, he would tell everything he knew without saying a word. Give him some lessons and let him know not to litter on the street. Yelly said lightly. Weird man, even vultures want to complain. Kingpin is the king of the underground, and you want to teach him a lesson for littering? Is the World Environmental Protection Organization run by your family? The vulture didn't know that the rubbish Yelly was talking about was actually him. He thought for a moment and said, I told you, would you let me go? My patience is limited. Yelly twisted his neck and was about to take action. Okay, I said, you are so cruel. Vulture finally knows that this dark guy is not the same kind of person as Spider-Woman at all. He is very cruel and ruthless. Kingpin and I also have a grudge. I can go with you to find him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, maybe I have to wait until my injury is better. So you don't know where Jinbin is? Yelly's battlesuit mask seemed to reveal a cold light. If this is the case, you are useless. No, I know. The vulture said quickly, if you want to go now, I can provide you with several places. He may be active in these places, but he needs to be there as soon as possible. I caught him once today, and the scope of his activities may change. Yelly silently memorized these locations, glanced at the vulture and prepared to turn around and leave. At this moment, a piece of news suddenly came to my mind. You have defeated Gwen Stacy's destiny enemy. As her relationship, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million US. 2. Random reward, Captain America collectible figure. 3. Servant reward, transform Adrian Toombs and get an absolutely loyal subordinate. Are there rewards for defeating supervillains? Am I mistaken? I am just a person who has a relationship with a superhero. As a related person, shouldn't my task be to be an ordinary person with no power, doing odd jobs in the glory of superheroes, or giving heroes a warm harbor? This sense of déjà vu makes me feel like a superhero. What's going on? Yelly, who had just maimed the vulture, thought this without hesitation. Think about it, if Iron Man was about to go out for a fight in his precious suit, and Pepper said to him, hey, Tony, I have already dealt with the enemies. Stop wandering around in the iron suit. Hurry up, get back to work. Oh my god, the Iron Man movie is going to be called Iron Woman. This extraordinary relationship account system is not very serious, and it requires me to go beyond the rhythm of doing things for myself. Although he complained, Yelly still took a serious look at the reward. Perhaps it's like the difference between doing NPC tasks in online games and spawning monsters in the wild. Compared with the rewards for triggering Gwen and the others' quests, the rewards for his behavior, which is similar to actively spawning monsters, don't seem to be good enough. $1 million? It's a lot for an ordinary person, but he doesn't care much about money. Captain America collectible figure? Coulson from Snake and Shield would probably like it. The absolute loyalty of a vulture? Why do I need the loyalty of a wretched uncle? Well, I can have one more handyman. With endless thoughts, Yelly made a choice. Option 3. At least Toombs, as a former electrical engineer, is much more useful than the first two options. The vulture, who was originally relieved, felt excited again when he saw Yelly suddenly stopped and turned around. Just as Vulture was about to say something, his mind began to blur. Then he and the suit on his body turned into a stream of data and disappeared. This is... Yelly followed the system information, opened the console on the wrist of the suit and clicked it. He saw that the data flow rejoined, the vulture reappeared, and the suit was still intact. This was different from what he thought. Is the so-called absolute loyalty of Ganking transformed into a summoned object? A few days later, Yelly had a laptop in front of him and was browsing some information on the internet. Kingpin indeed changed his activity area that night. He searched all the places mentioned by the vulture but found nothing. So he decided to let it go for a while, and then give this underground king some color when he had the chance. After all, they have never met each other before, so he is not very impressed by this festival. Oh, brother, you are also paying attention to this news. Jessica carried a small black shoulder bag and bent down in front of Yelly's computer. The black spider that appeared a few days ago looks very similar to a ghost spider. I suspect they are a couple or something. Yelly was helpless. He clearly said he was Spider-Man, but why did he become the black spider in the media's mouth? He is not Miles' little black spider. Jessica was still chirping in his ears, but it's very mysterious. The super criminal vulture that almost hit us that day disappeared inexplicably. Some people said it was killed by a black spider. I heard from Gwen that her father had a strong opinion on this matter and believed that criminals should be handed over to the police station and other people had no rights. Jessica, you're going to be late for school if you don't go to school, and you don't want to be like this on the first day of school. Yelly raised the black ring on his wrist, which showed the time. Well, your new watch is great. Jessica turned her head and caressed his face gently, then left with a smile. Then I'll go first, remember the party tonight. Gwen will be here too. Don't worry, you'll definitely be there. Yelly waved to her. After sending Jessica away, he glanced at the news in recent days. Stark hasn't even become Iron Man yet, and there are so few super criminals these days. The fateful enemy of Gwen or Jessica was not found. Yelly closed the screen in disappointment and decided to give up the plan of killing monsters. Instead of fighting to the death with supervillains to earn rewards, he would find a relationship with a future superhero. Just do a simple task, and then load some template. Wouldn't it be nice to just be a related account? Yes, he is so lazy. Maybe he got used to showing off in the past few years. Midtown High School. Gwen, why do you seem to be in a bad mood? Have it? Gwen took out a small mirror and smiled at it. It's very normal. There is no frown on my face. It's your appetite? You've eaten so much recently, you can even compare with me. I heard that you will overeat when you are in a bad mood. Jessica reminded seriously, don't eat too much at the party tonight. Otherwise the figure will be out of shape and it will not look good. But she couldn't tell it. Thinking that she had indeed been troubled by something recently, Gwen said, Jessica, you have also seen reports of black spiders. Because of the black spiders, my father doesn't like ghost spiders very much anymore. What does this have to do with you? Jessica put her arm around Gwen's shoulders and teased, are you also a fan of Ghost Spider? Fan? So be it. Gwen said reluctantly. She is her fan or something. Too shameful. Gwen is also a fan of ghost spiders. Jessica came up with an idea. She was on her cell phone and started typing to send a message to her brother. The other side. 5th Avenue, Manhattan. In a luxuriously decorated high-end studio. Dr. Banner, it's not too close for me to come to the studio from home. Looking at the man visiting him, Yelly said calmly, usually I only come once or twice a week, so I hope you are not kidding me. Do you really want to learn painting from me? Yes, the person sitting in front of him is Bruce Banner, also known as the Hulk. Although he is confident that he can fight against the Hulk, who has not yet strengthened to a certain extent, he is also afraid that the green guy will come out and tear down the studio. This is why after receiving the news, he chose to meet at his nominal workplace instead of at home. If it weren't for the system, Yelly wouldn't want to meet the doctor at all. To be honest, he regrets it now. Green, although the giant template is fierce, it hinders the appearance of the city. Even if it is full of clothes, it is still green, and it has to be familiar with Banner. It will not be a short time to be defined as Banner's extraordinary relationship user by the system. It's something. Without this identity prerequisite, Banner's mission will naturally not be triggered. Yes, Mr. Yelly Banner looked a little decadent. It is said that the art of painting can make people calm down. I want to give it a try. If you are emotionally unstable, I think you should see a doctor. Yelly said, painting can really cleanse the soul sometimes, but it may also make you increasingly irritable. For example, Vincent William van Gogh, everyone knows this. Dr. Banner, need I give you any other examples? Banner nodded. I know this probably won't work, but I've tried many ways to control my emotions, and there's nothing to lose in trying this again. You have no loss, I may have. Yelly was waiting to say something else when his phone rang. Only messages from Jessica and the others would set message reminders, so he took it over and took a look. It was Jess' message from the card. Lee, I want to start a Ghost Spider fan club. Dante, you also like ghost spiders? Can you help me draw a ghost spider poster? I am going to announce this at the party tonight. Gwen is also a fan of ghost spiders. I will definitely scare her. I guess she will be really shocked by you. Yeli had to admire Jessica's many clever ideas. Gwen is a fan of ghost spider? Haha, so interesting. He turned to the computer beside him with interest. If you want to make a big poster at night, you can't just draw it by hand. You have to use software to assist. Banner, I agreed. Yeli said while operating the computer. You will be my assistant for the time being until you feel that it is of no use. Banner smiled and said, thank you, yeah, you're welcome. Free labor, don't use it in vain. The perspective returns to Midtown High School. Gwen and the others have already started class. The person in charge of lecturing on the podium was a middle-aged man with a broken arm. His name was Curtis Cotter Connors. As a biology professor, he has unique insights into some knowledge points and is very comfortable teaching in class. Gwen listened very carefully. When she was interning at Osborne Group during the summer, she studied with Dr. Connors. Jessica next to her was absent-minded, still playing with her phone and replying to the message Yeli had just sent. Yeli, I've already made the poster, I'll take it over tonight. Jessica, it's rare that you're not so lazy, brother. Yeli, I have a good helper here, he is a genius, and he is very good at learning everything. Quickly. Jessica, thank you for that helper, and thank you, Lee, I can reserve the position of vice president of the club for you. Yeli, wait a minute, I remember you should be in class at this time? Jessica, Yeli, put down the phone. Jessica, it seems I have to educate you. Damn, brother is so cunning. Jessica put down the phone in distress, thinking that she would be spanked when she went back. Gwen pulled her. Jessica, it's rare for Dr. Connors to come to give a lecture. I think you should listen. She raised her smooth chin slightly and gestured to a boy in front of her. Look at how carefully Peter listened. Tisk. Jessica puffed her lips. That nerd had to save me when he was bullied by Thompson after class. Peter Parker ran to greet Connors. Dr. Connors, I didn't expect you to come to our school. It's great. During the summer internship, he also studied with Dr. Connors and performed better than Gwen. Much more. Peter, I'm glad to teach you too, but I think you misunderstood. Connors explained with a smile, I only give lectures occasionally, not long-term. After all, I still have projects to study at Osborne. That one? How's it going lately? Peter Parker became interested when he talked about research. Peter. Gwen also came over at this time. I think it's not good for Dr. Connors to talk about Osborne's research project here. Hey, Gwen. Peter saw her coming and greeted her shyly. It's okay, Gwen, it's not a secret project. Connors picked up the briefcase and laughed at himself. It's crazy to transplant lizard genes into people to regenerate their limbs. Most people won't care about it and will just treat it as a joke. If it's you, Dr. Connors, it will definitely work. Gwen encouraged empathetically. Although she knew little about Connors' research, she didn't think it was a wild idea. After all, she had gained incredible superpowers. Peter also said, yes, doctor, I can help you. Haha, although I should decline you politely. Connors smiled, but I think I do need your help. You're a genius, Peter. The ordinary version of Peter Parker is smarter than the Spider-Man version. When Osborne, he was not only study and even gave Connors a lot of useful advice. My research room is always open to you. Connors left these words to Peter and prepared to leave. Gwen invited him before leaving Dr. Connors. There is a party tonight. Are you interested? That's a young man's thing, Gwen, and I won't get involved. Okay, you walk slowly. After seeing Connors off, Gwen smiled at Peter Parker and said, Peter, don't run away from the party tonight. There are many female classmates coming. Maybe there will be one you like. I can introduce it to you. Peter has been her neighbor since childhood. Although she doesn't have the same feelings for Yeli, she still hopes that this friend can be more cheerful. Okay, I will definitely go, Gwen. Peter ran away as if he was running away. Haha. Jessica came out from behind Gwen at this time. Gwen, there is a special event at the party. Special event. The time soon came tonight. The place where the party and banquet was held was Yeli's Sunnyvale Manor. Jessica is one of the organizers, and the other person who funded it is Harry Osborne, the son of the Osborne Group. When Yel left his Slut's modified car and arrived, it was already in full swing inside. Let me see what Gwen's face will be like when she sees this. He playfully took out a long scroll from the trunk of the car, picked up 2 small gifts, and walked straight in. Teacher. Although Jessica didn't say it, I guessed that you would come. The first person to greet Yeli was Harry. Yeli had tutored his art class for a while. Harry, we haven't seen each other for a while. Did you miss your art class? Yeli saw that Harry was wearing a casual suit and looked very relaxed. He probably hadn't experienced the Green Goblin incident yet. Has Norman Osborn become the Green Goblin? Go beat him up when you have time. Harry didn't know that Yeli wanted to beat his father, so he walked in with him while chatting. You know, in addition to the courses, I also have to learn how to manage the company. I really don't have any extra time. I don't have a brain as smart as Peter. Peter. Yes, Peter. Any questions? No, I mean, he's there, and it's not good. Yeli pointed to the front. The party was being held in the room. Peter, who was holding a camera, was stopped outside by a big golden man with a few younger brothers. "Hey, Peter's here." The classic school bully character in Spider-Man, Flash Thompson taunted Peter disdainfully. "What are you doing here, little trash? There's a party going on here, and this is not the place for you." A boy in black next to Thompson echoed, "We don't collect garbage here." Thompson waved his hand. "Malu, go home, or you can stay and do my homework for me. I'm here to party." "Thompson, you can't do this." Peter was so angry that he wanted to throw the camera on Thompson's head, but unfortunately he didn't dare and couldn't let go. The camera. "Oh? Who invited this idiot like you here?" Thompson made things difficult for him with a tugging expression. "A lot of people." Peter said. "Gwen, Jessica, Harry, they all invited me." "Yes, Thompson, we all have Peter invited." Harry came over at this time and looked at Thompson with a frown. "You'd better get out of the way right now." "Hehe, he's a guy who only hides behind other people's backs." Seeing one of the organizers coming over, Thompson didn't want to get into trouble. He taunted Peter and turned around to get out of the way. But when he turned around, he saw a kind smile facing him. "Thompson, where do you want to go?" Yelly glanced at the direction of the entrance of the manor and gestured. "Let me remind you, the exit is over there." "Oil? What do you mean?" Thompson felt a pressure from Yelly. Snapped. Yelly snapped his fingers. A few seconds later. "Hey, you can't do this." "Hello." Thompson kept kicking his thick legs, and was dragged out by two sturdy men in suits, each holding an arm. Several of his younger brothers also met the same fate. "Okay, don't waste your time here." Yelly lifted the scroll in his hand and showed an inexplicable smile. "I also want to give Gwen a surprise." Harry's expression also softened. He looked at the poster and asked, "Is this the teacher's new masterpiece?" "For Gwen." "Almost." Yelly asked. "Where is Gwen?" According to Gwen's temperament, she can't possibly watch Peter being bullied here. Jessica had pestered Gwen before and pulled her to the room on the second floor to do something unknown. Harry also explained this to Peter, hoping he wouldn't think too much. "Okay, I'll go find them. You take Peter in first." Yelly also said hello to Peter. "Peter, have fun, don't think too much." Peter responded, not knowing what he was thinking. Yelly didn't say much when he saw this. Peter is a big boy, not a girl, so he has nothing to enlighten. Let Peter's good friend Harry comfort his young and fragile heart. Ahaha. Yelly carried the poster on his shoulder and hummed a light tune. He walked leisurely to the second floor. With a scan of his spider sense, he knew the room where Gwen and the others were. "Oh-ho, number 201, here I come. Room 201. Aha." Gwen's body trembled when she was pressed by Jessica, and that feeling came again. "What's wrong, Gwen?" Jessica stopped moving her hands and asked worriedly, "Did I hurt you?" She thought she didn't control her strength well and hurt Gwen. "No, Jessica." Gwen stroked her chest in confusion. "It's the same heart palpitations I had a few days ago, but this time it's not that strong. It's a bit like someone tugged at my heartstrings." "Really?" Jessica's eyes were suspicious. Didn't she check last time? She suspected that Gwen just didn't want to wear clothes. Tickled the heartstrings? She snorted disdainfully. "Do you still want to say that after being provoked, you thought of Lee and that he was going to save you soon?" Where is there?" Gwen covered her face in shame. She did think of a hot guy, but Jessica thought her lie had been exposed, and sneered and sped up her hand movements. "Humph, Gwen, stop struggling, you can't escape my grasp." "Heart. Oh no, Jessica, why am I wearing this?" "Aha, your figure couldn't be more suitable. Come on, put it on, you will be the most beautiful girl at the party. Don't you like ghost spiders too? Come on, come on." Just when Jessica Eulaio was excited. Ahem. Yelly's voice came from outside the door. Jessica, are you in there?" "I'm coming in." Jessica, X. Gwen, X. This. Jessica looked at Gwen underneath her. A bad smile quickly flashed across her face and she said loudly, "You can come in, brother, come in as you like." Click. Yelly quickly unlocked the door and walked in at lightning speed. The scene in the room made him look stunned. It's not because of Gwen's current seductive posture with half undressed, skin as good as snow, moist eyes, and a few strands of golden hair scattered around. Okay, maybe there's a little bit of this factor in it. But more importantly, why is Gwen wearing the ghost spider suit? Was she exposed? Jessica saw Yelly in a daze and thought he was fooled by Gwen's fake cosplay. So she smiled slyly, put her hands on Gwen's shoulders and pushed her forward. "Brother, look what I found." Spider-Gwen. Gwen quickly denied, "I'm not, I didn't, don't listen to her nonsense." She waved her hands with an innocent expression, not even caring about the beauty of her body being leaked. Of course, this is because she doesn't mind having Yelly admire her body. A large expanse of flawless white skin on Gwen's body dangled in front of his eyes, and Yelly couldn't take his eyes off it. He touched his chin and said righteously, "Well, I think it still needs to be verified." "It needs to be verified. Wu Li, Jessica is bullying me." Gwen complained with a pout, and opened her hands to hug her coquettishly. Of course, Yelly gently held her in his arms, enjoying the soft and tight body. "Jessica, don't bully Gwen." Jessica stared, her mouth bulging like a goldfish. "Bah, you forgot your sister when you saw her." Yelly held Gwen with one hand, and with his free hand, he gently pinched Jessica's nose. "Don't pretend to me, I haven't settled the matter of you playing with your mobile phone in class yet." "Oops, that was an accident. I was distracted and didn't notice the class. Jessica looked at Gwen, who was holding Yelly like a koala. I don't usually do this, right? Gwen. Gwen just blinked innocently and said nothing. Gwen, you got back at me. How could Jessica not know that she was holding a grudge? So what are you doing? Looking at the tempting Gwen in uniform in his arms, Yelly couldn't help but lick her snow-white neck. Mean Gwen pretended to be naughty and continued to act coquettishly. Jessica forced me to wear this outfit. Lee, you have to teach her a lesson. As she said this, she looked at Jessica and said mischievously, hit her pigo. Hey, you can't do this. Jessica knew what she had to do, otherwise she might be beaten into a mixed doubles by a man and a woman. She rushed behind Gwen and zipped up the zipper behind Gwen's back. A complete body, except for not wearing a mask, the ghost spider appeared. It must be said that the cosplay suit she found was quite restored. Look, brother, Gwen looks really similar in this, right? Jessica pressed Gwen on Yelly with one hand, stretched out 2 fingers with the other hand and gestured yeah beside her face. She raised a slightly evil smile on her face and said, the Gwen you like. Ghost spider, double the happiness. Jessica, what are you doing? Gwen was ashamed. The current situation was, Yelly was sitting on the edge of the bed, with the 2 girls sitting in his arms. Gwen faced him, pressed against Jessica. And Jessica is pressing behind Gwen. Very interesting pose. Double the fun, right, Jessica? Yelly hugged Jessica together and said with a bad smile, I think adding you will be double the happiness. The 2 girls' slender waists combined are not very wide, and they were surrounded by one of his hands. Lee, you can't. I'm your sister. Isn't it natural for a brother to teach his sister a lesson? Snapped. Good fight. Lee. Gwen clapped her little hands and cheered, and the boat of friendship capsized. Bang. Awoo. Lee, why did you hit me? Feel sorry, Gwen, it's wrong. After a while, Jessica covered Pigo with a resentful look in her eyes, still got beaten. Snort. She glanced at the scroll Yelly put on the table and reached out to take it. Let me see what the poster looks like. I got beaten because of this. The large poster is very long when unfolded. Jessica is already quite tall, but she has to raise her hands to fully open it. Oh, very good. Looks like I didn't get beaten in vain. The poster shows the night view of New York under neon lights, with strong silhouettes dangling from the building. Under Yelly's treatment, the color of the black and white and purple uniforms looks very bright, and the handsome posture makes people unable to take their eyes away. Below it is also using a cool font. The big characters Ghost Spider are written. I can't say how artistic it is, but it is in line with the aesthetics of young people. It is perfect for calling people to join the fan club. Ghost Spider poster? What do you want to do? Gwen realized something was wrong. This was asking her to cosplay again, and preparing such a bright poster. The theme of tonight's party is superheroes? Jessica gave her a thumbs up and said excitedly, Gwen, I'm going to start a Ghost Spider fan club. Announce this tonight. Gwen. The party downstairs has entered a fever pitch. Someone noticed a temporary stage set up in the innermost part. Therefore, many socially awkward people take the initiative to perform on stage to attract admiring boys/girls. Mechanical dance, hip-hop dance, funny shows, and beatbox rap brought the party atmosphere to a climax. There are even hot girls who want to perform a striptease. However, Harry stopped him on the grounds that they were not suitable for their age. This made the boys in the audience feel very sorry, and they all complained that Harry was boring. Harry also had Peter's best interests at heart. Peter was chatting wordlessly with Mary Jane Watson from Jessica's band, and he would be embarrassed if something exciting suddenly happened on stage. Jessica, Jane, stop hanging around outside and come behind the stage, our performance is about to begin. Mary Jane saw the message on her phone, smiled at Peter and stood up. Peter, I have to excuse you. Simple. Peter watched Mary Jane walk away reluctantly. A little fat man took Mary Jane's place and sat down. Peter, it looks like your fighting situation is not going well. Think about it. Isn't it a good thing that Thompson was taught a lesson today? P.S. No one feels sorry for Mary Jane. Interested. That was Lee's credit, not mine. Peter was quite cheerful towards his best friend. Ned, where did you go just now? There was a girl named Cindy Moon. She was so beautiful and her skin color matched mine. Ned spread his hands, but she seemed to be in a bad mood and ignored me. Peter fiddled with his camera and said, Lee once taught me a sentence in Chinese. How do you say it? We are only half as good as each other. Oh Peter, she truly is an angel. Ned. Pig said with a face, her status in my heart is already comparable to that of Spider-Woman. Come on, Ned, that's what Betty said last time you saw her. While the two were talking, the curtain of the stage suddenly closed. The lively noise in the audience fell silent, followed by doubtful voices. What's wrong? Whatever you do with it, we can have fun all day long. Is it the grand finale? Quiet, quiet. Harry walked up to the stage to host and said that the Mary Jane's band would perform next. Betty and the others are going on stage too? That's great. Oh haha, come on Mary Jane. Will Stacy show up? I haven't seen her just now. Could it be that she didn't come? Jessica. Jessica. The audience became enthusiastic again, shouting their favorite names one after another. The members of Mary Jane's band are all very popular in school. Especially Jessica, because she is cool and handsome in school. Not only did she have many male fans, she even had many girls calling her But the curtain opened again, and the people on the stage were not the girls from the band, but a very handsome man. He was holding an electric guitar, and a gentle smile made adolescent girls unable to take their eyes away. A girl with short black hair in the audience asked strangely, "Who is he? Where is my Jessica? He is very handsome." Another mixed-race girl next to her smiled and shouted to the stage, "Come on, handsome man." The short-haired girl said firmly, "Skye, although I admit that he is handsome, I still want Jessica. I will not be straightened." People around also started discussing. "I think I saw him just now, walking towards the second floor with a big stick. I remembered, isn't this teacher Yelly? He has lectured several times at the school and has a doctorate in art at a young age. Oh my god, forget it if the freshmen don't know what's going on with you seniors. Hey, he probably didn't come here even a few times, how could I remember?" Behind the scenes, Gwen's expression in cosplay was complicated. How could things have turned out like this? Her current mood was like a spider web, with various emotions intertwined, uneasy, happy, awkward, and happy. It turned out that her friends, are her classmates and Lee actually so supportive of her? "Gwen, don't hesitate, get ready." Jessica put a hood on Gwen. "My brother has already gone to the front to support us in order to help us delay for a while. It is said that people who study art are tone deaf. I don't know if he can do it." In front of the stage, the girls shouted excitedly, "Handsome guy, play another song?" The boys also applauded vigorously, "You play really well." Yelly made an okay gesture. "Thank you for the invitation, I will bring you another song to the end." To the end, the BGM of Spider-Gwen kicking Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse. Just when the audience was expecting it, the curtain closed again. Before they could react, when they pulled away, several more girls with various musical instruments appeared around Yelly, with cool bosses surrounding him. "It is Jessica yet, Mary Jane Watson, Betty Brandt, Glory Grant, and other band members. My god, he is so classy," Ned said excitedly. "Lee is still so powerful." Peter picked up the camera and took a few shots, and asked doubtfully, "Where is Gwen? I remember she was the drummer in the band." "Good evening, everyone." As the organizer, Jessica took a step forward and said with a confident expression, "I know you are all looking forward to it, but before the performance, I want to announce something first, which is also the most important thing about this party." Hearing what she said, someone shouted, "Jessica, could it be that you have a boyfriend?" "Hey, shut up, you guy, take a good look." Jessica raised her hand and pointed handsomely, and a large poster was put down on the side of the stage. "Here's what I have to announce, I'm starting a Ghost Spider fan club. Everyone is welcome to join." "What? Ghost Spider fan club? This is so cool." Unexpectedly, Jessica is also a fan of Ghost Spider. "This is great. Most teenagers have no resistance to superheroes, let alone those with stylish looks and graceful figures like Ghost Spider." This news was already a big news for them, and the audience immediately exploded. This is what Jessica wants. Then now, the show begins. Yelly understood and took the lead in playing. It starts with one, there is something from beginning to end. It's unreal, like an unconscious dream. Didn't look out below, the process is beyond your control. After a few lyrics, the lights suddenly converged on the stage, illuminating the Ghost Spider in front of the drum set. At the same time, a drum sound joined the performance, as if injecting soul into the tune. "I bought it, Ghost Spider." The audience screamed. "There's nothing I can do about it. Gwen's cosplay looks so much like her." After the show, Gwen walked to the stage, took off her hood and lightly shook her blonde hair. "Thank you for your appreciation." The audience was instantly excited. Turns out Gwen is the Ghost Spider. "Oh my god, my two goddesses are the same person." "Fool, you are too into the drama, this is a performance." "But Gwen's cosplay looks so good. I used to like Jessica the most, but now I'm a fan of Gwen." "Don't you like Ghost Spiders the most? I mean at school. You are so naive, only children make choices." The party was bustling with noise. Yelly and his group went to the dressing room to change out of their performance clothes. "Leave." After entering the dressing room, Gwen threw herself into Yelly's arms and gave him a passionate kiss. "Oh, Gwen is so sweet. Are you too excited tonight?" Several girls nearby were teasing while changing their clothes. They didn't mind changing in front of Yelly. Anyway, they were still wearing underwear, and they were with such an outstanding and handsome man. Yelly Ching breathing hot air. "Gwen, you are so dazzling tonight." "Thanks to you." Gwen stood on tiptoes and stuck up again. While Yelly responded, he did not forget to help Gwen unzip the back zipper of the costume. Gwen also took off his clothes with his hands. Help each other. Next, they quickly changed back to their regular clothes. These two people are good at playing. A few girls looked a little confused. "Gwen, didn't you want to wear it before? Why are you so excited?" Jessica crossed her arms unhappily. "Even if you are happy now, I planned the party and the performance. You should thank me." Haha. Gwen smiled and approached her and kissed her. "Thank you too, Jessica, my good friend." "Hey Gwen." Jessica wiped her face pretending to be disgusted. "Although I have female fans, I am straight." Mary Jane covered her mouth and chuckled. "Jessica, so what is your club going to do next?" "Now the next step for the club is to recruit members." "Well, this important task will be left to." Jessica thought for a moment and said, "Leave it to the vice president." "Who is the vice president?" Yelly, who was chatting with each other, asked casually. Jessica narrowed her eyes. "Brother, stop playing with Gwen. The vice president is you?" Ah, what? You are the only one who has the most leisure time, brother. The next day, Ghost Spider Fan Club, member registration office. Yelly lazily leaned on the chair and asked, last name. Forrid. The little fat man holding his schoolbag said anxiously, Ned. Ned Leeds. Peter next to him hesitantly suggested, that, Lee, we are not prisoners. The implication is, can your attitude be better? Ah, what's wrong, Peter? Yelly raised his eyelids, still looking like he was dying. I'm not a superhero either. Ah, he said, making a hunch, and continued H. Peter. Ned. The best friends duo eventually ignored Yelly's bad attitude and became members of the Ghost Spider Fan Club. Okay, next one. Yelly knocked on the table. A beautiful mixed-race woman from behind came forward, sat down, and said hello, hi handsome guy. Yelly didn't even raise his eyes. Naturally, he didn't see her clearly. He said casually name. Handsome guy, I saw you play at a party. It was great. Oh, name. Skye. P.S. If you have any comments, please leave them in the comment area. Those that are valuable and within the author's capabilities will be considered. My name is Skye, is the handsome guy's name Yelly. Although Yelly seems to be more difficult to get along with than he thought. But Skye still tried to talk. I heard that you still had classes in school. Should I call the teacher? Skye. Yelly sat up straight and looked at the beauty in front of him. After confirming that her appearance was correct, he smiled. Girl, are you interested in becoming a superhero? Seeing that, Yelly finally paid attention to her. Skye also flipped her hair and smiled. Is this a fun question and answer for joining the club? Both of them were interested in each other, and gradually became more involved in the conversation. However, the people in the queue behind could not bear it, and they all protested. Oh, Skye said sheepishly, we seem to have made people angry. She handed Yelly a contact information and made a phone call gesture with her hand next to her ear. Let's talk to you later, Lee. I have an idea. You sit in the waiting area for a while. Yelly asked Skye to wait, got up and went inside the club. Inside, Peter and Ned were curiously looking at various Ghost Spider-themed costumes. Isn't the strong man coming soon? Yelly walked forward enthusiastically. Hey, Peter, Ned, I guess you just became members of the club and you must want to show off, right? Of course, Lee. Is there anything I can do? Peter raised the camera in his hand and said, I know how to take pictures. Maybe I can capture photos of ghost spiders. No, that's too dangerous, Peter. There are criminals wherever ghost spiders appear. Yelly patted him on the shoulder. I have a simpler and easier task for you. Oh, Ned can come too. A few minutes later, Peter and Ned, who were sitting at the member registration desk, looked at each other helplessly, and then looked at the middle-aged man who signed up. Peter name. Ned age. Coulson. Because Skye, who S.H.I.E.L.D. has been paying attention to, wanted to join this club, he took the time to come here, but the two young people didn't like it. Can we recruit members this way? Or is it weird? Maybe they just use the name of the club, but actually do other things, so they don't really want to recruit people? Well, maybe it has something to do with ghost spiders. The agent's intuition told him that he had to have someone investigate it carefully. It's nice here. Close. Skye looked around. Yelly took her to a high-end coffee shop to continue chatting. The overall atmosphere here was full of art, with melodious piano solos and some art paintings decorated everywhere. Skye moved closer to Yelly and asked in a low voice, I know this may not be polite to the owner of this cafe, but I'm still curious. Lee, do you think those paintings are genuine or fake? The morning in Vienna framed in a bulletproof glass frame at the corner is the real thing. There are also a moon inside the lobby and bat behind the front desk. Yelly listed the treasures and said eloquently, apart from these, everything else is just decoration. After all, it is too stupid to put the genuine products in a place like the window. It will only make it easier for thieves and robbers. Worthy of being a PhD in art. Skye took a small bite of the cherry cake in front of her and said with a bright smile, you can tell everything with just one glance. It's really amazing. Excellent men are always attractive, and there was a lot of admiration in her tone. In fact, the more important reason is that Yelly waved and asked the employee playing the piano to change to a more romantic song. I run this cafe. Skye was stunned, then took a spoonful of cake and put it in his mouth. You are so bad. Do you want to see my joke? Well, Yelly was about to say what? Gwen Stacy's fateful nemesis detected nearby Green Goblin Norman Osborn. Gwen Stacy's fateful nemesis detected nearby Rhinoceros Alexei Sisevich. Huh? Before he could react, a figure smashed the glass door of the cafe, then shook the rhino's head and rushed out. Spider. Damn it. Oh? Skye covered her mouth. I recognize it. The super criminal rhino man. It's been reported on the news. I guess we do have to talk about it another time. Yelly came to the broken glass door and looked out. I have to deal with things here first. Skye picked up her small bag. Do you want to call the police? Lee, why don't you leave with me first? It's not safe here. Call the police? George can't take care of this matter. He has to rely on me to save his daughter. Yelly has seen that in Gwen is seen swinging between high-rise buildings in the distance. Norman OS, riding the Green Goblin skateboard, is chasing after her. It seems that she has more than one enemy. Norman Osborn, Harry's father. As the owner of the Osborn Group, he should have been thinking about how to earn more money in the company. But a family genetic disease forced him to find a way to solve this problem. The Green Goblin serum and armor were the ideas of Norman Osborn. But not only was the effect not good, it also gave him an evil personality, although his own character is not very good. The recent appearance of ghost spiders has given Norman Osborn a new target. If he can get a sample of Spider-Woman's blood, he may be able to improve the Green Goblin serum. This is why he is chasing Gwen now. The little bug is so slippery that the stupid rhinoceros can't reach her down there. The treacherous Green Goblin quickly thought of a way. He aimed several pumpkin grenades in his hand at the densely populated area below and threw them down. Ghost Spider, don't you call yourself a superhero? Let me see how many you can save. No. Gwen's pupils shrank under her mask, and her agile body drew a graceful arc in the air. She found the most suitable position, shot out several strands of spider silk to stick to all the grenades, and then flicked it violently into the air. As a burst of flames and fireworks bloomed, the crisis of the pedestrians below was temporarily resolved. But the ghost spider faced its own crisis. Because she had just tried her best to save people, she had no time to grab the building with spider silk, and now she has fallen. She fell to the ground. The rhinoceros man who was running rampantly and chasing after her on the street, how could he miss this opportunity, and pushed towards her with a big stride. I caught you, haha, die bug. Gwen was shocked. If there was only one rhinoceros, she could still avoid it with her agility, but the Green Goblin above also jumped down at this time, and she could only avoid the attack of one of them. Gwen is in bad shape. Yelly, who was floating in the air, was about to operate the bracelet when he suddenly saw a figure rushing out of the alley on one side. The figure looked like a well-proportioned woman. She wore a metal mask on her face, a black jacket and a simple wearing a white t-shirt and stretched jeans. Her speed was much faster than ordinary people, and she shouted, Ghost Spider, let me help you. Yelly's forehead was throbbing with veins. Oh my god, isn't this his good sister? She lied to me that she didn't have time to come to the club today, and her feelings went out to do some heroic deeds. Jessica rushed out of the alley and hit her with an iron blow. The mountain prop knocked away the rhinoceros man and successfully resolved Gwen's crisis. Ouch, it hurts. She rubbed her shoulders and bared her teeth a little. The rhinoceros armor was still very hard. Where did the little devil come from? The rhinoceros man staggered back a few steps, a little surprised that Jessica's small body could be so strong, even worse than Spider-Woman. Big Rhino, your opponent is me, Jessica said, giving Spider-Woman a thumbs up. Ghost Spider, I'll leave the sky to you. Although she is just starting out, her division of labor is quite clear, and she knows that she cannot reach the Green Goblin in the air. Jessica is not like Yelly, who can fly after loading a template, but her flying ability still needs training to be developed. Gwen dodged the Green Goblin's attack and responded to Jessica, then it's up to you. She saw that although this man was not wearing a uniform, judging from the behavior of knocking away the rhinoceros, he should be a superhero. You got the wrong opponent, kid. The rhinoceros man raised his fist at Jessica with brazen power. Leave your name, this is your last chance. Hey. Jessica kicked her legs sideways on the street lamp next to her and jumped up. Although she can't fly now, she can jump very high. I'm a female knight, specializing in riding silly rhinos like you. She easily dodged the rhinoceros man's punch that cracked the ground, and then landed on top of the rhinoceros man's head. It's not that hard to be a superhero. Just when Jessica was feeling proud, her foot tripped over the long horns on the head of the rhinoceros. Hey. Unsteady on her feet, she fell off the top of the rhino man's head, and the metal mask on her face also fell aside. Yelly covered his face and couldn't bear to look at it. It is indeed you, Jessica. Speaking of which, it was her first time fighting a super criminal, so it was normal for her to have this result. Jessica. Gwen was also stunned when she saw Jessica's mask fall off. When she was stunned, the Green Goblin seized the opportunity and controlled the flying skateboard to hit her. Oops. Gwen only had time to protect herself with one hand and was knocked away. When he went out, the suit on his forearm was scratched by the spikes on the skateboard, splattering some blood. Jessica, who fell to the ground on the other side, would also face continued attacks from the rhino men. Yelly fell quickly, and the blood on his body, the night spider suit, was quickly put on, and he clicked on his wrist a few times at the same time. The multiple choice question of which one to save first did not exist for him. Vulture. Summoned? The Green Goblin, who was about to finish off his attack, heard the sound of breaking wind above his head. He looked up and saw a pair of wide metal claws grabbing at him. Click. The vulture grabbed the Green Goblin, his wings instantly wrapped around him, and they both fell to the ground. Jessica was confused now, not just because her mask fell off. Why did the ghost spider call her name just now? The voice still sounds so similar. Gwen? He turned out to be a real brat. The rhinoceros man won't wait for her reaction, he will rush over and smash her to death. You should listen to your mother and stay at home, but it's too late now. Mother, this was a hit and miss, leaving Jessica in a daze for a moment, because her original family had already left. Ha ha ha, stunned. The rhinoceros man was overjoyed. His fist was only 0.01 centimeters away from her. In the next second, you could see his brains flying. Pang! A black fist flashed. The rhinoceros man's jaw was instantly lifted up by a huge force. It turned out that the ground rotated 180 degrees, fell backwards and fell to the ground. Has anyone ever taught you to be polite when speaking? Yelly moved his wrist. This thing is quite sturdy, and it didn't die even after being punched. Sisi Iwaiki, the rhino man, now only feels like stars are shining in his eyes, and his brain is about to be beaten to pieces. He can't listen at all. Know what he is talking about. On the other side, Jessica. I still have Lee. I haven't repaid my brother yet, so I won't die here. When Yelly punched the rhinoceros man, Jessica didn't pay attention to the person in front of him. Seeing the situation, he stepped back suddenly. Then he shouted like a son, you bastard. Don't mention other people's mothers casually. She shouted, and saw the scene of Rhino Man being stepped on the chest. Black spider. Girl, what are you howling for? Yelly mocked his sister mercilessly. Think you are a super saiyan? Jessica was embarrassed. I was already full of emotions. Why are you like this? She asked. Did you beat it to death? Yelly pondered. It doesn't seem to be moving, so why not throw it into the river? Well, the rhinoceros man made a muffled sound in his throat and responded in time. Yelly grinned under his battle clothes. You're not dead yet. It's a good thing you're not dead. Pang. 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 The black figure landed one simple straight punch after another, and the rhino man's screams became weaker and weaker. Jessica and the ordinary people in the distance were stunned. What is this? How can he be more cruel than a super criminal? Punch to the flesh. So cool? The dissatisfaction of being tricked into recruiting people at the club was vented out. It wasn't until the rhinoceros man made no sound that Yelly stopped punching. Damn it. The Green Goblin kicked away the vulture that was pressing on him. The power enhanced by the Green Goblin serum was still strong, and this kick kicked the vulture away. Isn't this guy the vulture that disappeared some time ago? Why did he suddenly attack me? Neoman Osborn was confused. Until he turned around and saw the rhino man that Yelly had quickly dismantled into parts. I blanch. What? So cruel? Norman Osborn's current state of mind was not normal, and the black figure became arrogant in his eyes. Drink. At this moment, Gwen held the spider silk and kicked him in the face with a flying kick. The situation changed, and this time the Green Goblin was distracted. Her kick was powerful and heavy, and the spider silk swayed over. With the force of inertia, the Green Goblin's mask was kicked off. Norman Osborn's true face was revealed under the mask, which immediately aroused the crowd's uproar. Norman Osborn. This terrorist is the chairman of the Osborn Group. Oh my god. I bought it. They felt like they were in for a huge surprise. Hateful. Damn it. Asshole. Norman Osborn's face was ferocious, and the eyes he looked at Gwen were full of hatred. There were many reporters in the crowd who rushed to the scene after hearing the news. They quickly started taking pictures and even live broadcasting. At the same time, Ghost Spider Fan Club. Just now Harry Osborn arrived and was helping to sort out the surroundings of the ghost spider. Ned, who was playing with his mobile phone on the side, suddenly shouted, Hey, Harry, come and see this. Okay, here's one more. Yelly, who had solved the rhinoceros man, fell in front of Norman Osborn, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up, preparing to snatch Gwen's head. Of course Gwen would not watch him kill his classmate's father. Black Spider, thank you for helping me again. Please don't be impulsive. We should put Osborn. Click. Before she finished speaking, Norman Osborn tilted his head and died. You. Before Gwen could say anything, Yelly flew away in a flash. She stamped her feet angrily. It's like this again. Can you listen to what I have to say? Still Lee has grace. When Gwen was thinking about Yelly, Jessica ran over to her and asked, Gwen, is it you? Jessica? Gwen saw that there were already reporters swarming around her, so she had to whisper, it's me. Don't make any noise. I'll take you away first. She hugged Jessica's waist, and the spider's thread stuck to a building, dangling away from the crowd. Among the high-rise buildings. Jessica, oh my god. It's really you, Gwen? Gwen took off his hood. How is it? Surprised. Now that she has been discovered, let's be honest. Jessica doesn't look like a serious human being anyway. A few minutes later, Jessica was held in Gwen's arms and passed by the buildings. After regaining consciousness, a lot of things happened today, Gwen. Gwen laughed. Yeah, I didn't expect you to have superpowers either. Superpower. Jessica recalled the past and told it with some sadness. Maybe, it was the strength I gained after that car accident, at the cost of all the deaths of my relatives. I never knew what to do with this ability, maybe because I was lucky enough to meet my brother and live a carefree life again. Until you show up, Gwen, or the ghost spider shows up. If a hero like you could have been there when there was a car accident, the outcome would have been different. I thought maybe I could be a superhero and prevent the tragedy that happened to me from happening again. Gwen listened closely, and it wasn't until she finished speaking that she said softly, Jessica, Lee will be proud of you. Jessica chuckled after hearing this, and her sad look slowly faded. Come on, I don't understand my brother's temper yet. He doesn't care if I am a superhero or not. If I dare to cause trouble for him, he will still beat me up. Antiquity. Haha. Gwen found it interesting to see the contrast between before and after she mentioned Yelly. If she hadn't met Lee, Jessica would be a different person now. Lee is really a gentle person. She sincerely considers her a good friend. I'm happy to meet a good brother. Time flies. Lower East Side. Hey Jessica. Yelly was holding his cell phone. On it was a photo of a girl with an exquisite face. I said, even if you want to be a superhero, can you be more prepared? I don't want my peaceful life to be disrupted. Jessica, who had changed into a short black silk skirt, stood obediently, intertwining her fingers uneasily, twisting her waist intentionally or unintentionally to keep her Pigu out of her brother's sight. Well, this was an accident. I didn't want it. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. That big rhinoceros? Her eyes wandered. Yes, it's all its fault. Everyone has been dismantled into parts, and you still want to pass the blame. Yelly flipped through his phone and read ahem. Melee between super criminals and superheroes reported in Queen's neighborhood, blah 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 blah. Among them, the identities of the Black Spider and the Ghost Spider are temporarily unknown. The girl who claimed to be a female knight tripped during the battle and accidentally dropped her mask. Stumble was emphasized by him. I said, can you be any more stupid? Woohoo. Jessica pouted and acted coquettishly, then asked something unexpected. Brother, I like you the most. Yelly sneered, you still want to get away with being cute. Jessica closed her eyes and decided to give it a try. She opened her hands and jumped directly into Yelly's arms. Brother, I love you. Success or failure depends on this? Oh, what a little trick. Yelly smiled disdainfully, and with a twist of his hands, Jessica was placed across his knees. Then he skillfully lifted up the pleated skirt. Oh no. Snapped, Jessica held Pigu in her hands and went to make dinner. Yelly also received a call at this time, from Peter. Peter, Lee, something big happened? Have you seen the news? Harry. Yelly, Peter, speak slowly, don't be in a hurry. Peter, that's right, back in time. Ghost Spider Fan Club. What's wrong, Ned? I still have things to do. After sorting these out, I will leave. Harry held the club flyer and moved next to Ned. Oh, Harry, I don't know what to say, just see for yourself. Ned carefully handed over the phone. Harry took it over and took a look, and his pupils were instantly shocked. Your billionaire dad is a terrorist? He was also defeated by the Ghost Spider, and then killed by the Black Spider? No, I do not believe. I do not believe. This is not true. He screamed hysterically and threw the flyer violently from his hand. Papers were fluttering like falling snow, and at the same time, a BGM sounded. Snowflakes are fluttering, the north wind is blowing, and the world is vast. A cut of winter plum isolated in the snow. Harry froze. Why does it always feel like this melody is mocking him? Who played the Chinese song? Sorry, Gwen has been listening to Chinese songs recently, and she also recommended a few songs to me. Mary Jane, who was writing the slogan with her head down, turned off the music, raised her head and apologized if you don't like it. Harry, what's wrong with you? No. Harry yelled again and rushed out of the door. Harry, where are you going? Peter chased after him, only to see Harry get into his Rolls-Royce Phantom 88 and drive away. Black Spider? And Ghost Spiders? I won't let you go. Harry hasn't calmed down while driving on the road. In his opinion, the Black Spider who killed his father is the murderer, and the Ghost Spider is also an accomplice. As for whether Norman Osborn chased the Ghost Spider first, so what? Then it was his father, and it was impossible for him to face this problem. The driver and confidant who drove him reminded him, Master, the matter is not clear yet, let's rush to the scene first and… Harry calmed down a little, thinking. By the way, Jessica was also there at that time. I didn't expect that she was also there. She was finally taken away by a Ghost Spider, maybe she knew something. Club. Ned knelt on the ground and reached out tremblingly to get the battle-damaged mobile phone that Harry threw out. Oh no, my love is crazy, my pocket money. Snowflakes fluttering. Mary Jane, turn off your damn music. Peter, hey, Ned, be gentle with girls. After listening to Peter's story, I hung up the phone. As the instigator, Yelly looked a little weird. Why did he hear an atmosphere of joy even though they were all sad things? Brother, that weird thing you cooked is screaming? I fiddled with it for a while but didn't understand it. Jessica kicked off her slippers and ran out of the kitchen in a panic. Jessica, that's called medicated food. Let me do it. Yelly put down his cell phone, went to the kitchen to clean up a few things, and soon came out with a pot of medicinal food and a bowl in the other hand. Come, I'll give this bowl to you, and I'll give the rest to Gwen. He put the bowl on the table and invited Jessica to come over and drink. Jessica leaned down and sniffed with her pretty nose. Well, it smells weird. I don't want it, just give it to Gwen. Don't pull it down. Yelly also poured the bowl into the warming pot. And Jessica narrowed her eyes and glanced at the expression on Yelly's face suspiciously. I specially cooked something weird for 2 girls to drink. Leave? Are you planning something bad? I heard that there are some strange herbs in the East that can make women unable to control themselves. Yelly glanced at Jessica. I have to say, Jessica was dressed in a black short skirt and a kitchen scarf. It gave people a completely different feeling than usual. Especially the pair of clothes wrapped in the slender jade legs under the silk stockings. Hey. He thought of teasing, approached Jessica, stroked her black stockings with his hands, and whispered like a devil, Jessica, how about you come to my room to sleep tonight? Jessica's face turned red. She squeezed her legs and rubbed them a few times. She covered her pleated skirt with her hands and said, well, that kind of thing is not good, isn't it? Gwen will be angry. Yelly squeezed the tender flesh of her thigh with his hand. It's okay, I'll just play with your legs. Leg. How could Jessica not know that she was being fooled? She slapped Yelly's hand away and kicked him lightly in annoyance. Take your things. Didong. The doorbell of Gwen's house rang, and Yelly was waiting with a pot of medicine. The door opened quickly, and Gwen's mother Jenny poked her head out. Oh, Lee, come in quickly. No reporters are coming to see you, right? Yelly walked in. The reporters haven't come yet, but they should be here sooner or later. Yes. Jessica is really going to get me into trouble. She's probably going to move back to Sunnyvale. There's no room for a security guard here. It seems that you have also seen the news. Jessica's child always surprises people. Jenny smiled and poured him a cup of hot drink. George is already handling this matter at the scene. He will warn reporters not to harass you. Yelly couldn't deny it. George's identity as the New York police chief couldn't stop everyone. Where's Gwen? I cooked her a special oriental medicinal meal, which can beautify the face and nourish the body. He didn't say it all. The main function of this medicinal diet is to replenish blood and restore scars. Beauty care? Jenny became interested. It's really a magical oriental creation. Gwen is in the room upstairs. Send it to her quickly. She will be very happy. Let me get you a bowl first. Oh, how embarrassing. This is what you brought to Gwen. I'm sure she won't mind. The two of them spoke loudly, and Gwen upstairs naturally heard it. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that her mother was easily bribed, so she sold her. How could she just let boys into her daughter's room? Not that Gwen beware of Yelly. In fact, Yelly even has the room key she gave her privately. But now, she is secretly bandaging the injury on her forearm. Although the wound has been almost closed due to her special physique, she still needs to wrap it up, otherwise it will leak out. It was over when the family members discovered the bleeding. Here, after Yelly finished pleasing Jenny, he came to Gwen's door and found that the door was locked, so he knocked. Gwen, can I come in? I brought you some food. Lee, come in. Do you have the key? Okay Gwen, here I come. Yelly turned over the keys in his trouser pocket, opened the door with ease and walked in. Gwen sat obediently by the bed, wearing a Q-version spider pattern pajamas with long sleeves and very cute. Yelly held it up jokingly read, "Oh, my little sweetheart, are you waiting for my blessing?" Gwen winked in response, "Don't come here yet dead ghost, Chinese." Haha, both of them laughed. Yelly put the medicinal meal on Gwen's desk and handed her a package. Gwen, what weird Chinese words have you learned? Isn't it weird? Gwen took the package with a smile. What is this? Yelly spread his hands. Jessica said, "This is the sanitary napkins." Sanitary napkins, you asked her to bring you. Forward, equals. Gwen had a look on her face. She also heard Jessica say that she wanted to get her some bandages and anti-inflammatory drugs. But what the hell is this excuse? Gwen quickly put the package behind her, looked at the medicinal food on the table, and changed the subject. Then what did you bring me? She said and stepped forward to open the lid. Although I can't understand it, you can see it's very rich. Yelly explained. Gwen started eating happily. Well, Gwen is much more obedient, unlike Jessica who is still picky about food. Feeling relieved, Yelly started chatting with her. Something big happened today and they had many topics to talk about. Gwen responded while eating. I watched the news. In addition to Jessica's incident, I didn't expect that the super criminal Green Goblin would also have something to do with us. He turned out to be Harry's father, Norman Osborn. It was incredible. I thought Harry's current situation must be very bad. Yelly doesn't care about this matter. Who dared Norman Osborn to take advantage of Gwen? He will take care of it. I am more concerned about whether Jessica will be entangled by reporters and relevant departments in the future. She is too careless. I'm already considering moving back to the estate and hiring more security guards to keep out the flies. It's not that Yelly is overthinking it. This is not the era of superhuman beings running around in the future. The exposure of a superhero, even a fledgling superhero, will attract some people's attention. Unless there is one more attractive, only when a high-profile superhero is exposed, people will gradually forget about Jessica. Yelly thought of one person, that is Iron Man Tony Stark, but he would admit his identity. I didn't know he went to the Middle East. Have you traveled, and have you been warmly received by terrorists? Leave. When Gwen heard Yelly say that he wanted to move back, he said reluctantly, I can't let you go. Gwen, I can't bear to leave you either, so I'm considering. In fact, Dad has recently decided to move to a wealthy area. How about you guys come and live together? My house is quite big. Dad won't live in other people's houses, but it should be okay to move near you. I'll mention it to him another day. Time passed quickly. A man and a woman were alone in the same room. As they talked, they naturally became attached to each other. Together. Gwen. Jessica is right, medicinal food tastes weird. Gwen said coquettishly, oh, Lee, you actually dislike me. Maybe I put too many herbs and the smell is a bit strong. Then I'll take care of it. It's okay, we can skip this step. Lee mom is still downstairs. Gwen refused Yelly to go further. However, she also wanted to make amends for her beloved, so she came up with a crooked idea. Let's try another way. The next morning, Director George asked his wife strangely, how to qualify? My complexion looks so good. Have you bought any nutritional supplements recently? If you have any, give me some as a visiting gift. I have to ask about Jessica. Jenny explained it's the medicated meal Lee cooked for Gwen yesterday. It seems to be very effective. It's effective so quickly, but there are some minor problems. George, small problem. Jenny, Gwen's throat is uncomfortable. I heard she said it was because of the medicinal food. It's not a big problem. George nodded and smiled happily. That's good. This young man Lee is really good. Sensible and caring. In the room, Yelly woke up from Jessica's side. Last night was. He remembered what happened last night, after returning from Gwen yesterday. Jessica took his words seriously and got into the room obediently. Yelly looked at the black silk discarded by the bed, and it was indeed stained with large traces of the opposite color. He also felt refreshed. This is normal. After all, I did charming things with 2 girls in a row. Although it is not directly that is, but in a sense it is more exciting. At this time, Jessica also woke up in a daze. Damn brother. She thought of some fragments from last night and shook Yali's shoulders. I thought that playing with my legs was just a pinch, but I didn't expect it to be so extreme. Yali said leisurely, Jessica, it's obviously you, beast? I'm your sister, even though I'm not your biological child. Ah, what did you say? It was me. Jessica was halfway through scolding, and rubbed Sleeping Piece's head. Hey, it seems that I was the one who did it first. But she still said harshly, that's because you touched me randomly and I couldn't help it. They are just beasts anyway. Don't say that, I didn't really do anything. Yelixu stared. However, he was too stimulated by Gwen, and Jessica came at the right time. In the end. Well, actually I just soiled Jessica's stockings. Don't be angry. I'll help you clean the silk later. But you can wash the sticky bits on your legs yourself. Get lost. Jessica put on her clothes and bared her teeth at him. I don't want that. I want to buy a new one. Buy new ones. Yali's eyes moved to Jessica's smooth legs. I can help you choose. Jessica shivered at the sight. You are so disgusting. Although the door to a new world has opened between the brother and sister, the two of them still had fun getting up and washing up as usual. Afterwards, George dropped by the house with some small gifts to learn about Jessica's situation. He reminded Yali to watch his sister and don't let Jessica run around and become some kind of superhero again. Lee, remember what I said, it's too dangerous for Jessica to come into contact with those things. Don't let her mess around. Director George's meaning is very simple, the water of superheroes is too deep, and your sister can't grasp it. No problem, George. Yali rubbed Jessica's head gently. Jessica is very obedient and will do as I say. Jessica was sitting next to her in a well-behaved manner, looking like she was open-minded and willing to be taught. However, she secretly frowned inwardly and didn't listen at all. Gwen was the most famous superhero in New York during this period, and she didn't know that George what will Uncle's expression be like when he finds out later. Come on, George, these are the butter cookies that Jessica baked. When George was about to leave, Yali handed him a bag of biscuits and said with a smile, why don't you take them to the bureau and share them with your colleagues? Okay. George took it happily. Jessica has always been sensible. I think she will understand what I said. Yali kept smiling. I think she must not have heard anything. After sending George away, Yali opened the system panel. I haven't received yesterday's reward yet. Of course, a kill counts as a defeat. You defeat Gwen Stacy's fateful nemesis, and you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million US. 2. Random reward, weather control. 3. Servant reward, transformation of Alexei Mihailovich Sisivic, Rhinoceros Man. You defeat Gwen Stacy's fateful nemesis, and you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million US. 2. Random reward, Cool Coke. 3. Servant reward, transform Norman Osborn, Green Goblin. This time there was still no difficulty in choosing. He chose 2 and 3 respectively. At the same time that Yali made his choice, the body of Norman Osborn, who was being restrained, disappeared in an instant. The person responsible was so frightened that he lost his soul. Master? Gone? Master Norman is missing. After a while, Harry Osborn came to the coffin with a gloomy face. Damn it, bring me the surveillance immediately. The other side. The body of the Rhino Man was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Coulson also reported the incident to Nick Fury. Do you need to send someone to contact the girl who calls herself the Female Knight? We have found out her identity through facial comparison. Nick Fury said casually, well, you can send someone to investigate. He didn't think much of Jessica. After all, she was just a fledgling girl. As the leader of SHIELD, he has seen a lot of extraordinary humans and even some inhuman aliens. Coulson asked again, inform Natasha. Coulson, do you have any misunderstanding about our agent level? The one-eyed dragon raised his head and said, Natasha has a more important task. Information shows that this girl named Jessica Ye is just a high school student studying at Zhongcheng High School. Do you want to play house with her? Coulson hesitated, but she is a superhuman after all. According to data analysis, her various indexes are far superior to ordinary people, especially strength. A conservative estimate is that she is at least 800 pounds. Coulson is a fan of Captain America, so he knows better that Captain America can only bench press 1,200 pounds, 545 kilograms, and clean and jerk 800 pounds, 363 kilograms. Rhinoceros Mihailovich is more powerful, and he hasn't been broken into parts. Nick Fury looked serious. I think we should pay more attention to the Black Spider. This Black Spider appears too rarely and has strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. His suit seems to be very high-tech and can isolate almost all information. Coulson checked the information and found that there was nothing useful at all. Nick Fury squinted. There must be a relationship between black spiders and ghost spiders. Almost every time they appear, there is a ghost spider. Coulson thought of something and reported, that girl named Jessica, she opened a ghost spider fan club. I don't know if it's pure admiration or some connection. In addition, Skye, who the Bureau is paying attention to, has also joined this club. I took the time to take a look before, but I didn't have time to check it carefully. Coulson, are you reminding me to give you time off? That was not what I meant. Of course, it would be nice to have some time off. Coulson touched his balding head. Coulson will have a chance. Nick Fury drew a pie for him, and then handed over a message. Before that, there is a task for you. All right. Coulson knew that he was just a toiler, so he took it without saying anything. What about the Ghost Spider Club? Nick Fury thought for a while and thought of an agent. Inform Barbara and ask her to investigate these things. Time flies again. Several weeks have passed since the body of Norman Osborn disappeared. The Osborn group was in bad shape because of Norman Osborn. Harry, who is only a high school student, would find it difficult to take charge even if he has been exposed to it since he was a child. The board of directors has serious disagreements, and a lot of power in the hands of Harry, the interim chairman, has been emptied. Funding for some of Norman Osborn's previous R&D projects has also stalled, including Connor's lizard gene transfer research. These days, Peter often went to help Connors or meet Harry at the Osborn group, but he rarely went to the club to play with his best friend Ned. But Yelly didn't pay much attention to these. He was coming out of Hell's Kitchen now. Yelly successfully caught Jin Bin here once and educated him about not littering. At the same time, some of Kingpin's super criminals were wiped out, leaving Kingpin alone. Keep Kingpin, maybe he will hire more super criminals from Spider-Man, and then there will be more. The system's random rewards never go out of style, and even characters with weak combat abilities may be able to get some good rewards if they are lucky. Yelly had tasted the benefits of weather control from the rhinoceros before, so he became more diligent. Of course, the news that Tony Stark disappeared in the desert of the Middle East 2 days ago also gave Yelly a slight sense of urgency, but it was still very early for the purple sweet potato spirit to arrive. Beep. Yelly answered the phone. Hello, Skye. What? You dropped out of school. On the banks of the Hudson River, the surface of the river is sparkling, and white swans are leisurely paddling across the water. In a quiet place, a young man and woman were sitting on wrought iron tables and chairs by the river bank. The girl is about 17 years old, with a pretty face, smooth off-white to yellowish skin, and a mixed-race facial features. She was wearing a smart and simple jacket and gown, which gave people a much more conservative look than the cool women passing by on the street. The man is also very good-looking. If it weren't for the beautiful girl next to him, I'm afraid a lady would have already come to chat with him. But his posture looked a little careless, as if there weren't many things that concerned him. So, this is why you dropped out of school. Yelly sucked the juice, and from time to time sprinkled some bread crumbs into the river at hand, attracting a few swans to stretch their necks and peck at them. My dear, don't look at bad students like that. Skye was typing on the laptop keyboard in front of her. I've finished learning everything I need to learn, and I don't want to hang around in school anymore. I know you are a genius. Passing the juice to Skye, Yelly asked, so what are you going to do now? Skye looked at the half-drunk juice that was handed to him. He stuck out his pink tongue without hesitation, hooked the straw over and took a sip, and let's play in the club for a few days, and then pursue more extraordinary things. Or, speaking of which, she looked at Yelly with her bright brown and black eyes, or be someone's little lover. Maybe this was not a question. Yelly reached into Skye's coat and hugged her tight waist. You should know that Gwen and Jessica, right? Skye finally pressed a few times on the keyboard. After a loading progress bar appeared on the screen, she stopped caring about the computer and twisted her waist. Her soft body pressed against Yelly. Maybe I was born to be a bad girl. Not like you. Yelly gently stroked her cheek, enjoying the silky feel, and said gently, did something happen? Although being a lover is nothing in Beautiful Nuts, Skye is not this character. Skye looked at him emotionally. Lee, you are indeed like Jessica said, always understanding at the right time. What's your opinion? No, actually I just received a system task. Yelly was also a little strange. According to his observation, Skye is still an ordinary person, so what will be the reward for completing the task? Just load a hacker template. That's not bad, at least it's a good intelligence gathering skill. Yelly didn't care too much. If at the beginning, when he contacted Skye, he still wanted to be rewarded by the system. So now his idea is, this girl is good, I want it. Arrogant. I recently learned something from my mother. Skye gave Yelly a brief summary of what happened to him recently. Although she obviously had a lot of things she was hiding from me, I could vaguely hear that there might be something different about my body. It wasn't until I went to a professional institution for testing that I discovered. Have you discovered that you have superpowers? Why can't I see it? Yelly thought this habitually. But what Skye said was different from what Yelly thought. Skye's eyes became watery. She put her hands around his neck, and said sadly, I seem to be infertile. You won't dislike me. This is the trouble that a young girl should have. Yelly was also a little unexpected. Can't have children? Is it because Skye is a hybrid of Inhumans and humans? It's like a mule born from a horse and a donkey. Okay, that metaphor is pretty rude to Skye. It seems that she thinks of herself as a girl with a genetic defect. Then I must stand up at this time. Of course not. Yeah, Lee suggested. If you have nothing to do for the time being, how about you come and be my assistant? You know, Skye said shyly, do you like to play with this kind of tune? It doesn't matter if you have an assistant or not. The important thing is that the beautiful assistant can do other things. As for that rough guy Banner, not long ago he ran away. He probably encountered something. Although I really want to promise you, Lee. Skye slowly moved closer to him. The distance seemed like the wind would touch him. She showed a bright smile and said mischievously, but your sister has already taken action first. What? Yelly recalled it. Recently, Jessica has really very close to Skye. Poor sister, was she finally broken by a female fan? He was excited and said, Skye, are you and Jessica? Skye smiled proudly. What are you thinking? She wants to hire me to be her assistant in the club, the kind that pays a salary. So that's it, I thought. Yelly breathed a sigh of relief. Being cheated on by your sister is too scary, compared to being with your sister. Still exciting. He said how Jessica kept asking for pocket money recently, and she had to sacrifice many pairs of stockings of various styles for this purpose. In the end, I still have to pay you, my little assistant. Yelly put his hand through Skye's hair and pushed her head over. The girl was so close, and he was no longer a man before he made a move. Here. Jessica's pocket money is enough to eat both ends. Woo. Skye's body tensed up, then slowly relaxed as Yelly's hands moved around. Yelly felt legs slowly wrapping around his waist, gradually tightening. If Jessica's beautiful legs are slender as for the slender type, Skye is round and well-proportioned. During the verbal battle, Skye became more and more enthusiastic, twisting her body, trying to get more contact with Yelly. Next to this quiet riverside street, the two were in love. The ground was gnawing, and the white swans on the water occasionally made one or two cries. Some passers-by saw the good looks of Yelly and the two of them, and wanted to take a secret photo, but were blinded by a sudden wind and sand, so they had no choice but to give up and leave. This is naturally Yelly used his weather control ability to do it. Although he and Skye were fully clothed, they didn't want to be photographed kissing passionately. Gwen, you don't know, Uncle George always comes over and asks me if I ever ran away and became a female knight. Jessica complained, every time I take action now, I'm afraid of being caught by him. Gwen laughed happily, who exposed you? Why am I not as good at acting as you? Jessica rolled her eyes at her good friend and said angrily, no wonder you didn't want to wear a cosplay costume at the party, my idol, Ghost Spider. Gwen raised her hand and shot out the spider silk. She grabbed 2 cans of soda on the table. She handed one of the cans to Jessica. You are actually better than me. At least your brother understands you very well. He just doesn't care about me. Jessica took the soda and looked at Gwen's wrist. This spider silk of yours is so cool. I've always wanted to ask, did you make it yourself? Of course I did it myself. Anyway, my grades in school were among the best. Gwen said worriedly, but it still needs to be upgraded, and there is always not enough spider silk. I have also been practicing my ability to fly recently. Jessica put her hands on her legs. Lia gave me some guidance. I feel like he has been silently supporting us. When Gwen mentioned Yelly, a smile appeared on her face. I love him so much. Hey, Gwen, I never thought ghost spiders could be nymphomaniacs. Jessica teased, if your male fans knew that their goddess was so obsessed with a man, they would definitely be heartbroken. I only lovely and I don't care what other people think. Then are you planning to reveal your identity to your brother? Gwen rubbed her brows. Actually, it doesn't matter, I just haven't found the right opportunity. In the past, she was afraid that another identity would have some impact on Yelly's life. But now that Jessica's abilities are known, there is not much left for her. I have an idea. Jessica acted as a dog-headed strategist and made suggestions. How about we contact Ghost Spider in the name of the club and ask Vice President Lee to come and meet with you, and then you take off your hood and give him a big surprise. I think brother will love you to death. Why do I think this is not a good idea? Come on, listen to me, Jessica said excitedly. We no longer have communication barriers, and the club has 3 members, oh, and with Skye, you have 4 members. By then, no matter what super criminals we are, they will be no match for the club with our joint efforts. Gwen was ashamed. Weren't you building my fan club? Why does the style of painting seem to be off track? Neither of them knew. The small goal Jessica set today will make the Ghost Spider Club even more popular in the future. What a behemoth he grew into. At that time, the name of the club's superhero girl group will even spread throughout the universe. Shockwave ability loaded. Hacking skills loaded. Yelly received the system reward. Strangeness. Can Skye still be loaded into this template if she hasn't awakened her powers yet? Then why didn't Steven react? Think again of Dr. Banner who never triggers the mission. He had a guess. Could he only trigger the female hero's mission and become a weakling? Damn it, this is so depraved. But I like it. Skye, what are we going to do next? Yelly hugged Skye, who was weak in his arms. How about experiencing the play between the intern assistant and the teacher first? Teacher Skye said in a subtle voice. Actually, her real name is Daisy Johnson. I'd rather call you Skye. Teacher, it's up to you. Skye hooked her legs around Yelly's legs, stood up straight, put her hands on his shoulders, and said with a pitiful look, after all, in order to avoid being expelled, what can I, an intern assistant, do? I already listened to the teacher. Yelly coughed, glanced at the pedestrians passing by on the street and reminded, Skye, let's change the place before entering the scene. It's not very convenient here. Skye, who was in a state of infatuation, exclaimed softly. Then she remembered that she was still on the street and quickly got off Yelly. In the distance, an observing blonde beauty frowned. She was recognized by S.H.I.E.L.D. as having great potential. Skye, that is, Daisy Johnson, was actually provoked to this point by the brother of the mission target. And she remembered that in the information, this lazy painter named Yelly was not the only girl with whom Skye had a close relationship. Skye, your program has finished loading. Yelly pointed at the high-tech laptop on the table. Now that he also has hacking skills, he could tell that Skye's laptop should have very high configurations. Loading is complete. Skye was overjoyed when she saw the progress bar on the screen. However, she scanned the surrounding environment and felt that it was not safe here, so she put the computer away first. You are so sneaky, what are you doing? Although Yeli just briefly glanced at the screen, judging from the skills copied from the system, Skye's hacking skills were very good and made her happy. She probably hacked into some secret department's database. After spreading the remaining breadcrumbs to the swans scrambling for food, Yeli clapped his hands and said, "Leave here first. The wind told me that this place has been targeted." Wind? Skye thought that Yeli had some strange intuition, so she picked up her computer bag and said with a smile, "Do all artists talk like this?" She didn't think anyone would be looking at her as soon as she joined the Rising Tide organization. Otherwise, what kind of department would this be to be so efficient? Okay, great artist, stop being paranoid. She took Yeli's arm and said, "Let's go, take me to your art exhibition. There is nothing to see in that place, I have a better place." Yeli smiled mysteriously, "That's where my best collection of works is. Manhattan, Central Park. In the North Building not far across from Stark Building." "Gentlemen." The security guard greeted Yeli, then operated a tablet a few times and handed it over. "Your unlock is needed here." Yeli took the tablet, which showed a floor that was not open to the public. After entering some decrypted information, Yeli took Skye to this floor in the elevator. Oh my god, Lee, are these all your works?" Skye exclaimed after coming out of the elevator. This floor is filled with various safe glass cabinets, which contain paintings of various sizes and styles, and even some Oriental ink works. Even if she doesn't understand it very well, an outsider in the market can also tell that these paintings are definitely of a higher quality than those displayed at art exhibitions. Some are my works, and some are collected by other famous artists. Yeli came to a metal wall and pressed his palms. The wall was pushed open to both sides, revealing a portrait painting that was as tall as one person. Inside, there was a heroic goddess of war, who looked lifelike. Skye couldn't help but stepped forward and stroked the glass that framed her with his hand. "What a masterpiece. What is her name?" Yeli smiled. "Goddess Athena, one of my famous works." "Athena." Skye, who was interested in extraordinary things, thought for a moment. "Lee, do you think gods, like those in Greek mythology and Nordic mythology, do they exist?" "I think the so-called gods are just more advanced creatures, such as aliens and the like." Yeli calculated the time and it should not be long before Mjolnir, the hammer god Thor, fell. "Lee, you seem to be a materialist. Obviously artists should be more romantic. Can't a materialist be romantic?" Yeli pushed his hand, and Goddess Athena was pushed away. "If you want to find a private place to start operating your computer, this is a good place. Inside is a spacious space with an intertwined sense of art and romance, with a variety of fresh-grained wood furniture. In one corner of the room, there are brightly colored paints and various painting tools, which look like they have not been used for a while." He pressed a switch, the continuous window shades open automatically, and behind the one-way floor-to-ceiling windows, you can have a panoramic view of New York. There is a room inside, which is surprising. Skye was surprised and admired. "A priceless painting. Lee actually used it as a door. There was a special aura about it. Very few people know that I have only brought Gwen and Jessica here." Yeli invited. "Now I have to add you. Come in with me, little assistant." Under the building, the figure with long blonde hair followed. Barbara checked the whereabouts of Yeli and the two of them along the way, but found no useful information. Maybe I shouldn't follow them, but go directly to investigate the ghosts. Spider Club. She felt that if she followed these two people, she could only eat some dog food. Also, the wind was unexpectedly strong today. She clearly checked the weather data before taking action. "Got you?" Yeli, who had closed his eyes and felt it, opened his eyes and smiled at the corner of his mouth. He had already locked onto the guy he was following through his airflow induction. It seemed like he was about to teach her a lesson. Boom! The sky above the northern building suddenly became dense with dark clouds, and for a while there were violent winds, rain, and thunder. And it seems to only cover one area. Before Barbara could react, she was instantly wet by the sudden heavy rain. Her golden hair stuck to her face, and the casual clothes she wore for action clung to her body, showing off her graceful figure. If it weren't for the thin combat uniform hidden inside, it would probably be even more tempting. It's a pity that no one appreciates this beautiful scenery. Damn it. She quickly pulled out a small handle object. The small handle quickly extended and opened, turning into a black umbrella. This thing is a gadget developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers, and the umbrella surface is also bulletproof. Are those guys so incompetent that they can even get weather data wrong? Barbara was very angry after blocking the heavy rain. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard the thunder above her head. Looking up, there was a faint thunder light coming from the clouds, and the small electric tongue was hesitating. She had an ominous premonition. "Are you going to get struck by lightning again?" Crack! The next moment, tiny lightning bolts pierced the sky and struck down in an instant. Looking at the scorched marks around his feet, Barbara was dumbfounded. "Walt. Teacher, why are you smiling so happily?" Skye took off her long shirt and wore a cool vest and shorts. She was lying on the big bed with a pillow on her back and operating a laptop. All in all, she had a very incorrect keyboarding posture. "I thought of some happy things. Yeli, who was leaning on the bedside, was holding a small board and a sketch pencil to draw something casually. What happy thing? It's what you're drawing. Skye rested on one elbow curiously, straightened her upper body, and poked her slender neck to look at the painting in his hand. On the paper was a graceful figure, being chased and struck by tiny lightnings falling from the sky, looking like he was in a panic. She said with emotion, "Lee, you just heard the thunder, and you had such a special inspiration. Nothing fancy, just random drawings." Yeli turned over the page and drew something new on a piece of white paper. With his superb skills, a beautiful girl soon appeared on the screen. The girl was lying on the bed, holding up one arm and making curious head movements. Looks cute yet sexy. Why do you say sexy? Because he painted it, is naked. Skye's eyes widened. Isn't this her? Leave. She quickly reached out to grab the painting, and sure enough, the painter shivered, and no one else had anything to do with it. No whispering? Oh. Yeli took the drawing board and said with a wicked smile, "Don't worry, Skye, I draw beauties like this, they will put on clothes soon." Of course he didn't have to draw like this first, he just deliberately teased Skye. The two were playing around on the bed. Yeli added a few strokes and dressed Skye again. Okay, don't bite me. It's painted for you." Skye glanced at the screen and said angrily, "Don't show it to others, especially boys." Although Yeli patched up his clothes, he still felt strange. He was sternly warned not to show it to others. How could be? Yeli tore off this piece and handed it to her. "If you are worried, I will dispose of it for you. You can tear it up or burn it." Who wants to tear it apart? Skye snorted softly and carefully put it away. Lee painted it for her. She should frame it carefully and keep it when she gets back. How's the progress on your side? Yeli also glanced at Skye's computer screen. Yo-ho, it's been hacked in. He stretched out his hand and tapped on the keyboard a few times. Military. You are so brave. Skye is confused. How do you operate so skillfully? Yeli flipped through it casually and found something, such as the database code named Hulk. Banner is now chased into the Brazilian slums by General Ross, and he and Stark are brothers in arms. Lee, your place is pretty good. Skye stretched out and looked out the window at the clear sky after the rain. Why don't we build a branch like this for the club? Maybe this way, the ghost spider will find us. After all, high floors are more convenient for her, right? Little sister, this is free of charge. Although Yeli had a lot of money, it was not the kind that he couldn't use up. Maybe it's time to think of a way to make a steady stream of money. But he didn't want to spend too much time on it. So it's best to have money that comes to you without any hassle, and can't be used up. It's a pity that Norman Osborn, who was transformed into a summoned object, was dull and only had fighting instinct. Otherwise he could still get some wool from the Osborn group. Jessica sent a message at this time. "Brother, I contacted Ghost Spider. She agreed to meet with someone from our club. I have decided to hand over this important responsibility to you, the vice president. You better be prepared. It's best to prepare some greeting gifts." A bunch of exclamation marks. Yeli wondered if he had raised her too well. She was so energetic all day long. What was wrong with her? "Gwen wants to meet me as a ghost spider. You really need to prepare some greeting gifts." Yeli checked some random rewards he had gotten in Hell's Kitchen before. Master Ball, no matter what Pokemon it is, you can conquer it. Laser Sword, the Force is with you. Elder Wand, Avada Kedavra. Fire Kylin, AK-47 da. Revised Golden Light Spell, Ordinary People. Tifaz Photo, Jerusalem, the Eternal God. Yeli hesitated. "Master Ball? What are you using to conquer?" "No. Lightsaber? What should I do if I accidentally hold it upside down?" "Too dangerous." "No. The Elder Wand? Gwen doesn't know magic. No fire unicorn. Forget it. The revised Golden Light spell is good. Gwen is good at Chinese. You can study it and consider it." Tifaz Photo. This doesn't count. After thinking for a while, there is only one revised Golden Light spell that is suitable. But for this revised Golden Light spell, Yeli planned to teach it to Jessica and the others, so he had to add something else. "Maybe you can help her improve the web launcher." Yeli has the relevant technological knowledge to develop spider silk launchers, but he lacks a research and development room. Correct. Wasn't Stark kidnapped in Afghanistan and hasn't come back yet? If you fish him out, not to mention the spider silk launcher, you might even be able to get 2 sets of high-tech suits for Gwen and the others. Then use Stark Industries stock to make some money. Perfect. Moreover, although Yeli was not familiar with Tony, he had some friendship with him, so it didn't matter if he saved him casually. Yeli felt that everything suddenly clicked. He took Skye's notebook and searched it in the military's information library. As expected, Rhodes was already searching for and rescuing good friends, and terrorist strongholds in some areas were eliminated. All he had to do was search the remaining area and he could rescue Stark. Ever since 2 days after this, in the desert areas of the Middle East, there are often reports of terrorist gathering places suffering divine punishment. It's either a sandstorm or a drought thunderstorm. The terrorists were so frightened that the organization almost disbanded. Originally, Yeli was too lazy to care about these terrorists, but when he went in to look for them, he was always greeted with bullets and cannons. He was helpless and could only fulfill their wishes and send them to see Allah. And at this time, Yeli, who was flying in the air, saw a gathering place appearing in the desert in the distance. It doesn't look like a terrorist stronghold, it looks like an ordinary civilian village. There was only one area left that he had not searched, so he went down to ask. "No, A boy who was digging around for water suddenly saw a dark figure falling not far from him. He screamed and asked Yelly fearfully, "Are you a god?" Yelly also discovered this boy in ragged clothes. Seeing that he was digging at the sand, he couldn't help but activate the automatic translation function of the suit and asked, "What are you doing?" The boy glanced at the water-stainless sand in his hand and suddenly knelt down towards Yelly. He made a gesture that he couldn't understand and prayed, "Lord God, it has not rained in our town for a long time. The rain in the oasis is the water has dried up, please give me rain. Good guy, you treat me like the Dragon King, right? But it's really a professional counterpart." Yelly felt that the air humidity in this place was indeed very low, or there was no humidity at all. It's such a messy world. Gwen and the others are studying happily in Zhongcheng High School, but no one here can even find some water. Come on, look at the sky. What? The boy looked at the sky blankly. Then, a drop of rain fell on his face. It's raining? God. A wave of feudal superstition was spread, and Yelly also asked about the situation in this area. Hearing that there was an organization called the Ten Commandments Gang, he flew directly to this gathering place. Just got here. He saw a man opening fire in the cave, and the people from the Ten Rings Gang were about to rush in. What a coincidence. Is that Ethan in the cave, buying time for Stark? The next moment, Yelly fell to the ground instantly. A shockwave force spread out with him as the center. The ground shook continuously, and everyone around him was unsteady. His figure fell to the ground, and those who were close were directly swept away. Flying out, a sand dune near the gathering place was even affected, collapsing and sinking, forming a small piece of quicksand terrain. If Yelly used all his strength, he could make this place sink into the desert underground. Terrorists and caves. Ethan was all stunned. What kind of weird thing is this, demon? This guy is a demon, kill him. A bearded man quickly came to his senses and ordered his men to fire on Yelly. But the bullets that hit the suit only spattered sparks and left no trace at all. Then Yelly raised his hand, and a surging airflow was generated around him out of thin air. Driven by the airflow, the surrounding sand and fine stones rotated faster, and finally slit the throats of these terrorists like sharp blades. So it is better to be a mage. If you want to kill one by one with fists and feet, you must put in more effort. Ethan, are you okay? Behind the stunned Ethan, a big iron bump came out. What happened just now? Was it explosives? He walked around Ethan in a naive manner and took a look outside. I almost welded the helmet to my leg. The next moment, he saw corpses all over the ground. Tony Stark was stunned. I don't think you did this, Ethan. He controlled Mark 1 to move out a little further, and then he saw clearly Yelly in the center of the corpse group. Black Spider. I didn't expect that the person who came to save me first would be a superhero. Tony naturally knew about Black Spider, who occasionally appeared in New York, and asked in surprise, has your business expanded to Afghanistan? I don't really like the name Black Spider, Stark. Yelly pretended in a low voice, I saved you just because you happened to be caught when I was looking for you. That's really willful. Tony said sincerely. Anyway, man, you saved me. He knocked on the metal chest. It's a pity that this big guy didn't come in handy. I've been doing it for a long time. Okay, Mr. Stark. Yelly's body gradually levitated. I'll come find you again when you return to New York. What? Tony was stunned. You just left like that. Otherwise, do you still want me to take you flying? Yeah. Lee flicked his windbreaker and rushed into the sky. Before leaving, he left a message. There is food and water here. Just wait here for the military search and rescue. Ghost Spider Fan Club. This club is not too serious now. It even has a combat training ground. Although it is certainly not as good as the professional venues of organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., it is still rare. To the outside world, it is not open. In fact, it has been used. Very good, Jessica. Kick with the left, punch with the right. Focus on kicking your lovely legs straighter. Yelly leaned back on his chair to watch the news contentedly, while giving instructions. You have a strong foundation, but you lack fighting skills. This is not good. I want to train you to be a real hero. And on the training ground, Jessica was dressed in a small vest and shorts, dressed in a black fighting uniform, and her snow-white arms and long legs used various dexterous moves. The rainbow penetrated the sun. The white snake spat out a letter. 4 ounces moved 1,000 pounds. Lightning struck 5 times in a row. Forget it. After dancing for a while, she stopped and took a deep breath. I'm so tired. Brother, is this basic skill you mentioned really useful? I don't think you know how to fight. That's natural. This is a mysterious martial art from the East. You will know how powerful it is when you use it in the future. Of course, Yelly is confident. What he taught Jessica was the martial arts path that came with the revised Golden Light spell. Jessica heard what he said and said to herself, then I'll try it with Gwen. If it works, let her learn something too. Thinking of this, she took a bottle of sports drink and asked Yelly while drinking, Brother, are you ready? When do you plan to meet the Ghost Spider? Soon, soon. Yelly saw the Stark Returns news pinned to the top, stood up and said to Jessica, okay, practice slowly by yourself. I'm going to sell all the Stark Industries stocks. Poof, throw it all away? Jessica spat out a mouthful of soda and said in shock, Lee, are you kidding me? Now that Mr. Stark is back from Afghanistan, his company's stock continues to rise. What do you know, Carrot? Yelly had a confident expression and spoke forcefully. Buy first, sell again, buy again, turn him over several times. Realize, financial freedom. Jessica Sigma, Brother, please light the lychee. Jessica said fearfully, don't lose all your money, or I will have to carry a sack to support you. Yeli glanced at her sideways, don't worry, you can hang out with me and you can enjoy the hot food. You are also carrying sacks. That's all you can do. You are a superhero. Hehe. Jessica showed her teeth and smiled playfully. Ha, I am the stock god. Someone turned around coquettishly and left gracefully. Osborne Group. GMO Laboratory. No, you can't do this. Connors stopped in front of several movers. You can't move my things away. Dr. Connors, I think you should come down. Your cooperation with us is over. The person in charge sent by the Osborne Group sneered. We gave you time, but your research cannot bring benefits to the Osborne Group. It's time to get out of here. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Connors stared and said, it's almost. You say this every time. The company is currently in a sluggish situation, and we will not waste money on this project anymore. The person in charge waved his hand and asked the porter to start cleaning up. Give up, Dr. Connors, your research is just a dream. You do not understand. Connors raised one arm across his arms and insisted on stopping the employees. This will be a great progress for mankind. You are doing a sinner to mankind. Several porters looked at the person in charge hesitantly. When they were asked to come, they did not say that they would also be responsible for fighting. This would cost extra money. Connors, the person in charge, looked gloomy and said viciously, I'll give you one more day to move out of here. If I see you in the laboratory tomorrow, I'll have you thrown out together. You'd better save some face for yourself. Snort. After saying that, he waved his hand, snorted coldly, and led the people away. One day. Connors leaned against the metal instrument, his body so weak that he collapsed on the ground. One day is too late to conduct clinical trials. He looked at the row of green reagents on the table, and a look of madness suddenly flashed in his eyes. He rushed over, picked up a tube of reagents, poured it into the syringe, and then aimed it at his arm. Stark Building. Are you just here to ask me to make these things? Then you can come and get it from me another day. Tony looked at the design of the spider silk launcher that Black Spider gave him and commented, although it is not difficult, the creativity is good, especially this spider silk solvent. Well, I'll pick it up another day. Yeah, Lee added, in addition, help me make some suits for the female knight and ghost spider. You know, they are not ordinary clothes. Otherwise, I can go to a tailor directly. How many more sets do you want? Tony was speechless. He came up and asked for a few sets. His steel suits are still under development. Okay, but that takes time. I'd like to ask, are you a superhero group? Tony took a look at the Spider Knight suit on Yeli and said, I can tell that your suit is not bad at all. Why? This is not what I did. If you meet the female knight and ghost spider, don't tell them about this. Yeli finished explaining and was about to leave. It's up to you to take care of the suit. It's best if I can see the ability level of a top genius. It's better to say less about Black Spider's identity. Tony is a smart man. The more he talks, the more likely he is to make mistakes. Early this morning, Ye left his handsome modified car and drove all the way. Jessica sat next to him, and in the back seat were Gwen and Skye. Brother, it's rare for you to send us to school. Jessica looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the car window, feeling happy. I don't have to jump to school today. She now jumps between buildings to go to school every day. It is incidental to exercise her ability, mainly to improve her ability in school. No one would recognize her on the street. But at school, where teachers were in charge and Jessica had some prestige, she would not be harassed. You can't fly yet? Jessica, you have to work hard. Gwen joked with a smile in the back seat. Gwen, do you know anything about superheroes? Jessica deliberately countered. Be your ghost spider cosplayer and be the mascot of our club. She looked at the silent Yeli again. Brother, don't be bored, there are 3 beauties in the car. Please say something. I'm driving, what can I say? Why are you sent to school today? Yeli looked at Skye in the rearview mirror. Skye, what do you mean? Because the teacher has to go to school today. Skye explained helpfully. Teacher? Who? Away. Jessica was surprised by Skye's title, and turned around and asked, Hey, by the way, Skye, I remember you dropped out of school? Why did you come with me? Because I am now the teacher's internship assistant. Skye blinked his big black eyes and said playfully, the kind that is very obedient. Assistant. Gwen S. Skye, are you seducing me? Gwen pouted and went to scratch Skye's creaky nest. Little vixen, Chinese. Ha ha ha. Gwen, knew Yao Skye avoided, but she couldn't compare to the agile Gwen. She was caught in Gwen's arms and petted like a cat, and she was bullied so much that she burst into tears from laughter. Skye, aren't you my assistant? Why did you run away there again? Jessica also said angrily, Traitor, my legs are sore because of my brother's little pocket money. Gwen stopped and asked strangely, Jessica, what does Lee's pocket money have to do with my sore legs? Nothing, I mean. Jessica felt a little guilty when she said this. We are good friends and love each other like a family. Gwen, please stop bullying Skye. What are you talking about? Gwen's eyes were suspicious, and she looked at Jessica's lower body attire. She was wearing a pair of youthful and sexy hot pants. Under the hot pants were non-transparent high-quality silk, and on her feet were a pair of brown and black boots. Speaking of which, Jessica has never when she became a female knight, it was like she had changed her dressing style. She would always wear soft stockings on her legs, and she would change the style almost every day, which fascinated the little boys in the school. With her clever mind, Gwen and the little filthy girl's eyes came to the conclusion, Jessica, could it be you too? I didn't, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Jessica quickly denied it. It's not self-defeating, Yelly has a dead eye. 3 women and 1 drama, that's why he doesn't want to talk. Wow, what is that? Jessica suddenly shouted, as if to change the topic. It seemed just now, Skye, who was scratched to tears at the corners of her eyes and lying on Gwen's lap, also pressed against the car window and said, something green flashed by. It doesn't seem like it. Gwen looked forward and shouted to Yelly who was driving, Lee, stop the car quickly. Something happened ahead. I saw that not far in front of them, the traffic had been blocked. A green-skinned lizard man with thick limbs and a big body jumped back and forth on the stopped vehicle, making dents on the roof of the vehicle. Pedestrians were frightened by it and ran away in panic. There were beeping sirens from vehicles everywhere. What a big lizard. Jessica opened her eyes wide. Did you run away from the circus? Yelly's eyes narrowed and he spit out a name. It's Connors. Jessica. Brother, are you? She hesitated and asked, did you have some conflict with Dr. Connors? Why are you scolding him like this? Yelly said confidently, I can see that there are 7 similarities between the eyebrows. Jessica looked at the lizard man with a strange expression. That big green head, the ferocious mouth, and the disgusting saliva dripping from it. Can this be seen? It feels like my brother is still cursing people. Gwen's eyes flickered. She remembered Dr. Connors's research, which seemed to be related to lizard genes. It can't really be. Roar. The lizard man had no reason, and his vertical pupils were filled with the desire to hunt. Destroying vehicles could not satisfy it. It focused on a little girl on the side of the road who was running slowly because of her short legs, and quickly rushed over there. Not good. Jessica was too anxious to get out of the car in time. Let me. Shrimp catcher. Yelly turned the steering wheel, and the car turned its head, skidded, and made an arc. The car swung its tail and hit the lizard man, knocking it away halfway. The feedback force caused the car to tremble. Trembling, Yelly and Jessica both had excellent physiques, so it had no effect. Skye was shaking a little, and was protected by Gwen in her arms. Cool, brother, you are so awesome. Leave it to me next. Jessica opened her school bag and rummaged around. Hey, where did you put it? It's all homework, where are my things? It's going to get up. Gwen lay on the back of Jessica's chair and reminded her, Jessica, please move faster. I'm coming. Jessica took out a mask and put it on her face. This metal mask has a beautiful curve and is a new model. Yelly was speechless. You've been exposed, why are you doing all this? This is called a sense of ritual. Jessica took out another metal hair ring and tied the long hair on the back of her head into a ponytail. The metal ring was also engraved with the English letters of female knight. Yelly saw that the lizard man had already locked onto this side. The guy looks angry. The green vertical pupils locked onto their vehicle. Roar. The lizard man used all 4 limbs and approached very quickly. Just when it's about to attack, Yelly had a thought. A strong wind suddenly blew by, kicking up the dust on the ground and creating dust all over the sky. This situation made the lizard man pause for a moment. The monster pounced. The crowd of people watching from a distance were also concerned about what would happen to the car owner who acted bravely. Is he going to be okay? The smoke and dust quickly dissipated. In place. The vehicle was no longer there, only a tall figure remained. Jessica's single horse swayed slightly in the wind, and her slender legs wrapped in black stockings stood straight. On her hands, a pair of silver the finger tiger shines brightly. Don't tell me, he was really sassy before he opened his mouth. Yelido, who had already driven away in the car, praised, Jessica is very handsome when she is serious. The next second, Jessica rushed towards the lizard man. The female knight appears. Big lizard, watch your move. Yelly stroked his forehead. Okay, open your mouth and kneel down. Even though it sounds embarrassing, but Jessica's movements were still very neat. When he got close to the lizard man, he kicked him into the air with the sound of breaking wind. Jessica is 1.7 meters tall, and more than 1 meter is her legs. Coupled with Yelly's usual special training, she raised her legs high, forming a slanted horse, which was higher than her head. Even though the lizard man was very tall, she still succeeded in kicking the long pointed jaw from the extreme distance. Pang! With a muffled sound, the battle began. After Jessica learned the martial arts skills that Yelly taught her, she became much more organized in her fights with extraordinary beings. With her strong physique, she was able to fight with ease. Except for a few holes in the socks, they were almost unscathed. Jessica has become so powerful. Gwen, who was watching the battle in the car, felt that she had learned a lot. After hearing Jessica say that Lee had guidance, she didn't know when Lee would come to her. On the street, heroic figures were walking around and showing off their fancy fighting skills, which gave the onlookers the feeling of watching a blockbuster movie. They cheered loudly and couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to record the video. So handsome, female knight. Hit this monster. Come on. Jessica has really gained a lot of popularity this time. Drink. I don't know if it's because last time, I saw Yelly's power to knock out the rhinoceros man with one punch. Her finger tiger and kicking skills all hit the lizard man's head. This strategy is correct. The lizard man relies on his toughness with its scales and powerful self-healing power. It would be harmless to attack other parts of the body. Only concentrated attacks on the head can make it dizzy. Moreover, under Jessica's fists and kicks, the beastly instinct in the lizard man's eyes has faded a lot. It regained some people's rationality. It shook its head and spit out some words. I, varied, Jean. Can talk. Jessica stepped on its chest, and then pulled away from it. Just as she was about to observe the situation, the lizard man suddenly turned his head, crawled quickly and ran away in the opposite direction. Want to run? Jessica was not slow, and she caught up with him in a few big jumps. But when the lizard man climbed to the entrance of a sewer, he opened the manhole cover and got in. As soon as Jessica landed on the manhole cover, the smell hit her face. Ugh, it stinks. She put away her finger, fanned her little hand, and said disgustedly, forget it, let's not chase him anymore. A certain superhero stopped working on the spot because he didn't want to get into the sewer. Woo. Yelly made a beautiful and elegant gesture, and the car stopped next to Jessica. Get in the car, Jessica, you did a good job this time. We are already a day late. It's almost an hour, it's time to go to school. Oh. Jaxie quickly got into her car and fled the scene. How is it going? Jessica was very happy to be recognized by Yelly this time. She took credit from Gwen and Skye and said, I protected the citizens of New York. Jessica, you are amazing. Skye's eyes were full of stars. You can deal with such a strong lizard monster so easily. I was worried about you at first. She was already interested in superpowers. This time she was really excited to watch Jessica's hearty battle at such a close distance. It's great to have such a friend with superpowers. Your popularity has already surpassed that of Ghost Spider. Gwen took out her phone and showed it to Jessica, raised her eyebrows at her, and said with a smile, now the internet is full of your fighting videos, and some people call you Valkyrie. Goddess? I've heard boys yelling so much in school that I'm tired of hearing them. Jessica said arrogantly, my name is Female Knight. I hope they can remember my name. Jessica, why don't you start your own fan club? Skye suggested. How can I have so much money? Small treasury. The slutty Jessica looked at Yelly subconsciously and found that her brother was staring at the ripped stockings on her legs. No. Jessica quickly closed her eyes and shook her head. If she asked for another pocket money from the club, she would probably lose the feeling in her legs. She felt that she could no longer fall for money, as she was a superhero. Gwen also had an idea. Maybe you can take the Ghost Spider fan club, change to Ghost Spider and Horsewoman fan club. Jessica organized the fan club for her. Of course she doesn't mind sharing it with Jessica. Yelly felt that he had to say something at this time, otherwise, the length of the club's name in the future may easily exceed that of SHIELD. I don't think the name needs to be changed, so I named it after the Ghost Spider to commemorate the original intention. He said, then change the nature of the club and turn it into a fan club that is not a single hero. For example, add Jessica's Female Knight, so that more members can join. We can receive more membership fees. The three girls originally thought Yelly's previous words were quite reasonable, but when they heard the last sentence, they all rolled their eyes. Why are they still thinking about money when they are so rich? Don't look like this. Yelly could not see what they were thinking, and taught, if the club wants to grow, it must transform into an organizational nature, and it must have some industries under its control to form a flow of funds. It is not just about throwing money. Listening to what he said clearly and eloquently, the three girls were thoughtful. If Jessica opened the club just out of interest at the beginning, now there is a trend of transforming into a hero organization. Of course, it can't just be opened casually. It's just fun, they have to learn to manage and grow. Well, here we are. Yelly stopped in the school parking lot and got out of the car first. The three girls who were still thinking about the future immediately followed. It happened to be the break after a class. He saw three beautiful girls surrounding a handsome boy. The students all cast their gaze, and soon someone recognized the only superhero student in the school. It's Jessica. Jessica, I read the news this morning and you are so cool. The group of people didn't pay attention to the shouting. Jessica and Gwen were going to class, and Yelly was also going to class with his little assistant. One word, different meanings. My class starts at 10 o'clock. Skye, go to my studio at school and help me get ready. After they separated, Yelly sent Skye away again. Because he sensed Peter, and the situation was not good. After all, he was a neighbor kid who followed him around when he was a child. He should be saved. Peter, you'd better be smarter and stay away from my leads. Thompson, I have nothing to do with Liz. Under a big tree, Peter was surrounded by Thompson and others. Thompson sneered and pushed Peter. Insignificant Peter, if Gwen and Harry don't save you this time, who are you? Peter resisted. Don't go too far. Although he is introverted and shy, he is not timid. So what if it's too much? Thompson pushed again arrogantly. This time Peter didn't want to react anymore and chose to remain silent. He knew that Thompson didn't dare to really do anything. After all, he was also a top student in the school who was appreciated by the teacher. It was just the contempt of Thompson and the people around him. His attitude made him uncomfortable. Boy, don't be too young and energetic. At this time, a voice came from behind everyone. It's you? Thompson turned around and saw Yelly, who had thrown him out of the party. He took 2 steps back in fear. Why are you here? What do you want to do? Yelly smiled evilly. I'm going to sprinkle some ashes into your eyes. What? Thompson was stunned for a moment when a gust of wind picked up dust and blew it into his eyes. My eyes. Get rid of Thompson and others. Yelly said hello to Peter, said he was going to class, and left. He just saved it and didn't care about other things. Under the big tree, Peter leaned against the tree trunk quietly, reading the news about the female knight's battle against the lizard man in the morning. Unlike most people who paid attention to Jessica, his eyes were on the lizard people. These days, he often helped Connors with his research, and naturally he quickly guessed who this lizard man was. The power that was comparable to that of a superhero, and the huge destructive power of his claws and feet, made him more and more obsessed with it. Can you get such power by using that thing? Compared with this kind of power, the strong Thompson is nothing, he will be the insignificant one. Mary Jane and the others will also turn their attention to me. Peter gradually made a decision in his mind and sent a message to Connors. The clock hands clicked and pointed to the upper left. Seeing that lunchtime was approaching, Yelly put down his brush and announced, "It's almost done, let's stop here, get out of class is over." Skye, who was working as a teaching assistant next to me, reminded me in a low voice, "Lee, it's not get out of class time yet. To be more precise, it's still early for class to end." The students were not happy about ending class early because they found that they liked Yelly's class. A beautiful student with white hair as white as snow spoke boldly in the audience, "Teacher, you spoke very well, can you speak a little longer?" No. Yelly raised a finger and shook it. Even beautiful women could not stop him from fishing. "I remember you, girl, you painted the crown jewels well. I will teach you next time I have the opportunity. Put on your coat and get ready to enjoy lunch." After Yelly announced that class was over, the students almost dispersed. The white-haired beauty who spoke before stood up, and only then did her figure fully reveal. Compared to Skye and the others, they are so well proportioned with beautiful proportions. She has a completely devilish figure, convex and curvy, plump, and very eye-catching. When Yelly was about to leave the studio, he saw her pulling another girl towards him quickly, and said with a gorgeous smile, "Teacher, my name is Felicia Hardy, can you leave me my contact information? I want to learn painting from you privately." Yelly had a smile on his face, and his starry eyes seemed to see through everything. "Privately, are you really just learning to paint? I suspect you are greedy for my body." Felicia saw that he just smiled, her thoughts turned around, and she introduced the girl she pulled over. "Her name is Cindy Moon. She is my friend. She also likes, and wants to learn painting from you, teacher." This Cindy Moon, who was pulled over by her, is a yellow Asian and a beauty. Completely opposite to Felicia, Cindy Moon's simple brown and black hair and light pink lips give people a refreshing and elegant feeling. Felicia seemed to have increased her chips. Her cold and beautiful face revealed a charming look, and she seduced Yelly. "Let's go together." "What together?" "Of course we learn painting together." Cindy Moon seemed to be more reserved. When her friend revealed her thoughts, she said coquettishly, "Felicia, what are you talking about?" Yelly had also noticed this girl in class before, not only because of her beautiful Asian face, but also because of her beautiful Asian face. It's also special to have paintings done by her. On her painting, it's a cobweb, it's all a cobweb. The layers of intertwined spider webs give people a sense of depression and fear. I don't know what she was thinking when she painted this painting. Compared to the bright crown painted by Felicia, it is indeed very impressive. Looking at the two beauties with completely opposite styles, Yelly became interested. He shook hands with the two girls respectively and said, "If you are two beautiful girls, I would be honored to guide you. We can make an appointment. The gallery on 5th Street is my other working place, or you can come to Sunnyvale Manor." Well, in short, I can't take it back home to the Lower East Side, otherwise Jessica will definitely bring Gwen to watch. Come again, be careful if Gwen and the others find out. Skye looked on and curled her lips, but her identity was not serious and it was difficult to say anything. Felicia smiled and exchanged contact information with Yelly and shook hands with him happily. But it was Cindy's turn. At that moment, an accident happened. When she politely held her little hand with Yelly, a special feeling instantly spread to both of them. It was the spider sense. Cindy's spider sense seemed to be much stronger than Gwen's. My whole body trembled with excitement. "You." Yelly was about to say something. Cindy raised her head, with vague threads in her eyes. She seemed to be attracted by something. She stared at Yelly's mouth, feeling an urge to taste it. Felicia asked with concern, "Cindy, what's wrong with you?" She wondered, could it be that her good friend couldn't walk when she saw a handsome guy? It's not like just shaking hands. And in the next second, Cindy hugged her arms and stood on her toes. Then, stick to sticker. Skye and Felicia next to them were stunned. Yelly was also a little confused, a raw but aggressive attack, and a strange and delicate body attached to her body. Did I underestimate the enthusiasm of American girls? She is obviously a relatively quiet girl, but she was so enthusiastic when we first met. If the girl in front of him was Skye or Gwen, Yelly wouldn't be surprised at all, but the Cindy he met for the first time was too abnormal. We haven't even talked a word. The hot breath on the tip of Cindy's nose was puffed up from time to time. After a few minutes, the longing in her eyes slowly faded away. She was content for the time being. But other people can't do it either. Do you have to be so proactive when chasing men? Felicia wondered if she was still too cold-blooded, as she let the usually quiet little sister get overtaken at the beginning. "Cindy, I was really wrong before." Felicia squinted her eyes. "You are the real master. They are all stuck together. Is it so comfortable?" Yelly smacked his lips and tasted it. He should be said to be a novice, but his offensive skills made up for it. Cindy came back to her senses and touched her lips with her little hand in disbelief. That was just now. Her cheeks were bloodshot and she turned around to leave. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and grabbed Yeli's wrist. Follow me. Yeli felt a strong force on his wrist, so he was pulled away by Cindy obediently. At the same time, there was some expectation. Why was this dragging him along? This was the first time that he experienced the national conditions of the United States, where love is what you want. Cindy was taken away from Yeli and ran out of the classroom. Only then did Skye and Felicia realize something was wrong. This was too unrestrained. Leave. Cindy. The two of them quickly followed and chased after them. Skye even shouted anxiously. Stealing a man. In her eyes, Yeli is just a weak artist. What if he is raped? According to the laws in the United States, it is also illegal for a woman to have sex with a man. Not even beautiful women. Peter, Dr. Connors, how are you doing? Are you feeling better? Connors, Peter, I couldn't feel better. Powerful power, extraordinary body self-healing power? Even my lost arm is back? This is the glory of evolution that humans should have. The message sent by Connors contains many grammatical errors. If you think about it carefully, you can know that his mental state is not stable. But Peter was so obsessed now that he could not think so much. He sent a message expectantly and asked, Dr. Connors, can you give me a try? I want to get that kind of power too. Connors, of course. Peter, you helped me, and I'll share it with you. And it's not just you, I want all human beings to experience the glory of evolution. I have a plan. Peter didn't read much of the information behind it. All he cared about was that Dr. Connors agreed to his request, and that was enough. Just wait, Thompson, your good days are coming to an end. Just when Peter was imagining that he had gained wonderful abilities, he felt two people passing by him. It seemed like a girl was running with a boy. Then, two more girls came running, chasing after each other desperately. Stop. Let me go. Cindy, this is school, don't do this. Abducting a teacher will be punished. Peter's reaction was slow, and his mind was full of thoughts, so he didn't see clearly who the four people were who ran past. He just thought that the boy who was pestered by three girls must be very popular. I also thought of being a football player. Thompson, the star of the school team, is also surrounded by many girls. Peter vows to make lightning fall from the altar and embarrass him in front of all his teachers and students. Dr. Connors, where are you? I can't wait. Girl, you are too anxious. Yeli was being dragged around by Cindy and couldn't help but say, I think we should sit down and have a cup of coffee first. If you like milk tea, that's fine. Gwen really likes milk tea. Cindy blushed and said without stopping, stop pretending, I feel it clearly. What did you feel? Although Yeli had some guesses, he still joked, been hit by Cupid's arrow. I know I'm attracted to girls, but don't worry, we can take our time. No. Cindy shook her head desperately. Although she admitted that she was attracted by Yeli's charm, to reach that level, there were definitely factors beyond her control. It's a spider. Cindy finally took Yeli to a deserted place and said gesticulating, have you also been bitten by a strange spider? Then your hands became sticky and your strength became extremely strong. Like the ghost spider on the news. She is different from Gwen. The unusually strong spider sense allowed her to instantly determine that the source was this man who made her unable to help herself. I think, the reason why I offended you, teacher. Cindy explained, that's why? Yeli touched his head, why don't I feel this way? Although he enjoys the close contact with Cindy, he is not so impulsive that he wants to act like a gangster. Cindy grabbed her hair with both hands, it's not fair, why am I the only one who knows how to do it? Is it because you think I'm not good looking? She approached Yeli and asked suspiciously, don't you like me? Oh no, you are very tempting. Yeli certainly would not disappoint. I also want to have a deeper topic with you, why not make an appointment for an in-depth communication? Hey, I'm not just any girl. Cindy defended herself, then looked at Yeli and guessed, let me guess the identity of the teacher. The ghost spider is a female, so you are a black spider. Yeli said nonchalantly, then I still think you are a ghost spider. The identity of black spider, although similar in appearance to a ghost spider, does not show the ability to climb walls or shoot spider silk. There is no necessary connection between the two. I'm not a ghost spider, you can call me Spider-Web, or Bride. Just a title. Cindy didn't give up the guess that Yeli was the black spider just because he turned his back. However, her spider sense noticed that Skye and the others were chasing after them again, and she began to take off her clothes. Soon only the small ones were left. Wearing bras and panties, a large area of tempting skin was displayed in front of Yeli. Yeli raised his eyebrows, what are you going to do? Is it here? Don't think too much. Get it for me. Cindy stuffed the clothes into his arms, and then danced with 10 slender fingers on both hands. Spider silk quickly appeared on her fingertips and wrapped around her body, forming a spider silk uniform. The way she used spider silk was different from Gwen's web launcher is different and looks like magic. I think you want to take me away, right? Yeli looked at Cindy's new spider silk outfit. Well, it felt more astringent than not wearing it. Cindy put a hand around his waist, and the spider silk shot out from her hand, sticking to a teaching building and taking him flying. Swing up, I still have a lot to tell you, this is very important. Our identity is more dangerous than you think. Yeli hugged her clothes and took out his mobile phone, then I'll inform Skye and the others first that I'm going on a date with you, so they don't have to worry. Whatever you say hateful. The company's circuit scheme was all my idea. Why should the credit be taken away by those guys above me? Max Dillon, an electrical engineer for the Osborne Group. He was getting drunk on the rooftop of a building. Empty beer cans were thrown on the floor and he was getting closer and closer to the building. Mike SI thought he had talent in electrical fields since he was a child and wanted to become an electrical engineer. But his single mother thought he was not smart enough to succeed, so she asked him to work as a wiring worker in a factory. After working hard for half his life, Max just got a job as an electrical engineer at the Osborne Group. But because of the bad temper he developed in a single-parent family since he was a child, his colleagues didn't like him, and he was a little transparent in the company. And during a company circuit event during the reform, he seized the opportunity and provided an excellent plan for the company. He was supposed to be appreciated, but all the credit was taken away by his immediate superiors. He was not recognized by the people around him and was frustrated at work. Let him climb to the top of this building, while giving up drinking to relieve sorrow, while flipping through the news aimlessly. The Osborne Group shareholder dispute is now in chaos. Many unprofitable or low-profit research projects have been stopped, and it is unclear how to develop in the future. Oh, what a mess. The latest news about Green Goblin Norman Osborn. His body has not been found yet, and experts suspect he faked his death and got away with it. Norman? Oh, damn it, pop the champagne. Tony Stark announced the closure of the Stark Industries weapons department, causing an uproar and investors selling their Stark Industries stocks. You bastard, I lost a lot of money. Damn capitalists, all deserve to die. Ghost Spider has recently destroyed many gang strongholds and provided many clues to the New York Police Department. The person behind the gang is called Tombstone. Fans rate her as the most accessible superhero, but female Knight fans seem to have different opinions. Superhero? Can they save my damn life? The more he watched, the more irritated he became. He turned off the screen and didn't read the next news item. Black Spider suspected to appear in Afghanistan. Feeling that his life was hopeless, under the influence of alcohol, he walked to the edge of the building and thought he was about to jump down. He didn't notice that not far away from him, two people hugging each other were swinging over. Cindy, your home is so far away, so it must be difficult to go to school. Yelly had a wrong idea. Why don't you live in my manor? Water and electricity are free, rent is free, and you can even hire a driver to pick you up. I'm afraid you'll eat me. Cindy twisted her body and said, Teacher, could you place your hands better and stop touching in strange places? Be careful, I miss, we fall down together. I'm just curious about the material of your spider silk. Besides, you don't seem to mind. It's all that strange attraction. Cindy, obviously the teacher is so graceful in class. Felicia will definitely be disappointed if she knows you are so erotic. I think she would be quite excited. Yelly was about to tease her a few more words when he heard a message from the system. Gwen Stacy's fateful enemy, Electric Man, Max Dillon detected. Huh? Yelly sensed it. After a while, he also found Max on the top of the building, which was Nico's version. When he saw him, he was preparing to jump off the building. Yelly thought about it and decided to help him. Anyway, Max wanted to die. Why not just brush up some rewards? But I don't know if helping others counts as defeat. Although the opponent seems to be an ordinary person now, but so what? Waiting for the enemy to become stronger and pose a threat to his woman? He is judged by the system as enemy of destiny. It means that as long as Max does not change, he will face Gwen in the future. Of course. Yelly also has moral integrity, so he will take a little action. If he can survive, let him go this time. Anyway, forget it. He would also have a way to deal with Max turning into a lightning man in the future, but he just didn't take action now to save effort. So, when Max was about to take off and end his life, he felt a strong wind suddenly push behind him, like a divine help. Average. Oh my god, do gods want me to die? Is my life really such a failure? With this thought, he fell from the roof. But what Yelly didn't expect was, with this at the same time, Cindy swung right in this direction. What? About to hit. Cindy subconsciously shot out a large spider web, covering Max and sticking him to the glass window of a building. It scares me to death. If I want to die, why don't I just die far away? Cindy patted her chest in fear. Her spider sense and speed were stronger than Gwen's, but her strength and physique were inferior. If she was hit this time, it would definitely be uncomfortable, let alone in her arms. There is also Yelly. Forward. Yelly saw Cindy speaking astonishingly and seemed to show another side, and asked her strangely, Aren't you a superhero? How can you keep people away from death? Who told you I was a superhero? Cindy reminded him, I'm telling you, don't just imitate Ghost Spider and become a superhero if you have some ability. In fact, we cannot protect ourselves. I will tell you in detail when we get there. Yelly doesn't care, it's just the Malone family. Of course he knows, but he doesn't care. His spider ability comes from the system and is protected by the system. Malone's method of restraining the totem master is ineffective on him. Here, being stained by Max on the glass window was stunned. He couldn't even die even if he wanted to? Hey. Putting Yelly temporarily on the roof, Cindy hung upside down from the roof, and used spider silk to hang Max up. Save people to the end, I'll take you up there. You superhero. Max looked at Cindy who was pulling spider silk on the roof. That slim figure, strong waist, sexy spider silk uniform, so beautiful. Although she was masked, it did not affect Max's imagination. He felt that it seems like I'm in love. I don't want to die anymore. Hey, where are you looking? Yelly stretched out his hand to Cindy's chest wrapped in spider silk, blocking Max's gaze. Cindy, others are just watching, but you have already mastered it, okay? She almost threw Max down with a trembling hand. Time flies. Osborne Tower. Office of the Chairman. Someone captured a video of an electrical engineer from our company jumping off the roof of a building to commit suicide, but was saved by Spider-Man. Now there are rumors going around about this news, labor protection associations, accusing our company of not treating its employees well, and enough. As soon as he heard the word spider, Harry gritted his teeth and stopped the employee's report. Don't bother me with this kind of thing. The company's affairs are already troublesome enough for me, just back off. Yes. The employee had no choice but to retreat obediently. He didn't want to get into trouble at this time. Damn the board. Always want to use these things to disturb me. After the others left, Harry started to get angry again, as if he had suppressed it for a long time. He slammed his palm on the table angrily, and the patterns were successfully recorded. A secret door in the room opened, and inside was a green evil spirit suit, serum, as well as green goblin skateboards, pumpkin grenades, and other equipment. Norman Osborn made backup preparations and left information for Harry, allowing him to successfully obtain Green Goblin-related technology. He walked into the darkroom and picked up the Green Goblin mask. After hesitating for a while, he slowly covered his face with the mask. No one can take the company away from me, GGG. A cunning voice echoed in the room. At the same time, in a sewer, Peter searched with a flashlight. Dr. Connors, are you there? New York City, undercurrents are surging. Cindy's house. After Yelly was pulled over by Cindy, just watch her carefully close the metal door. Then use the big wheel lock to lock it. It is said that a girl who is insecure needs to be affectionate, give her a gentle touch and hold her. Yelly started to talk nonsense again. Okay, teacher, stop talking. Cindy pulled him to sit down. Of course you have to be careful about important things. Then, she began to tell about the Morlun family. The Morlun family can appear in various multiverses and hunt those with animal totem abilities. Examples of those with animal totem abilities, such as Spider-Man, Black Panther, etc. Lune can cut off the ability bridge between humans and animals, turning the totem people into incompetent people, which is a formidable enemy to the spider totem people. After all, they have become ordinary people. How can they fight? So Cindy's worry is not unreasonable. But Yelly was talking in one ear and out the other. Did Emolun appear? Cindy said hesitantly. No, but they will appear in this universe sooner or later. We have to be careful. Then don't worry too much. Yelly comforted her. Don't shut yourself up before the enemy appears. Cindy grabbed her hair again. Then what should I do? Yelly, eat well, drink well, sleep well. By the way, it's an important thing. Cindy, what? Yelly said. You pulled me here, but I still had lunch. I'm sorry, I forgot about everything. Cindy also felt empty in her stomach, so she stood up and said, wait a moment, I'll go cook. Said. She saw that Yelly was still holding her clothes in his arms, and ran over again in small steps. Give me my clothes. As a house girl living alone, Cindy's craftsmanship is still very good. Lunch was done in a decent way. After learning that Yelly is of Chinese descent, she also dug out tomatoes and eggs from the refrigerator. I made a simple bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. Yelly felt that he was very lucky. The girls I met were not only beautiful, but also very considerate. Gwen needs no further introduction. She has a lively and kind-hearted character, and loves him deeply. She has secretly played various games before even getting to home plate. Although Jessica is sometimes naughty, she always cooks the meals at home. Never tired of it. While he was taking care of her, she was also taking care of him. Even though they had only known each other for a relatively short time, Skye had been serving as a caring assistant recently, and they all thought that he was just an ordinary person without any extraordinary abilities. Well, money ability doesn't count. After all, compared to Tony Stark, Yelly is really not that rich. So, who said you need to have superpowers to pick up girls in the Marvel world? What's on your mind? Cindy, who had lunch with Yelly, reminded, don't make a bad decision otherwise you can leave in the afternoon. I won't keep you overnight. I was pulled here by you, not by myself. Yeah. Lee shamelessly moved the stool closer to Cindy. Cindy, do you have any misunderstanding about me? I am a gentleman. Don't come near me. Cindy quickly moved away, fearing that the inexplicable attraction would take effect again. I can't help it. All right. Yelly stopped teasing her and asked about business. How did you know about Emolun? It's spider sense? My spider sense told me. Cindy spoke seriously. It turns out that the abilities of all spider totemists come from the World Weaver. As the selected central weaver of the Spider-Web Bride, Spider Sense is the strongest of all spider totemists. Information about various spider totems in the parallel universe is occasionally transmitted to her at the center through the spider web. As a result, Cindy's spider sense can even predict some fragments of the future. So awesome? Yeah. Lee gave her some peanuts. Then can you help me predict how many lovers I will have in the future? Cough. Cindy almost choked with a mouthful of egg drop soup and said speechlessly, I can't predict it on my own, and, teacher, I have to remind you that the United States is a monogamous system. What does that have to do with me? Yelly took a sip of the fruity beer that Cindy brought out and said with certainty, I will definitely rush out of the universe in the future. Cindy also gave him some peanuts. Don't just drink, eat more vegetables. You don't have to always call me teacher, Cindy. I have only given you one lesson, just ask me to leave. Yelly took the opportunity to get closer. Skye called her teacher because of interest, and Cindy, who she just met, called her teacher because she was born. Okay, Lee. Cindy also took the opportunity to ask curiously, so, Lee, as a spider-totemist, do you have any special abilities? It seems that it is the first time that I will show my abilities in front of others. What kind of abilities should I show? Said that he is actually a painting spider, and his special ability is that he is good at painting? Then Cindy will definitely be angry. After all, they have told you so many secrets. Think about it. Yelly thought of the adsorption and wall climbing ability that he had never used before. The principle of this ability was strong static electricity. Then he raised a hand. A blue arc flowed from the palm of my hand. Lightning danced at his fingertips. With the increase in weather control ability, Yelly can also discharge electricity from his hands like the little black spider Miles. Under Yelly's control, the current changed, and a magnificent blue flower appeared faintly. He handed his palm to Cindy and said with a smile, "To beautiful Cindy. It turns out that your special ability is electric discharge. This is really cool, but..." Cindy wanted to touch her with her slender hands, but she retracted, "I'm afraid of being shocked." "Don't be afraid, it has very little current. Yelly can control the intensity of the electric current. When you touch this electric flower, you will only feel numb." Yeah. Cindy didn't know why, but she had a special sense of trust in Yelly. She curiously touched the current with her fingertips, and sure enough, she only felt a slight numbness. So she tried and put all 5 fingers on it. Her body became weak and she let out a cry. "This seems a bit comfortable. A tingling sensation spreads to my body, making me feel much more relaxed." Cindy wanted to go further and get more, so she directly held Yelly's palm and interlocked with his fingers. After skin contact, the spider senses connect to each other. Under the double stimulation, her mind went blank for a moment, as if there was a buzzing sound. It felt so good, so comfortable. At this moment, it seemed like all the worries were gone. The Morlun family, and the classes we have to attend in the afternoon, and so on, don't want to worry about them all. I still want to leave. Forward. Yelly looked at the little hand clasping his palm. Cindy wouldn't have awakened any strange attributes, right? Maybe I can start an electrotherapy business in the future? Cindy now looks like she's up for whatever you want. Yelly didn't take advantage of others' danger. He just hugged her over, held her tightly with one hand, and hugged her tightened waist with the other hand. His palms roamed around the lower abdomen, sometimes climbing up, sometimes exploring down. Just like that, they kissed and touched each other for a while. Well, that's also very wrong. But, it's better than hugging her directly to the bedroom. Wait for Yelly to stop the electric shock. Cindy's skin was already flushed with blush, and the dress she had just put on was full of wrinkles. She was still a little reluctant to leave. With her big watery eyes open, she whispered softly, "I think I can't live without you." Super Spider Sense is loaded. Eyes the newly added stinger hidden blade part of the night spider suit a reward for becoming a Cindy connector? Yelly ignored the system news for the time being, and kept his hands on Cindy before she recovered. At the same time, he suggested softly, "If you are worried about Mo-Lun, why not join the Ghost Spider Club? There are many people and you can have someone to look after you." "Well, it's all up to you." Cindy was dazed and agreed casually without thinking about it, and then blushed and leaned against her again. The two kissed passionately for a while. After Cindy regained consciousness, she relaxed. He opened his hand that was still tightly grasped, subconsciously hooked an arm on Yelly's back shoulder, and stood up. She realized that her plump part had been tweaked before she left, and she couldn't help but snorted. Then her phone rang. Yelly checked the message. "Jessica, brother, don't overdo it. Remember to come back for dinner." This was followed by a message from Gwen. "Don't eat unclean food outside." Then Skye also sent a message. "I hid it for you and told Gwen and the others that you were playing outside. Remember to reward me." I think. Cindy saw him checking the message and guessed something. "It's time for you to go, right? If you want to keep me overnight, I won't object." "Yeah." Lee teased and then said, "By the way, you were a little impulsive today and you are probably going to miss class. But I have some connections in the school, so you don't have to worry about deducting credits. Remember to think of me." Cindy doesn't care about school, she only thinks about Yelly. "I will, my good Cindy." Yelly said goodbye to Cindy. "Whenever you want to join the Ghost Spider Club, you can contact me. I'm leaving first." "I will consider." Cindy poked her head out from behind the door. "You must remember what I said. Be careful of Morlun and his successors." No. The next day. Ghost Spider Club. "Wow, brother, you had a great time yesterday. I suddenly wanted to run out to play, but no one was seen for most of the day." Jessica looked at Yelly suspiciously. "I heard someone at school say that you were chased by 3 girls. Gwen winked at Yelly from the side, and also added with a smile, "Some people said it was 30. It's better for Gwen." Yelly didn't know that she said that deliberately to save him. "Look, Jessica, the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. You can't believe the rumors. I don't care about you." Seeing that Gwen was so unsatisfied, Jessica ignored the matter and said instead, "Lee, you said that the meeting gift for Ghost Spider is ready. Can you contact Ghost Spider?" Yelly held back his smile and looked at Gwen subconsciously. "Of course, you can inform her and I'll be waiting here." Yelly has already brought over a series of improved spider silk launchers that Tony has prepared. He can already see Gwen, oh no, Ghost Spider. Agent Morse, after a long investigation with only these obvious conclusions, I doubt your ability. Hill, don't talk to me in this tone, Barbara said angrily on the communicator. Oh my gosh, do you know what it feels like to be chased and struck by lightning like crazy? No, you do not know. I feel like I'm going to be pissed off. Hill, so according to you, Skye has awakened the ability to control lightning? Barbara, very possible. So let's put this matter aside for now. The lizardman appears again, at Midtown High School. You are one of the nearest agents. If it is convenient, go check and collect some information. Barbara, I am not convenient. I disguised myself and arrived at the door of the club. Then, I wish you good luck in your investigation. Hill on the other side did not force it and hung up the communication. S.H.I.E.L.D. won't put too much effort into a small incident like the lizard man within New York City. Well, this time I sneak into the club and I will definitely be able to investigate something. Barbara took out a sliding mirror and checked her appearance. After confirming that she looked like a student, she encouraged herself, come on, Barbara. Hello, is anyone here? Hearing the soft female voice coming from outside the club, the little fat Ned's eyes lit up. He came to the door in a hurry, opened the door, stretched out his round head to check. He saw a girl looking at him with a smile. The girl was wearing a trendy dress dressed in sportswear. Her long blonde hair was tied into twin tails on the back of her head, and she wore a white baseball cap diagonally on her head. She looked very youthful and beautiful. Oh hello, beautiful lady? Ned quickly opened all the doors and said diligently, of course there are people here. What do you want to do? Are you coming to join the club? Barbara was not in a hurry to tell her purpose and asked him first, is Jessica Ye at the club? Are you a fan of horsewomen? Ned scratched his face and said sheepishly, that's really unlucky. You came just in time. She had just left the club with Gwen. Is that so? Barbara thought for a moment and then asked, so are Mr. Yelly and Ms. Corey Sutter Skye at the club? They are here. Ned quickly pointed inside, fearing that the new beauty would run away. Look, it's right there. Barbara followed what he pointed at and looked inside. Yelly slapped 2 poker cards on the table right too. Skye looked at the good deck of cards in his hand and frowned. I can't afford it. It shouldn't be. With her hacker-level computing power, how come she can't win a single card game with Lee? Yelly smiled happily. The super spider sense works great. I win every game of cards. If I have time, I'd like to go to a casino like Las Vegas to have some fun. Airplane. Shunzi. King Bomb. Under Yelly's constant offensive, the poor farmers Skye and Mary Jane were quickly killed by the evil landlord and lost their armor again. Hateful. Skye looked at the few cards in her hand and felt that her self-esteem had been hit. She discussed with Mary Jane, Jane, you can't let Lee grab the landlord? Otherwise we will all lose. Well, if you can't beat me, just join. If you are with Yelly, you can at least lie down comfortably. Yelly quickly adjusted his poker skills and pointed at his face, come on, I am willing to admit defeat. Mary Jane smiled. She stretched her neck and kissed Yelly gently on the face. She and Yelly did not have that kind of ambiguous relationship. But in the United States, it can also be a polite behavior, and it is nothing. Just it can be said that it adds a little fun to the game, and neither party cares. But when it was Skye's turn, she was about to kiss Yelly's other face, but Yelly pointed to his mouth, kiss here Skye. Ah, why? Skye paused. Yelly blinked, because you are special. Haha, how dare you be so arrogant just after Gwen and Jessica left. Although Skye said this, she was still very happy. She leaned closer and kissed Yelly gently on the mouth. Ned who was next to him screamed at the sight. A sour, hard lemon. He also wants to play this kind of game. It's a pity that no one wants to play with him. Peter? Oh, he couldn't imagine that picture. By the way, where did Peter go? Like Harry, he was nowhere to be seen. From the news, there is a lizard man in school. I hope he is not in school. Ned was worried about his best friend. Barbara walked over to Yelly and said with a smile, hello, can you add me to this game? This was just an opportunity to get closer. Isn't it just a poker game? With her rich knowledge of agents, she already understood it after watching for a while, and was confident that she could kill Yelly. Yelly glanced at her. Yoho, isn't this Barbara? She looks much younger than he remembered. If you are a beautiful woman, of course you are welcome, Yelly said without hesitation. 4 people can also play landlord together. Lens transition. 20 minutes ago, Midtown High School. In the green forest, a green beast shadow that blends perfectly with the shrubs appears vaguely, and its pale yellow vertical pupils emit a cold light. Thompson. Show me where you hide. Thompson, that charge you just made was so beautiful. Liz praised Thompson who had just finished a football match, and the faint envious glances from the girls around her made her very useful. Although she was not as good as the female knight Jessica, who had unprecedented success in the school top-level prestige, it cannot compare to Gwen, who has top academic performance, is beautiful, and is the daughter of the police chief. Even Mary Jane and others who are members of the school band, because of the last party performance, are now more popular than her. But so what? As the girlfriend of football star Lightning Thompson, she feels she has the capital to look down on some girls. Liz, thank you for the compliment. Thompson proudly showed off his big biceps. This caused a few girls in the distance who were of ordinary appearance but dressed up to squeal. Oh, Thompson, I love you. Dump Liz and I'll date you. Leeds was even happier. She deliberately showed closeness to Thompson to get more attention. Thompson was not very impressed by his girlfriends clinging to her. He took Leeds in his arms and asked domineeringly, "So Leeds, now who do you think is your Mr. Right compared to Peter?" "Of course it's you, Thompson." Seeing that her boyfriend seemed to have a grudge, Liz quickly explained, "The last time I said those words, it was just to deliberately anger you. I'm not interested in nerds like Peter Parker." "Haha, so that's it." Thompson laughed arrogantly, "I just said, how can insignificant Peter be compared with me?" At this time, the girls who had just screamed for Thompson suddenly let out even more piercing screams. This then triggered a riot across the football field. "Lizard? What a big lizard. Monster? What a monster is this? Lizard man? It's a lizard man." Because of Jessica's special identity, the news about the lizard people she fought spread widely in the school, and people soon recognized them. "It's a lizard man. The one Jessica defeated." "Oh my god, Thompson, be careful." A football player yelled at Thompson to remind him, "It's right over there." "Lizard man." Thompson trembled when he saw the big green-skinned monster coming towards him, but he still managed to stand still. In fact, he was also a superhero fan. He had fantasized about becoming a superhero himself, and he was very interested in being a superhero. Jessica has feelings of admiration. However, the relationship was not good before, and now the female knight is even more unattainable to him. But at least he must stand firm. Someone has already raised his mobile phone to take pictures, and his pride prevents him from doing so. Allow yourself to be embarrassed in front of your girlfriend? But Liz next to her was so frightened by the approaching lizard man that she collapsed to the ground. Peter looked at the couple in front of him, and his legs trembled because of his own fright. Not like a human being, he felt very proud in his heart and grinned widely. Don't eat me, don't eat me." The big mouth full of sharp teeth and mucus opened, and Liz was even more frightened to pee. She became incontinent on the spot and shouted in panic, "Where's Jessica? Where's Spider-Man? Come and save me?" Seeing his girlfriend being so rude, Thompson gritted his teeth and said, "If there's anything, there's something. Rush, rush, rush." His voice was trembling and he couldn't say what he said next. GGG. The more Thompson behaves like this, the happier Peter becomes. He curled his tail behind him, caught Liz, and held him in midair. At the same time, the tip of his tail was thrust into her mouth, blocking her throat to prevent her from yelling, which would be annoying. Liz was miserable and felt like she could hardly breathe. After doing this, Peter looked at Thompson. "Now, give you two options. 1. Let me kill you. 2. I killed your girlfriend." His voice now changed drastically, hoarse and hoarse. Thompson couldn't tell at all. The lizard man in front of him was his classmate Peter Parker, whom he despised. He hesitated. "I choose. I choose you." Thompson suddenly moved. He punched Peter in the abdomen. It turned out that he had already adapted to the pressure brought by the lizard man. With his athlete-level physical fitness and motor nerves, his body was able to exert force. It's just. Although Thompson's muscles are considered outstanding among ordinary people, but the tough scales on Peter's body made it impossible for him to feel Thompson's punch at all. Even the feeling of a mosquito bite was worse. This is it. This is the power. In the past, Lightning could knock himself down with one punch, but now he can't even scrape him. Peter excitedly pinched Thompson's throat with his paw and lifted him up. "Do you think I'm kidding you? It seems you have chosen one." No. The feeling of suffocation in the air, and the rugby player's protective gear that was easily crushed. Thompson finally realized the threat of death. His feelings for Liz weren't that deep either, so he chose to save his life. I choose to. I choose the second one. P.S. In the world of Spider-Gwen in the comics, Peter Parker did become a lizard. GGG. Peter let go of Thompson's neck, grabbed his shoulders instead, and lifted him higher. "Say your choice out loud. If you don't satisfy me, I will rip your throat out." Thompson broke the jar. Throwing him down, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't kill me. Let Liz die. This bitch has never liked me. She just likes my identity, and I won't die for her." Cough. Ahem. The tail in Liz's mouth was also pulled out. After coughing violently a few times, she immediately yelled, "Thompson, you bastard. Selfish guy, why don't you die for me?" The two turned against each other, and the ugly side of human nature was captured on film. Occasionally, people who had already been unhappy with them even scolded them. Among them, the screaming women scolded them the most, as if Thompson and Leeds had lost their morals. Peter became more and more excited when he saw that his humiliation plan was progressing perfectly. He blocked Liz's mouth again, and then threw Thompson to the ground. "Great, you did a great job. So now, Thompson, lie down on the ground and bark like a dog for me." "What?" Thompson couldn't believe it and was about to get up. "I've done what you said. How can you?" Peter stepped on his back, bringing him close to the grass. "You have no choice, this is an order." Snapped. A figure fell on the roof of the teaching building. Uniform with white top and black bottom, indigo ballet shoes, purple-pink hood lining. One palm rests on the ground. The right leg is bent at the knee and one slender leg is stretched out. Standard Spider-Man landing posture. The person coming is none other than Gwen. Lizardmen show up at school. Gwen stood up, and with the help of this highest point, his excellent vision swept across the entire school, and he quickly discovered something was wrong on the football field. Over there, Her spider silk stuck to the roof of the building, and her agile and graceful figure quickly swung over. After spraying several times in a row, the ghost spider's figure appeared in midair on the football field. The scene below made Gwen was surprised. Woof woof woof. I saw Lightning Thompson, who always bullied Peter, lying on the ground like a dog, barking around the lizard man. What was he doing? Did he think lizards were afraid of dogs? Lee said that he should read more, and he was right. Then, Gwen also saw Liz being wrapped up in the lizard man's tail. The tip of the thick tail was stuffed into Liz's throat. Looking at this scene, Gwen recalled the feeling when she and Yelly were playing. The palm of his hand subconsciously touched his slender neck, feeling that he could feel the same. This must be sad. But she and Lee were quite exciting. Liz probably only felt pain. It's a ghost spider. While Gwen was still thinking dirty thoughts and aftertaste, the people below also saw her swinging over, and they were all overjoyed. Spider-Man is coming? We are saved. Long live the ghost spider. Defeat this lizard man. Spider-Man. Neither Peter nor Gwen recognized each other. He was also very afraid of the ghost spider and didn't want to fight her here. So Peter threw the Liz on the tail and gave it back to Thompson, leaving at the same time. Thompson, look now, who is the insignificant one? Woof, woof, you. Thompson, who was still barking like a dog, paused in his voice and his pupils shrank. You are that. Before he finished speaking, he was knocked unconscious by Peter's tail. Peter would not kill Thompson. He wanted Thompson to feel the feeling of being laughed at and played with. After doing this, the ghost spider had landed on the ground. Peter he also left the rugby field immediately. Ran. As soon as Gwen stepped onto the grass, she saw the lizard man crawling away quickly on all fours like a ghost. She stepped forward to check on Thompson and Liz. She found that their chests were still heaving. They didn't seem to have suffered any trauma. She relaxed. He took a breath and said, forget it, as long as there are no casualties, please inform Dad to come and deal with it. Spider-Man? Ghost Spider. At this time, cheers came from the football field. Spider-Man is awesome. The lizard man was scared away as soon as he appeared. Ghost Spider, can you give me your autograph? Wow, you figured it out so quickly. Jessica, who arrived late from Shanshan, fell into the football field. She can now do it. After jumping up, she floats in the air for a while. But compared to Gwen, she is still a little slower. No, it ran away on its own. Gwen said to Jessica, Jessica, I have a feeling that this lizard man may be the same as the one you dealt with last time. Not the same one. Jessica understood the meaning from her words. Just a guess. Gwen was just looked back at by the lizard man, and she saw a pair of yellow vertical pupils. And the one last time had green eyes. Club. 3 with 2. Shuangshan. 3 smooth. 4 with 2. Looking at the cards in Yeli's hand that were played out instantly, Barbara was dumbfounded and doubtful about life. Did you cheat? You must have cheated, right? Ms. Morse. Yeli put away the playing cards again. Tell me your real name. What do you mean? Barbara's heart skipped a beat and she said calmly, my name is Hill Morse, the name given to me by my grandmother. Frustrated face. Yeli was speechless. Hill knows that you used this name to pretend. You must have a personal grudge. This is an agreed bet. The loser must answer a question honestly. You brought it up, Ms. Morse. Yeli straightened his slightly wrinkled sleeves and said, since you are unwilling to fulfill the bet, the game ends here. Barbara was confused. Damn it, what's going on? Logically speaking, even a professional psychiatrist can't see through her disguise. Why does she feel like she's been seen through in front of this man? Barbara didn't know. Not to mention that Yeli recognized her. The enhanced super spider sense also has a certain lie detection function. If the special electrotherapy accidentally used at Cindy's house was added, Yeli felt that maybe I can become a top psychotherapist. All right. Agent Barbara's decisiveness told her that she had to make a choice. My real name is Barbara Morse. Since the name has been suspected, tell her real name. Don't be stubborn when it's time to change. Although there is a risk of mission failure, as long as you find the right wording, it is also an opportunity to restore trust. And it doesn't matter if the mission fails. SHIELD is not a cold-blooded organization that kills people if their mission fails. But it was beyond her expectation. When she said her real name, Yeli didn't ask her why she was hiding it. Instead, he nodded and revealed it. Very good. You said you want to join the club. I welcome you. Even if Barbara Mockingbird is gone, she might come again next time. What a Black Widow. So Yeli agreed to Barbara joining and chose to train this SHIELD agent in the future. Oh, big news? Cried Ned now. The latest news from the forum, Lightning Thompson was humiliated by a lizard man. As Peter's best friend, Ned was gloating when he saw Thompson in such misfortune. Yeli did a few operations on his hands after hearing this, and the forum content appeared on the club's big screen. There were many newly uploaded videos on it, from all angles. Thompson's embarrassing appearance was clearly presented. It must be said that the people of New York are also very enthusiastic about eating melons, and they do not forget to live broadcast when they encounter lizard people. There are various comments below, mostly from students at Midtown High School. After all, they are the first-hand information recipients and know the situation better. Passers-by, unexpectedly, Thompson is so cowardly, such a big man, lying on the ground and learning to bark like a dog. Rugby fan, screaming for the lizard man killing his girlfriend is so unmanly. It's a shame I've fancied him before. Spider-Man fans, Ghost Spider arrives, the lizard man is instantly frightened away. Who said the female knight is better than Ghost Spider? Stand up for me. Liz, is the lizard man's tail so easy to hold? You are indeed a bitch. This article should be sent by the classmate who has trouble with Liz. When Ned saw this comment, he smiled like a fool, took a remote control from the bar, and cut the video screen. In the video, the tip of the lizard man's tail was pulled out from Liz's throat, and he also brought out the extremely spicy Yingsai toy. Several girls watching shivered inexplicably. Barbara raised her eyebrows at this. Obviously she was also an old SIG. Ned clicked his tongue when he saw it. What a pity. What a pity Liz was actually developed by the lizard man's tail. Mary Jane frowned. Ned, please don't cut this scene repeatedly. Please, pay attention to the image of the club. Skye then he couldn't help but touch Yellie's side. Yellie took the opportunity to put his hand on her shoulder, gradually caressing her smooth and thin neck, and whispered to her softly, do you want to try it? Gwen was already very skilled. He hasn't tried Skye's yet. Judging from the fact that her kiss is no less passionate than Gwen's, it should be great too. That one. Skye's eyes were pitiful, and he shrank his neck, a little hesitant. However, Yellie looked expectant. After hesitation, she still swallowed her saliva and said in a mosquito voice, maybe. Yellie saw that Skye's eyes flashed with charm and her sweet tongue passed over her lips, knowing that he was in love. He pulled her up and told the others, I'll take Skye to the training ground to handle some things. Jane, please entertain Barbara. I think she has the potential to be a good leader of the club. Mary Jane smiled and blinked, with an expression that said I understand, leave it to me, you and Skye go to work. Ned became interested and came over and said, oh, the vice president is gone. Let's play, Jane. Hehe I am a thief 6 in poker? Mary Jane kept smiling, get out. Last time Ned yelled at her because of a broken cell phone, she still held grudges, so naturally she wouldn't look down upon him. Barbara watched Yellie and Skye leave and thought about it. Daisy Johnson, who was recognized by the organization as having extraordinary agent potential. The female knight's brother, Yellie, is suspected to have superb knowledge of psychology. It seems, it's for the anxious young man. Is it possible to start from this aspect? Barbara hesitated whether to sacrifice her appearance to get closer to Yellie. Although Yellie has an excellent resume and appearance, she has not been in love yet while she is busy performing tasks. Next to the training ground, there is a secret room in the computer room. In front of Yellie and Skye, there was a restructured computer with neon tubes flashing and full of cyberpunk style. After cutting a page from the screen in front of him, Yellie asked, how's it going? Did you check it over there? Cough, cough. Skye cleared her still sticky throat, pursed her lips and said, the shield you are talking about, ahem, is very powerful. I can only hack external information. If I go deeper, I will definitely be discovered. Cough. After saying that, she opened her lips lightly and spit into the trash can next to her. It was surprisingly white and thick. In other words, maybe this is not saliva. Yellie continued to operate indifferently. If you are discovered, you will be discovered. We have been targeted for a long time. Skye's thin fingers danced on the keyboard like playing a piano, although it is impossible to I have received detailed information, but I am sure that the name Barbara Morse is from this organization. Do you want to tell Jessica? Yellie Jessica may not be able to hide things, so don't tell her yet. It's not good if people are scared away. Skye asked in surprise, are you even interested in such a person of unknown origin? I just wanted to play with her. Yellie was talking and received a message. Say Jessica, and Jessica will be here. Jessica, brother, the ghost spider will be here soon, be prepared. Yellie looked at the people around him. Skye asked, Skye, have you cleaned up all the traces? Skye's face turned red and he hesitated shyly, you are talking nonsense again. There are no traces, everything is there. As she spoke, she kicked the small trash can with her feet and hid it under the table. She thought to herself, this shouldn't be counted. That's good. Yellie nodded with satisfaction. It would be embarrassing if he was caught by Gwen on the spot. Jessica, she's here? She's here? She's at the training ground? Vice President, go to the meeting. This girl, the message she sent is the same as it was like being on stimulants. Yellie no longer wanted to complain about Jessica's daily routine of exclamation points. He said something to Skye and walked to the training ground outside. The training ground was empty, not a single person. But Yellie felt it. A naughty guy on the ceiling. A delicate hand wrapped in white cloth tapped his shoulder from behind. Yellie turned around and saw a graceful figure sliding down from the top with spider silk. This time, she was not wearing a hood. Her shoulder-length blonde hair hung down like a waterfall, her lips curved into a beautiful curve, and her eyes were more beautiful than sapphires. She deliberately appeared in an upside-down posture. Gwen just wanted to prevent Yellie from misunderstanding that she was cosplaying again and wanted to see him. Will there be a surprised expression? Yellie's expression remained calm, and he did not deliberately pretend to be shocked. That would be too childish. He smiled slightly. He just whispered a name, Gwen. I have always wanted to confess to Lee, because without Lee, the ghost spider would not be a ghost spider. Gwen rolled a strand of gold wire covering her eyes to the crook of her ear, with a bright smile on her fair face, as beautiful as the melting snow in spring. But Lee seems to have known it for a long time. No need for extra words, everything is said without saying anything. Fierce feelings are like ethanol, the best catalyst. Yellie took a small step forward and intertwined his fingers with the blonde hair. Gwen well. The two are like Peter Parker and Mary in Spider-Man 1, kissing upside down. But this time, the genders are swapped. It turns out that Gwen is the ghost spider, which feels predictable. Skye opened a crack in the door of the computer room and took a peek, and said with envy, "It's great to have superpowers. Even the kiss is so romantic." After a long time, the two passionately kissed each other and separated. Just when Skye thought it was finally over, seeing Gwen slide down a little further, Skye's eyes widened. "It can't be, bump." She quickly closed the door. The next step is to be disrespectful and disrespectful, not suitable for children, not suitable for children. So many tricks. This is an improved web launcher and some other gadgets. Yelly handed the multifunctional spider silk launching device to Gwen. "I think you should use it. My web shooters really need work." Gwen took it happily. It was Jessica who said it. "I remember only mentioning it to her." Yelly couldn't deny it. "There's nothing to explain. You are calmer than I think." Behind the gate of the training ground, the jade legs slowly poked out, and then there was the whole picture of the black-haired girl. It was Jessica. She put her hands behind her back and said with a smile, "Okay, now that we've said it, let's talk about our super the hero group can start to be formed." New York Underground, sewer system. In a dark experiment, Connors assembled his human evolution device and stuffed it with green reagents. He is no longer in the form of a tall lizard man, but he still has clearly visible green scales on his face, and his pupils are also light green in color. "Peter, you shouldn't run around." Looking at Peter who came back from the entrance, Connors said, "My plan will be implemented soon. By then, everyone will be the same kind as you and me. Come on, help me." When Peter heard this, his pale yellow vertical pupils shrank. Everyone will gain this power? Including Thompson, who was just ravaged by him. No, he can't accept it. GGG. The Green Goblin smashed the glass window with his skateboard and rushed out. Harry was so excited. Just now, he personally killed a board member who usually had a BB on his face. Stimulated by the smell of blood, the desire for destruction in his heart quickly zoomed in. Looking at the panicked pedestrians below, Harry understood his father somewhat. He couldn't restrain his evil thoughts. The next moment, he threw down several pumpkin grenades. Altar Cathedral, New York. Thompson, who had just finished his confession, didn't feel much better and still looked lost. His school life was ruined by the lizardman, and he became the butt of jokes among his classmates. The football team kicked him out, making it clear that they would not accept disgraceful guys. Even his former good friends and younger brothers all left him. As for Leeds, it is said that she has dropped out of school and is staying at home. The reason is that she was too frightened and had some mental problems. Trivial. Thompson muttered to himself, his eyeballs suddenly bulging with bloodshot eyes. "It's Peter? It must be Peter Parker. It must be him. I don't know if it was because he bullied the weak and was afraid of the strong." Thompson turned speculation into certainty. His strong resentment was poured into the nerds he bullied before. He didn't realize that the strong emotions he exuded attracted a squirming black substance in the shadows. It slowly came closer. The night breeze is slightly cool. On the roof of the Ghost Spider Club, there are 4 vague figures, seemingly looking into the distance. "Stephen and I made an appointment to go to the car show tomorrow and should go to bed early today." Yelly crossed his arms with an indifferent expression. "You'd better be fine, Jessica, otherwise be careful with Pigu." Jessica covered her hand, then squatted down and urged Skye, "Skye, are you okay? Hurry up, or I will suffer." Skye sat cross-legged on the ground holding her notebook. When she heard Jessica's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes secretly. "You can lift a car, why are you so afraid of beating Pigu away from an ordinary person?" But she still speeded up the operation on her hands, and quickly called up the police communication information and several city surveillance. Gwen, who had put on the ghost spider uniform, also squatted down, looked at the content on the computer screen, and said with some surprise, "Skye, I didn't expect you there is also such ability." "Awesome, right?" Jessica said proudly, "This is the talent I discovered first. With Skye, our information acquisition will not be a problem." Next to him, Yelly raised his eyes and didn't want to speak. The news is true, something happened in 2 places at the same time, and why? Gwen looked at the surveillance video on the screen and said strangely, "There are 2 lizard men in one place. It seems that I guessed it right, but how could it be the Green Goblin in the other place?" Jessica asked doubtfully. "No, isn't Norman Osborn dead? Are there 2 Green Goblins?" Yelly said, "Norman's technology should be from the Osborn group. To be more precise, it should be Harry." Jessica, "Then what should we do now?" Gwen assigned, "Why don't we split up and I'll deal with the lizard people, and Jessica you go stop the Green Goblin from causing destruction." Wait a moment, something happened at the Osborn group too. Skye then called up another surveillance camera video. In the video, a blue electric light man rushed out of the Osborn building. The out-of-control violent current electrocuted many pedestrians in an instant, and it was more lethal than those thrown on the other side. The Green Goblin with pumpkin grenades is even stronger. Yelly looked a little more seriously. It was a bit surprising that these things appeared at the same time. Why is there still one? Jessica felt like her mind was going crazy. What should I do? What should I do? If only I could separate myself. Gwen turned her attention to Yelly. "Lee, what do you think we should do?" "I think it's better for you to go home and find your own mother. I can eat all the rewards by myself." Although Yelly thought so, he still analyzed and said, "This electro-optical man showed energy methods in the video clip. Your abilities can't deal with him. Let's put it aside for now. It's best to kill those two first." The relatively slow lizard man was dealt with, and then he went to deal with the green goblin who was flying fast on a skateboard, and finally he found a way to deal with the electro. What my brother said makes sense? We need to focus on this, Gwen. Jessica agrees with this plan. It's too dangerous for you to deal with two lizards by yourself. I'll go with you first. But, what about the other two sides? Gwen couldn't bear it. There are more and more casualties. Take it easy, Gwen. Yeah. Lee put his arm around her shoulders and comforted her. Heroes, you are not the only one. As he said that, he looked in a certain direction. That's where the Stark building is. Yes, Gwen, don't worry, we can't control that much. Jessica looked away instead. Just do what you can. Let's leave quickly. The faster we can save one more person. Well, then I listen to Lee. Although Gwen is kind, she trusts Yelly more. After the two girls made their decision, they set off. Before they left, Yelly spread his hands and asked, "So, what am I doing here?" "Brother, you sit in the center and command." Jessica left him a message, bent her knees slightly, jumped high, and landed on the roof of another building. "Bye." Gwen playfully put two fingers together, drew a stroke on the edge of the hood, and made a salute gesture to Yelly to say goodbye. Then she shot spider silk from her wrist and followed him. Looking at the two women, the hero walked away quickly. Yelly also said, "I'm going to the bathroom. Skye, you are in charge of the club. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Barbara for her opinion." Skye. On dozens of floors of high-rise buildings, two big green lizards were climbing up at an incredible speed. One of them was carrying a metal box on his back, and he didn't know what was inside. Their sharp claws allow them to easily hook into the gaps between floors, and the 90-degree vertical angle cannot stop them at all. The police lights flashed under the building, and the police car had already arrived. However, the light firepower carried by the police could not do anything to deal with the lizard men. They could only watch them climb to the roof. A police officer held a small pistol tightly in both hands and leaned against the police car and complained, "The pistol can't penetrate their skin at all. This is beyond what we can handle. Stop complaining, at least no one has had any trouble here." Another timid police officer hiding behind the police car said, "On the other two sides, there are already civilian casualties. What do you think these two things want to do by climbing to the top of the building? Who knows?" The police officer holding the pistol tightly guessed, maybe they go up to mate and give birth to more little lizards. He felt that the two lizards might be a pair, and he made an inexplicable guess. Profound. The police officer hiding behind the car said distressedly, "The situation will be even worse. I don't want to see a bunch of lizard people." It has to be said that the police officer guessed half of it right. Connors does intend to create more lizardmen. Well, of course, not with Peter. They don't have that condition either. The device made by Connors can emit lizard serum in the form of mist, allowing more people to become lizardmen. Now that he has climbed to the top of the building, he is already starting to install it. But Peter behind him had eyes that were getting colder. After squinting his eyes, Peter suddenly moved and attacked Connors. Connors, who was being assembled, was stunned by the sudden attack. Then he took action and suffered disaster. Because he didn't have time to react in a short period of time, he was pushed to the edge of the building by Peter's energy. "No, Peter, what you up to?" Connors' claws on his feet sparked sparks on the ground. He could barely stop himself, and stood in a stalemate with Peter. "Feel sorry, Dr. Connors." Peter tried his best to exert force on his hands. "I don't allow anyone else to get this kind of power, especially Thompson. The two people have different ideas. It is only a matter of time before this kind of conflict arises. You, Peter, I didn't expect you to have such narrow-minded ideas." Connors said angrily, "It seems that you are no different from those people. They all want to prevent me from starting the great evolution of mankind." Jam. At this time, a police drone approached the roof of the building and filmed this scene. Director George said that support was brought in, but this is the result. A drone. There is a lot of chaos in New York right now, and it is normal that the police force is not enough. Just be satisfied, at least this drone is loaded with weapons. Police Officer A, who was watching the scene. "Are they mating?" Police Officer B, "No, it should be a fight." Police Officer A, "Are you sure? You must know that the two are almost the same." Police Officer B suggested they seem to be fighting among themselves. "I think this is a good opportunity to let the drone fire." Wait, something appears again. Peter tried to push Connors down. But in anger, Connors also burst out with strength, tensed his muscles, and even had the tendency to push back. And right now, the dark figure suddenly jumped over from another building and rushed toward Peter. "Peter Parker, it's you, die." As Thompson jumped over, the black liquid spread and covered his face, and a ferocious face appeared. "Who are you?" Peter stuck out his long and slender tongue, and turned around to look strangely, and saw a guy even stranger than him attacking. He had a sharp mouth, sharp teeth, slender and white eyes, and was covered in flesh. His whole body was black and covered with mucus. "It's true. It's disgusting enough. I am Venom." Thompson's voice is now low and hoarse, full of confusion. "Peter Parker, today is your death day." Peter sneered. He used to be scared by this monster, but not now. He exerted force on his waist, and Connors, who was struggling with him, was thrown towards the venom that was coming towards him. Bang dash! As soon as Venom swung his arm, Connor was hit to the side by his wave, and then continued to rush towards Peter. The two sides soon fought together. But Peter gradually discovered that the other party was actually stronger than him, and his speed was also much faster. Amazing? How can this be? How could I lose to a monster like you with a power that rivals that of a female knight? Peter was unwilling to give in and slashed open Venom's chest with his claws. However, the 3 claw marks healed quickly. Hee, aren't you a monster too? Venom grabbed Peter's arm that was about to retract with his backhand, and with a twist, he smashed him to the ground with such force that cracks appeared on the ground. Within a few rounds of the fight, Peter fell into a disadvantage and was pinned down by Venom. The hammer hit the ground. And with Peter distracted, Connors was left alone. Although Connors was angry that Peter suddenly rebelled, he had no choice. Join the fight, choosing instead to tinker with the launcher. To him, that's the most important thing. It's so lively here. Jessica was finally a little faster than Gwen this time. She spun around in the air, landed on the ground and slid for a while. The sole of her shoes made a hissing sound, bringing up a cloud of dust. Profound, my new shoes. She jumped twice and weighed her feet. She felt that the soles of the shoes were a bit badly worn. If I had known better, I wouldn't have run away from Gwen. I didn't even have time to break. Jessica. Peter recognized Jessica's voice. He immediately stretched out his green arm, grabbed the neck of Venom that was pressing on him, stretched out its sharp tongue, and opened its mouth as if it was about to kiss, and then opened it to Jay. Skye shouted. Stop Connors! He wants to turn the entire city into lizards? You don't want to see this happen. Connors? Turn the entire city into lizards? Jessica looked at Connors. That lizard man is Dr. Connors. Is everything my brother said true? As she said that, she looked at Peter who was entangled with Venom and asked, also, do you know me? What's going on now? There was a lot of information. Jessica couldn't understand the current situation for a while. She didn't know whether she should trust this yellow-eyed lizard man. And what is this black thing pressing on the lizard man? It doesn't look like a good person. Good people. I'm Peter. Peter gritted his teeth and revealed his identity. Peter Parker, your classmate. Stop Connors. Peter? Oh, my God. Jessica subconsciously raised her hands to cover her mouth, very surprised, even though she was wearing a mask now. Connors' identity surprised her enough, but the other lizard man was actually her classmate Peter? Jessica, stop being dazed and stop Connors first. What Peter said should be true. Gwen, who had just arrived, also heard clearly what happened. The spider's thread stuck to a spire on the roof of the building and jumped towards Connors. Suddenly, Connors, who had just assembled the launcher, felt a burst of sound in his ears. The sound of breaking wind came. As soon as I turned my head, I was hit by a whip leg on my head. After completing the blow, Gwen shot out another spider silk, pulling herself to change position. Her dexterous body, like a ballet, kept flying in the air jump. Connors, who came back to his senses, couldn't touch Gwen at all. Instead, his body was gradually submerged by the spider silk she shot. Why is anyone stopping me? Connors roared and waved his claws, trying to tear away the spider webs on his body. But Yali's improved spider silk slime formula was more sticky. Even with Connors' strength, he couldn't break free for a while. Good job, G. Ghost Spider. Destroy his device now. Jessica took the opportunity to run towards the launch device, and at the same time touched the strap on her thigh. The silver finger tiger was put on her hand after twirling her index finger. Raise her hand and punch. Dang, the launcher made a dent. Pretty solid. Jessica flicked her wrist and was about to punch again. Jessica, be careful. Gwen grabbed the spider silk and slid down, reminding, do not accidentally trigger the device. She took off a small black stick from her waist and handed it to Jessica. Try this. Lee gave it to me. He said don't hold it upside down. Don't hold it upside down. Jessica heard this warning. She first raised the stick horizontally and then pressed a switch on it. One side of the stick shot out a blue light, and the plasma extended to a length of more than 1 meter, and there was a tiny magnetic field hum. Could this be? Jessica inserted the finger tiger back into the thigh strap, then raised the brilliance and struck it at Connor's launching device. Without any obstruction, like cutting tofu, the launcher instantly split into 2 halves, making a sizzling sound of fireworks. Cool, it's really a lightsaber. After Jessica got over her excitement, she asked Gwen a little strangely, huh? By the way, where did this kind of thing come from? Gwen tilted her head. He said it was given by a friend. Max was in a bad mood right now. Since he was saved by Cindy last time, he had hope of living and he became obsessed with that girl. Max thought Cindy was a superhero like Ghost Spider. He became a fan of Cindy and began frantically searching for news about her on the internet. It was only after searching on the internet that he discovered that there were no news reports related to Cindy except that time he rescued him. Max was unwilling to give in. As he thought about it day and night, that girl became his only belief in living. Being sick, he began to brag online that the girl who saved him was the real superhero. Compared to her, the Ghost Spider is nothing. Such remarks were naturally attacked and abused by the majority of Ghost Spider fans. So Max's mood became even more depressed. At work, he was like a zombie, and his boss and colleagues gave him another round of ridicule. Finally, I got distracted. He lost his footing and fell into a pool full of genetically modified electric eels. There happened to be some chemical and biological agents next to him, and he was also taken down. The mixed things, under various reactions, mutated, and he became an electro-optical person who can absorb and release electricity. The powerful power gave Max the means to vent his dissatisfaction at will, and he began to massacre. The boss who took the credit from him? Kill. A colleague who dissatisfied him in the past? Kill. People passing by on the street? Kill. Rats crawling out of sewers? Kill. Kill them all. Max's current state, to put it simply, is a killer. After the police bullet passed through his body without causing any damage, he realized that he seemed to be invincible. So what else is there to be afraid of? Kill whoever you want. Go to hell. Under the raging thunder, people ran away in panic, crying and wailing, begging someone to save them. But now the police cannot protect themselves. How can they guarantee the lives of civilians? Woo, someone come and save us. What about superheroes? Where are the superheroes? Spider-Man and the female knight. Why haven't they come yet? The news shows that they are dealing with the Lizard Man incident in another neighborhood. How embarrassing? Then we are not doomed. Why are there monsters everywhere? What's wrong with this world? As soon as someone got into the car and was about to escape, he was killed by Max's strong electric current. A deep sense of despair enveloped this neighborhood. Superhero? Let me see who is calling me. Bang! The golden red armor fell in front of Max. Tony Stark, Iron Man, appeared. Tony aimed his palm cannon at Max and charged up energy. Xiao you should go to jail. Crack! Max raised his hand and hit a thick blue lightning, sending him flying away. Superhero. Nothing more than that. Sir, the battery of the suit is fully charged and some of it has overflowed. Please release this energy as soon as possible. Jarvis, you said fool. Tony looked at the small electric sparks that popped up from time to time on his armor, and was a little confused. Is it so violent? Yes sir, please release as soon as possible. All right. Tony shot a thick beam of light from his chest and attacked Max. Try this too. It's useless, I'm invincible. Max was careless and didn't dodge. Then he was shot out by Tony's big beam of light and smashed back into the Osborn building. Only then did he realize that although he was immune to physical attacks such as bullets, but it was not without its weaknesses. He couldn't ignore the energy attack. In the blink of an eye, every layer of lights in the Osborn building suddenly went out one by one. Max, who had condensed more electricity, rushed out. Asshole. He is bluer and stronger? Electric tongue spit out from Max's body and wrapped around Tony. This time he wanted to change his tactics. Instead of attacking directly, try to disintegrate the turtle shell. Because he discovered that he could control electrical appliances, there was electricity in all directions. Even though Tony's steel suit was very fast, he had no time to avoid it and was drilled into the suit by the electric current. Max and Tony are connected by electricity. He is invading, he is controlling. Gentlemen, detected, Skye, Jarvis. Tony yelled anxiously. He felt that the armor was becoming more and more out of his control. Although he would not be harmed by the electric current due to emergency insulation measures inside, Jarvis had already fallen into a panic, and he would become lamb to the slaughter. Mr. Stark, you'd better add a repellent template to your suit next time. The Black Knight spider suit flashed past. Yelly used his standard appearance method, fell from the air, and kicked Max. He was also wrapped with electric current, and the opposite repelling electricity directly bounced Max away. Black Spider. Tony was overjoyed to be freed from the electric current, and quickly started to wake up Jarvis. At the same time, he reminded Yelly, be careful, this guy is immune to physical attacks. I know. Yelly said calmly and walked towards Max slowly, not dodging the oncoming electric current. The blue electric arc struck his black trench coat, and he couldn't get even an inch. Not an electrical appliance. Max has also seen reports about Black Spider before, and thought that the suit on his body was also electrified. Now it seems that it should not be the case. But Max still has a way. He shot out several beams of electricity with both hands, which were immersed in the surrounding people. In the car, the vehicle's lights suddenly came on, it automatically started to turn, accelerated violently and crashed into Yelly. There was even a big truck among them? Kill you? Ha ha ha. Under Max's evil smile, Yelly raised his foot and kicked it, causing a car to roll over and turn upside down. With a push of his right hand, the truck also came to a stop. The big wheels spun helplessly and wiped white smoke on the ground. It was impossible to shake Yelly in the slightest. Then Yelly's shockwave power was activated, the transparent ripples spread out like ripples, and the truck and other approaching vehicles turned into powder in an instant. This is a structure that has been shaken apart. You? Max's laughter stopped abruptly. After he calmed down for a moment, he said harshly, it seems you still have some skills. Then let me try it myself. As I hereby disperse the electric current that went out was taken back by Max, and his body became more and more solid. Max's ability is not only to use energy to attack, but as long as he absorbs more electricity, his physical strength can also be enhanced. Wait until all current is absorbed. Yelly has also arrived in front of him. Max smiled coldly and punched him. He wants to test his strength with the Black Spider. Bang! Yelly spread his fingers on one hand, easily held Max's fist, and commented, the strength is okay and the massage is just right for me. Max twitched his hand and found that it didn't move at all. Damn it. At this moment when he was distracted because of anger, the shockwave was transmitted from the palm of Yali's hand to his whole body, shocking the body composed of electric current to collapse. Max panicked in his heart. This strange ability of the black spider, it can actually have an impact on his energy body. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, before he could escape from the entity, Yali shocked him and dissipated into nothingness. Tony, who was still calling Jarvis, was stunned. There was only Iron Man in the audience, and the others had already run away. This time, there were finally no crowds watching. Only those with long-range cameras dare to shoot from very far away. After all, the electro-optical man's killing range is too wide, and he will die if he is hit by it. Under Yali's mask, he still had no expression, standing quietly on the spot, as if waiting for something. After a brief silence, wisps of current regrouped, and Max's body reorganized and appeared. Ha 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 ha, it turns out I am immortal. The resurrected Max laughed arrogantly. Black Spider, you have tried your best? What else can you do now? He walked up to Yali carelessly, with a look like what can you do to me? Yali reached out and put his hand on his shoulder, and the shockwave power was activated again, shaking him into nothingness. But Max continued to recover. After repeating this, Max became more and more arrogant, condensing the entity to fight with Yali at close range. He knew that he could not hurt the Black Spider, but he wanted to fight a war of attrition and tire the Black Spider to death. But he couldn't. While talking, Max discovered that Yali was not only unfazed, but was also mumbling something. It's a language he doesn't understand. Shenzong of heaven and earth, the root of all things. Yali murmured softly in his mouth. I have cultivated for hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my magical powers. Revised version of the golden light spell? Max saw a bit of gold paint emanating from the center of Yali's eyebrows, covering his whole body in an instant. And he left his body and explored him. When Max came back to his senses, he found that his body had been wrapped in a layer of golden light. Moreover, his electricity can no longer be dissipated. Max transformed into an electric form in disbelief and tried to escape, but was still trapped by Yali's golden light curse. What the hell is this? During Max's struggle, Yali used the golden light spell as a medium, and the trembling waves kept penetrating inward, and Max's electric body also kept disintegrating. Without the supplement of external electricity, Max gradually became weaker, and every time he condensed the body becomes more and more unreal. So what if you defeat me? You can't kill me. Max yelled crazily in the golden light. If you can't kill me, let me go. Otherwise, when I run out, I will find you, a guy who dares not show his face. I don't believe that your family and friends are as strong as you. You'd better think it over for me. Yali was unmoved and whispered, don't you want to die a long time ago? What? Max was stunned. How do you know? Then he thought of something. He calmed down a little and said, did you watch the news? What do you mean by this now? No, I didn't watch the news. Yali also temporarily stopped attacking and guided step by step. Think about it. Who was there when you were rescued that day? Max recalled, it's you, the bastard who touched the Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman was his name for Cindy. That day, Yali reached out to Cindy's chest, and he hated her for a long time. Later, Max couldn't find any trace of Cindy on the internet, so he wanted to check Yali's information and find Cindy indirectly. It's a pity that Yali monitors his online information very well after he has hacking skills. He can know whoever checks him frequently. Yali didn't want Max to find out. As long as he blocked Max's related accounts, devices, IP addresses, etc., Max would not be able to find his information online at all. It turns out you are the Black Spider. Max was still angry. Under the effect of the super spider sense, Yali could easily read his mind and mocked, I don't even know her name. She's really pitiful. Asshole. Max was trembling with anger, and the electricity that made up his body seemed to be shattered. Haha, you dare to threaten me? See if I will piss you off. Yali tilted his head slightly and said, and not only that, that day from behind your people are also mine. Bang! Max's body exploded and dissipated. He was so angry that he exploded. You defeat Gwen Stacy's fateful nemesis, and you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million US. 2. Random reward, electrical wrench. 3. Servant reward, transform Maxwell Max Dillon, electric man. A message popped up in the system. Max is not dead yet. He reunited. The body is very illusory, but stubbornly refuses to die and is still mumbling to himself. I am immortal, I am immortal. If Yali continued to disperse Max's body, he might really be able to kill Max. But he doesn't have the time or patience anymore. Choice 3. As Yali made his choice, Max's body gradually began to truly dissipate. You, what have you done? Yali smiled and said, become a puppet. There is a system, but it is so unreasonable. Club. On the sidelines of the training ground. In the yoga room of the gym, Barbara was dressed in a loose black gauze, with long blonde hair hanging loose. She posed in a flexible pose and pretended to practice yoga, but in fact she was taking the opportunity to secretly observe the training ground. She is currently the only one in the yoga room equipped in this club. After all, it's on the surface. The Ghost Spider Club is still a fan gathering, and not many people practice yoga here. Barbara. Skye ran in holding her notebook and said, I'm sorry, you just joined the club and I'm going to disturb you. It doesn't matter. Your club is very big. It even has an independent yoga room. I like it very much. Barbara was thinking in her mind there is indeed something wrong with this club, and she was arguing with Skye. Do you have anything to ask me about? Skye hesitated. There are some things that I don't know if you are willing to help with. She secretly thought that Yelly had so many bad ideas and actually wanted to find Barbara, a spy, to work as a coolie, if it can be helped. While maintaining the difficult posture, Barbara responded, I will try my best. After all, you are so serious to me and have assigned a separate rest room, which makes me very flattered. Then I'll say it straight. Paranormal events and chaos broke out in many places in New York City, and Jessica and Ghost Spider went to stop them. Skye raised a polite smile and said, Lee asked me to direct at the club. I can ask your opinion when I have time. Barbara? Asking me for my opinion? I never said I knew about tactical command. How did he know that? Barbara, who had a series of question marks in her heart, still maintained her expression on her face. So you are here. Yelly appeared out of nowhere at this time and glanced at Barbara. She was now in a posture with her legs draped over her shoulders. Tisk. Such flexibility. It's probably top-notch among ordinary people. It's a pity that it's still not as good as Gwen. Barbara was interrupted by him and did not continue to say anything. But I haven't stopped practicing yoga. Instead, she changed her posture as if no one else was watching, allowing Yelly to fully appreciate her attractive figure. You've been in the bathroom for a long time. Skye saw Yelly coming back and reported to him. Jessica and Gwen have already arrived. The latest news has not come back yet. He must have made contact with the lizard people. Yelly touched his chin and thought, the most difficult electro-optical man has been solved. He didn't bother to brush the remaining monsters. Leave it to Gwen and Jessica to experience. Sitting in the middle of the town, there is nothing to command. Let's go and see. The other side. The building of fierce fighting. From a friend. Jessica looked at the blue lightsaber in her hand. Brother has such a magical friend. Whoosh, whoosh. Gwen shot out a large amount of spider silk, strengthening Connors's restraints and wrapping him into a white cocoon. Her current spider silk launcher reserve is much larger, and she is not afraid of using it up in a short time. Change it to in the past, if it was used so extravagantly, the reserves would probably bottom out soon. The things Lee gave are so amazing. Gwen also raised her wrist, looked at the spider silk launcher, and couldn't put it down the new toy. Thinking that it was given by Yelly, she became even happier. Leave it alone, Gwen. Jessica looked at Peter, who was ravaged by the venom. This black guy is so fierce, and the nerd is miserable underneath. Do we want to save him? Yes, and Peter, I almost forgot. It's no wonder that Gwen forgot about Peter. He now looks like a lizard monster, and people always think of him as a lizard man instead of Peter Parker. Gwen looked at the green lizard and the black monster pinched together. Although I don't know what happened to make Peter become like this, I still want to save him from the black monster first. Compared to the unknown venom, Gwen still prefers to help her neighbors. After all, Connor's plan was stopped, and Peter also had a share of the credit. Give it to me. Jessica raised her lightsaber and ran over. Look at me slashing this black monster. Venom sensed Ling lie behind him and no longer cared about Peter, who had a bunch of scales peeled off under him. His thick lower limbs bounced hard and landed not far away, closing the distance between Jessica and Jessica. Female Knight, Jessica. And Ghost Spiders. Thompson in the Venom took the lead at this time and suddenly shouted, "You are all accomplices. Why didn't you come to save me earlier that day? You and Peter are in cahoots, right? You did it on purpose." This one can also talk. Jessica paused and asked Thompson strangely, "Who are you?" Thompson said angrily, "I am Venom. I want you to feel the pain." He finished roaring. Venom's voice became hoarse again, and he made some weird hissing syllables. Si. Looks very nervous. It's inexplicable. Jessica didn't care. She jumped up and gave Venom a blow, and she yelled the way Yelly taught her, "Drink, split Huashan with all your strength." The lightsaber waved into a blue curtain in the night. Venom sensed the danger and did not dare to swipe its edge. With its speed advantage, it quickly avoided Jessica's slash and pounced in the direction of Peter. It still wanted to go first. Kill Peter first? Hateful? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Peter also rushed forward in anger, and was torn together with the venom again. The green scales were torn off and grew rapidly. The black liquid was torn apart and retracted. Both sides, you come and I go down. Peter got hit again. After all, if you can't beat it, you can't beat it. Fortunately, this time Jessica arrived with the lightsaber in hand, found the gap, avoided Peter, and swung at Venom. The lightsaber cut through Venom's black muscles without any hindrance. In other words, the symbiote actively avoided the scorching heat. Several cuts in a row. The Venom wounds are all superficial injuries. Jessica only scratched the outer symbiote, leaving Thompson inside unharmed. It's so responsive. Gwen saw that Jessica couldn't take the venom even though they worked together, so she stepped forward to help. But just then, her spider sense kicked in. The spider silk shot out instantly and stuck to the edge of the building, dragging Gwen across. Ding dong. On the spot, a metal object fell down, making a crisp sound. And the next second, boom, fireworks scattered. It's an exploding pumpkin grenade. Spider, GG. Harry appeared on the Green Goblin skateboard with a sinister smile. He has not forgotten his father's secret will. Only by getting Spider-Man's blood can he have a chance to cure their family's hereditary disease. Green Goblin. Gwen didn't talk nonsense. She raised her hands and shot 2 strands of spider silk towards Harry. Pa, pa, 2 tiny sticky sounds. The improved spider silk launcher fired faster, and the spider silk successfully stuck. The Green Goblin's skateboard fell under Harry's feet. Harry didn't pay attention. Just as Gwen was about to pull the spider thread, 2 micro-missiles were fired from the front end of the Green Goblin's skateboard. Gwen had no choice but to let go of the spider thread, and quickly flipped back and fell down the building, avoiding the incoming missiles. Of course, she didn't really jump off the building, but stuck to the vertical outer wall. After hearing 2 explosions, the spider sense activated. No danger. No, under the moonlight. Gwen jumped up with agility, and rolled up again in the blink of an eye, with smooth movements. But she was shocked when she saw the scene on the top of the building, and immediately threw a spider silk ball, an equipment given by Yet, inside. Because of the Green Goblin, a green arm knife popped out of his arm and was cutting through the white cocoon of spider silk that bound Connors. Harry had no time to dodge. He didn't pay attention to this gadget. With a wave of the arm knife, it was easily opened. This small ball. But at the same time, white spider silk also exploded from it. Damn it. Harry was tied to the cocoon by the spider silk. Fortunately, he was very strong, and Connors was about to break free. When Gwen's spider silk swung over, both the Green Goblin and Dr. Lizard broke free. Not good. Gwen immediately changed her position to the side and withdrew the kick she was about to kick. She didn't have the confidence to fight 1 against 2, but just when Gwen thought Connor would team up with the Green Goblin to deal with her, Connors suddenly threw Harry down. Osborn, you treacherous fellow. You. Harry was so angry that he vomited blood. Shouldn't you fight Spider-Man? She and the female knight destroyed your device? Gwen was also stunned. Do these criminals like to fight each other? Which one should she deal with first? Forget it, let's go help Jessica first. Gwen turned her attention to Jessica and Peter, who were still entangled with the venom, the spider silk. The venom's feet were stuck, but they were quickly separated by the symbiote and had no impact. This monster is really difficult to deal with. Gwen saw that his spider silk was effective, so he no longer rushed to take action, but thought of ways to deal with the venom. Connors? I know it is you. Harry, who was also injected with the Green Goblin serum, used his strength to push Connors away, and then said seductively, I know you have a lot of dissatisfaction, but that's not what I want. Connors did not continue to pounce, spit out the core and asked, This is Norman Osborn's Green Goblin equipment. Who are you? I am. Harry hesitated. The infamy after his father's identity was exposed was still vivid in his mind, and he did not dare to reveal his identity casually. So Harry made up a lie. Connors, I'm not from Osborn. You don't have to be so guarded. We can join forces and I can help you. Certainly. In exchange, you have to help me too. Help me? Kong Ansi turned around and looked at his launching device, which had been split in half. Harry immediately tempted. We can make a new one, and I can also take you to a better place to install the launcher. Connors was moved. Gwen was observing the battle and thinking of ways to deal with Venom when she heard a noise from the left. She reacted quickly and jumped to the upper right side. Dodge. Kang Gansi's claws are swung in the air. Then she tilted her head deftly. A whistling sound passed by my ears. Avoided the impact of Harry's Green Goblin's skateboard again. Joining forces again? How capricious. Gwen quickly shot out the spider silk to extend the distance. Why is she always the one being besieged? Oops, something happened to Gwen. Seeing that Gwen seemed to be under siege, Jessica hurriedly went over to support. Nerd, you delay this monster in a moment? I'm going to help Spider-Man. Peter wanted to cry but had no tears. I was being hammered. Gwen encountered enemies from both sides again. This time, she felt that there should be no black spiders coming to save her. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A series of gunshots suddenly continued. This attracted everyone on the rooftop, including police camera drones. Nothing else. Listening to the sound of gunfire, it was obviously the sound of an AK rifle, but it was too continuous, like a machine gun, and accompanied by this series of gunshots. Connors, who was double-teaming Gwen, was also constantly spattered with sparks. Soon his scales were shattered, his flesh and blood flew everywhere, and his lizard body was beaten back continuously. Ah! Connors screamed in agony. The speed of his self-healing could not even keep up with the speed of the catharsis of this metal storm? Who is it? Gwen cast her gaze along the continuous metal flames. She saw the stairs on the roof. Yelly was holding an extremely gorgeous AK rifle and kept shooting at Connors. Leave. Gwen was surprised and happy. Jessica also rushed over here. She jumped into the air in a few steps and struck Harry with a lightsaber from behind. Harry only had time to jump away and rolled to the ground. The Green Goblin skateboard under his feet was smashed to pieces. Before he could get up, there was a burning sensation in front of his neck. Jessica put the lightsaber in front of his neck. If you touch this thing, your head will fall off. Yelly saw Jessica's actions and said secretly, kill it. Why are you still keeping it? He felt that Gwen and Jessica were too soft-hearted, which was not a good habit. Maybe it was because of what I said in order to load the novice template. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The 3 views on them were overcorrected. This was not possible, they had to be brought back. Yelly felt that he had to set an example and give them a warning, so he suddenly stopped shooting. Oops, out of bullets. Connor's vertical pupils suddenly elongated. After being shot by Yelly continuously for so long, his anger and hatred levels have reached their peak. Go to hell. Connors suddenly burst out with unprecedented speed. Even Gwen had no time to stop it. It rushed in front of Yelly. Die. The lizard man's big green hand came over. Yelly raised the corner of his mouth slightly and jumped back before it touched him. It looked like he had been swatted away by a lizard man. And it flew off the roof? Connors? He looked at his palm in confusion. Why didn't he feel it? Could it be that the lizard serum has produced some new abilities, such as photographing people from a distance? No. Elder brother. At this time, two female voices screamed at the same time. Connors only felt a black and white flash of pink passing by beside him. On the other side. Get out of here. Jessica gave Harry a hard kick and kicked Harry away. The force was so strong that it even made him roll over several times and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Connors only felt a chill behind him. Then, there's no after that. His green body had a few cuts with blue light, and turned into several pieces of meat, which landed next to the feet of a pair of black cloth boots. Behind him is a figure that exudes a gloomy aura. Female knight. Jessica. Green blood spattered on her metal mask, leaving a few spots. At the moment of his death, Connors regained consciousness. He figured something out. It's not about waking up to your own lizard research. His last thought was, there's something dirty? Play me. Leave. Yelly is falling rapidly here. Gwen doesn't care and jumps down immediately. Is this a big deal? Yelly felt that perhaps a more tactful approach should be used. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Gwen finally calculated the distance, and the spider silk shot out and stuck to him. But because of the elasticity of the spider silk, Yelly was still falling. This scene reminded him of the scene in The Amazing Spider-Man 2 where Spider-Man Peter saved Gwen in his previous life. Because the spider silk is too elastic, Spider-Man failed to save people. After being caught by the spider silk, the ordinary person version of Gwen finally hit the ground and died. But of course it was impossible for Yelly to die. It would be fine even if he fell to the ground. And a few seconds before hitting the ground, a light touch fell on him, and he fell into a warm embrace. Jessica hugged Yelly, and a silver-white stream of light formed under her boots, holding her up in the air. She can fly. Huh? Can I fly? Jessica then realized that she had suddenly flown down in a hurry. Yelly heard her tone of voice charming and seemed to be in the same state as usual, if you ignore the green blood stains on the metal mask. Thanks to you, Jessica. Gwen also fell down at this time, and said with lingering fear, otherwise, I might not be able to save Lee. Yelly felt that it was a bit hasty to suddenly decide to act this time. He subconsciously said, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? The two girls wondered at the same time. Yelly choked. After thinking about it, he followed the trend and said, what I told you before, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Actually, I haven't finished it yet. There is still another half of it. Sentence. Jessica asked curiously, what about the second half of the sentence? Ahem. Yelly cleared his throat and said solemnly, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the greater the rights? I think, Gwen and Jessica, you have the right to judge your enemies. Judgment. Gwen and Jessica realized what had just happened. This night, the two girls grew up again. Returned to the roof. On the way, Jessica caught Harry trying to escape. Together with Gwen, they carried him back after performing a mixed doubles game on him. What to do with this guy? Jessica threw Harry, who had been beaten into a pig's head, to the ground. I didn't expect Harry to inherit his father's business. It's so disappointing. Harry's mask was knocked off. She returned the lightsaber to Gwen. Gwen, do you want to judge him? Gwen's hand trembled, but under the influence of the incident that just fell, she took it over by mistake. The task of eradicating evil is over. If we don't eliminate the enemy, what if the opponent does not follow martial ethics and hurts friends and family? But the target is the former one. Classmate, Gwen has never killed anyone before, so she really can't do it. At this time, a hand held her wrist. Yelly turned off the lightsaber and took it back, comforting Gwen and saying, don't force yourself, do whatever you want, just follow your heart. Leave? Gwen was so moved that she was still the most gentle. Jessica pursed her lips, no fair, I killed Dr. Connors by mistake. Yelly looked at the green minced meat still piled on the roof, are you sure it was a mistake? How many pieces does this cost? Just take it as it is. Yelly also comforted Jessica, just kill a big lizard. That can be the same. Jessica rolled her eyes at him, but it's good that my brother is fine. Then Harry, what to do with the green goblin? Gwen glanced at Harry. His mouth was so swollen that he couldn't speak. He could only whine and beg for mercy. Inform Director George, Yelly said easily. The truth has been taught. Harry can just keep it to get some rewards. There is no need to let Gwen and the others handle it. I said. In the corner of the roof, Peter, who had been beaten with venom and bruised all over his body, shouted miserably towards us. Have you forgotten me? Help. P.S. Why does it feel like no one is watching? The comment area is so quiet. Can Yenzio and Yu Yan deduct one in the comment area? I'm so panicked. Peter is in a bad situation right now. The scales on his body were torn off. If it weren't for his powerful self-healing ability, he wouldn't be able to survive now. Yelly picked up his Fire Kirin AK-47 and was about to fire a few rounds at Venom. This gun actually has unlimited bullets. He had done all the bullets before. Was this gun given to you by a friend? Okay. Jessica didn't know the word slut and didn't know how to properly describe Yelly's gun. Good, so special, so handsome. After Yelly takes aim, the bullets will pour out. Lee, you'd better leave first. Gwen stopped him at this point. She worriedly said, it's too dangerous for you here, just leave it to us. Forward, well. It seems that the actor's acting skills just now made Gwen a lot more cautious. Lee put away his gun. It's up to you. I'll wait for you downstairs. Gwen straightened the hood of her uniform with both hands, and her beautiful eyes under the white mask looked at Venom very seriously. Leave it to us. Jessica also put on the metal mask down, threw it aside, and was slightly inserted into the cement floor. Her feet scraped the ground, and Yin Hua grew on her own. She kicked Venom on the head with a flowing kick. Time flies. After the battle on the rooftop, police cars surround the building. Jessica, what do you want me to say about you? Director George reprimanded Jessica. Look at you, you don't listen to your brother, stay at home, and then run out to become a superhero. How could I tell you? This kind of thing is too dangerous. Even if you have abilities that are different from ordinary people, don't do it. You are still young, what can you do wrong? Why can't you be as steady as Lee? Jessica clicked her 2 index fingers and listened aggrievedly. After injecting the venom, she came down to look for her brother, but she happened to be caught by Uncle George. Gwen, that unfaithful guy, left her and ran away without saying hello because he covered his face. Occasionally, when George, a stern elder, wasn't paying attention, she would give an annoyed look in a certain direction. Look at your dad? Gwen, who was hanging on an elevated street lamp in the distance, was amused. She put on her Bluetooth headphones and swayed away holding the spider silk while listening to the song, leaving poor Jessica alone to be educated by George's endless words. Venom was defeated by Jessica, Gwen, and Peter, and the incident came to an end. Lee returned home leisurely and in a very happy mood. He found that there were 2 more opportunities to choose rewards. You defeated, you can choose one of the following rewards. You defeated, you can choose one of the following rewards. It turns out that you don't need to fight the enemy alone. As long as you participate in Gwen's battle, he will also be rewarded after defeating the opponent. It's a pity that the poison was not shot, and the reward selection did not pop up, so we can only talk about it later. Fortunately, these 2 random rewards are finally no longer rubbish like refreshing soda. Constant source of matter X3. Constant source, after use, the body does not need to replenish energy or any required substances, and can maintain its normal state. It is a very special item. The super spider sense told him that this thing might be of great use in the future, so he chose to keep it instead of using it in a hurry. The remaining random reward is very familiar to Lee, or it can be said that it is familiar and yet strange at the same time. 12 Talisman, Enhanced Version. Enhanced Version? Lee was about to try this so-called enhanced version to see how powerful it was when he heard someone knocking gently on the window of the room. Dang dang. Who is it? It's late at night now. Lee went over and opened the window, and saw a bunch of golden hair falling down. Leave again. Before Lee could say anything, he felt 2 tender flaps pressing against him. Then, I tasted 4 points of enthusiasm, 4 points of dexterity, and 2 points of playfulness. Gwen moved gently, put her hands on the window edge and began to change her body shape, gradually changing from an upside-down posture to facing Lee. During this period, the 2 did not separate. Lee only felt the softness of the taste, and it was completely spinning somewhere. Very exciting. This is something that normal kissing cannot do, and only he who has the admiration of the ghost spider can enjoy it. At this time, a pair of tender jade arms were wrapped around his neck, 2 catkins were caressing his back shoulders, and his waist was also entangled with the long legs of a thin python that was wandering around. The girl was like an octopus, grabbing his upper body and kissing him passionately, asking non-stop. Lee felt the delicate body in his arms and exerted force intentionally and feebly to press him in a certain direction. He cooperated with this force and slowly retreated. Gwen slightly opened her sapphire eyes full of water, and saw that her destination was approaching. Spider silk shot out from her wrist and stuck to the big bed. Then with a gentle pull, the 2 fell down. The morning light shines through the curtains and reflects on the faces of a pair of wall figures, as beautiful as a picture scroll. The corners of the girl's eyes are full of spring, her fair face and moist pink lips are clear and distinct. Her long eyelashes trembled and she opened her eyes. Think of something. Gwen felt sweet, happy, and excited. Lee is not an ordinary person. Why is her back so sore now? Numbness in legs. Leave. Gwen called Lee softly. Good morning. He heard the soft greeting. Lee opened his sleepy eyes. What happened? Oh, by the way, I worked hard all night yesterday. After fighting a supervillain, I had to fight a superhero when I got home. It's really not easy. Gwen passed her beautiful lips with her sweet tongue and said with a sly smile, you feel very energetic in the morning. Lee reached out and rubbed her hair, because Gwen is so cute. The little spider girl was so comfortable that she narrowed her eyes, and her smile turned full of warm love. Lee, from today on, I am completely yours. Are you happy? Yesterday, Lee was in danger and was a little flustered. She made a decision and took the initiative. Well, to be precise, it should be several steps, and there are quite a few new ways to unlock them. Hill, what are you asking me? Barbara sipped a cup of milk tea and contacted Hill in her temporary residence. Yes, I've checked it out. The Ghost Spider Club is not just a fan club, they even have a training ground specifically for superheroes. It is certain that Ghost Spider has also joined this club, and she always acts with the female knight Jessica. The one last night. Oh, it's called Night of Heroes on the internet, and not only Ghost Spider and Female Knight participated in the operation, but Skye also used her hacking skills to provide information support. Barbara thought for a while and then said, and that Yelly, I think he also has some in a normal place, there may be the ability to read minds. Hill, it can be confirmed that this club is a folk hero organization. I will have people record it in the file. In addition, you mentioned that Yelly who can read minds, I guess it's because of this. Hill said, sending a piece of information to Barbara. Barbara opened it and looked at it. It was a record of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s external image being hacked, and it happened to include her name. Although there is only a name and no photos, it can already make people sure of something. Barbara, oh my gosh, those guys are really hungry. Hill, I think we should tighten our protection, otherwise you know how many agents will be killed by this sieve-like firewall. She regretted telling Yelly his real name by accident, but he seemed to have known it for a long time. Barbara, I still think this Yelly is weird. Hill, then continue the investigation. As for your complaint against the network department, I will report it to Fury. Don't worry, they are not as incompetent as you think. Through counter-intrusion, they have discovered that Skye has joined a hacker group called Rising Tide. Her technical strength has improved very quickly, which shows that we were right in thinking that she has great potential as an agent. In addition, our director has a special plan to recruit outstanding superheroes. The female knights did a good job last night and can be used as observation targets to be determined. If you continue to stay in the Ghost Spider Club, maybe your presence will be needed when the time comes. Click. The bathroom door opened, and hot steam came out. Small feet with round toes stepped out with water drops, and then smooth white ankles, and Jessica walked out wrapped in a bath towel. She was so exhausted yesterday that she didn't even have time to take a shower when she came back. She fell asleep and took a comfortable hot bath when she woke up. Morning news, the terrifying Electroman burst out of Osborne Tower, causing a large number of casualties. Do people think that the Osborne Group, which has been prone to frequent terrorist attacks, still needs to exist? Black Spider and the mysterious Iron Man join forces to solve the disaster. We have heard about Black Spider for a long time, so will this man wearing a golden and red armor be the new superhero? Some enthusiastic netizens named the mysterious Iron Man, Electro, Lizard Man, Black Monster, and the reappearance of the Green Goblin. Super criminal incidents occur frequently, and the New York police revealed their hard work last night. At the same time, Black Spider, Iron Man, Ghost Spider, and Female Knight also turned the tide yesterday and prevented many crises. Hero fans united and rated last night as a night of heroes. Brother, it's true, the TV is not turned off either. Jessica wiped her wet long hair with a towel, walked over and turned off the TV that was playing. But as soon as the TV was turned off, she heard a creaking and swaying sound, and, Gwen? Jessica followed the sound furtively and reached the door of Yelly's room. Gwen didn't pay attention to Jessica's arrival at all, and even ignored her spider sense. He lifted his blonde hair from his forehead and curled his toes. Similar to movements in Latin dance. The clock passed by more than an hour. Jessica couldn't help but remind in a low voice, Gwen, your family should be getting up soon, you'd better go back quickly. Fine. Gwen hooked her hair behind her ears with her little finger, and a smile appeared on her face. Go through Lee's window and you'll find my room. Just wait for a while. Another 10 minutes passed. Only then did Gwen feel that the time was almost up, and said goodbye to Yelly. Lee, I'm going back first. Yelly responded lazily, ask your mother to make more delicious food for you. Little Spider, your fighting power is still a little bit behind. Gwen stuck out her tongue and made a face. Anyway, I am if I can't beat you, go find someone else. The adventurers and volunteers still didn't find any monsters after circling the first floor. This phenomenon makes adventurers a little strange. Have all the goblins been eliminated? The dungeon has just started to become lively, and the adventurers are very sure that there are usually no adventurers coming to the first floor. Goblins are early-stage monsters, and most adventurers who are novices will not waste time on the first level. He originally thought so too, but he didn't expect that some adventurers had already cleaned up the first floor. Do we have to go to the second floor again? The adventurer frowned and couldn't help but think. It's still early today, and if we go back just because of this matter, it means that we won't be able to earn even one Ferris today. But the monsters on the second floor were simply having a party. The second floor is not only filled with elementary monsters like goblins, but also strange things like killer ants and man-eating frogs. Any level 1 adventurer who is targeted by so many monsters will definitely die. But it is also true that there is not a single monster on the first floor. The man scratched his hair irritably. He didn't want to waste a whole day and not even earn one Ferris. If he can't make money, he may not be able to taste the divine wine this month. The man glanced at the volunteers, and his irritable mood was relieved a little. Of course, this was not because he saw this little human being in a good mood, but he thought that if there was danger on the second floor, wouldn't this volunteer be useful? Hey, let's go to the second floor. As a volunteer, Lily Luca didn't say anything and just followed behind. After the two of them walked away, Belle walked out with a frown on his face. It seems that in addition to the first floor, monster feasts also occur on other floors. Is this my fault? There were too many questions to think about, but Belle vaguely felt that this liveliness really had something to do with him. Otherwise, so many monsters would not have been born on the first floor where he was. Perhaps it was because of this change in the first floor where he was that the operation of the dungeon radiated to other floors? Maybe this is the answer. Is this also luck? It seems that this luck is only for me. Those adventurers from other classes may have suffered. Of course, even so, Bell has no so-called sense of guilt. Guilt? Why should he have such feelings? It's not like he controlled the dungeon. If he did it intentionally, then he has nothing to say. But maybe this is just a kind of radiation from the underground city to his luck. It can only be said that the adventurers who were recruited were the unlucky ones. Of course, this kind of suffering is only for ordinary adventurers. It's not a bad thing for those capable adventurers. For adventurers, drops are something similar to rewards that appear with a small probability, and most of the economic source for adventurers is still magic stones. The output of a large amount of monsters also means the output of a large amount of magic stones. Of course, this is only for capable adventurers. Those weak adventurers will probably have a headache how to escape from so many monsters. Bell shook his head slightly but just sat aside to rest. Now he is not very anxious to explore the reasons for the longer battery life. It should be that my dungeon responded to my expectations. With high luck, the entire dungeon formed a monster feast. Unexpectedly, my luck could even affect the dungeon. The last time we went to the guild from the dungeon, Miss Inna talked about the same topic, and also issued corresponding warnings. It seems I need to restrain myself a bit from now on. If this phenomenon occurs frequently in the dungeon, the guild will also start further investigation. Once the investigation starts to ramp up, maybe my story will come out. Now is not the time. Even if you know that your affairs will be exposed sooner or later, you have to hide them as long as you can. Bell hopes that he can grow as much as possible during this free time. Perhaps, you have to reach at least level 5 before you can live a more peaceful life in this city. You still have to be careful now, so as not to cause trouble to Lord God. Don't cause trouble for yourself, don't cause trouble for God. This is Bell's current standard for doing things. Excessive excellence often attracts the covetousness of other gods, so it is quite necessary to behave in an average way. Bell sat on the ground and rested for a long time. His magic power and physical strength were almost completely restored, and the goblin on the first floor was finally born naturally. Unlike the dozens that appeared at first, now only one appeared in front of Bell's eyes. Listening carefully to the sounds around you, there was the sound of something landing far away. It should be that the monsters born this time were not at one point, but were scattered in various places on the first floor. However, this situation is also normal. After all, there are not many goblins on the first floor refreshed in each round. It is normal for the branches of goblins to be born everywhere on the first floor. Bell gave the goblin a lot of time. After seeing the goblin stand up with a short sword, he took out the Kuji Kane Sata from the 4-dimensional space. Let me see. This time Bell didn't move very quickly. Quick attack focused too much on results but ignored many details. So this time Bell needed to see more subtle changes. The goblin hunched over and found an opportunity to bring he rushed up with strange screams. If it was 8 days ago, Bell would avoid the attack and then find a suitable opportunity to strike, but there is no need now. Taking a step forward, the sword in his hand poured out along with a ray of silver light. Puff. Boom. The knife cut off the goblin's knife-holding hand, and green blood spurted out. At this moment, Bell noticed something. A white gap appeared on the goblin's body. Because the goblin Lintong's body was green, so a white gap seemed particularly abrupt. Bell's eyes narrowed, and he slashed away with a knife. The gap was at the goblin's chest, and the goblin who lost one hand could no longer block it. Possibility. A crosscut knife directly hit the white gap. At this moment, the goblin with a small cut on his chest instantly turned into black ash. Died. I didn't cut deeply. The goblin would never be killed with such a shallow wound, but it turned into black ash. Is that white gap the monster's lifeline? Is it like something that the evil eye of death can see? But Bell still felt weird. Even if he could really see it, why did he see the goblin just now? I want to learn. Skye suppressed someone's mischievous palm and said angrily, I've learned a few fighting skills, and I can also defend myself against some perverts. Didn't you feel a little nauseous just now? The corner of Yeli's mouth curled up into a smile, and golden light appeared in the palm of his hand again. Don't. Skye's fingers suddenly grasped his shoulders and begged for mercy. It's not disgusting. Stop it. Ahem. At this time, 2 figures appeared at the door. One of them, an Asian girl with black hair, coughed twice to remind Yeli and Skye, who were a bit big. The other girl with white hair and a slim figure smiled at Yeli said, The teacher is very busy. It seems that we came at the wrong time. Oh, Cindy, Felicia. Yeli took back his hand to say hello and said teasingly, No, you guys came at just the right time. He held Skye and moved, waving to the 2 girls, indicating that there was still room for them. Felicia smiled politely. She secretly gave Yeli a wink. Her eyes were seductive, but she did not choose to sit down. In the past, the book said, girls should be reserved and play hard to get in order to be attractive to the boys they like. Just when Felicia was thinking this, she saw Cindy next to her, who looked quiet and walked over quickly. Quietly and obediently sat in Yeli's arms. Disappointing bestie? Lee. Cindy put on a faint smile and called out softly. She pressed her upturned legs on Yeli's legs, her 2 little feet were dangling gently, and there were moon-shaped emerald anklets on her ankles, which were very eye-catching. Yeli praised, This is so beautiful and matches you very well. Cindy blinked strangely. Isn't this what you gave me? Forward, really? Yelly looked slightly embarrassed. But he soon adjusted back. He often gives girls some expensive and beautiful gemstones and jewelry. There are so many of them that they can't even count them. It's normal to forget them. Do you want to try this, Cindy? The golden light bloomed in the palm of Yelly's hand, and weak electric current formed the stamens. The gold was mixed with blue, which was even more gorgeous than the last electric flower. This is an advanced version. I guarantee you will like it very much. Cindy hugged him after a gentle kiss. He happily agreed. I think you should have a restroom here. Skye, who was sitting on the other side, looked at the current in Yelly's hand and looked a little suspicious. Can this be practiced? She always felt that she had been deceived. We're here to learn how to draw, Cindy. Felicia didn't grab a seat, so she sat down on the table unhappily. She took out a paintbrush from Yelly's pen holder and played with it. I'm not here to adjust it. She said and saw the cool skills in Yelly's palm. Teacher, what's going on with the flower in your hand? Do you still moonlight as a magician? The mystical magic of the East. Yelly continued to fool. Do you want to learn? Cindy and Felicia looked at each other, then nodded their smooth chins together, with expectant eyes. What kind of painting should I learn? Isn't this much more magical? Ever since. In the studio where painting was supposed to be done, there were 3 young and pretty girls. Under the close guidance of Yelly, he practiced the basic skills of martial arts. Fortunately, his studio was big enough to withstand the trouble. And outside the gallery, a black car passed by. Happy, stop here. Tony said to his bodyguard and driver, let's see if that guy is here. Maybe we can take some paintings back. He is not very interested in paintings, but collecting paintings is a common behavior among rich people. Moreover, Tony knows and has some friendship with the owner of this gallery, and his style is in line with his aesthetic. But Tony has just walked into the studio with his bodyguard. He saw a beautiful rotating whip kick, passing in front of his nose, leaving him stunned. What happened? Attack? Tony, be careful. Happy next to him quickly reached into his arms, as if he was about to take out a pistol. Hey, calm down, Happy. Tony stretched out his hand to stop Happy from taking out his gun, and looked at Cindy in front of him. Little girl, I think this is a misunderstanding. Who are you, Mr. Stark? Cindy had seen Tony's report on the news and said sheepishly, sorry, I was practicing some fighting skills just now. You walked in suddenly. Due to her physical condition, Cindy was the quickest to master Yel Jiao's moves, so she happened to hit Tony's face with one kick. Fortunately, her spider sense is very strong and she was able to master the moves she just learned in time. Well, okay, it's also my fault. Tony has always been courteous to beautiful women, not to mention she is a girl who looks young and is still in high school. He then turned his attention to Yelly, who was surrounded by girls, and greeted him in a matai way. Why are you still so shabby? You should listen to me and redecorate it. Yelly was also a little surprised by Tony's arrival, and replied, Rich man, why do you have time to come to my place? I don't have time to come here specifically to buy paintings, I just stopped by to take a look. Tony glanced at Skye, Felicia, and Cindy with different styles, and couldn't help but admire them. You have really good taste, but you are a bit young, but it suits you just right. Yelly raised his eyebrows. Why does he always feel that Tony is saying that he abducted an ignorant girl? Then you should also know. Yelly, who had just guided Skye and the others, made a gesture of moving his arms. You disturbed my good deeds. Are you practicing self-defense with the girls? Tony said with an expression that I understand. That's really interesting. What's the next step? I think you should lock the door so I can't get in and almost get kicked. Seeing that they spoke so directly, the 3 girls were a little shy and shrank behind Yelly without speaking. Even Felicia, who had abandoned her cold persona in front of Yelly, became quiet at this time and regained her coolness. After all, they were still high school students. Moreover, Stark's identity made them less interested in getting involved in their conversation. He was a famous playboy, but Tony was interested in Yelly interested. I didn't expect that an artist like you would also start learning fighting. He put on a boxing stance, bounced lightly on his feet, and invited Yelly. I've been practicing boxing with Happy recently. Why don't we practice? In order to be a good superhero Iron Man, Tony has been practicing fighting recently, but since he just started practicing, his level cannot be complimented. It just so happened that they met Yelly, a novice who could peck each other. Of course, he would not let this opportunity pass him by. And Tony Stark, who has always been a coquettish guy, although he has no idea about little girls, he also has the idea of showing off his skills in front of young beauties. See Tony looking confident. Yelly was happy. Good guy, a human sandbag delivered to your door. This is good, it allows Skye and the others to see the moves more clearly. After all, I always stick to each other when I try to show off my skills with a girl. After working with Tony, I don't have this trouble anymore. He is confident that he can control his force well, so he is not afraid of accidentally beating Iron Man to death. Come on then. Yelly walked to the open space in the center of the studio and challenged Tony. Don't worry, I will keep my hand and won't hurt you. Talking. Of course Tony would not lag behind. He turned to Happy and told Happy, if I can't hold back later, come over and hold me back. Happy nodded cooperatively. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely catch you. Tony was satisfied. He bounced on his feet and came to look at Yelly. You look more muscular than before. You have practiced well. Yelly replied with a compliment. You're not bad either. After the two exchanged business blows, they started to fight. Happy was watching closely, as if he was really going to pull Tony out at any time. Skye and Felicia also watched curiously, wanting to know what Yelly taught them. What are the actual combat effects of his fighting skills? Only Cindy lacks interest. She knows that Stark, the famous rich man and scientist, will not be the opponent of the spider totem. Yelly has no intention of Tony's fist. He didn't care, he just lent Tony to demonstrate his moves to the girls, otherwise they would have been overpowered by one move. So, Tony and Yelly passed a few moves, and they felt like they were being led along. Every punch he made was either dodged or blocked. He was easily parried. It was clear that the force coming from the opponent was not much different from his own, but he was crushed in terms of skills. Skills? Isn't this what he needs? Tony's steel armor is not lacking in strength, and he also practices fighting in order to techniques to enhance combat effectiveness. While Tony was distracted, Yelly had almost demonstrated the moves to Skye and the others. Seeing that he was absent-minded, he was about to end the discussion on the next move. At this time, Happy jumped up smartly and grabbed Tony. He stepped back and said, "Boss, your attack is too fierce. Mr. Yelly may not be able to withstand it." Tony came back to his senses and gave Happy a look of approval. "Good job, Happy. I almost hurt him, but thanks to you nothing happened." Yelly's eyes are so fishy, can he still have some face? But he doesn't care. Happy's fighting skills are also at the level of half a glass of water. The reason why he can always be Tony's bodyguard is more because of the relationship between Tony and Tony. Knowing that Happy was not the one who lost, he was just trying to save face, so he asked Yelideo, "What are you practicing?" He wants to learn. Compared with these clever tricks, the boxing I practiced before is nothing. Basic martial arts. Yelly replied to Tony, and then asked the girls, "Do you see the way clearly?" "See clearly?" Skye raised her little hands, as if she was obsessed with a girl. "Lee, you are so handsome. It looks pretty awesome." Felicia's slender hands mastered making fists, and she gained an understanding of this fighting technique. Maybe if she practices this well, she won't be afraid of the unskilled boys in school harassing her because of her appearance. Cindy is already aware of the results. He was expecting it, but he praised it sweetly. "It's great." Tony saw the girls praising Yelly one after another, but he didn't know that Yelly was treating him as a human being. So he thought even more after learning it. He caught Yelida and said, "Teach me this fighting technique too. I can pay for it. You make a price." "Ah." Yelly yawned and said with no interest, "It depends on the situation. I'll teach you when I have time. You know me." Tony then remembered how lazy Yelly was. It took him a long time to customize a painting. "Okay, just come and teach me how to do it when you have time. Just treat it as a way to play. So now, how about I pick a few paintings to take away?" Tony remembered his original purpose, glanced around the studio, and picked up the paintings he liked. "It's up to you, just pay." Yelly didn't care. "I have to remind you that although the gallery is my place of work, I don't have many paintings. You should go to the art exhibition to choose." Tony couldn't deny it, "It's just a matter of picking. I know your real good stuff is hidden in the north building. As long as you know, don't talk nonsense and cause trouble for me." Yelly took out a bottle of low alcohol from the refrigerator. "Do you want to drink?" "Certainly." Tony picked at it and snapped his fingers. "Give me a drink." "Yeah." Lee lowered his eyelids and put the wine and cup on the table. "Pour it yourself." "I come." Happy came up, poured a glass for Tony and passed it over, and also got a glass for himself. "Oh, this is good." "Not bad indeed." Tony took the wine but didn't drink it yet. He was talking about a painting hanging on Yelly's wall. The painting was of a sexy girl. "Has she been here before?" "The signature date is earlier than mine, so it's really yours." Tony recognized that this was the female cover star he had dated, but he couldn't sleep because of the incident in Afghanistan. Yelly drank wine. "Don't get me wrong, I'm different from you. It's just a portrait." Tony said bluntly, "Come on, that's why I share the same interests with you." He put the painting back in his hand because he knew that Yelly's paintings like this were not for sale. "There were 3 lovely girls behind me." Yelly pulled Skye's pinched hand away. "Tony, you're probably not blind. You'd better say less." Okay, I apologize," Tony said, holding the wine glass and continuing to wander around. He suddenly saw something and became interested. "Let me see what you found." Tony picked up a small picture frame that was thrown casually in the corner. On it was a figure in a golden and red armor. "Do you like Iron Man?" Tony shook the dust off his portrait. "It's not very polite to leave it here like this, but it's a good painting." Yelly said calmly, "It's just a random drawing. His armor is pretty good." This was just a random drawing he took when he got interested. He didn't expect that the owner would find it. "I need this one." Tony handed the painting directly to Happy. Then he took out Yelly's bank account number and gave him a large number with a wave of his hand. Yelly didn't even look at the information about the payment and waved his hand. "Let's go. It's better not to give it away." Tony choked on his farewell words. "I haven't said I'm leaving yet. It seems that you want to chat slowly with your little girlfriend, so I will leave first. Remember what I told you." Fighting. After Tony left, Yelly did not continue to develop intimacy with Skye and the others as he thought. Instead, he told them, "You guys practice slowly here first. I'll go out for something." He went out to hang out when he had time, but he didn't give him his uniform. It seems necessary to follow up and meet Tony again under another identity. Tony returned home and wanted to give the painting to his assistant Pepper, but she was nowhere to be seen. Beep, the phone rings. It's Pepper. Before he could answer the question, his face suddenly turned pale and purple blood vessels protruded. The veteran of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stanap, walked out from behind Tony and put away the gadgets in his hands. I really wanted you to see my steel suit, Tony, but I didn't get the chance. He sneered and took away the blue arc reactor from Tony's chest. Too bad you got Pepper involved. I originally wanted her to live. Oh, look what this is. Before Obadiah left, he saw the painting Tony put on the sofa, picked it up and laughed. Iron Man? This is really ridiculous. Can you make money by rescuing those refugees? As he said this, he was about to tear up the painting. I don't know what you mean by ridiculous, but you'd better put that painting down. A voice came from the shadows. Yelly, dressed as a night spider, walked slowly to Obadiah. Black Spider. Obadiah froze, remembering what was reported some time ago. Tony had a relationship with him? An unexpected guy. No matter what Obadiah thinks. Yelly just patted him on the shoulder, and then took out the painting and the arc reactor from his hand. Obadiah dared not resist. He knew that this Black Spider, unlike other superheroes, never showed mercy in killing people. Even Norman, the chairman of Osborn Group, was casually crushed to death by him. He swallowed. Black Spider, maybe we can sit down and talk. Yelly ignored him and just looked at Tony. Tony Stark. I saved you twice, oh no, 3 times if you include the time with Electro. I think you're not done yet. Hurry and make what I want. If I have something to do in the future, I will come back to you. Tony didn't reply. He couldn't reply either. He could only shout in his heart. Old man, can you put the stove on for me first? I'm about to GG. Cough, although it's not the tone, that's probably the meaning. Obadiah, a shrewd businessman, grasped the mystery in Yelly's words and immediately promised. Black Spider, I can provide you with what you need Tony to make for you, and it can be done better. He didn't ask Yelly what he needed, but instead boasted about High Cow first, giving people a reliable confidence. Tony panicked in silence. He can't speak now, he can't make conditions. This is unfair. He felt that he had no friendship with Black Spider, and Black Spider might really turn his back on Obadiah. When Tony was worried, Obadiah was still talking about selling Yelly. As long as you quit this thing, I can give you more things. Wealth, power, beauty, it's all up to you. Tony is also desperately trying to say something. I can do it too. Don't listen to him. Obadiah finished speaking. He looked at Yelly confidently. How about it? I think no one can refuse these conditions, and we will have more opportunities for cooperation in the future. You are noisy. Yelly grabbed his neck. You. Obadiah was lifted up, holding his arms like iron pincers with his hands, staring in disbelief. Yelly tilted his head. You seem to have made a mistake. There is only one Tony Stark, but businessmen like you are everywhere. You take yourself too seriously. While Obadiah's legs were struggling desperately, Yelly used his favorite execution style and broke his cervical spine. Although he had no grudge against Obadiah, since he had taken action, such a villain still had to be dealt with. Okay, Obadiah is not dead, but he will be a vegetative for the rest of his life. If Tony decides to keep him alive. The arc reactor, which was emitting blue light, spun around in Yelly's hand and stuffed it back into Tony's chest. Bang! Yelly punched lightly, and the arc reactor sank in, successfully connecting to it. Cough, cough, cough. Tony coughed a few times before he could catch his breath. He patted his chest and looked at Yelly resentfully. Brother, can you be gentler? Cut the crap. Yelly said in a bad tone. Where is the battle suit? Don't tell me you haven't done it yet. It has been completed. I was going to notify you. Tony used his weak body to operate. A platform rose up not far away. On it were several high-tech suits, not steel suits, but more close-fitting ones. Thanks to you again this time. Tony was grateful from the bottom of his heart, but the way he expressed it was hard to accept. There is only one Tony Stark. Oh, if I were a woman, I would love you to death. Yelly took away a few sets of battle clothes and said disgustedly, if you disgust me again, I will twist your neck. Tony, when he said this, he glanced at Obadiah, whose neck was crooked on the ground, with complicated eyes. It's not dead, you can handle it yourself. After Yelly collected several portable suits, he threw a small black stick to Tony. Can you make this? What's this? Tony saw a switch on it and pressed it curiously. With a hiss, a blue light came out instantly and cut off one corner of the table. Fortunately, he held it diagonally, otherwise it wouldn't just be the table that would be cut. Skye? Tony screamed and quickly straightened it. You didn't tell me it was a lightsaber. I almost got stabbed. So can it be done? Yelly doesn't care if Tony will be stabbed. He has an enhanced version of the horse charm that can bring people back to life, and he has a unique ability to attract people. Hold on. Tony came to an instrument, turned off the lightsaber and put it up. Jarvis, analyze the structure. Soon, a series of data and structural analysis diagrams were projected by Jarvis. Jarvis's voice sounded, Sir, it is recommended to test the maximum power. Wait for this first. By the way, delete Obadiah's authority and raise Black Spider's authority to the highest level. While giving the order, Tony called up the structural analysis diagram of a crystal in the lightsaber. This is lightsaber's power source. Jarvis said at this time. Sorry sir, I can't do it. The information of Mr. Black Spider is isolated by a special position and cannot be identified and entered. What the hell? Tony looked at Yelly and asked in surprise, are you an alien? Just do your job well. Yelly said calmly, it doesn't matter whether you have permission or not. I can enter your place at will. What else can Tony say? It's good, it's powerful. The most special thing about this lightsaber has been found out. Tony pointed to a crystal-shaped component projected on the screen. That's it. Jarvis searched the database. There is no such material on our planet, and you said you are not an alien. Yelly thought to himself, is this a kyber crystal? The lightsaber rewarded by the system did not require the user to have the force. He thought the structure would be different, but he did not expect that there was a kyber crystal in it. It seems that this kyber crystal is special and can light up the plasma beam by itself. Can that be done? Find an alternative material or something. Yelly proposed an idea. I need to test its capabilities. Tony took Yelly to the lower laboratory and took out some alloys to cut with a lightsaber. This is the gold and titanium alloy I use to make my steel suit. Let me try it. This. He hadn't finished speaking. He saw the lightsaber in his hand, cutting through the alloy like a hot knife cutting through butter. This means, this simple and unflashy weapon could easily cut him in half wearing a steel suit. Tuo glanced at Yelly silently. People are more infuriating than people. Anyone who takes out anything can easily destroy the armor he worked so hard to develop. Calm down. Tony still analyzed it for Yelly, using arc reactor technology instead of crystal as the energy source, and then changing the structure. Maybe we can make something similar, but it won't be so powerful. Will the power decrease? Yelly asked. Insufficient energy. The arc reactor is a small nuclear device, so it can't be inferior to the system's special kyber crystal. Not because of lack of energy. The difficulty is how to restrain this light blade from flying wildly, so the power must be weakened, otherwise it will lose control. Tony is also very interested in lightsabers. If his steel suit can be equipped with this kind of close-quarters weapon, the combat power will be greatly enhanced. So he asked Yelly for permission. After it is developed, I want to put it on the steel suit. Also load this weapon. Don't worry, I won't mass-produce without your signature, and the company has closed the weapons department. It's up to you, but I have a condition. Yelly thinks this is a good idea. At that time, we will also add the ghost spiders and their battle clothes. There was a black line on Tony's forehead. Loading a light blade into that kind of close-fitting suit was much more difficult than loading into his steel suit. It will kill a lot of brain cells. However, it was a matter of mutual benefit, so he agreed. Okay, I will do my best. You wait for the good news. Yelly nodded with satisfaction. The two tinkered and studied for a while, and Jarvis reported, Sir, Ms. Pepper is back. As long as she's fine. Tony stopped what he was doing. He had already taken the time to call Pepper. Yelly's super spider sense flashed some pictures and noticed that the old Cooley Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. was accompanying Pepper. You busy? He told Tony, and the invisibility and teleportation of the snake charm were activated, and he disappeared in an instant. Tony was stunned. He really came and left at will. The next second, Yelly's figure reappeared in the gallery. Returned to the studio, he saw Skye making love with Cindy. Come, put your hands this way. Cindy stuck to Skye's back, held her wrist, and led her hand in hand to practice the moves. When punching, remember to use your waist. Skye obediently twisted her waist along the traction, and the effect was much better. Cindy, you are so awesome. Cindy smiled brightly, stretched out her calf, hooked Skye's ankle to correct her footwork. She has a very well-proportioned figure. She must exercise regularly. Skye, are you exercising with Lee? You guys practiced well. Yelly walked in and looked around. Where's Felicia? She left. Cindy poked her head out from behind Skye and replied, Felicia said something happened at home, and she seemed to be leaving in a hurry. Really? Yelly thought of something and didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the two girls with a gentle smile. Then, let me teach you first. The other side. Felicia rushed to the police station anxiously, her pretty brows furrowed and her eyes filled with sadness. How come? Isn't my father a salesman? Why is he called the thief the cat? There must be a mistake somewhere. With this idea in mind, she came to the New York Police Department and wanted to defend her father. But later, the conclusive evidence presented by Director George left her speechless. The police department spent a lot of effort on the civet thief. After a long investigation, we have ample evidence to prove that your father, Walter Hardy, was a civet. George took the evidence and stated the facts. However, the girl in front of him was said to have dull eyes. He couldn't help but soften his tone. I read your information when I was investigating Walter Hardy. Felicia Hardy, a classmate of my daughter's at Midtown High School. As a father, I understand. It's unfortunate that something like this happened to you. I hope you can look away. I know you, Chief George. Felicia smiled bitterly. Your daughter is very famous in school. I have seen Gwen's performance. George sighed. The father of a classmate is a policeman, but her own father is a thief. There must be a huge psychological gap for this girl. Director George, what will be the sentence for my father? Felicia still wants to find a way to help her father. Her father gave her a good life. Others can blame him, but she can't. This has to wait for the court's decision. Judging from my many years of experience, George said, if you can pay off the stolen money, your sentence can be reduced a lot, but the amount your father stole is not small, and it also contains some treasures. He didn't finish what he said, but his meaning was very clear. This was not Felicia. High school students can pay it off. Maybe Felicia should be enlightened to prevent her from making the same mistakes as her father and going astray. It's just that he is still very busy as the police chief and does not have the time to enlighten high school students. George thought. Somehow I thought of Jessica. That girl sneaks away every day to become a female knight. Although he was passionate, he had no sense of justice, and he recognized this aspect. Maybe Felicia and Jessica can be left alone to be infected more, so that they won't go astray in the future. Think of this. Director George took out a banned business card given by Gwen, handed it to Felicia and said, I can't help you much, my daughter's friend Jessica, you should know. That girl is very popular in school now. If you join her band, you might be able to raise some money based on your popularity. So much for that. George also felt that he could no longer continue editing, so he left on the grounds that he had other things to do. Looking at the business card lying in her palm, Felicia thought for a while and put it into her school bag, but on the way home. But her heart was wavering. The school band doesn't make much money, and it's far less than the amount needed to commute my father's sentence. What Felicia didn't know, her father was in more trouble than she thought. Much larger. The news is accurate, this is an opportunity. A figure like a mountain of flesh sat on a luxurious chair, his expression not very good looking. In other words, since the super criminals under his command were baptized by the Black Spider, Jin Bin was not in a better mood. That makes it difficult to spare his manpower when he needs to deal with some street heroes who are destroying business. Sometimes he even needs to come forward to solve the problem himself. What does it mean that the big boss behind the scenes personally goes into battle as a thug? But he recently found a solution to this dilemma, the experimental formula and serum formula of the Super Soldier project back then. That's right, it's the Super Soldier program that created Captain America. It's in the mind of the big thief named Civet. If you can get it, he will have an endless supply of extraordinary minions. Even black spiders don't need to be taken seriously. Kingpin issued an order to his men, inform Otto that I have given him the experimental funds he wants, and tell him to catch the Civet for me. Police station. Not long after Felicia left, several men in black suits came to Director George. FBI, are you going to take Walter Hardy away? After George confirmed that their agent IDs were genuine, he looked at them and said strangely, this doesn't seem to be within your jurisdiction. We have relevant documentation licenses. Named FBI, it was actually the black suit of the SHIELD agent who showed the proof. Director George, you better move quickly, we are in a hurry. I need to confirm. Of course George wouldn't let people be taken away so easily. After all, he worked hard to catch him. But at this moment, someone robbed the prison. There were shouts from where the suspects were temporarily detained in the police station, along with some noisy sounds. Before George could move, several men in black suits ran there first. One of the agents pressed the headset to report. Sir, something happened? Someone attacked the police station, probably for the Civet. If you hold them back at the scene, we will immediately send people to support you. If we lose, we will continue to track the information. Yes. Midtown High School, library. At a window location. The beautiful girl with blonde hair held her chin and turned the pages of the book in front of her with one hand, but her eyes gradually moved from the book to the window. In her eyes, the moving clouds in the blue sky seemed to slowly transform into someone's face. Since that time, she and Yelly are inseparable. Not seeing each other for one day is like 3 autumns apart. Gwen. A hand suddenly placed on Gwen's shoulder and shook it vigorously. Gwen, stop thinking about spring. Jessica, what are you doing? Gwen was shaken by Jessica so much that her spider sense came out, and she said angrily, who's thinking about spring? I'm reading a book, don't shake me around. He who is reading and looking out the window in a daze. Jessica exposed it with a smile. We haven't seen each other for just one day, and I want to leave so much. Gwen is so sentimental. Gwen, how could I? You're talking nonsense again. Jessica tapped her lips with her finger, raised her chin slightly, and moved her pupils upward, as if recalling. Remember who it is. I'm here, and I'm still twisting my waist. Ever since she discovered Gwen's good deeds, Jessica often used this to tease her. You still said that. Gwen angrily tried to seal Jessica's mouth with spider silk. You are just one step away from becoming a female knight. The unruly sister who cheated on you, actually seduced your brother. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Just yesterday, Jessica's matter was also discovered by her. Thanks to Yelly's decisiveness in making them real comrades, this matter was finally revealed. Forward, this. Knowing that she was in the wrong, Jessica blushed at the counterattack. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. She remembered the business and quickly showed the phone screen to Gwen. Skye sent a message. Gwen, your father's hometown has been taken away. Gwen took the phone in confusion, and then realized what Jessica meant. In the picture, a weirdo with 4 mechanical tentacles behind his back was wreaking havoc in the police station. The tentacles were agile, extremely powerful, and shot out light from time to time, which the police officers simply couldn't resist. A few people in black suits used some high-tech gadgets to hold the weirdo back for a while. There are super criminals who dare to attack the police station. Gwen bit her lip lightly and raised her eyebrows. This is too courageous, I have to go help. Concern leads to chaos. She was worried that something would happen to her father, so she hurriedly went to the dressing room to change into her uniform. Wait a minute, Gwen. Jessica pulled her and said quickly, Skye said, Li Tuo's friend made some equipment for us, and asked us to go back to the club to get it first. Equipment? Then let's go. Gwen didn't even think about it. Instead, she pulled Jessica to her feet. She obviously trusted Yeli. Hey. Jessica rubbed her shoulders and reminded, Gwen, my school bag. Okay, stop barking. Gwen didn't look back. She raised her wrist and pointed it behind her, shooting out the spider silk, pulling it forward, and the black school bag was in her hand. After being a superhero for a long time, her various abilities became more and more effective. Skilled. Cool. Jessie took the school bag and praised it. What do I do? Maybe I should borrow some money, but who would lend me such a large sum of money? On the way home, Felicia is still worried about her father. Thoughts flow. She couldn't help but think of Yeli, teacher. He seemed to be rich, even Stark came to buy his paintings. Among the people she knew, he seemed to be the only one who could and might be able to help her. Felicia pursed her lips. Between her nihilistic self-esteem and her father's reduced sentence, she quickly chose the latter. But he will help me. Our relationship hasn't gotten to that point yet, and he has so many girls that like him. Felicia was not far from the door of the house, hesitating and lingering for a long time. Finally, she was still determined, even if she had to use my body. If the target is him, maybe it's a beautiful thing. Felicia took out her mobile phone and prepared to call Yeli at this time. Oh my dear Felicia, I finally get to know you. A lewd voice came. The person who came was a high school boy. Judging from the brand of clothing on his body, he must have a good family background. Ryan. When Felicia saw the person coming, her face turned as cold as ice in an instant, and she scolded coldly, It's illegal to squat near other people's homes and harass them. If you don't want me to call the police, get out. Oh, look. The boy named Ryan looked confident and smiled arrogantly. The thief's daughter actually shouted to call the police. It's really like a thief shouting to catch a thief. You? Felicia gritted her silver teeth and said, How do you know? I just wanted to come to you, but unexpectedly, your father was arrested. Ryan walked towards her with a lewd expression. Why don't you accept my pursuit? Felicia. Shut up. Don't call my name. Are you leaving or not? Felicia's tolerance has reached its limit. Her eyes are getting colder and colder. With her snow-white hair, her whole person is as cold as ice and snow. Keep away from strangers. It is different from occasionally showing flirtatiousness in front of the person you like. Facing Ryan, this kind of pursuer like a bee and a butterfly, is her usual attitude. Are you short of money now? Ryan was not repelled by Felicia. He consciously took advantage of her and said, You don't want your father to be bullied in prison, do you? How about I lend you some money? As long as you are willing to accompany me. Hey, you? PFFFF. Seeing that this was his plan, Felicia smiled, her fair and beautiful face stretched out. I'm sorry, young Master Ruyan, even if I sell my body for money, I won't come to you. She calmed down her anger and taunted Ruyan with disdain. I've already chosen the big guy. Even if I sleep with him every day, I can do whatever he wants, but I won't even look at you. You? This time Ruyan was enraged. Shameless. Then don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, he actually rushed up. It was obvious that he wanted to drag Felicia into an alley and rape her. Ryan, what are you doing? Looking at the wretched man rushing towards me. Felicia's clear pupils also flashed. It's too late to run away from this distance? How dare he? Seeing that Ryan was about to reach out and grab her, Felicia's mind suddenly flashed. She learned the fighting skills taught by Yeli step by step. Fulin was very excited. She felt that at this time, there were also a pair of warm and strong hands guiding her movements. She took steps under her feet and moved aside. Felicia just taking a small step to the side. Ryan grabbed nothing. He grabbed again, but was avoided again. This made him look at his hands a little confused. Has he been weak recently? Can't even catch a girl? And in at this time, Felicia, who had gathered momentum, kicked out a clever force-generating technique that directly kicked Ryan away. Ryan screamed and fell to the wall. He felt severe pain on his face. He touched his nose. It's all blood. His nose was kicked flat. When did Felicia become so powerful? Just as Ryan was about to get up, he suddenly felt someone grabbing his head and then smashing him forward. Front. Ryan, whose nose was flattened by the attack, screamed like a slaughtered pig. With such little ability, you still want to imitate others and become a pervert, little friend. Yeli threw him aside casually, and then cast his gentle gaze on Felicia. How is it? I'd say this move is very strong. Teacher. Felicia screamed in surprise, and then the baby bird threw herself into Yeli's arms like a forest. Yeli stroked her cold and beautiful face. Call me Lee. Leave. Felicia bit her lip, with complicated eyes, and suddenly stood on her tiptoes and took the initiative to offer her first kiss. She had been stimulated too much today. At this moment, it seems that I want to express my emotions freely through this method. Yeli felt it. The emotion was really huge and he needed to use his skillful skills to comfort it. On a sparsely populated street, handsome men and beautiful women embraced each other and kissed each other, creating a romantic scene. The guy collapsed on the ground next to him kept howling, which ruined the atmosphere. Stop kicking? Stop kicking. Ryan, whose face was spasmed with pain, collapsed on the ground and had no strength to get up. He was also kicked by Yeli and Felicia, both male and female. The more he was kicked, the more pain he felt. The more pain he felt, the more he screamed, and the more he screamed, the more he was kicked. What's even more hateful is that the goddess is kissing someone passionately right next to her, and the man's hands are still squeezing her. Felicia's feet did not forget to step on the palm of Ryan's hand and crush it hard. It was as if his self-esteem had been trampled under his feet and crushed to pieces. Under the stimulation of both physical and psychological torture, Ryan didn't know where he got the strength. His palms broke away from the soles of his shoes, and he suddenly got up, then, forward, ran. He is afraid. How could I have ever suffered such grievances when I grew up like this? Felicia opened her lavender eyes in confusion. She glanced at Ryan, who was running away with urine flowing from his butt. He closed his eyes again and didn't pay much attention. Just a clown. Is it more important to have sex with Lee Tai Tai Yeli, who had his back to Ryan, flashed his eyes, and a slight sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth that had been bitten. You offended Hardy and still want to leave? This way. Ryan was running with stumbling steps. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet was empty. The manhole cover under my feet had been removed at some point. Damn it! What kind of immoral person did this? Ryan yelled as he fell into the sewage. He thought he was blinded by the blood on his face and didn't see clearly before he fell. Just as he was struggling to leave here, a force suddenly hit him from behind. Push down. Well. Ryan was held down by this force, unable to move in the sewage, and drowned in the sewer. After Yeli finished solving the problem, he put away the power of the chicken talisman. Chicken charm. His original ability was just to fly in the air. But after strengthening, it has a powerful ability to control objects. Before, Felicia felt hands pulling her, and an inexplicable force that killed Ryan. Naturally, it was all Yeli's doing. Leave. At this time, Felicia hesitated. I think, want to borrow. After popping up a few words. But she couldn't say anything anymore, so she closed her beautiful eyes again and sucked her bright red lips tightly. There was a rare look of sadness on her cold and pretty face, which was very pitiful. Felicia still hesitated. The person she admired now became her pillar of support. If conditions permit, she really doesn't want to. The relationship with him involves money. Yeli knew what she wanted to say, but he didn't specify it directly. Instead, take a breather and follow the path of good guidance. Felicia. Well, what do you think? I can. Well, okay. Now Felicia is focused on showering her with love and he keeps getting interrupted from casting spells. Trigger Felicia Hardy's relationship household mission to prevent Walter Hardy from being kidnapped. The system popped up again. Okay, let's stop here first. Although he was reluctant to leave, Yeli still opened Felicia's little head that refused to leave. Her current mood was abnormal. Leave, don't you like me? When Felicia saw Yeli doing this, her eyebrows drooped, looking sad. She said weakly, why don't you let me continue? Yeli, girl, how long have you been drinking this? If you delay a little longer, your father will be kidnapped. Felicia, you don't want to ask. Yeli picked up a few strands of Felicia's silver hair with his fingertips and teased, why did I come to you? Yes, why? Felicia saw Yeli's frivolous look and thought he was trying to show his love. My heart beat faster and I murmured on his chest. You appear out of nowhere like a superhero. I think I'm in love with you, my hero. I feel like it. Yeli reminded friendly, even without me, you should be able to beat that guy half to death. He must have been beaten half to death. When I arrived, his nose was flat. That. Felicia raised her head slightly and said firmly, that's what you taught me to. Anyway, I just like you. Yeli, sure enough, girls who are just starting to fall in love without reason, and they will always find an excuse. Forget it. I won't care about the mission or anything like that for now. Anyway, Black Cat's template, even if it is fused and loaded, it will not be a big improvement for him. Yeli bent down slightly. Holding Felicia's shoulder with one hand and wrapping her around the ankle with the other, he picked her up as a princess. Is there anyone in your family? You, what do you want to do? Felicia was both cringing and looking forward to it. My mother is still at home. She must be in a bad mood right now. You'd better not do it now. Yeli looked at Felicia's house and asked, is that window your room? Felicia hesitated. Her father was arrested and imprisoned. How could she still be here at this time? Felicia. Yeli called again. Yes, away. Felicia raised the red clouds and made a decision, that's my room. This is all to pay back the money. Her parents shouldn't blame her. Boom, boom, boom. Felicia, are you breaking something? I hear you seem to be losing your temper. With a worried look on her face, Juana came to her daughter's locked door and patiently tried to persuade her. I know your father's affairs have made you very emotional, but don't blame him. Felicia hasn't said a word since she got home. I returned to the room and locked the door without making any sound. In the back room, I heard the sound of smashing things again. Vanna knew that she was angry with her father. She was dazzling in school, but her father suddenly turned into a thief. This is a big blow to girls at the age when vanity is strong. It's Mom, wait a moment, Felicia whispered, holding a collar in her hand. The sound of smashing things in the room stopped. A hoarse girl's voice came from inside. Mom, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Felicia, are you behind the door? What appeared in Vanna's mind was her daughter leaning against the door, crying sadly, her eyes dull. She couldn't help but asked worriedly, my daughter, your voice, are you crying? Don't cry too hard, it's not good for your health. We can find a way to solve your father's matter. No Mom, I'm not crying, I'm not a little girl anymore. The voice in the room trembled. Felicia, Mom knows how sad you are, don't be too sad. The more Juana thought about it, the more heartbroken she became. Her daughter was forced to grow up because of her husband's affairs. Mechanical tentacles grabbed a police car and hurled it towards several SHIELD agents. The force was so strong that one of them vomited blood and fell to the ground. Otto Gunther Octavius, nicknamed Dr. Octopus. The 4 robotic arms he invented were incredibly powerful, and in an experimental accident, they accidentally merged with him, allowing them to be controlled at will. If it hadn't been for being interfered with by an electromagnetic pulse device from agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. just now, Otto had already grabbed the civet and left. But now, no one can stop him. Who are you? What are you arresting me for? Walter was very anxious when he saw that he was about to be captured by this weirdo with 4 limbs and mechanical hands. As a thief who has been around for many years, he knew that if he fell into the hands of some guys, it would be worse than being caught by the police. Snort. Otto sneered and snorted. There was no reason to be civet. If it weren't for the experimental funds given by Kingpin, these nonsense things would be none of his business. Sir, he's running away. Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. pressed the communication button. Has the support not arrived yet? The other side quickly sent back a message. Only one word arrived. Arrived? The agent was stunned for a moment. An oval-head arrow was seen, passing through the air, and accurately hitting Otto's mechanical arm holding the civet. The red light of the arrow flashed several times. The mechanical arm suddenly emitted a small amount of electricity, the light dimmed after a trance, and the entire mechanical arm collapsed to the ground. The civet cat that was caught by the mechanical claws naturally escaped from the trap and took advantage of this opportunity to run away. Otto quickly used another robotic arm, there are 2 more for walking on the ground, to grab it. But another arrow shot towards him, forcing him to block it first. Mechanical claws contain high computing power. Under automatic aiming, a beam of light was shot out, trying to break the approaching arrows. But the arrow that was so close exploded after hitting it. Bang! Wait for the smoke to clear. The disgraced Otto found that the civet had run away for a long distance. He couldn't help but get angry and glanced around. Damn it! Who is it? Hawkeye ignored Otto's anger and saw that the civet was about to run away, so he notified the action team to intercept it. The target is at around 4 o'clock. It is expected to arrive at your location in 5 minutes. After catching him, retreat immediately. I will hold the enemy back. Otto also discovered the position of Hawkeye at this time, raised his mechanical arm, and aimed at let him shoot out rays one after another. Bayou. The light sputtered out a few streaks of smoke. Hawkeye rolled on the spot, stayed on the ground to avoid the attack, and shot back several multifunctional arrows. Otto didn't want to tangle with Hawkeye anymore. However, these various arrows were too annoying, and he couldn't completely ignore them. Annoying stuff? I'll kill you first. His paralyzed mechanical arm just returned to normal at this time. The 4 mechanical arms quickly approached the eagle eye. Of course Hawkeye won't fight hard. He put away his bow and arrow, turned around and ran away. Strong physical fitness. With the help of the winding alleys, Dr. Octopus couldn't catch him in a short period of time. This made Otto so angry that he started to wreak havoc with his mechanical tentacles. The light scatters wantonly. One of them happened to hit a girl on the roadside. It was about to pierce the head. Hawkeye, who was running away, noticed it and shot a rope arrow at the girl, trying to pull her away. What happened to Felicia? After Cindy left the gallery, she wanted to go see her best friend. I didn't reply to my messages either. He was looking at his cell phone. Her spider sense suddenly reacted violently, her head turned subconsciously, and a ray of light passed by. Immediately afterwards, the spider silk shot out and caught a nearby street lamp, and Cindy's figure stood on it. In place, an arrow rope was tied empty. Who is it? Cindy couldn't figure out who would attack her. Yes, an attack. In her opinion, if it could be an accident, then with the arrow attached to the rope, it would be a premeditated attack on her. Over here, Eagle, Eyes and Dr. Octopus were also stunned when they saw Cindy's performance. Could this person be the ghost spider? With her strong spider sense, Cindy quickly discovered Hawkeye and Dr. Octopus who had taken action. Who were they? Could it be someone from Malone? It seemed that this was the only possibility, otherwise Cindy couldn't think of anyone else who might have plots against her. Run or fight? Better run. Poor Cindy quickly made her choice. It's important to save your life. The wind is blowing. Just when Cindy pulled her collar to cover her face, she was about to run away. Hawkeye recovered before Dr. Octopus, and took this opportunity to shoot a slime arrow at Otto. A large amount of viscous liquid instantly covered Dr. Octopus, including his robotic arm, which was temporarily stuck in the gap. A fight started. Cindy made a move. She didn't understand the situation, but she thought it was better to run. They beat her as they pleased, it was none of her business. So she felt out the spider threads with her fingers and was about to leave Buzz. What? Cindy froze again. In her mind, there was a familiar feeling, which was the feeling when she was intertwined with Yali's spider feeling. Nearby, when Cindy's feeling became more and more intense, 2 figures in combat uniforms fell next to her. Bang! Gwen fell to the ground, stirring up fly ash. Raising her hands, she looked at the faint on the surface of Liu Guang's suit. This feels really good. Jessica, who also put on the advanced suit, turned her attention to Cindy. Cindy, why are you standing on a lamppost? Besides, what's floating on your fingertips is it spider silk? Because of Yali. Jessica and Cindy have also gotten to know each other recently, but Cindy's current posture is beyond her expectation. Why does she look so much like Gwen? Jessica, It turns out to be you and Ghost Spider. The uniforms are a little different from the ones on the news. Cindy jumped down. Although she greeted Jessica, her eyes kept staring at Gwen. The intertwined sense of spider sense allowed her to determine the source. It was a ghost spider. Cindy, are you Spider-Man too? Jessica stepped forward and grabbed Cindy, looked at her hard, and asked suspiciously, could it be that you are the Black Spider? She made a bold guess. When she went to the club to pick up the new uniform, Skye told Yelly, don't tell him that he gave the uniform. If anyone asks, just say that it was provided by Black Spider. At that time, Jessica and Gwen suspected that the friend Yelly mentioned was actually the Black Spider. This could explain why the Black Spider always helped Gwen. He and Yelly must have discovered the identity of the Ghost Spider long ago, so only Black Spider would help Gwen for Yelly's sake. Justifiable? As for the possibility that Yelly is Black Spider, Gwen thought about it, but thought it was impossible. After all, Lee is so friendly. Black Spider is cold and cold of. And now, Jessica saw that Cindy was hiding such abilities as Gwen and was close to her brother. I seriously suspect it is a Black Spider. As for the Black Spider, he looks male. It can be disguised. The smart Jessica thought this way and glanced at Cindy's figure. Although the size is not small, it can still be hidden. Jessica, what are you thinking about? Cindy was confused by Jessica's question. What kind of imagination do you have? She denied, I am Spider Silk, not a Black Spider. Jessica, her abilities are similar to mine. Gwen also expressed her opinion at this time, but although Black Spider's uniform and title are similar to mine, but she doesn't use Spider Silk, she shouldn't be. Oh, yes, the abilities are different. Jessica also realized that she had preconceived notions. Black spiders can fly. Ghost Spider, can I ask you some questions? Cindy walked closer to Gwen. She wanted to figure out what was going on. How could the Ghost Spider have that kind of attraction even though it was a female? Hello Cindy, huh? Gwen also had a strange reaction. She suddenly felt that Cindy was so kind and wanted to hang out with her. Want to make peace, plus Cindy. Do together, interesting and wonderful things? How could I have such a thought? Gwen quickly suppressed her shameful desire and responded, what do you want to ask? Cindy stretched out her slender hand towards Gwen, as if she wanted to touch her. Have you ever been bitten by a spider? Gwen asked in a strange way. He also stretched out his hand to her, don't you think so too? The slender little hands are getting closer and closer. The index fingers of the two girls finally clicked together, and there was a tingling feeling even through the battle clothes. How is this going? Gwen's eyes were slightly flustered, and she quickly wanted to withdraw her hand. She just wanted to have this feeling with Lee others, not even a girl. Cindy was a little happy. Finally, she was not the only one to have that weird feeling. She put her slender fingers through Gwen's fingers, held her palm and asked, do you feel that way too? Alas, me. The feeling coming from her hand made Gwen at a loss. How could she encounter such a thing? What are you doing? Jessica on the side asked strangely, when did the relationship become so good? The way Cindy and Gwen held each other's fingers, those who didn't know thought they were lovers. I don't know if it's because of the isolation provided by the suit, or because they are of the same sex. The attraction between Cindy and Gwen is not as strong as with Yelly. After holding hands for a while, they separated. How is this going? Gwen looked at Cindy with a defensive look. Is it your ability, mental hypnosis? No. Cindy deduced, it should be because we were bitten by the same spider. Think about it this way. The spider that bit Lee was the same one as her. Cindy thought to herself, that spider is really powerful, bite 3 people. She does not know. Yelly is extra attractive to her because the template copied by the system comes from Gwen. What about those 2 people? Only then did Cindy realize that Hawkeye and Dr. Octopus were gone. It turned out that Otto saw the arrival of the female knight and ghost spider, plus Cindy, who had abilities similar to Spider-Man. He was also afraid of being besieged, so he took the initiative to evacuate. Let's go. Once Dr. Octopus leaves, Hawkeye will naturally not stay here for long. He is only responsible for fighting. Information such as it was found that someone has abilities similar to ghost spiders but is not a ghost spider is reported to other professional agents to investigate. Just fine. Yay, in the end, this task will probably fall on Barbara. Hatch. Barbara, who was paddling happily in the club, suddenly sneezed. It feels like the Bureau is about to send a new task again. Hawkeye contacted the action team. The enemy has withdrawn. Melinda, have you captured anyone there? Patton, there was an accident, and there are enemies, the other side. A few minutes ago, Civet Walter took advantage of Dr. Octopus's confrontation and quickly escaped from the police station. With his agility, he was not overtaken by several police officers and SHIELD agents who were chasing him. When I escape back, I will take Felicia and the others to immigrate to a different place and hide my name. Walter ran away desperately, making plans in his mind, thinking about how to arrange for his wife and daughter. They must be worried about me now. My poor daughter, I hope you won't cry for me. Just when he was missing his wife and daughter, a strong figure suddenly jumped out from the dark alley ahead. Melinda moved quickly, looped her legs in midair, and clamped Walter's neck with the crook of her legs, bringing him to the ground. Go away. Walter still wanted to struggle, but Melinda used her hands and feet to lock him tightly. Who are you? Melinda chuckled lightly. Mr. Hardy, you know what you have in your memory. You are suspected of stealing state secrets. You have to come with us. National secret? Walter's mind flashed, and he remembered the past when he was a boy at that time. He was a slightly famous thief, and he was born to do this. Once, someone approached him in the name of the US government, gave him a large sum of money, and wanted him to steal a secret information, because he has a photographic memory. But after he sneaked into the laboratory and wrote down the incomprehensible string of experimental equations and serum formulas, he discovered that he was being used. It was not the US government that hired him, but the leader of Hydra, Red Skull. So after the Super Soldier Project laboratory was destroyed, he kept this secret in his mind. All these years, Walter didn't mention a word about this matter, but he didn't expect that someone would find clues and come to his door. Melinda didn't give Walter much time to reminisce. I gave him a sedative injection and put him to sleep. A team member next to her praised her, as expected of an Iron Cavalry. Her movements are clean and neat. Melinda helped Walter up and handed him to him. Thanks to Patton for holding the enemy in front. Let's go quickly. Whoosh dash. The green mechanical scorpion tail swept past, and the sharp tail stings made a sharp sound that cut through the air. Melinda's pupils shrank. She raised her foot and kicked her companion. Under the reaction force, both men dodged the attack, and Scorpion's tail carved a trench into the alley wall. Super criminal, Scorpion. Melinda saw the attacker clearly, and the SHIELD information in her memory allowed her to quickly identify who it was. No more nonsense. She immediately pulled out the pistol strapped to her thigh combat uniform, pointed it at the Scorpion and fired continuously. Bang. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Several other members of the action team also reacted and took up weapons to focus fire on Scorpion. Get out of here. Hand the people over. Gugun, Scorpion's mechanical scorpion battlesuit was not afraid of firearms, and stretched out his hand to grab the unconscious Walter. He was hired by Kingpin just in case. Now it seems that he was sent used. The battle for Walter was fierce. Here, Yelly was also having a heated fight at Walter's house. Leave, I want. If you want to borrow some money, you need a lot. Felicia still mustered up the courage to speak out. She gave the most precious thing to Lee. Even if he doesn't agree to borrow money, he probably won't be angry. After feeling Yelly's warmth, Felicia now felt that even if it was a matter of borrowing money, it was not as important as her relationship with Lee. Yelly kissed her moist eyes gently and whispered with a magnetic voice, "How much do you need, Felicia?" Felicia winked and said seductively, "Maybe as much as, fill my desire." "No problem, for you." Yelly sent the money over. Many. Felicia felt the number of calls from Yelly. Felicia was so excited that her snow-white insteps tensed up. The scattered silver hair is trembling slightly, seems to be thrilled by his generosity. Look at the happy and contented look of the person in your arms. Yelly laughed and stroked her silvery hair with pity. "You are too easily satisfied, Felicia. This is only a small part of my treasury." Felicia thanked dazedly. "This is very important to me. Already a lot, Lee. Thank you. No matter how cold or charming he is in daily life. After all, he is just an ignorant high school student. How could he have received such a large amount of money? She was so overwhelmed by the huge amount that she didn't think about anything. She just wanted to lean warmly in Yelly's arms. Police station. "Yes, Walter the Civet is the father of your classmate Felicia Hardy, Jessica." Director George narrated the situation to Jesse and others who came over. "I heard from those FBI people that he was kidnapped by the super criminal Scorpion. The FBI people are hunting him down, so don't join in the fun." It turns out something like this happened at Felicia's house. Cindy, who came with her, heard the whole story clearly and stamped her feet angrily. "Really? You didn't even tell me whether you regarded me as a friend. We can figure it out together, and I'll help her." Jessica patted her shoulder gently and comforted. "She probably doesn't want you to worry about her. I can understand your feelings, just like Gwen and I." FBI. Gwen was more concerned about this. Why does the FBI care about this kind of thing? Was a new department established? Director George spread his hands and said, "Who knows, maybe, but I can confirm that their IDs are authentic." Really? Gwen's spider sense was somewhat strengthened after being entangled with Cindy, and she always felt that her father had been deceived. "Gwen, your father was deceived." At this time, Skye's communication came from Gwen's suit, confirming her suspicion. "I checked it. Skye, those black suits are from S.H.I.E.L.D., and the ones chasing the civets are also their people." Gwen asked curiously, "S.H.I.E.L.D.? The one you mentioned to Lee? What do they do?" Skye recalled. "What is their full name? Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and, oops, I can't remember clearly." She concealed her embarrassment. "But this is not important. They seem to be no match for Scorpion. I think you should rush over quickly." "Gwen, where are they?" "Skye, this is the location." She sent a piece of roadside surveillance. After Gwen determined the location, she shared it with Jessica. "Jessica, stop talking. Let's go there quickly." "Oh, that's good." Jessica flew up and said goodbye to George. "Uncle George, let's go first." "Hey, Jessica, what are you going to do?" George looked at Jessica walking away and shouted angrily, "You girl, you turned a deaf ear to my words. See if I tell your brother." It's not that he has too much control. Because Jessica has a good relationship with Gwen and is the sister adopted by her neighbor Yelly, George almost treats her as another daughter. Ghost Spider Club. Phew, the inspection is over here. Skye operated the computer and followed the surveillance video in real time. On the screen was the super criminal Scorpion who was escaping with the civet, and the SHIELD agents chasing him. Gwen and their new combat uniforms were smart. It is very high and has certain hacking ability, which saves a lot of effort for her as a logistics worker. With only access and guidance, Gwen and their combat uniforms can automatically obtain the video. Fake logistics, Daisy Johnson. Real logistics, Tony Stark. Eat ice cream. Thank you. A woody cone was handed to the front from behind, and Skye subconsciously took it, and then, this sound? She closed the notebook in front of her. He turned to look behind him. It turned out to be a blonde beauty. Barbara? Skye asked. When did you come? This is someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. Wouldn't it be good if she saw that she was spying on S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? I just got here. Barbara blinked her blue eyes similar to Gwen's. What are you doing? Nothing. Skye calmed down and said, surfing on the internet. Thank you for the ice cream. You're welcome. Can I ask you something? Barbara pulled up a chair and sat next to Skye. About Yelly. About leaving. Skye originally thought she wanted to inquire about the club, the identity of Ghost Spider, etc., but she didn't expect to inquire about Yelly. Lee is not an ordinary person. What is there to inquire about? Although small blue currents can emerge from his palms, and golden slimes, golden light spell, Skye thinks of golden slimes, they have little fighting power. At most, it's magical magic and some fun functions. So Lee is still considered an ordinary person. Skye thinks so. I heard that you are his assistant. Barbara inquired, do you know what he likes? Yelly is not Barbara's main mission target, but she is more interested in this person. Maybe because she was seen through before, she became competitive, so she must expose Yelly's true face. What he likes. Skye felt that there was nothing he couldn't say, so he said, what could he like? Isn't it just lazing around and playing around every day? Barbara took a small notebook and wrote down, what can I be more specific about? For example, what are your hobbies? Specific? Hobby. Skye tilted her little head and thought about it. Like painting? Probably so. Although he takes a long time to paint a single stroke, he likes to draw beauties. Paint beautiful women. Barbara secretly thought, it's a good hobby. Just draw him, there is nothing to lose, and you can take the opportunity to get closer. After asking about something, she quickly asked Skye, what else? What else? What else? Skye racked her brains thinking. Then there are only some small hobbies left, such as doing little magic tricks, practicing fighting skills, etc. Fighting skills? Barbara caught the key words, she is good at this, take note of it. She then bent sideways, left the chair, and placed her hands on the white tabletop in front of her. Do you have any more private hobbies? Barbara reached out to Skye. For example, will he like my color today? She was wearing a loose V-neck white t-shirt. From this position, Skye could see her open collar. You're not trying to seduce Lee, are you? Skye glanced at Barbara with a strange look. He found that she was indeed dressing more and more beautifully and attractively these days. It's just that Yelly hasn't been to the club much these days, so Barbara just flirted with the blind man. What is seduction? I know your relationship with him is not normal either. Barbara raised her collar coquettishly and lied to Skye. Good men will always attract women, and I was attracted to him. Skye looked suspicious. I believe you? What does this SHIELD agent want? Skye doesn't think Barbara has good intentions, so she also has bad ones. A little more private. She fooled Barbara and said, I prefer mouth oral cleaning. Oral cleaning, yes, he often goes to a professional dental hospital for cleaning, said. Skye also winked at Barbara. She prefers to be clean, you know. Barbara's face turned red. He likes this. Beautiful nutty national conditions, old SIG per capita. This basic citizen literacy, plus Skye deliberately saying a word wrong and pronouncing it long, made her understand it instantly. Doesn't Director George know Gwen's identity? On the way, Cindy swayed past Jessica and Gwen, and asked strangely, why is it that Director George only educates Jessica? After getting entangled with the spider sense, Gwen confessed her identity to her. After all, she had that special sense, and she couldn't hide it even if she wanted to, so she might as well take the initiative to tell her. Yes, Gwen is still hiding it from her father, hee. Jessica's feet were filled with silvery light, and she spun around happily in the air, teasing Gwen, a good girl who doesn't dare to face the director's father, Ghost Spider. Jessica? Gwen was so embarrassed that Jessica shot out a small spider web and stuck it on her mask. I will tie you up tonight and let your brother bully you. Warning, sight blocked. Inside Jessica's suit, a mechanical female voice sounded a reminder, enable airflow induction assisted flight, please clear the obstructions as soon as possible. This is the smart applet that comes with her suit, codenamed Yinky. Runs independently, completely separate from Stark's Jarvis. Gwen's suit also has a similar one, codenamed Ghost. Hey. Jessica staggered in the air a few times before steadying herself. Gwen, you are getting worse and worse. She removed the cobwebs from her face and retorted, I should be the one holding you down to make my brother happy. If Yelly were here at this time, he would definitely give them a thumbs up. What a good sister. What a good girlfriend. What a pity. He is now in another place, busy giving guidance to other girls, coaching upward arrow philosophy of life. Popularization upward arrow physiological knowledge. In Felicia's room, the silver hair spreads on the snow-white back, as if blending into one body. The girl's smooth jade arms were wrapped around Yelly's neck, sleeping soundly in his arms. At this time, she forgot all her troubles and sorrows. In a dream. The debt was paid off and my father's sentence was successfully commuted. She also lived a happy life with her beloved, just like a pure fairy tale. Beep, the phone is ringing. Felicia, who was tired, woke up and opened her beautiful eyes tiredly. Rustling. Yelly hugged her slender body and turned sideways, reaching out to pick up the cell phone thrown beside the pillow to answer it. Hello, oh, it's George. I learned that it was Director George calling. Yelly pretended to be polite and said, are you busy with work recently? Is it difficult to take care of the new boys in the police station? George said with a smile, haha, you are only so old, yet you use such an old-fashioned tone. But at your age, with such an achievement, you are indeed proud of it. Alas, she's your sister. After he finished boasting, he changed his tone and said, Jessica is really too willful when it comes to superheroes. George at the desk was processing documents and making a small report on the phone. How many times have I told her, but look at her, she just doesn't listen. Yelly is helpless, you are really working tirelessly to make Jessica come back to safety. He had no choice but to use his usual tactics to deal with George, saying that he would educate his sister and so on. Felicia thought as she listened to their conversation, it's Director George, Lee seems to be very familiar with him. Gwen and Yelly's relationship was not publicized, so she didn't know about their relationship. Correct, I have money, you can ask the director. Thinking. Felicia dragged her limp body, yeah, huh. She stretched her neck and reached behind the phone. She asked softly and urgently, Director George, I know it's not good to interrupt when you and Lee are talking, but I can't wait to tell you, I have money now, Dad he should. What? Hearing the sudden appearance of a weak female voice on the phone, George was stunned. This sound is, that girl Felicia? I mean. Felicia thought that George didn't hear clearly, so she grabbed Yelly's hand holding the phone with her little hand, leaned closer and said, I raised the money, how much can Dad's sentence be reduced? George was more concerned about another question, Felicia, why are you here with Lee? Your voice still sounds so weak. Weak. Felicia was embarrassed to tell the truth. She glanced sideways at Yelly and found that he was smiling calmly at her, as if encouraging her to say whatever she wants. So she lied. Is such that. Director George, didn't you ask me to come find Jessica to join the band? Jessica was not at home, I found the divorce. Sound because, he wanted to try my voice, is singing good or not? That's right, George. Yelly took over the conversation easily, his tone was calm and confident, making it difficult for people to doubt him. I know everything. Felicia is a good girl. In order to join the band to raise money for her father, she tried her best to show me her singing voice. There is something wrong with her voice, so she can't speak loudly now said. He glanced at Felicia and said something sincere. But, I have to say, her timbre is very good and her voice is very moving I thought, it seemed I was overthinking. George trusted Yelly very much. After hearing this, he said with relief, Felicia is a classmate of Gwen and the others. You should really take care of her and ask her not to work too hard. Things about the band should be taken slowly, oh, right. When George said this, he thought of what Felicia just said, Felicia, you said you have raised all the money. Felicia blinked at Yelly. Yelly touched her head and replied for her, I borrowed it from her temporarily, and she will pay it back, George. You kid is so rich, you just took out such a large amount casually. Seeing that Yelly has such strong financial resources, George is also pleased with his daughter's future destination. He sighed and joked, oh, our Gwen wants to climb a mountain. This is a common saying. It probably means climbing a high branch. At this time, it is natural to compliment. Yelly began to praise Gwen. George, Gwen is also great, she is much better than you think. Talked for a while. George felt comfortable listening to it. How is she doing? I'm too busy with work and don't have much time, so I have to trouble you to take care of her. Yelly, don't worry, I'm taking care of her studies, and her grades are still among the best. Then I'll feel relieved. After chatting with Yelly about Gwen, George turned to Felicia and told, Felicia, an unfortunate thing. If you had raised enough money, even if your father went to prison, he would only have a few years in prison. But something unexpected happened. After recounting what just happened at the police station, because he didn't know how to comfort the poor girl, George hung up the phone hastily. This was also the reason why he didn't say this until after chatting with Yelly. Beep. How so? Listen to the busy tone when you hang up the phone. Felicia didn't know what to do for a moment. My father is going to be picked up by the FBI. He was also targeted and hijacked by a super criminal. What on earth did he do? Looking at the bewildered look of the beauty in his arms, Yelly caressed her gently. Felicia, don't think too much, you did your best. Felicia pillowed his head quietly, knowing that this matter was beyond her ability. Lee, can you help me get my phone? It's on my clothes. I want to return the money to you. Yelly knew what she was thinking. No objection. His hands rummaged through the pile of scattered clothes, and finally found it under a silk-trimmed undershirt. After Felicia took it, he soon received the news that the money had been sent back. Is this considered a free prostitution? Leave, I heard you and Director George say. After listening to the two chatting just now, Felicia gradually discovered that the relationship between Yelly and Gwen seemed unusual. At this time, he couldn't help but ask, are you and Gwen? Yelly said calmly, Gwen is my girlfriend. What about me? Also a member of the girlfriend group. I see. Felicia heard what Yelly said and understood what he meant. He was the man who wanted to open the Crystal Palace. But she does not mind. Felicia raised her head and asked expectantly, what about her? Where are we with you? She wants to know. In comparison, who is closer to Lee? Yeli smiled slightly, same as you. Isn't that? Thinking. Felicia's cheeks flushed. Isn't that what I have done? Have you unlocked everything? Correct, that's Cindy. She thought of her best friend. Then asked, then you and Cindy? Yeli raised his eyebrows. Not yet. Phew. Fine. At least more than my best friend. Overtaking on a curve. Felicia's mood is inexplicably better. Hi Cindy, I'm sorry. I don't want to think so, but can't control it. Lee, you must be hungry. I'll make you something to eat after resting for a while. Felicia and Yeli said goodbye for the time being. She found a white off-shoulder sweater in the closet and put it on in front of a full-length mirror. The loose knitted sweater, the hem reaches the thigh, and the white ice and snow are very dazzling. Yeli shook his head, only wearing a knitted sweater. This is to deliberately seduce him. He knows. Felicia was just right, so she made such a gesture because she wanted to use this method to not think about her father's affairs. Well, what can he do? I can only help her vent it out. So, he also walked over. Seeing in the mirror the expectant person approaching from behind, Felicia pursed her lips and closed her eyes. She just wants the feeling of forgetting everything now, even at the cost of not being able to go to school in the past few days. After a long time, life-size mirror. Suddenly, ding! The specially made alloy arrow penetrated the outer armor and jammed the inner joints. This caused Scorpion to stumble and fall to the ground. The Walter in his hand also fell to the side. Fake squid. Guggen cursed, got up and went to catch Walter. Bump. Hawkeye, who came to intercept him halfway, shot another arrow and bounced his arm away. This delayed the time. Melinda and other action teams also he chased after him and surrounded Guggen. McGuggen? Melinda pointed the gun at Scorpion. You are now suspected of threatening national security. Bala. Get out of there and take off your armor. She knew it was almost impossible for the other party to surrender just like that, but there was nothing to lose by going through the process. Together, you are no match for me. Guggen grabbed Walter with disdain. It's you who should get out. If you don't want it to become hamburger filling. At this time, a tall figure fell from the air. He was wearing a silver and black battlesuit. There was a bright light on the soles of his feet. The long hair ponytail exposed, driven by the falling airflow, floated for a while. Jessica after landing. Gwen also held the spider silk and floated to the back and side of the Scorpion. Cindy squatted on the nearby wall at a 90-degree angle. Criminal, let go of Felicia's father. The three women are like horns to each other. They block Juggen's escape route. Criminal? Isn't he also a criminal? Juggen sneered, since you are here to save him. He raised Walter with one hand. Use your palms hard, as if you want to crush him to death. If you don't want him to die, get out of my way. Whoosh, an arrow with a tail hammer hit Juggen's arm with a clang, causing him to stagger. Do it. Jessica seized the opportunity and jumped up lightly. With the help of her flying ability, she spun around in the air and kicked the crook of Guggen's hand, already a superhuman physique, plus a little strength from the suit on her body. The force of this kick penetrated through the outer armor, making Scorpion's entire arm numb and unable to hold Walter tightly. Female knight. Juggen was furious and raised his other hand to hit her. Hey, how come you supervillains all like this color and are so powerful? Jessica blocked it with her hands and grabbed the armored arm as thick as her waist. At the same time, she complained that Guggen's Scorpion armor was also green. Help. Here Gwen took the opportunity to shoot out spider silk, stuck Walter, and pulled him over with her arms. Cindy had been waiting for the opportunity. At this time, her tight legs also released their strength, like a jumping spider, ejected from the wall. Bang! A flash of shadow, in an instant, appeared in midair to the right of Guggen. The girl lifted up her red and black sneakers, her beautiful legs crossed a beautiful arc, and the instep kicked up his chin. Bang! After the battle started, the situation immediately turned to one side. Scorpion was attacked by 3 people and was almost unable to fight back, not to mention there was a precise eagle eye shooting cold arrows from a distance. And the cooperation between the 3 of them gradually became better with Gwen. Okay, the word almost can also be removed. Oh my god, what kind of super criminal was beaten by 3 superheroes at the same time? The battle naturally attracted passersby, and they soon started watching and filming from a distance. Are those the female knight and the ghost spider? They seem to have changed into new uniforms. Who is the other spider woman? She is so handsome too. There is also a sneak attack with arrows. Who is he? No matter what, he looks silly. Eagle Eye, are you polite? Are today's people all about appearance? In fact, people don't care about Hawkeye, and it's not all because of appearance. Gwen and the others' fighting methods are much more pleasing to the eye than Hawkeye's cold arrows. Agile fighting skills, agile dodges, and quick moves from time to time. It landed on the Scorpion's metal armor and made a dang 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 sound, which was full of rhythm. Under the commotion around, Guggen's Scorpion suit was quickly dismantled into several parts. Damn it! Guggen's fists were unable to defeat several thin arms, and he was so angry that he shouted angrily, "You call yourself a superhero? Is this how you use more to defeat less?" The 3 of Gwen ignored it. They kicked each other from 3 angles. 3 forces were transmitted into Guggen's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and kneel on the ground. The battle was over. This time Cindy joined. Surprisingly efficient. Thank you for the help. Melinda let the agents handle the scene, then smiled and thanked the girls. Thanks to you. Cindy took a step forward and asked, I heard from Director George that the matter of Felicia's father has been handed over to you. What are you going to do with him? Do not worry. We just take back what is ours. Melinda thought this was an opportunity to get in touch with these superhumans and invited them. This is not the place to talk. Why don't we talk somewhere else? Jessica and Gwen looked at each other. They knew the details about Melinda and others from Skye. Do they want to get involved? The two finally decided to discuss it with Yelly, the backbone of the communication. Yelly has gone crazy here. In order to raise money, Juana has already gone out to find a way. No mother is here. Felicia let go completely. It doesn't matter if the neighbors hear it, as long as mom doesn't find out. The battle venue moved from the bedroom to the living room and then to the kitchen. Felicia is now wearing a kitchen scarf, preparing to make dessert. She beat the egg whites for making cakes with one hand. He held a bowl of melted white chocolate in his other hand and handed it to Yelly. Lee, help me stir this. No problem. Yelly took the blender and helped to stir it. The blender made a gurgling sound. The atmosphere was sweet and warm. To avoid uneven mixing, Yelly also wrapped the blender with a golden light spell. Golden light came out of the blender. Use small tentacles to dip into the white chocolate syrup and beat thoroughly. So awesome. Yelly shocked Felicia. She whispered, this ability, can it still be used like this? It's amazing. There is something even more amazing. Yelly chuckled, and used the shockwave power again. The blender began to vibrate in a small but rapid manner, beating the chocolate into waves. How did you do that? Is this also something that can be learned through that magical fighting technique? Felicia felt the trembling sensation transmitted from the bowl to her hands, and was stunned with surprise. Fighting skills? Just take it as such. Yelly saw her cute look, took a small spoon to scoop out the chocolate and put it to her mouth. Try it, I gave you the chocolate. Delicious. After tasting it, Felicia chuckled, what a wonderful thing it is to make desserts with the people you love. Just when Yelly was getting excited, he suddenly received the system message. Walter Hardy has been prevented from being kidnapped, and Felicia Hardy's relationship household mission has been completed. Black Cat template has been loaded. Thief skills have been loaded. Sheiyang News Channel has been opened. Sheiyang News Channel. No matter its tidbits, it's still a big event in the universe. Get the latest live action as soon as possible. What? Have I always been here? I only made dessert with Felicia. When did I do the mission? Yelly wondered, could it be that if Gwen and the others completed Felicia's relationship household, he would also be blamed? That was really wonderful. I was distracted. He couldn't control the movement of stirring the chocolate in his hand, and it was a little crooked. Lee, stop for a moment, it's time to let it out. Felicia held Yelly's hand and put the dangling bowl on the kitchen island. However, Felicia, who has not yet become a black cat, has a physical constitution that is barely at the level of a basketball player and is afraid of spilling the melted chocolate syrup. When she came out, she focused her attention on this, but she didn't pay attention. Her foot slipped and she almost lost her balance. Fortunately, her better motor nerves allowed her to react quickly and hold on to the kitchen island with one hand, but she didn't. She fell down. However, a lot of the melted chocolate syrup in the bowl spilled out and spread into a puddle on the ground. Yelly, who came back to his senses, supported her with his hand and said, are you okay? It's all my fault for being distracted. I'm fine, just. Felicia looked at the chocolates on the ground with a bit of pity. Hey, it's such a pity that so much was wasted. Because her father was arrested. She knows that her family's financial expenses will be stretched thin, and she has begun to learn to be frugal. Fine. Unlike Fixia. How could the wealthy Yelly care about this thing? If you like desserts made of white chocolate, I will bring you more in the future. Forget it then. Felicia said playfully, feed me chocolate desserts every day. Such high-calorie foods will make people fat. Then I like it too. Yelly smiled and patted her belly. The little glutton has gained weight, but she is still a beautiful little glutton. That's a lie. Felicia said softly, how can you be beautiful after eating fat? It seems I can't fool you, haha. Yelly started to stir the chocolate in the bowl while teasing her. As for the chocolate that is about to turn into paste, that doesn't matter. When making love desserts, the important thing is the atmosphere. It's good for two people to be happy. For example, right now, Felicia was immersed in this atmosphere, so happy that she completely forgot that her father was still being robbed. However, Yelly didn't forget about the rewards from the system either. The ability to check the rewards, feel it. After the Black Cat template was fused, his physique increased several times. Again, template fusion loading. The several templates are multiplication, not addition. If you are too lazy to think about it, just treat it as it's just NB. There are no other special abilities, so you can almost ignore this template. There is also the thief skill, which also belongs to the category of skills, not a supernatural ability. However, skills increase in proportion to the physical fitness. Yelly's current hand speed can make people lose all their equipment within seconds without realizing it. Moreover, this thief skill also comes with a photographic memory, which may come from Walter. As for Chaoyang News Channel, alright. This thing is just for entertainment, just like a TV station, randomly broadcasting some news. Reading the news can be regarded as one of Yelly's little hobbies. So he tried to open the Chaoyang channel, and the system immediately played several news items for him. Yesterday news column. The acting director Harry Osborn disappeared. The board of directors began to divide up the interests of the group, and the Osborn group was in jeopardy. According to secret information, the second-generation Green Goblin is Harry Osborn, who has been arrested and imprisoned. Today's news column. Ghost Spider, Female Knight, and a mysterious Spider-Woman fought fiercely with the super-criminal Scorpion on Parker Street, and the battle was resolved within a few minutes, and the efficiency was greatly praised by netizens. The following are external links to online reviews. I see it. Ghost Spider has changed to a new battle suit? Are you more handsome? The Female Knight, hee hee, sha. Does the new heroine have a title? We need to know more about her. Love from England. Scorpion is so happy. I also want to be kicked by the goddesses together. A little leechy upstairs. Why haven't I seen Black Spider for a long time? I would rather be kicked by a black spider. Bit more post. Tomorrow news column. Tony Stark will admit his identity as Iron Man at the press conference. Yelly read it once and probably understood. The yesterday news, today news, and tomorrow news correspond to past, present, and future news respectively. Although not useless, but it is also very tasteless. After all, what this thing broadcasts is random. Maybe one day, it will broadcast what food did Grandmolly buy today, which cover girl did Tony Stark sleep with yesterday, which planet Uncle Ton wants to swallow in the future and so on. Beep. Are you calling again? The joint communication between Jessica and Gwen came over. Yelly could only pick it up and perfunctory. He was busy. Jessica, big brother, are we going to contact that S.H.I.E.L.D? Yelly, no, leave them alone. Gwen, the civet cat Walter was handed over to them. Should we take care of this matter? Yelly, don't worry about it. You guys go and play. Beep. Call ended. Lee. Felicia also heard it. Can't you really save Dad? Actually, there is no way. Yelly changed her mind and had an idea, bewitching her. I can help you save your father. Help me. Felicia said happily. Lee, are you going to ask Jessica and the others to help me save people? No, only I can help you. Yelly smiled mysteriously. To be precise, you are the only one who did it. Felicia couldn't help being a little disappointed. Lee, I just learned a little self-defense fighting technique. How could I save Dad? You know I'm Chinese, and one of my ancestors. Yelly made a gesture to dig into his pocket, only to realize that he had no pocket now. So he took Felicia back to the bedroom and found the clothes he had thrown on the floor. Yelly pretended to feel in his pocket, took out the enhanced version of the monkey charm, and fooled Felicia. This is a treasure handed down from my ancestors. It can give humans incredible power. The strengthening version of the monkey charm can indeed give people a powerful animal totem strengthening. However, there is a limit on the number of times. For each totem recorded, only one person can be strengthened. Unbelievable power. Felicia stretched out her palm in anticipation, and touched the ancient charm with her green fingers. Is it like the power of Jessica and the others? Yes, but there is a price. What price? Yelly evoked a wicked smile. If you use it, I will become your master, Felicia. That is it. Felicia felt relieved, smiled easily, and said without any hesitation, I am willing, my master. She believed that even if she really became Lee's slave, he would treat her well. Yelly asked, then I'll start. Felicia nodded, without wondering if Yelly had lied to her, and said expectantly, let's get started. Good. So, Felicia, I will give you dash. Yelly releases the ability of the spell, the power of the cat totem. Guangua began to wrap Felicia. When the brilliance dissipated, she also got a new life. Meow. The soul-stirring beauty was shown in front of Yelly, and even he couldn't take his eyes off it. Long hair is snow white, and skin is like fat jade. The most important thing is the pair of pointed cat ears, and a white cat tail, swaying dexterously from time to time. Very impactful picture. Difficult to describe in words. Seeing this scene, the average man would probably have a heart attack from excitement, especially the white cat ears, which occasionally vibrated and trembled slightly, each time it stimulated the nerves. It seems a bit overplayed. Originally, Yelly was interested, and thought it would be interesting to cultivate an anti-hero. He also didn't expect that after turning Felicia into a cat girl, she would be so beautiful. If there is a ranking list of beauties most attractive to men in the world, Felicia will definitely rank first now. Felicia had no idea how seductive she was at this point. She only felt that she was completely transformed. I have endless strength all over my body, and the aches and fatigue caused by the previous exertion have all disappeared. Do I have ears on my head? Huh? He also has a long tail. Feeling something abnormal in my body. She touched the cat ears on her head and scratched the restless tail behind her. Then he suddenly jumped quickly and jumped onto the wardrobe. Lee, I really need to become stronger. Felicia was very excited. But the next moment, she subconsciously stuck out the tip of her tongue and licked the back of her white hand like a cat. But there are some weird places. Felicia suppressed the desire to continue licking and moved the back of her hand away. I seem to have really turned into a cat. Yelly admired it and said sincerely, you are much cuter than a cat, Felicia. Really? Felicia's fluffy cat ears could slightly hear Yelly's heavy breathing. She looked into the mirror opposite, saw her current appearance, and quickly got the reason. Meow, the master is so cunning. So she jumped down, stepped forward, and hugged Yelly with her jade arms. I turned him into this. But I'm grateful. Felicia's cat eyes twinkled charmingly. Before I go to save Dad, I want to repay my master first, yeah. Lee accepted it happily. No man can refuse this temptation. Walter Hardy has been handed over to us and Scorpion has been captured and awaits questioning. Melinda reported the work situation to Hill, but the spider girl named Cindy, by the way, she said her title is Spider Silk. She is more concerned about this matter and has been pestering us. Hill, if Cindy Moon doesn't save anyone, don't conflict with her for the time being. First, send Scorpion Jiagan back for interrogation to find out who is coveting the serum behind the scenes. Click, click, click. A series of footsteps sounded at this moment. Who is it? Melinda and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents responsible for escorting quickly raised their weapons and looked for figures in the dark night. Hill, Melinda, what happened to you there? Melinda? Melinda did not respond. She and several agents simply fell to the ground and fainted. Kiss. The prison car cage in which the prisoners were held was torn apart by sharp claws with brute force. Dad, go quickly. Felicia, what are you doing? There's a lot going on. Get out of here first. Many days later. Yelly opened his starry eyes, stretched out refreshed, and then opened the curtain at hand. In his arms, 3 little heads are arched, with black hair, golden hair, and silver hair intertwined. Gwen, Jessica and Felicia. After Felicia secretly rescued Walter, she asked her father to take her mother away. Because only Felicia didn't leave, there were rumors that she was abandoned by her parents. This made netizens sympathize with this perfect-looking girl, and many people with ulterior motives expressed their desire to take her in. However, it was Felicia herself who chose to stay with Yelly. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., which ended up with nothing, it is said that, after finding out that the person behind Walter's abduction was Kingpin, Nick, the brat, took his anger out on him. Now Kingpin has become a shrunken turtle, living in a prison he built. He probably won't dare to come out for a long time. Cindy also recently chose to join the club. Now on the surface, Ghost Spider Club already has Ghost Spider, Gwen Stacy, identity not revealed. Female Knight, Jessica identity exposed. Black Cat, Felicia Hardy, identity not revealed. Spider Silk, Cindy Moon, identity revealed. There are 4 superheroes, and they are all women. It has become a truly heroic organization. The club has also attracted a large number of fan members, and Jessica is very happy to collect membership fees. Because of Gwen and their star power, the club's fame spread from New York City to all the beautiful nuts. They also occupy the top positions in the popularity rankings of female heroes. As for the male hero rankings, Captain America has always topped the list, followed by Iron Man, Black Spider, and so on. Tony kept urging him to teach him some fighting skills. Yesterday, Steven and I attended a banquet for local elites. We had nothing to do today, so we could go and have a look. Well, although, he is actually quite free every day. Be prepared. Yelly clapped his hands a few times and said, girls, get up, it's time to fight against criminals. Leave. Elder brother. Master. After the 3 girls woke up, Gwen turned over dexterously, and the soles of her feet were stuck to the ceiling. Her pretty face was very close to Yelly. With her hair hanging down, she smiled and said, today is not a day off, wisely. No more sleeping in. It's rare. Jessica's feet were wrapped in silver light and floating in the air. She also chuckled, brother, what do you want for breakfast? I'll make it for you. Felicia jumped lightly onto the wardrobe and bent over with a slim waist. He opened the cabinet door and rummaged through the cabinet door with a difficult posture. Master, I'll get it for you. Which one you want to wear today? Now that they are using superpowers, they are becoming more and more casual. Yelly is used to it. Still, good thing he can surrender. The weather is really nice. Yelly, who was going out, just looked up and saw that the sky, which was originally filled with cumulus clouds, began to change. Soon the sky was clear and the warm sunshine was shining down. Okay, it won't rain in New York today. It's too boring to drive 4 wheels all the time. Yelly wanted to change his taste this time. So he shouted into the yard. Vinica. Boom. Ba. Following a low whistling sound, an unmanned motorcycle with a luxurious style and graceful arc honked its horn and drove automatically in front of Yelly. The roar of the engine made a cheerful rhythm, as if shouting, ride me, ride me, ride me quickly. Enhanced version of the Rat Talisman, Enlightenment of Wisdom. This handsome motorcycle. It is the special creation that Yelly used the Rat Talisman to unlock wisdom. It is already a new form of creature. Okay, baby, I'll ride you right now. Yelly chuckled and sat on it, turning the handle. No helmet. He didn't need it. Haley. Director George finally had a rest today and was watering the flowers at the door. When he saw Yelly riding a motorcycle, he smiled and shouted greetings. Did you buy this new motorcycle? Not cheap. Boom. Vinica's engine roared loudly, as if she was angry that George valued her with money. Yelly pressed the brakes and comforted her. She is very good, but she has a little temper. George thought Yelly was teasing him and laughed. Haha, Lee, you are so interesting. However, some young men in my bureau also like to call their beloved cars this way. But I can only drive this old guy, he said and looked towards his yard. There was a police car that had been driving for a long time. If there is no comparison, there is no harm. George, he is much more eye-catching than Vinica. Yelly joked and rode away from Jueshan. Waiting for Ye to leave. Only then did George react and cursed with a smile. What a boy, you dare to say that to me. The breeze blew across my face, the air carried a slight smell of sea, and the waves lapped on the shore. The sea and sky scenery are connected together. Dirty. Yelly rode Vinica at lightning speed, and soon stopped at the beach with a luxurious villa, honking the horn to remind someone that he had arrived. Of course it's impossible to drive a motorcycle so fast, but he can use spells to cheat. Dirty. Yelly pressed the horn a few times, then stopped honking and let Vinica call automatically. He himself lay back on the seat, took out his mobile phone and started watching short videos. Big Data thoughtfully recommended him a hot beauty dance video. The cool video content went well with the cool sea breeze. But it's just a hot dance level. Yelly's evaluation was average, not as good as Gwen and the others dancing. Dirty. Sir, someone is visiting. After checking the information, it was confirmed that it was Mr. Yelly, with your invitation record. Stark turned over and was still sleeping soundly, and did not hear Jarvis' announcement. There was a blonde woman next to her, clean and neat, wearing only a white sheet. Sir. Jarvis, Mr. Oh Jarvis. Tony was finally woken up, rubbed his head and got up. Shouldn't the day off be spent happily communicating with beautiful women? Who came to visit me so early in the morning? Jarvis. Sir, the current time is 9:43. That's still early, isn't it? Although Stark said this, since he was already awake, he still got up. Someone comes to visit you. The sexy girl next to her had also woken up. She hugged the sheets and smiled at Tony. I guess it must be that lady. Christina is a well-known reporter, so she knows. With Iron Man Tony Stark's personality, he doesn't have many real good friends. The one who comes at this time is more likely to be a beauty who has an affair with him. But she was immediately slapped in the face by Jarvis. It repeated the notification. Sir, this is Mr. Yelly. He has your invitation authority. It's him. Oh. After Tony hit him, he ordered, Jarvis, call the door surveillance. On the floor-to-ceiling window of the room facing the sea, the picture of the door was immediately displayed, and there was also sound. Dirty. Vinica stopped at the door and shouted loudly, but Yelly on her seat had disappeared. Tony Jarvis, don't tell me it's a motorcycle that's coming to visit, even though it's cool. Sir, just 12 seconds ago, Mr. Yelly was invited in by Ms. Pepper and is now waiting in the living room. Ms. Pepper is waiting on the glass window display screen, and the screen changes. There was another scene where Yelly and Pepper were chatting face to face, and they seemed to be getting along quite well. Okay, I'll be there right away. Tony walked out of the room and went to another room to get dressed. Hey, Tony. Christina, who was left on the spot, rummaged around and found that her clothes could not be found. She had to put on a shirt that Stark had thrown here over her underwear. Yelly. Christina remembered this name. Although Yelly is not as well known to the public as Tony Stark, he is quite famous among the socialites because of his hobby of painting beautiful women. So she also walked out curiously. As a reporter, she doesn't mind having too much material. Tony is still sleeping. Yelly took the coffee handed over by Pepper and didn't drink it in a hurry. Is he like this every day? I also heard some people say that he is a workaholic. Occasionally. Pepper sat across from him in a decent posture and chatted with him. For example, last night, he met a beautiful reporter from Vanity Fair magazine, so he will get up a little later today. Oh, then I guess he should be reluctant to get up now. Yeah. Lee politely complimented her. Ms. Pepper, I think Tony should cherish having such a caring beauty like you by his side, instead of just finding some random women to have a one-night stand. Pepper felt sour and covered up his bitter smile with a smile. I was just a housekeeper and assistant, picking up the dry-cleaned clothes for the women Tony brought back. Then, sweep the trash out. Rubbish. Yelly raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that Pepper had a lot of resentment towards Stark and the woman he brought back. Wouldn't this make Tony angry? Hello, assistant. Yelly continued chatting. I also have a little assistant. She is very beautiful and smart. The most important thing is that she has a clever little mouth and is very clingy. Really? Pepper didn't hear that Yelly was secretly driving Skye's car, and she was a little envious of this close relationship. However, she didn't show it on her face, and kept smiling and said, it seems that Mr. Yelly is also very romantic. He should be very good at it. To please women, right? Pepper asked this. Yelly was not embarrassed and asked with a smile, then did I please you, Ms. Pepper? It's not that he is interested in Pepper, it's just an ordinary joke to liven up the atmosphere of the chat. Pepper was still relatively young at this time. Of course Mr. Ye, you are very generous. I don't think many women will reject you. The same goes for Pepper, just a little joke. After all, Yelly has both talent and appearance, and she also has a favorable impression of him, so she doesn't mind joking with him. Mr. Ye is very accomplished in art. Recently, Jackson Pollock has a new work. Pepper found a topic to chat with Yelly. It's his masterpiece Spring series. What do you think? The painting is pretty good, but the price tag is too much and the room for appreciation is very small. I don't recommend buying it. Yelly chatted with Pepper with a pleasant look on his face, but he was a little impatient in his heart. Hiss. Tony, why don't you get off here? Yadi urges me to come here every day. I came, but I ended up playing with women there. Yelly somewhat understood Pepper's resentment. It is indeed difficult to take care of Tony, who is the best in lifestyle. Speaking of which, in the comics, it seems that Pepper was picked up by Tony's bodyguard Happy, and later even got married. Mr. Ya. Pepper reminded the coffee is getting cold. Okay, thanks for the reminder. The coffee cup was no bigger than the palm of his hand, so Yelly drank it in one breath. At this time, Tony finally came down and said, Hey, Lee, do you like to drink like this too? Tony, did the female reporters at Vanity Fair turn you on? Yelly put down the coffee cup. Do you want to learn fighting skills from me, or do you want to learn some special fighting skills from her? Lee, you are like a jealous little woman now. Tony sat on the sofa and spread his hands. She can't teach me yet. In fact, I should be the one teaching her. Yelly glanced at him sideways. When do you plan to start training? I can't wait to punch you in the face. Tony, Tony. At this time, someone came over again, calling Tony's name. Profound? Tony, I'm sorry. Christina found the three people in the guest room and apologized. I'm not very familiar with this place. Are you talking about important things? Do I need to avoid it? It's okay, just chatting. Tony said nonchalantly. You can come here and sit for a while, and then leave later. I've prepared a special car waiting for you. Yelly looked at Christina, mainly because he was curious to see what the girl Tony just slept with last night looked like. She had blonde hair with black hair. It was not Gwen's natural hair color, and she could look very good from the black roots. It was obvious that her hair was dyed. She was only wearing a dark red men's shirt. It should be Stark's. When Christina saw Yelly staring at her, she deliberately made a provocative gesture and walked over here. As she walked around, the black sexy underwear under the shirt was clearly visible, as if she was deliberately showing off her figure to the two men in the living room. The main thing was to show it to Yelly. Christina could tell from Tony's words just now that this was she wanted to kick her out after playing with her. So she made Yelly her new target and sat next to him, biting her fingers from time to act cute. Yelly looked at Christina, who just leaned next to him, and commented secretly, the figure is okay and quite attractive. At first glance, the face is okay, but take a second look. Never mind. Not his thing, but sit over to Christina. Yelly didn't mind. Although it does not meet the criteria for in-depth communication. But Christina's nice sexy figure, coupled with her attractive dress at this time, can be eye-catching sitting next to her. This is the same as his short videos. The looks of the hot beauties in the video were not as good as those of his little girlfriends, but it didn't affect his enjoyment of watching them. Just appreciation. No price reduction. Tony didn't pay attention to Christina and continued chatting with Yelly. Did you come here on a motorcycle? Yelly couldn't comment. Otherwise, could it be that I came here on a motorcycle? This sentence made Pepper and Christina, both women, were amused. Pepper, Mr. Ye, you are so funny. Christina used the coffee table to shield her and took the opportunity to quietly grab Yelly's palm and wanted to put it on her thigh. This purpose is self-evident. However, Yelly paused with his hand and did not obey Christina's pull. Instead, he used the tip of his fingernail to write a string of English letters on the skin of her thigh. Christina was scratched by the tips of Yelly's nails, and her body was trembling slightly. This made her think to herself at first, she is worthy of being a romantic artist. With such small tricks, she can dazzle people much more than Tony Stark. Just waiting for Yelly to finish writing, she was secretly annoyed, because the string of letters reads, "Have you taken a shower?" This was obviously because he disliked the person she had just communicated with. Artist's misophobia? Here Tony explained, oh no, I mean. He projected Winnica, who was still calling at the door. You, an artist, come here riding such a cool motorcycle. Dirty, a high-pitched trumpet sounded in the living room. Hey, why is it still barking? Tony rubbed his ears and said, Lee, if there is something wrong with your motorcycle, I can help you repair it. Dirty dirty? Winnica's voice became shriller, as if she was angry. Oh, this speaker also has multiple rhythms? What a boring design. Tony is still complaining. Dirty. Okay, Tony. Stop judging my car. In order to prevent Tony from being beaten to death by Winnica when he went out, Yelly shouted outside, Winnica, be quiet. Dirty. The trumpet sound finally quieted down. Voice controlled. Tony didn't know that Yelly had saved his life again. This car has a lot of gadgets. If you like this kind of small function, I'll be happy to modify it. Shut up, Tony. Yelly took out an oval unknown fruit from the fruit plate on the table. Then with lightning speed, he stuffed it into Tony's mouth to prevent him from continuing to seek death. Cough. Tony coughed and quickly took out the banana from his mouth. Hey, I don't like this. It's just a decoration. Yelly's actions made him unable to react. Is this also the kind of fighting technique? Tony threw the fruit into the trash can and became interested. I can't wait to learn. We can start training after breakfast later. Christina became a little anxious when she saw that Yelly and Stark seemed to be almost done talking. After the chat, Stark would probably let her go. So she put down her secretly annoyed mood, took Yelly's hand again, and held him. Her fingertips secretly wrote on the skin of her thigh, I have taken a bath, sir, and it is very clean. Of course she and Tony have taken a bath, otherwise it would have taken so long. After writing the letters, Christina pressed. She took Yelly's palm and led him to stroke her thigh. The palm didn't resist this time, which made her secretly happy. But every time she tried to go deeper, Yelly's hand would slide out. After all, I have nothing to do with my hands, so I can just touch them casually, so forget it there. Although Christina and Tony must have taken safety measures, thinking about it still feels like tasteful. Hello, Mr. Yelly, I have long admired your name. I have always wanted to interview the legendary painter, but I didn't expect to meet you at Mr. Stark's house. After Yelly finished chatting with Tony, Christina didn't know that she had been passed by Yelly and started talking to him confidently. I'm Christina Ever, a reporter for Vanity Fair magazine, and I'd like to schedule a private interview. Do you have time? Interviewing the famous painter Yelly is a very good reporting material. Even if it is paid for free, it is worth it. And if you can get him to draw a portrait, it will last for a long time, and it can even be used as an entry ticket to the socialite circle. Used. Ms. Christina Ever, do you reporters from Vanity Fair magazine interview like this? Yeli's eyes did not shy away from covering up, and fell on Christina's cool dress. The meaning was obvious. Private interview? Girl, you should cover it up. With your disheveled appearance now, it's hard to imagine that it would be anything serious. Interview. I'm here to make an appointment even though I haven't even put on my clothes yet. Is it an appointment for an interview or a sex date? I think you will like it. Christina was not embarrassed by Yeli's words. Why are you pretending? Her hands are still on her legs? Oi. She made a charming gesture and smiled. Maybe you can consult star Mr. Graham. He has a lot to say in this aspect, and we just finished a pleasant interview. Hearing this, Tony on the other side of the sofa raised his eyes and said nonchalantly, oh, yes, her interview was great. Lee, if you are interested, I can lend you one of your interview rooms, he said. He also made lip syncs to Yeli. She's washed. That's very generous of you, Tony. Yeli rolled his eyes. He was here to do business, not, why does it feel like Tony has become more bohemian recently than before? Pepper couldn't stand it anymore either. He got up and got Christina's dry-cleaned clothes, handed them to her and said, Madam, these are your clothes. They have been dry-cleaned and ironed. The implication is, stop being arrogant here and put your clothes on quickly. Thank you. Christina chuckled. She took the plastic bag, opened it, and then moved on the sofa next to Yeli in a dazzling way. Those long legs were deliberately raised high. Pepper could see the veins on her forehead were throbbing. Out of sight, she turned to Tony and said, I'll prepare breakfast for you. Tony nodded. Go ahead, Pepper. You. Before leaving, Pepper glanced back at Christina, who was still changing clothes, and said, let's have a good chat. If she didn't know that Tony didn't turn around, he didn't have that special hobby. She was worried that these two men and one woman would do something ridiculous in the living room. How about it? After Pepper left, Christina, who had put on her clothes, relaxed a lot, hugged Yeli's arm, pressed her plumpness on him and asked, Mr. Yeah, how do you think about the interview? Yeli also felt that the other lady had left, and some things could be said more bluntly. But he didn't directly say that you don't meet my standards. I despise your words. That's too unmanly. So, Yeli said tactfully, Ms. Christine, the pronunciation of NA is usually omitted. Don't you think it doesn't feel like a couple if we sit together? Christina, you were touching your legs just now, but now you don't recognize me after you're dressed. Christine. Tony also started to see off the passengers. The special car has been waiting for a long time. I think you can go. We also have to be considerate to the driver, right? Although he didn't care about Christina, the woman he had just spent the night with immediately clung to another man and was still in front of him, so he was naturally a little uncomfortable. Christina had no choice but to curse in her heart, they are all stinky men. However, she was still unwilling to give in. When she left, she handed a small note to Yeli. Wait for Christina to leave. Yeli glanced at the phone number on the note, then flicked the electric fire on his fingertips and ignited the paper. Seeing this scene, Tony was even more surprised by Yeli's basic skills of the golden light spell. With your fighting skills, you can also turn your hand into a lighter. Yeli scattered the burned paper ashes into the ashtray and said, normally, you can't practice it. Tony, maybe I am gifted. It is not impossible for Golden Light Curse to practice the thunder method, but he does not have this method, so he did not give it to Tony. All right. Tony glanced at the ashes in the ashtray and joked, actually, she's pretty good. Don't you think about it? I have a standard Eastern aesthetic, Tony. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Yeli clapped his hands and stood up. Okay, let's get some nutrition for breakfast. I'll teach you a few tricks today. I noticed that you bought a lot of company stocks recently. In the boxing ring, Tony put on his gloves, punched Yeli, and said, you know that since I announced the closure of the weapons department, the stock has been falling. Do you believe me so much? Pay attention, Tony. Yeli didn't bother to explain, and tied him to the ground with his feet. This is not a boxing match. Your level is far from enough. Iron Man. Hey. Do you know who you are looking down on? Tony immediately got up and attacked again. Superheroes are not as simple as you think. Yeah. Lee grabbed his arm and threw him on his back. Superhero, don't stick to your moves. The enemy won't tell you the rules of the ring. Oh. Tony sat on the ground without getting up, and pressed his waist and said, okay, that's it for today. I have learned a lot. He was tortured so badly that he couldn't hold on anymore. Yeli didn't care, jumped off the ring, and took a cup of black tea handed by Jarvis's robotic arm. Then you can practice more. Man, Tony invited, would you like to see my steel suit? Tony wanted to regain some ground, so he took Yeli to his basement for a walk. Yeli saw Ethan, who seemed to be Tony's assistant now. Tony came to the suit, opened his arms, and looked like A with a proud look. How is it? How about what? Yeli stepped forward and knocked on the iron knot. As for the structure of this next generation steel suit, he could dismantle it with his shockwave power. Tony put down his hand boredly. Lee, you should give some reaction. Ethan, who was studying module parts on the side, smiled and said, Tony, only ladies will scream for you. Yes. Yeli stretched out his hand in agreement. Yeli. Ethan smiled and shook his hand. Ethan, what are you? Yelly looked at the silver mecha that had been dismantled in several parts in front of Ethan. What is this? He recognized this thing. It was the Iron Overlord made by Obadiah's pirated steel suit. But Obadiah was crushed by him before he had a chance to use it, which was quite frustrating. This is what Tony brought back. Ethan answered Yelly and said with a smile, he said he wanted me to use it. Haha, I don't have that ability, so I can only help him dismantle it. Tony also came over and said, I almost died because of this thing. Thanks to the Black Spider for saving me. Ethan Ranch removed another part. You owe him a lot of Tony, and I owe him too. Actually, Yelly said frankly at this time. Oh, Black Spider. Tony patted him on the shoulder and smiled. I told you why you don't like my steel suit. It turns out you are his fan. Ethan also looked very happy. Obviously they didn't believe it. Yelly shrugged helplessly and didn't say anything more. You yourself don't believe it. Don't blame me for social death in the future. Since you like superheroes so much, how about using this thing for you? Tony pointed at Iron Overlord and said, would you like to try what it's like to be a superhero? I believe if it were you, you would be able to make good use of it. Let me use this Iron King? Yelly shook his head. Forget it. You should leave it to Ethan. Don't tell me that this thing will freeze at high altitudes. Even if Tony made up for this shortcoming, he wouldn't like it. Good. Seeing Yelly's reluctance, Tony stopped talking and instead said, so, are you interested in the expo in Flushing tonight? Stark Expo. Yelly tilted his head slightly. Ha, you want me to watch you fill the cup, right? Alio women how into man off the street? All the women on the street need a man. Just keep coming and putting your hands out. Come to me, give me your hand. Can't you turn off your music? Tony. Night, 18 o'clock. Yelly, he is in the special seat of the transport plane. Why a transport plane? Just look at Tony Stark and you will know. He is now wearing a steel suit and standing at the hatch, ready to jump down at any time. I purposely played music on the transport plane to stir up my emotions. Why don't I just put a cup in it? There are so many things to drink. Yeah. Lee took out his ears. This hard rock music is a bit noisy. Your taste is still so average. Turn it off, Jarvis. The destination has arrived. Stark asked Jarvis to turn off the music in the cabin, and immediately after the cabin door opened, he was ready to jump down. Yelly reminded him in time, be careful, don't take my motorcycle with you. Went down. That's right. Vinica was also brought here. After visiting the expo, he didn't plan to go back to Tony's house. If Tony hadn't said that the expo was very exciting, he wouldn't have been interested in watching Tony's show. Watch my performance, Lee. Tony jumped down angrily. Cause I'm Theo no has gonna make ya burn, because I am the man who can make you burn. The music was transferred to the suit again. I'm gonna take you down. I will take you down to the abyss of happiness. The Stark exhibition below shoots fireworks into the sky, setting off the falling and flying Iron Man. She is truly a coquettish person to the extreme. Yelly glanced down from the cabin window. This is prepared. Have to say. The first few seconds. Stark is indeed quite handsome. Until boom, he was hit on the head by a firework. Yelly shook his head. Jarvis, let's go down too. Okay, Mr. Yadut. At the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, there was a sea of people and countless flashlight beams shining into the sky. The appearance of Stark wearing a steel suit brought the atmosphere to a climax, and people shook the flashlights in their hands vigorously. The opening dance was pretty good. Amidst the cheers and noise, Yelly did not sit in the VIP seats without being crowded below, and watched the leg-raising dance of the Iron Man girl dance troupe for a while. As for Tony's words on stage, he was saying I didn't listen. Instead, I turned on the Chaoyang News channel and started watching. Iron Man? It's boring. It's better to watch the news for a while. After the opening ceremony, Tony Dad Howard Worth started playing on the big screen. Tucker's voice and smile during his lifetime. There is also a city model in the video. Yelly knows that there are new elements hidden in this model, but he doesn't care about it for the time being. Anyway, Tony will find it by himself if nothing happens. It's none of his business. Hi Lee, how are you feeling? Tony came over at this time, put away something that looked like a pregnancy test stick in his hand, and put it in his pocket. It is a device that detects the content of palladium in the body. I feel cheated by you, Yelly said with a dead-eyed expression. It's boring. Tony opened his eyes wide. Don't you think my appearance is exciting? Hey, you just want me to watch you fill the cup, right? Yelly stood up and clapped his hands. Let's go. Tony stretched out his hand, raised his chin slightly, and gestured in one direction. Together over here. Yelly glanced sideways over there. Safe passage? Bang. Tony. As the security door opened, a lot of people came up. Among them were Stark fans, beauties who wanted to climb high branches, some company CEOs who wanted to cooperate, etc. Soon a beige-haired beauty was discovered. Yelly, are you Mr. Yelly? She came closer and asked, I didn't expect you and Mr. Stark to be friends. I don't know if you have any plans in the past few days. I want to date you. I don't have time, sorry, I'm very busy. Yelly refused. But she still put the business card into his pocket, then kissed him on the face and said with a wink, call me if you change your mind. Is that Mr. Yelly? Mr. Yeah. Soon a few more came over. The leaves weave in and out of the flowers without leaving a trace. If he were just walking down the street, he would generally not be recognized by passers-by. But the more famous and beautiful he is, the more people know him. And here, there are many. Tony, starting tonight. After coming out of the safe passage, Yelly patted the wrinkled clothes on his body, then picked out a few business cards from the stuffed pockets, and threw the others into the trash can. I finally know how screwed you are. I deliberately dragged him here together, really old six. Stark spread his hands innocently and said, I thought you would be interested in it, weren't you the ones you left behind? Hehe. Yelly drew his business card like a poker and said, Isabella, Parsons. Emily, art trading company executive. Olivia, hand paint pen studio. Okay, stop reading it. Tony raised his hands in surrender. I know you left these business cards for business. How about giving you that sports car to make up for your bad mood? He said, pointing to the new car prepared by his bodyguard Happy. This is a brand new car, I haven't driven it yet. Yelly glanced over there and said, oh, this is not bad. Really, it's rare to find something you like. Tony, it seems that the sports car prepared by Happy is really good. No. Yelly motioned for Tony to tilt his head back. I mean is that your old sweetheart? Tony turned around and realized that at this moment, a dark-eyed beauty in a purple dress stood in front of his sports car. She looked like she was of Irish descent. Oh, I don't know her. But she is really beautiful. Tony didn't pay much attention to the woman and led Yelly towards the sports car. So do you want this sports car? I don't need it, Tony. Yelly whistled. Boom. With the heart-pounding sound of the engine, Winnica jumped down from the roof of a high platform in the distance, and the tires hit the ground with a dull sound. Bang. There seems to be no one in the car. Is it out of control? Pedestrians on the roadside were frightened by the car that suddenly flew down, and quickly avoided it. However, when Winnica drove in front of Yelly, the surprised pedestrians were relieved. Can Tony Stark drive in front of him? It doesn't matter if the people around you have a driverless motorcycle. Oh. The woman standing in front of Tony's car was surprised and praised Winnica. It's great. Bah. Winnica exclaimed happily. Thank you for the compliment. Yelly said politely and didn't say much to the dark-eyed beauty. He said goodbye to Tony. Tony, remember not to lie to me next time. Okay. Tony sat in the driver's seat of the sports car and said, Mr. Yelly, I wish you a good night. I'll leave first. Mr. Stark. The dark-eyed beauty chuckled and stopped him. I don't think you can leave yet. Oh? Tony thought this was another beautiful woman who came to chat with him, and asked, who are you? Want to date me? Law enforcement officer, Kate Mara. The dark-eyed beauty handed over the document in her hand and said with a smile, you are scheduled to attend the Senate Armed Services Committee at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is your summons. She was still smiling. Tony's face fell, and he confirmed, can I see your police badge? Happy, who was sitting next to him in the passenger seat, echoed, he likes to see police badges. Kate Mara readily agreed and showed her police badge to Tony. Do you still like to see it? Mr. Stark. This time Tony didn't take any chances and frowned. Kate Mara ignored Tony and the others and walked gracefully to Yelly who was watching the show. Hello, are you Mr. Yelly? Yelly raised his eyebrows. Beauty, do you want to send me a summons too? If I remember correctly, I didn't commit anything, especially one that required a court-martial. Mr. Yeah? Katamara's slim figure swayed, and she sat directly and lightly in Yelly's arms, hugged him and said, you stole something. Yelly tilted his head slightly, unable to comment. Your heart. Haha, let me listen to one thing first, sir. Kate Mala lowered her pretty face, blew into his ear, and whispered. Some time ago, the Osborn group disintegrated. Someone is secretly acquiring part of Osborn's research laboratory through the properties owned by the Ghost Spider Club. It is said that a serum very similar to the super soldier serum, or rather, that's the super soldier serum, said. Kate Mara pressed her delicate body against Yelly like a lover and said in an ambiguous tone, you don't want S.H.I.E.L.D. to know about this either, right? So? Yelly pinched her unceremoniously and said calmly, threatening me. Kate Mara blushed, bit her lower lip, and said seductively, I just want to cooperate with you. Who? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. General Ross. Boom. Yelly let go of her and turned Winnica's handle, let him wait and see how I feel. Wait, there is one more thing, sir. Kate Mara was not a direct subordinate of Ross. Seeing that Yelly still wanted to think about it, she did not continue talking about it. She turned to look charmingly, asked with hot breath. Do you have an appointment tonight? Sit tighter. Yelly calmly held her in front of him and straightened her up, and then deliberately shouted to Tony, Tony, don't be angry, I'll help you teach her a lesson. After saying that, he didn't wait for Tony to respond, then he circled Kate Mara and rode away in tandem. Tony was puzzled when he saw the law enforcement officer turning around to chat with Yelly. Now he heard what Yelly said. After he reacted, he immediately shouted back, hey, Lee, you're home that values sex over friends. Tony paused because all he could see now was Winnica's taillights. Happy, how far are we from Washington? Washington? Happy calculated and said, 250 miles. Washington.D.C., Peanutton Special Zone. Korea, Tide Fresh. Iran. Is that Justin Hammer? At the military court. Tony used his high technology to easily expose the faces of the military and Justin Hammer who wanted to obtain the steel suit technology. Iron Man is useful and we are safe. Tony Stark slapped the table. You want my product? Don't even think about it. He stood up from the hearing booth, turned around to face all the cameras, opened his hands and said yeah. I successfully provided world peace. I can maintain world peace alone. I successfully provided world peace. Ha. Yelly imitated what Tony Stark said on the live TV, and then teased him. Tony, this guy is really good at bragging. Lee. Gwen held a peeled small fruit on her fingertips and fed it to Yelly. You went to the exhibition with Mr. Stark yesterday. Was it fun? Very boring. Yelly swallowed the fruit and tasted the delicate jade green onions. He thought it would be cool to fly down with that iron lump, but his head was exploded by fireworks. No face left for Tony at all. Well. Felicia buried her pretty nose in Yelly's neck and sniffed lightly. Her snow-white cat ears suddenly twitched. Master, does it smell like another woman? Jessica was playing with Felicia's tail when she heard this and asked curiously, who is it? Cindy or Skye? Not Cindy, not Skye either. Felicia's tail swayed, her nose pressed against Yelly's and she smelled carefully. It's an unfamiliar smell. Jessica narrowed her eyes and grabbed Yelly's handle. Say, brother, who is it? Tell me truthfully. This. Yelly thought about it for a second, and then directly chose to pass the blame to Tony. Of course it was because of the female fans of Iron Man. They were too enthusiastic. Really? What about you yesterday? Why did you keep us waiting so long? Jessica thought like a detective and said suspiciously, brother, are you having an affair? Cough. Yelly almost choked on his saliva. Jessica, don't you think this word, it's not appropriate for you to use it. Why is it inappropriate? You bully me every day. Jessica caught Yelly's fault and would not let it go so easily. She said softly, do you want to use it up and not admit it? Don't think that just because I'm a younger sister, I can do something so cheap. What's up with her? Yelly turned his head and looked at Gwen on the other side. Has Jessica watched a soap opera about a harem recently? She, because she was always talked about by my father, she hasn't been a female knight for a while. Gwen thought of something, and it was a little funny. She gently lifted her long, slender legs on Yelly, over him, and playfully stepped on the tender flesh of Jessica's thighs with her little jade-like feet. Jessica can't take any time off. She ran to open a private detective agency again, commissioned to help the employer find out several affairs. Gwen, don't poke me with your feet. Jessica's pretty face turned red when her bottom was uncovered. She grabbed Gwen Hobai's ankle in embarrassment and moved it away. It's slimy. No wonder I can stand on the wall. Private detective agency. Yelly also felt that his sister was really energetic. But in the evening, why is it just average? It's about the same as Gwen and the others. Is it because the home base is not developed? Jessica, where is your detective agency? Yelly asked casually. Jessica scratched the soles of Gwen's feet with her little hands and said proudly, it's just outside the Clinton area. Cough. Yelly choked again. Clinton District Hell's Kitchen. You are really awesome. Don't underestimate me. Jessica, the detective agency is just covering up. In fact, I am trying to find out some information. Yelly, what are you doing asking for information? Hell's Kitchen is in chaos now that Kingpin has thrown himself in jail. The demon gang led by Mr. Negatives. Hammerhead, Magic Gang. The headstone that Gwen hadn't found before. Jessica counted on her fingers. There's another one that popped up recently. Hand Club. To use the word you said, brother, all kinds of monsters appeared. Yelly, wait a minute. You mean the Hand? Yes, what's the matter? Jessica, it should also be some kind of gang organization, right? I caught a ninja from their organization and asked him. Zairi, neon locals who are doing well. Yelly's eyes flickered. Forget about other people. These guys from the Hand dare to dance under his nose. Gwen broke free of her feet from Jessica's hands and said, Lee, what did you say you were having a good time? Nothing. Yelly glanced at the clock and got up from the sofa. It's getting late. Get dressed and go to school quickly. I have to go out too. Wait a moment. Jessica raised her leg at this time, and hooked the smooth instep of Yelly's leg in a flattering gesture. Brother, do me a favor. Number 37, it's here. Yelly took the address given by Zhang's sister and found the location of her detective agency. Anyway, I happen to be visiting Hell's Kitchen. Just help her come and have a look. He opened the door with the key and walked into the detective agency. Yelly looked around. Compared with the Ghost Spider Club, this place was a small place. It was just a temporary storefront rented by Jessica. It was very deserted and looked like it could close down at any time. It was nothing special. Yelly also pulled over Jessica. Ka sat down on the decent office chair and waited. Someone who claimed to be a lawyer made a reservation. He was coming to the detective agency today, presumably for some commission. But Jessica had to go to school and was not free. She originally wanted to come and take a look at Toski, but in the end it was handed over to the very idle Yelly. PS, Chapter 66 has been released. Since the client is a lawyer, Yelly speculated. That should be to entrust Jessica to find some evidence for a certain case. At least it's no longer a commission to catch the mistress. A lawyer is already a rare customer for Jessica's detective agency. After all, not many people know that the girl who runs this detective agency is actually a female superhero knight. Because the people living around here are numb people with decadent lives, and they don't pay much attention to important news. And when I was in the detective agency, Jessica always wears a beret and glasses. It's euphemistically called dressing up in disguise. Yelly tried the detective look. Recollection in his mind. Oh no, thinking about it. At that time, I thought she was just in a mood. But I didn't expect that she had just returned from the detective agency. Let Jessica try again tonight. Tuck tuck, at this time. Knock on the door. Come in. Yelly said casually. The door is unlocked. Outside the door, Matt Murdock, Daredevil, paused as he knocked on the door. Why is it a man's voice? As a street hero who long fought against Kingpin, after the Kingpin puts himself in jail, Matt senses this is his opportunity. He wanted to take this opportunity to collect evidence of Kingpin's crime and send Kingpin to a real prison, not the fake prison Kingpin built himself. Then, Jessica, who came here to open a detective agency, caught Murdock's attention. He discovered Jessica's superhero identity. Compared to Daredevil, who is only famous in the Hell's Kitchen area, the female knight has been very popular on the internet during this period. This gave Matt the idea of coming to visit. Maybe the other party could help Jin Bin with his affairs. But what's going on with this man's voice now? A new assistant? But this voice, it doesn't sound like a handyman either. Daredevil is blind, but his other senses are sharp. He could hear the confidence and indifference in Yelly's tone. These thoughts flashed through, just for a moment. Next moment, Matt put aside his doubts first, opened the door and walked in. Yelly looked at 104. Tisk. This red tights. He came to the conclusion instantly. DD, Daredevil. Yelly still has an impression of the superhero Daredevil. In Marvel superheroes, there are many heroes who are miserable. They are always abused by their enemies and lose a loved one at every turn. And Daredevil Matt Murdock is one of the best. He himself was always abused by Kingpin and his men. His girlfriends took turns being kidnapped by his enemy Bullseye. It was normal for one of his girlfriends to die every 3 days, but the one who survived went crazy and ended up in a mental hospital. In the Daredevil story, there is a heroine named Karen Page, who was originally Murdock's secretary. After she broke up with Murdock, she even became an actress in romantic action films. I don't know if I have gone to sea now. It can be said. The life Yelly wanted. In Daredevil, the exact opposite is embodied. This guy has the ability to make things so miserable. Good morning, sir. Yelly crossed his legs and looked like he didn't care much about Murdock. Jessica has something to do. I am her brother, Yelly, and I will meet you on her behalf. Do you have an entrustment? It turns out to be my brother. They don't look like biological siblings. Matt shook his head at Yelly. It's better for ordinary people not to know what I'm going to talk about. You should also know the identity of your sister. He didn't want to involve ordinary people. But someone doesn't want my good little sister to get involved with a guy from the future, the Defenders. Then you should know too. Yelly sneered. Jessica is just a high school student who is still in school. Her superhero identity affects your thinking. Daredevil. This. Yelly's words. Pours cold water on Murdock's head. Yes. How could a high school student be involved? She was just a child. I really ignored it. It's one thing for a female knight to voluntarily preach justice. It's another thing if he comes to look for someone. I think the brother of this female knight is also very unhappy that his sister is risking her life as a superhero. Thinking of the female knight's brother in front of him, Matt sincerely apologized to Yelly. Sorry, it was my negligence. Just tell her that I cancelled the meeting. After apologizing to Yelly, Matt was a little ashamed of his negligence, embarrassed to stay here any longer, and turned to leave. But the next moment, his steps suddenly stopped again. Someone is eyeing this place and is approaching quickly, and there are more than one group of people. Matt pulled out his double-flowered red stick and shook it. Maybe he's coming for me. Mr. Yak, you'd better hide first. With his super hearing, he could hear sounds from several nearby blocks. Naturally, you can find special movements. Yelly sat there without moving, his brows slightly furrowed. He was thinking about how to torture someone. The enemy of Jessica Yes Fate, the purple man Zeb Diakilgrav, the man in the red tights was detected. The graceful figure of the blonde man squatted on an abandoned floor, looking in the direction of the detective agency with a telescope embedded with investigative lenses. It should be the Hell's Kitchen area, the Daredevil who fights criminals. Barbara thought to herself, took out a fried chicken leg from the family bucket placed at her feet and stuffed it into her mouth. When she finally caught Yelly without a girl by his side, she thought this was an opportunity to get closer, so she followed him. But I didn't expect him to come near Hell's Kitchen. Feeling that there was something hidden, she distanced herself and observed secretly here. As expected. Soon I saw Daredevil coming to the door. Why is he meeting Daredevil to recruit new superheroes to the club? There may be something wrong with this. As the club gets bigger and bigger, coupled with the popularity of several of Gwen's superhero members online, Nick Fury is now paying a lot more attention to the Ghost Spider Club. And Barbara's task naturally became heavier. She is responsible for investigating ghost spiders, contacting Skye, investigating black cats, contacting Cindy, making friends with Skye, and investigating Yelly, waiting for matters. Barbara was furious when she thought of this. Damn Fury, I don't know if I need help now. I didn't send Natasha here. What are I doing? She bit the chicken leg with her silver teeth, and the fragile chicken bones were all broken together, and the hateful Hill will be pretending to be in the communication all day long? If you have the ability, come to the club to investigate by yourself. Yelly will definitely like those long legs. Who are these people? Barbara was thinking about how to drag Hill into the water, when she saw a group of people approaching the detective agency quickly. She stopped chewing fried chicken legs in her mouth, activated the detection lens in front of the telescope, and locked onto the leader of the crowd. Soon, After analyzing the facial information detection lens, the data was retrieved from the SHIELD database. The supercriminal Purple Man Zebediah Kilgrave has the power of hypnotic control and can control hundreds or thousands of people on a large scale. He has committed many crimes such as raping a woman and having sex with a Kowloon woman. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Is it the notorious perverted Purple Man? Barbara, who was also a woman, couldn't help but shudder. Although she has been trained to be somewhat resistant to psychic abilities, she is still afraid of the purple people. In a sense, this is a very dangerous person. And I heard, purple people are not only interested in women. Huh? Mr. Yelly is very dangerous. Barbara began to think, should she inform Gwen and the others? Or, asking the Bureau to send people over to support could be a favor. That Daredevil is still in the house, can he deal with the Purple Man? Think of the end. Barbara still chose to let S.H.I.E.L.D. send someone over to take a look, while she waited and watched, ready to take action or notify Gwen and the others at any time. Make some preparations and you'll be safe? This is the quality of a professional agent? While Barbara was feeling proud, she reached into the family bucket with her thin fingers, picked out a piece of chicken popcorn and put it in her mouth. The slight chewing sound of click, click, click sounded across the floors. A little burnt. I won't buy from this company next time. This is it. My little beauty. The weirdo in a purple suit passed through the crowd on the street and came to the door of the detective agency openly. Its skin was also purple. It was followed by a group of people with live ammunition. But the pedestrians on the street were surprised. These abnormalities are ignored, as if they are not seen. If you can observe carefully, you can find that the eyes of pedestrians who pass by the Purple Man will be in a trance for a while, and will return to normal when they are far away. The eyes of those holding guns around it, they all looked dull, obviously being controlled by hypnosis. I'm here. Kilgrave found out that the owner of this newly opened detective agency was a top-notch beauty, so he hypnotized a group of subordinates and rushed over. The Purple Man had already used his hypnotic ability to humiliate many people. The woman he likes. He believes that this time will be no exception. What a pity. If you want to blame it. You are too far from heaven and too close to Hell's Kitchen. Kilgrave saw that the door was unlocked, so he opened the door with a smile, preparing to welcome his new plaything, but just as he was about to take action, he noticed someone behind the door. He immediately took a few steps back and let the hypnotized man stood in front of him. The next moment, the door was pushed open by an arm wrapped in a red tights, revealing Murdoch behind the door holding two sticks. Purple Man. Night Stalker. Ren stepped back some distance, allowing more people to cover him. Daredevil. Why are you here? There is a reason why Kilgrave is wary of Murdoch. His hypnotic ability is not effective on everyone. People with a strong will and people with different physiological functions from ordinary people can resist his spirit. Control. And Daredevil is not only strong-willed, but also has an echo-sensory system that is different from ordinary people. He is among the people who can resist Kilgrave's ability. I hear? Matt is a little confused about the Purple Man's words. Isn't it a rush? Did you come by yourself? But the lawyer's quick thinking quickly made him think of the reason. Yes. Purple Man is a sex demon among supercriminals. He may not know the identity of the female knight and thought she was just a beautiful detective girl. After Matt figured it out, he didn't choose to leave. Fighting criminals is what he has always done. He swung a red stick in his hand and split into two parts instantly, connected by a steel wire. The stick head is thrown and retracted accurately, and every time it can wrap around a firearm and pull it back, or it can be knocked down directly. Kilgrave's face turned stern, and he also controlled the gunmen around him to fire at Murdoch. The gunfire was continuous. If you can't control it, you can't play 170 physical attacks anymore. Matt's sensitive echo sense allows him to use sound to avoid bullets in advance. But Kilgrave's side had too many people and plenty of firepower. It's not Daredevil's home court now, so Murdoch is also having a hard time. Finally caught the opportunity to attack. The Purple Man used a human shield to resist again. Daredevil's no-kill principle makes him very constrained. Yelly was in no hurry to take action in the room, and was speechless when he saw Daredevil's performance. You put shackles on yourself. No wonder you are always brutally tortured by the villains. Daredevil. Kilgrave saw that his side was gradually gaining the upper hand and began to bluster. You mouse in the night. There is no place for you during the day. Oh, the dog is barking again. Yelly has seen enough. He presses his finger on the black bracelet. The fourth sound, the black ring starts to spin. It starts to rotate on the wrist. The figure is on the seat. He disappeared in an instant. The information state isolation function of the bracelet prevented his disappearance from being noticed by anyone, not even Daredevil. At the same time, bang! A hole burst out in the clouds above the detective agency. A cocoon-like metal object fell at a very fast speed, accompanied by the click sound of the wings spreading out. The fans on the wings whirred. This was naturally the vulture summoned by Yelly. What's coming again? Kilgrave also noticed the Birdman jumping down from the air, and immediately controlled the people around him to fire into the air. Dang, 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 dang. After the vulture armor was strengthened by Yelly with the rat charm, it was already strong enough to beat Tony. Level. The bullets fired by the gunmen with gangster firearms were completely unable to break through the folded metal wing defense. Kilgrave also tried to use his ability to control the vulture, but found that it was completely ineffective. Yes, not resisted like Daredevil. but it is completely ineffective? The other party seems to be an emotionless puppet. So he just watched as the huge pair of silver steel claws got closer and closer to him. No. Skye unwillingly manipulated the people around him to come over to protect him, hoping to make the other party have some scruples. However, the metal claws penetrated his shoulders without mercy, piercing him and his human shield together. The vulture just locked Kilgrav's bones with its claws and soared into the sky again and flew away into the distance suddenly. Murdoch was left confused. Who is this person? Abandoned floor. How is it going? Hawkeye Barton fixed the sling on the roof of the building and landed on Barbara's floor. I hope I'm not late. Unfortunately. Barbara, you are indeed late. Barton. Hawkeye stopped raising his bow and said, did something happen to him? No. Barbara put the telescope in front of her eyes and said, it's been solved. The one who takes action is the vulture. I suspect it has something to do with Black Spider. Last time we dealt with the Green Goblin. He also appears with Black Spider. It seems like this, the connection point between the Black Spider and the Ghost Spider Club may be Ellie. We have to focus on this, Vice President. Is it? Hawkeye put away his bow. He was responsible for the battle and didn't care about this kind of power communication. Then report to Nick. Bang. On the top of a tall building, Zyron was thrown by a vulture to Yellie's feet. The black ring on Yellie's wrist slowly stopped rotating at this moment. But what surprised him was that, except for Zyron, the person who was used as a human shield by the purple people was also caught by the vulture, and his heart was penetrated, and he was already dead. It was not that Yellie cared much about the life and death of a maggot, but that he knew this person as the Lightning Thompson who was possessed by Venom. It seems that Venom has abandoned him, otherwise he would not die here. According to the original trajectory, Thompson will become a Venom agent in the future, and he can barely be considered a superhero. Unfortunately, he didn't have this chance now. He didn't pay attention to Thompson who was already a corpse. Yellie turned to look at the purple man at his feet, with a faint evil look on his face, and chuckled at him. Guess what? What to do? The purple man was trembling and his head was covered with sweat. Because Yellie didn't activate the night spider suit. Kilgrav couldn't figure out Yellie's identity for the moment. However, the puppet vulture and green devil standing next to Yellie gave him a guess. The man in front of me can possess the missing vultures and green goblins. Maybe he is also a behind-the-scenes boss like Kingpin? Do you want me to help you with something? Kilgrav swallowed, thinking he had guessed the other party's purpose, and said quickly, that's no problem. No matter which rich man or official you want to control, I can do it. As he said it, it was still crawling like a pug to show its loyalty to Yellie. There was no other way, because he discovered his ability, to those present, all to no avail. Yellie ignored him and walked to the rooftop, looking at the scenery in the distance. To our Mr. Kilgrav, please give us a little greeting first. He finished. The Green Goblin mechanically stepped forward, pinched the back of Kilgrav's neck with his hand, and lifted him up to the vulture. Next. Under the purple man's horrified gaze, the vulture slowly unfolded its metal wings as sharp as blades. No. Wait for Yellie to turn around. Kilgrav's screams had weakened, tears were streaming down his face, and his eyes were blinded by pain. The vulture made it thoughtfully. Limb removal surgery. I heard you like hypnosis and humiliation. Yellie raised a smile on his lips, gently lifted the sole of his shoe, and stepped on Zyron's face. You want to take advantage of my sister. Zyron's pupils suddenly dilated. Only then did he know why he ended up like this. I also like cute girls. Maybe we can chat. It's a little different from his usual gentle and leisurely nature. Kilgrav is in terrible pain now. He can't answer any questions. He can only whimper. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Yellie put down his foot. He turned around slowly and left a message to Kilgrav. I can tell you, I like to compare. The Green Goblin took Yellie's place, took off a pumpkin grenade on his waist, squatted down, opened Kilgrav's chin, and stuffed it in. Then pull off the tab. Well. In the fear of Zyron waiting for death, boom, Yellie opened his arms, and brilliant fireworks bloomed behind him. You defeated Jessica, yes, destiny enemy. As her relationship, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million US. 2. Random reward, absolute psychic shield with superpower. 3. Servant reward, transform Zebediah Kilgrav and obtain an absolutely loyal servant. 2. Yellie made his choice before the system finished broadcasting. Absolute psychic shield, attaching a psychic shield to himself or other targets so that his own consciousness is absolutely unaffected. The psychic shield is not unlimited. Additional, 10 mind shields are initially loaded, and one will be automatically generated every time. Yellie installed one for himself, and planned to install it for Gwen and the others when he returned. This was a reward that came to his door. It did not make him want more happy. On the contrary, the mood is not very beautiful. To use an analogy, purple people are like shit, whoever steps on them will be unhappy. Fortunately, there are still people in the hand who can vent their anger. Hey, Mr. Yeah, you seem to be no longer here. Here. Murdoch was searching in the detective agency. After Zyron was captured by the vulture, he turned around and found that Yellaren was gone. I'm here. Yellie walked out of the bathroom. Matt looked strange. There are constant gunshots outside. Are you going to the bathroom inside? You know, it's like watching a movie. Yellie said calmly, there will always be pee spots. Murdoch. Does this mean his fighting is like a bad movie? Night Stalker. Accompanied by a female voice, a woman in red ninja uniform appeared at the door of the detective agency. It was Daredevil's enemy and best friend, Erica. Then, she and Murdoch started fighting each other outside the door, lovingly. Erica came. Naturally, there were many ninjas from the hand nearby, and they jumped out to help. Yelly smiled. He didn't even have to look for it. The punching bag was delivered to the door by himself. Ever since. Vulture, summoned. Green Goblin, summoned. Electro, summoned. A few minutes later, the metal wings of the Vulture were spread out, and several hand ninjas were hanging on them bloody. The Green Goblin held 2 ninjas in his hands and pressed them against the wall of the alley. As the Green Goblin's skateboard flew under his feet, the ninjas were pressed against the wall and rubbed wildly. If the Vulture, Green Goblin, and hand ninjas can still barely fight against their enemies. The Lightning Man was a one-sided massacre. The lightning swept through all the ninjas and killed them all. In the end, only Erica was left. She escaped because she was not a Neon native who lived a good life and ran away in despair. This again. Murdoch today, I can't fix it anymore. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. If he is Chinese, you may even suspect that you are the destined son in the novel, the kind who has a big boss behind you to help you all the time. Sunset time. The people of the hand were wiped out? Jessica blinked her big eyes and asked, Brother, what did you see? Yelly nodded, I saw it with my own eyes. You should stay away from their fights. Jessica hugged his arm and said seriously with a small face, that's too dangerous. Yelly shrugged, but, they were fighting near the detective agency. Ah, that's right. Jessica felt a little guilty now. I thought it wasn't so dangerous outside Hell's Kitchen. Sorry, brother. So how are you going to compensate me? Yelly thought of the purple man he just solved today, touched Jessica's little head, and said deliberately, do you know how much brother has worried about you? That. Jessica blushed and said, then I will wear detective clothes today. Didn't you say you like this? The golden sunset reflected on her red face, which was really beautiful. Jessica. Yelly stopped and put his hands on his good sister's shoulders with a serious expression. I think, we can take that step. This won't work. Jessica buried her head in his arms, her voice as thin as a mosquito. No matter how you say it, we are also brothers and sisters. Not biological. Yelly put his arm around Jessica, caressing her back, and at the same time quietly blessed her with an absolute spiritual shield. Besides that step, I've done everything I can do, right? Jessica remained silent and didn't speak. After a long time, her head was buried in her brother's arms. The 2 shadows gradually lengthened under the sunset. Finally, Jessica raised her head, her eyes more moving than ever before. Then wait for me. After that, she broke away from Yelly's arms and ran home first. Yelly was confused. Cats can go into estrus under natural conditions, except during the hottest dog days of summer, but the best breeding season is spring and autumn. After school, Felicia returned home before Yelly and Jessica, and was turning on the TV to watch. She now has no cat ears or tail. Of course, that attitude can be controlled, otherwise it would be revealed that she is a black cat as soon as she goes out. Whoosh. Felicia suddenly saw a figure flying past quickly. Jessica. Brother, it's okay, come in. Hearing Jessica's rare timid voice, Yelly turned the door handle and walked into the room. In the room, Jessica changed into a refreshing and comfortable outfit, which was a matching outfit made of gauze material. Falling light poured in from the window. Her originally fair skin was illuminated to look like wheat color, giving her a unique flavor. Jessica's upper body is a small black shoulder-length tube top, which reveals her slender waist. However, the cute little belly button cannot be seen because it is blocked by the black high-waisted shorts. The shorts are not very sexy. The hem reaches just above the knees. While Jessica's outfit looks astringent, it also adds a bit of girlish conservatism. Yelly secretly commented, the soft texture of the fabric at first glance was the kind that could be easily pulled off once it was pulled off. Leave. Jessica looked focused at the moment. It was as if there was nothing else in her eyes except Yelly. She pursed her moist lower lip with her white teeth and said softly, I want to be in a special place. A special place. Yelly is getting more and more confused. Follow me? The girl stepped on her jade feet, wrapped in the silver streamer, floated lightly to the window, opened the window, the breeze blew on her face, lifting the black silk. Come here. Jessica waved to Yelly. Jessica, you don't want to go out like this, do you? Yelly walked over. But he was suddenly hugged into his arms by his sister. Jessica put her arm around her brother's waist and winked at him playfully. It's okay, we're not walking on the ground anyway. The silver light took up the ribbon and extended from the window to the sky. The wind whistled past my ears. Yelly was hugged by Jessica and climbed higher and higher, until Bang passed through the clouds and stood on the vast sea of clouds. Distance. The setting sun dyed the sea of clouds a layer of gold. Beautiful scenery and silence. All noise disappeared except the sound of the wind. Between heaven and earth. It seems like there are only 2 figures embracing each other. How about it, brother? It's nice here, isn't it? Ji Qian's delicate hand drew through the invisible white clouds around her, and the light mist floated in her palm. I just asked Skye to help check the flight. There will be no passenger. Zhao, plane passing by today. Yelly also reached out and grabbed the clouds. What to do? What should I do if my sister is romantically involved? Waiting online. Quite urgent. Correct, weather control. Yelly cleverly thought of a way to counterattack. How could Jessica take the lead at such a critical moment? Jessica. Hearing her brother's call, Jessica asked Yelly nervously, yes, is it about to start? Yeah. Lee whispered in her ear, I found a strange-shaped cloud, right behind you. Do you want to take a look? Brother is really, like a child, looking at the clouds at this time. How weird can it be? Although Jessica said so, she still turned her head and glanced, and then she saw, the golden love cloud stands in the clouds and is more dazzling than the sunset. Perfect shape. Like a painter, drawing among the sea of clouds. Wow, nature is so magical. The girl couldn't take her eyes away. Her eyes were full of little stars. Girls always yearn for beautiful things, and even Jessica, who is usually a bit carefree, is no exception. Don't look at Jessica, there is something even more amazing. The sun sets in the west, the sea of clouds rolls, and pink limbs and jade arms are looming. Swallow the clouds and spit out the mist. Yelly never forgot the ability to use the chicken charm to prevent people below from thinking that today's weather forecast was wrong. Turn on TV. At 18:12 p.m., at sunset, a magnificent giant heart-shaped cloud appeared over the Lower East Side of New York City. The rare beauty makes couples make wishes one after another. Expert explanation, this is caused by the updraft encountering heat, violent friction in the air, water molecule jet, lead to formation. Cats. Ivan Vanko was not interested in this kind of news and switched the channel he wanted. It takes 5 to 10 years in most countries, and at least 20 years for Hammer Industries. But I did you a big favor, I alone can maintain world peace, what else do you want from me? I try to work with those clowns. Screw you, Mr. Stark. Dismiss the meeting ends today. Listen, I am here for all the people, I'm honored to serve my country. Toggle. I am Iron Man. Crack. Blazing blue and white light whipped across, and sparks erupted from the TV, divided into two halves. Hello. Yelly smoothed a few strands of short hair in front of his forehead, answered the phone and said, Ms. Pepper, what do you want from me? Sorry, Mr. Ye. Pepper, I just think that Mr. Ye is an intellectual and gentle man. I encountered something, so I wanted to ask your opinion. Of course, if you're not free, I won't bother you. Oh, let's talk about it. Yelly said in a lazy tone, I happen to have nothing to do, so I just want to chat with you. You can say it slowly, I'm not in a hurry. Listen to what he said. Pepper started talking confidently. You know, Tony always likes to do something unexpected. She knew that Tony and Yelly had a good relationship recently, and they were not reserved, just like chatting with each other. He donated his entire modern art collection to Boy Scouts of America. Pepper, except for your Iron Man painting. He climbed up on the table and hung it up in front of me. Oh, I don't know what he is thinking. I'm not saying your paintings are not good, Mr. Yat. Yes. Yelly, it's okay, Ms. Pepper, but is it just like this? The most important 410 thing is what Tony told me later. Pepper sounded a little uneasy and hesitantly said, he wants me to be CEO of Stark Industries, it means asking me to be his successor. I don't know what to think. Yelly's mind turned darkly when he heard this, and he quickly thought of the reason. It was because of palladium poisoning, and Stark was dealing with his funeral. But he didn't say it. Let him handle Stark's matters by himself. Yelly encouraged Pepper. Pepper, don't doubt yourself. Just do your best and that'll be it. I think Tony treats you like family. Family? Pepper read the word softly. After thinking for a while, she suddenly smiled. Thank you, Lee. You're welcome. Goodbye, Pepper. Remember, family. Night chat is over. There was a faint murmur in his sleep. Yelly turned his head and looked. His good sister was sleeping soundly, there was a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth, and his graceful shoulders were exposed. He smiled. Pulled down the sheets. I want to help Jessica cover up better. Who caught it? Yelly looked to the other side. Gwen, Felicia. The two girls slept soundly. Their legs were entangled, and the corners of the sheets were tightly clamped. Never mind. Anyway, your physique won't catch cold. It's late. Yelly fell asleep peacefully. The end of another wonderful day. After a while. Malibu, California. Tony Stark's oceanfront villa. I forgot to ask you last time, Lee. Tony was fighting happy in the ring, and asked Yelly, who was sitting aside to watch the fight, how did you get here from New York on that motorcycle? What's its speed? Yelly, just think of it as Eastern magic. Hey, forget it if you don't want to. How can Tony believe in magic now? Steven hasn't even had a car accident yet. Yelly picked up drinks on the shelf at hand, picked up one of the green bottles and asked, what is this? It looks green. Do you want to try my chlorophyll juice? Tony deceived, it tastes pretty good. Yelly threw the thing aside in disgust. Tony, you said you wouldn't lie to me again. Oh, sorry, I'm used to it. Haigzu. Tony dodged Happy's punch and hit him in the face with a backhand elbow. Bump. Profound. Happy was knocked back, with a look of surprise on his face. Which move is this? Feel sorry. Tony bounced around in small steps and said sullenly, this is called mixed martial arts, and it has only been popular for 3 weeks. This is called dirty boxing. Happy exposed him speechlessly. It's been popular for a long time. Oli taught me. Tony proudly looked at Yelly, who was sucking juice. Don't stick to your moves. The enemy doesn't know the rules of the ring, right? Yeah. Lee nodded and gave him a thumbs up in response. That's right, Tony, you learn quickly. Happy rolled his eyes. These two little friends are still talking unreasonably. Okay, Happy, put it up and let's continue. Tony is coming back with Happy. The notary is here. Tony, come and sign the documents. I promise this is the only time I ask you to transfer your company to me. Pepper came in and asked Tony to come down to sign. At the same time, he winked at Yelly and expressed his gratitude. Yelly smiled politely in return. Oh, what about sucking juice? So he nodded slightly instead. Tony was in the mood to play and was still unwilling to get off the ring. We are having a happy time. Happy saw Pepper's wink and thought she was ogling Yelly, so he reminded Tony, oh boss, you have to be careful. What? Tony paused just in time, because he saw a beauty with auburn curly hair, holding a black folder, walking in at this moment. Natasha was in a white shirt and black trousers, dressed in an OL outfit, with her outstanding figure, good looks, and stability. Her temperament caught Stark's eye. Yelly also stopped sucking the juice and cast his gaze curiously. The famous Black Widow is indeed beautiful. Natasha glanced at Yelly without leaving any trace. The information my colleague Barbara investigated came to mind. This is also an important person that the Bureau pays attention to. Vice President of the Ghost Spider Club. The non-biological brother of the president of the female Knight Jessica, the real backbone of the club. Closely related to Ghost Spider, female Knight Jessica, Black Cat, Daisy Johnson, Spider Silk Cindy and others. Latest news display. This person is also connected to the Black Spider. The information flashed by quickly. Natasha saw Yelly with her own eyes at this time. To read cool novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Handsome is indeed handsome. No wonder he can seduce so many beauties. He just looks like he's sucking juice, and he looks even worse than Stark. Well, now it's Pepper who has to be careful. Happy hit Tony with his fists, who couldn't take his eyes away. The first lesson, don't take your eyes away, profound. Tony kicked him to the corner of the ring with a back kick, and then followed up with a ruthless combo, pong pong pang pong pong. Stark used the skills Yelly taught him, trying to show off in front of Natasha. Fortunately, Happy was wearing AEAA protective gear, so he didn't get beaten up by his bad friend and boss. Dang, dang, dang! Yelly rang the bell and saved poor Happy. I don't play anymore. Happy took off his protective gear and quickly slipped off the stage. Lee, Tony shouted to Yelly. How? Yelly sat back down and asked, you want to fight with me again? Oh no. Tony didn't want to be embarrassed in front of the new beauty. Can you help me get my chlorophyll juice? For you? Yelly flicked his hand, and the mug containing chlorophyll juice fell accurately into Tony's hands. Natasha caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of her eyes, and her eyes flashed slightly. Most people may think this is nothing, but as a fighting expert, she could tell a little bit about Yelly's arm strength and other details. Please sign with your initials. Natasha was multitasking. While observing Yelly, she did not forget to hand the document to Pepper for her to sign. Miss Tony took a few sips of chlorophyll juice, pointed at Natasha and asked, what's your name? Natasha Rishman. Natasha replied confidently and calmly. Tony waved to her, come here, please get on the ring. Pepper stopped, you don't want her to. Tony interrupted her, the boss has the final say, and I am the boss. Pepper helplessly turned her eyes to Yelly, where is the family she promised? Yelly shrugged and said to Tony, I don't think this is a good idea either. At this time, Natasha had readily agreed and bent down to enter the ring. She obviously didn't take Tony's fighting skills seriously. Natasha had been an old agent for decades after all, and she was totally unreasonable to deal with Tony, who had just learned a few tricks. Question. I think this is a good idea. Tony waved to Yelly again. Come on, Lee, come up. Please teach her a few tricks first. Yelly glanced at Natasha. I can fight with women casually? He thought so. Then, slowly walked onto the stage. If you are a pretty girl, you can still play with it a few times. After Yelly stood on the ring. Not to be outdone, Yelly smiled lightly, crossed his arms, and scanned her appearance and figure unscrupulously. By the way, he usually hangs out with pretty girls like Gwen and the others, even the slightly older law enforcement officer Kate Mara is about the same age as him. An old woman like the widowed sister, it's the first time for an older beauty to come into contact with her. Yelly can't help but feel a little strange, what kind of style would such a beauty have? Within a few seconds, both of them were silent and did not speak. At this moment, whoever takes the initiative to speak first. The aura is a bit weaker, only. Tony in the audience looked very pained, wasn't he? I'll let you go up and teach me how to do it. Why are you two looking at each other so affectionately? Ahem, Mr. Stark coughed twice and reminded someone not to pick up girls at his house. Lee, you can start. I will pay for Miss Natasha's tuition. Suddenly, Yelly whistled. Let's get started. Miss Natasha, have you ever learned fighting? Knowing everything before asking questions first. Yes. The corners of Natasha's lips curled up, as if she couldn't help but smile. She was confident that she could knock down Yelly. How does she feel now? It can be described as pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. It's also about being an agent. One of the few joys. Tisk, you talk so little. With a reserved attitude, do you take the initiative to seduce a man and start the conversation? You can attack when you advance, and you can defend when you retreat. It seems passive, but it is actually active. Master? For the martial arts contest. Yelly didn't care. On the contrary, it was the competition with Natasha in certain aspects that made him surprisingly interested. Like Jessica and the others, they are soft and cute. No one has ever been in love except him. Ignorant girls are naturally not proficient in anything. Between men and women, you advance and I retreat, and you advance, a struggle for sovereignty. Basically, whatever Yelly said, they would listen obediently. This is of course good, as it saves worry and trouble. But this did not affect his interest in competing with the Black Widow in special skills. Natasha saw that Yelly didn't respond immediately after she had finished her reply, and she couldn't help but feel secretly, why did this man seem a little stupid? It's not usually the young girls who take the initiative, right? She had no choice but to take the initiative and said, why don't we discuss it first? No problem. Yelly made a gesture, traditional martial arts, stop here. Natasha tilted her head, what kind of idea is this? She has spent so many years, countless enemies have fought against each other, why haven't you seen anything like this? Miss Natasha? Come back to reality. Yelly controlled his strength, and slapped Natasha's ear with a palm that was no more than a mortal's. The strong wind picked up a few strands of her hair, hearing the whistling wind in her ears, Natasha's heart skipped a beat. Shocked, her eyes looked at Yelly with a bit of surprise. Although she underestimated the enemy, if Yelly's palm had not avoided her, but had hit her face, I guess that tall nose will be flattened. Hey, Lee, be careful not to hurt her pretty face. Seeing that Yelly almost slapped Natasha in the face, Tony secretly felt that he really didn't care about her. I don't know how I found those top beauties, huh? Natasha took a breath and smiled. Mr. Lee, you are very powerful, it seems that I am no match. If she can easily defeat Yelly, Natasha doesn't mind showing off her skills. But with Yelly taking the performance of this palm as a reference, if she wants to fight, she has to use all her skills. Black Widow will not do this. As a seasoned agent, how could she expose her strength just to be competitive? Can you teach me? Natasha came closer. There was a faint smell of perfume on her body. It should be the Britney Spears Fresh Fruity series. Naturally, Yelly would not refuse. He took her in his arms and taught her some essentials step by step. With the teacher Cindy and others, girls are sometimes shy and different. Regarding physical contact, there was nothing strange on the faces of Yelly and Natasha, and they looked very serious. But the people in the ring didn't care. People under the ring felt differently. Pepper rubbed her brows. Why is it that when Lee and a beautiful woman are present at the same time, there is always a hint of ambiguity in the air? Humanoid self-propelled air infuser. Tony felt a little resentful for no reason. Teach beautiful women to hug and hug her there. This way. Natasha, who was being led, was a little surprised by the skills Yelly taught her. She found, with his decades of accumulated fighting experience, in these few minutes, you can actually gain something new. You know, her combat skills have been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time and she has not improved. Even if she only gains a little this time, it is considered rare. And Natasha felt that Yelly had only taught her a little, and she could still learn more. Therefore, after Yelly finished teaching Natasha a few tricks, she took the initiative to exchange contact information. We can communicate again. Natasha grabbed the phone number note with her slender hands, stuffed it into Yelly's trouser pocket, and deliberately induced a more in-depth kind. Of course she meant a more in-depth exchange of fighting skills, and deliberately used this easy-to-think wording was intended to use her appearance to attract Yelly to come to her. After the two exchanged contact information, Yelly stopped having fun with Natasha, got off the ring, and sat back on the sofa. Compared with the widowed sisters, he still prefers Gwen and the others. Isn't it nice to be a well-behaved girl who is both cute and sexy? It's my turn. Seeing Yelly take down Natasha with one move, Tony had the illusion that I can do it with me, so he went to the ring and started fighting with her. Then the next thing, burst. There was a ring in the ring. Natasha figured it out. After learning a few tricks from Tony, he easily knocked him down. Ouch, Tony rubbed his back and sat next to Yelly. Lee, the fighting skills you teach are not very good. I can't even beat her. Practice more. Yeah. Lee didn't even raise his eyes. If it weren't for the moves I taught you, you would have been defeated by her in one move. What are you looking at? Tony probed. Are they those hot dancing girls again? Your girls are much prettier than them. News. Yelly didn't care. He looked at Tony's phone to satisfy his curiosity. Milwaukee, gamma infection, the patient drank a bottle of Guarana soda. Oh, this is old news from a while ago. Tony chatted. I think your heart cloud is more interesting than this. Maybe you can make it. Girls will definitely like it. Mr. Stark. Natasha handed the document to him at this time. I need your fingerprints here. Okay, Pepper, you're the boss now. After stamping the red fingerprint on the transfer document, Tony and Yelly continued to chat. Lee, are you interested in racing in Morocco? Hi. This time it's definitely a blast. The next day, a subsidiary of the Ghost Spider Club, Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Beep, 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 beep. The sound of various instrument measurements, intertwined with the sound of the instrument operation, continuing to sound. Before Walter ran away, he thought about it in his mind. The super soldier serum in the secret was handed over to her daughter, and Felicia gave it to Yelly to thank him. And with complete data, the serum has now been successfully developed. Next, as long as we continue to develop a weakened and diluted version, we can sell various healthcare medicines. Money will come pouring in. Honey, don't call it that. Yelly took a photo of Kate Malapigo and said calmly, now that I've asked for something, Ross has done it. Let him set a time and send someone to inject the serum. It's so heartless. Kate Mara lamented, I've been eaten up by you, can't you be nicer to me? Be nice to you right away. Yelly pulled her to his office in the Research Institute. Kate Mara and Gwen are different. She is not a potential superhero, nor does she have any systematic connection tasks. Yelly didn't even have much affection for her, and they had sex only out of interest. The reason why Kate Mara is still with him and has not been dumped is that she contacted Ross. On the other hand, Gwen and the others were like the main meal, not enough for him. This female law enforcement officer who was furious at first sight was not bad as an after-dinner dessert. And Kate Mara, in her words, as an elite, she wants to leave her purity to outstanding men, and Yelly is her chosen one. So within a few seconds of meeting her for the first time, Kate Mara had already decided which hotel to book that night. Am I good to you, Kate? Good. Kate Mara responded misty-eyed. She felt that she had chosen the right man. Sure enough, you have to be decisive when it's time to take action. Hesitation will only lead to defeat. And the more time passes, the more Kate Mara will feel grateful for the decision she made at that time. People will know then. Being Yelly's woman, even if she just maintains a relationship without status, is extremely lucky. Then bite this one. At this time, Yelly put a round object to Kate Mara's bright red lips and motioned for her to bite it. What's this? From Kate Mara's current angle, she couldn't see clearly the object on her lips. She only felt that the smell and touch of this thing were a bit familiar. Yelly explained, it's just the police badge you dropped next to me. Is that so? Hear the words. The female law enforcement officer obediently held the police badge, which symbolized her sacred profession, in her small mouth and bit it tightly. Time flies. U.S. military base. General Ross, get ready over there. Kate Mara conveyed Yelly's message to Rose, just wait until the general sends someone over. Well, Ms. Kate, you did a great job, but I think you should get a new badge. General Ross saw the teeth marks on the police badge she wore. She had lived for decades and was in a high position, of course he guessed it quickly. Kate Mara has become Yelly's person. The information is correct. That person's reputation is well-deserved. If you want to read Bao's Huang novels, go to Philo Novel Network. In fact, the wily Ross had not thought of sending his own people to seduce Yelly. Just found out. Yelly's vision is very high. Pick and choose. Found through analysis by professionals. Only this female law enforcement officer who is not one of his subordinates may be attractive to the other party. He had no choice but to contact Kate Mara for cooperation. Kate Mara was also interested in the famous Yelly, so she agreed to take the lead in contacting him. So she is not a professional female spy, and she has no superior subordinate relationship with General Ross, and they are not even part of the same system. Okay, but I want to keep this as a souvenir. Kate Mara smiled politely and put away the police badge pinned to her police uniform, turn around and leave. Bronski, standing at the foot of the shadow, now said, will the serum allow me to regain the strength of my youth? Sir. Stronger than that. Captain America, you must know. Ross tapped the butt of his cigar. Your dream is about to come true, soldier. Doctor Strange, what is this? The doctor in the white coat saw the receipt document in his colleague's hand and said in surprise, you don't want to participate in the Moroccan racing competition, right? That's too dangerous for us doctors. Don't worry, I'm just going to relax, cars are a little hobby of mine. Strange's tone was a little arrogant. I will control the speed. Competing for the championship with those professional players? I'm not that stupid. That, as you like. The unconscious arrogance in Strange's words made the doctor in the white coat feel uncomfortable, so he did not choose to persuade him. He even thought jealously in his heart. It's best to cripple this surgical genius? When I saw that, I couldn't put on a proud face. Suddenly, the two people talking didn't notice. Outside their window, not far away, a thin figure in a yellow robe stands tall and graceful, with the folding fan opened in his hand mysteriously covering his face. Although the timeline has produced some variables, but you will eventually embark on this path, Strange. There were many scientific researchers coming and going around. Gwen was wearing a ghost spider suit and curiously picked up a tube of reagent with her little hand. Lee, this is the secret of Felicia's father. 0 request flowers. Strengthen the human body, super soldier. She looked at the introduction posted above and said in surprise, no wonder people from S.H.I.E.L.D. want it too. Gwen is also a top student in the field of biological research, so she knows more about the power of this serum. Don't be so surprised, the growth rate of this thing is not as strong as yours. Yelly said, looking at the time displayed on the black ring on his wrist, they are coming. Don't worry, Lee, I'll definitely make you look good. Gwen's pretty face under the suit smiled proudly. She came here to support Yelly today. Maybe in the eyes of some fans, the Ghost Spider Club, it is still just a fun power group. But in fact, the club has already taken one step ahead of the Avengers plan and become a large-scale superhero organization. Many of its industries have formed a capital chain circulation, and several branches have been opened in various places. Even with her fan support rate, she soon gained some say in the political circles, a characteristic of Magnesia. Recently, Skye has been coordinating and managing these things. She is very smart and has this potential. After all, in the original trajectory of the comics, Daisy Johnson was still having served as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is not a problem for Yelly and Jessica to manage the club's properties. Of course, she is only the one giving orders at the top, and there must be people to recruit and manage below. In short, the Ghost Spider Club is developing very rapidly now. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. has to start paying attention to it. It's hard to imagine that this was just a club started by high school students at first, and it would grow so quickly. There are factors such as Yelly's connections, Stark Industries' help, etc. I won't go into details. Soon, General Ross arrived with his people. Next to him was Blinsky, followed by a group of soldiers with live ammunition. General Ross, have your men wait outside. Yelly gave a warning without hesitation. Don't scare my scientific researchers. Ka. The soldiers raised their guns and their voices were all in one voice. Gwen narrowed her eyes and made a move. She stood in front of Yelly, the purple and pink lines on her uniform glowed, and behind her several slight bulges on the back that were close to the body suddenly unfolded. Fourth in spider mechanical limbs stretched out. The tips of the mechanical feet lit up into a blazing pink light, like 4 short blades of a lightsaber. This is exactly the energy weapon that Tony promised Yelly, Black Spider, to give to Ghost Spider and their suits. It was recently developed by him. It is not as powerful as the original lightsaber, but it has no problem cutting through ordinary metal. You guys are guarding outside. Rose's eyes flashed with fear, and he asked the soldiers to put down their guns and retreat, leaving only a few guards. It wasn't just a ghost spider that scared him, it was just the Ghost Spider Club, and there was more than just this one superhuman. Let alone, there is also a very related black spider. This was the reason why Ross chose to cooperate with Yelly instead of using other means. One Hulk is enough to give him a headache. The black spider's deeds are even more terrifying. Not at all like a righteous hero. It is said, there was once a big boss who wanted to die. He didn't take Black Spider seriously and issued a wanted order for him. The result is, in one night, the entire family was slaughtered. The person who ordered a thorough investigation later was killed again. Then no one dared to care about it. Cases related to Black Spider have also been classified as absolute secrets by the government and will not be publicized to the public. The Hulk loses his mind when he gets angry. Black Spider doesn't do that. And Rose no longer has a daughter who is Black Spider's girlfriend. So now, he politely accompanied Yelly and sent Bland keys to the serum injection room. Boss, I need your key here. The injection staff asked Yelly for instructions. Yelly unlocked a liquid nitrogen storage tank. What was stored in it was a small dose of serum. For injecting serum into Bland keys, Yelly knew that Ross was trying to deal with Banner. But that didn't matter to him. Although Banner had some friendship with him when he was his assistant, Bronchies would not be a match for the Hulk even after being injected with this thing. Might as well make a deal and let Rose do a favor. As for what to do, William Stryker. But that's for the future. The injection will be divided into 2. Penetrate deep muscles in one go. Another hit the bone marrow. Yelly introduced here. The injector took the reagent syringe and pointed it at Blanquist's neck. It will be very painful the second time. GG, as the serum enters. Well. Even veteran Bronchies couldn't help but scream in pain. Made a little muffled sound, begging Virginia. University of Corvo. The invisible transparent spider silk is stuck to the top of the school tower, and seems to disappear under the refraction of the sunlight. Gwen hugged Yelly, her long arms tightly around the waist that fascinated her, and swung to the center of the university. Lee, what are we doing coming so far away? Gwen put her hand on her forehead, looking at the academy under the sun, wanting to see the difference between the university and the high school she was studying in. This was her first time in Virginia, and she was with Yelly, and there was a sweet feeling. The feeling of traveling. Yelly said leisurely, I have nothing to do. Let's see how effective the serum is. It will also open your eyes. Eye-opening. Gwen thought Yelly meant taking her out to play by opening her eyes, so she hummed, Humph, it's so stingy to not take people to a more romantic place to broaden their horizons. It seems we are not on the same channel. If the spoiled person is Gwen, Yelly is still very fond of her. He didn't explain, but coaxed, how about taking you to Monaco next time? There will be a racing competition. Racing. Don't go. Gwen puffed up her mouth, straight man, she's not interested in racing. He couldn't bear to bully her into liking him so much. Alas, Gwen can be hard to coax sometimes. But it's okay. Yelly has many ways to deal with girls. He secretly controlled the air currents and swept through the gardens of Corvo University. The breeze carried petals of various colors to the top of the tower. Petal? So beautiful. Gwen was stunned for a moment, then reached out to take a piece of pure white petals surrounding her, and said happily, Lee, I didn't expect that this place is also very romantic. Really, I'm surprised too. Yelly said something perfunctory and took the opportunity to get closer. He lowered his head and said 583. The golden threads were fluttering. Gwen also obediently took off her battle clothes and head, closed her beautiful eyes, and presented her soft lips to her lover. What's the wind like today? Oh my god, the flowers in the green belt have been blown away. Yelly set off this strange trend, which also aroused discussion among the students. They felt that the school administrator must be angry to death. You guys are so awesome. A girl looked at the sea of flowers in the sky, her eyes full of love. Don't you think it's very romantic? Of course, my little sweetheart. The boy next to her wanted to take the opportunity to ask for a kiss. You see, it's so romantic. Let's. Hey, I haven't agreed to your pursuit yet. The girl pushed him away. Obviously she didn't like the boy. However, in every corner of the school, there are more couples who kissed because they saw the beautiful petals flying. If you can see the panoramic view from high altitude, you will find such a scene. It seems that the pair of Yelly and Gwen are leading the young men and women below on the tower. Bruce Banner and Betty Ross, who were about to part ways, were also infected by this atmosphere. Betty moves closer to Bruce. I want to kiss him goodbye, but Bruce reluctantly stopped her. He was afraid that his heartbeat would speed up too fast. That big guy ran out again. The couples below are still banging. Yelly let go of Gwen and said, kissing alone is not enough, I want more Gwen. Gwen blinked her pretty eyes innocently, as if she was an innocent girl who didn't understand anything except her body, but Yelly didn't need to say anything in detail. He skillfully bent his thin legs and stood on tiptoe with the toes of his indigo battle clothes and shoes. Although the suit has been improved, the color scheme is still the same as before. The soles of the indigo suit are based on the original ballet shoes. After the big-headed father kissed him, it was the little-headed son's turn. Hey, that's, Ross has arrived. There is skilled Gwen. Yelly didn't need to do anything at this time. 10. Seeing Ross ambushing Bruce's military armed vehicles in the distance, he couldn't help but feel playful. Strengthen the chicken talisman and protect things? Wow. As soon as Bruce walked out of college, he heard several loud driving sounds approaching him. When I turned around, I saw several armed military vehicles. Run. Oops, it will take 3 minutes for the sniper to be in position. Ross asked in the communication, who acted without authorization. Sir, the vehicle is out of control. Dang dang, dang dang, dang dang, dang dang. Bruce ran desperately, but in the end he was surrounded by Ross's soldiers in a corridor. He is blocked. Ross gave the order, fire 2 tear gas canisters in. Dang dang. As the 2 tear gas bombs hit the corridor, spitting out white mist, Bruce's eyes began to turn green. Oh, here we go. Yelly stopped enjoying and patted Gwen on the shoulder. Gwen, look over there. Gwen puffed her mouth cutely and turned around to look, and then squirted out. Puff? What is that? I saw a big green monster head, smashing the glass window of the corridor and letting out a thunderous roar. Roar? Yelly watched Hulk killing everyone and smiled at Gwen. Is this an eye-opener? So that's what you meant. What kind of monster is this? Gwen wiped the corner of her mouth unwillingly. Is it very powerful? Do you want me to clean it up? She felt that although this monster was scary, it was probably similar to a lizard man. Don't worry. Yelly stopped her and said, look more clearly, who are those soldiers? Gwen looked doubtfully. That's General Ross. She had just replenished her smart little head with nutrients, and quickly guessed what was going on. He asked that person to inject the serum just to deal with this monster. This isn't some monster, Gwen. Yelly didn't hide anything from her and said directly, he is Dr. Banner. There's nothing to hide. Doctor again. Gwen has no idea about Banner. She has only seen Bruce Banner's name in academic papers. Her biggest thought now is why are these monsters transformed by doctors? So does Dr. Connors. It's dangerous to do experiments. It will turn people green. Okay Gwen, take pictures of these. Yelly got serious and said, record the data. By the way, I think SHIELD would also give some information in exchange for it, and Ludan would love this. Gwen nodded, held up her shoulder-length blonde hair, and then the suit's head was automatically recovered. After doing this, she gave the command to the suit applet, Ghost, start the camera analysis function. Turned on. The head of the Ghost spider suit, the position of the eye lens, began to draw a stream of data. After a little while, I saw that Bronchies could tangle with the newly transformed Hulk for a few times. Yelly nodded, satisfied with the product he produced. The effect is not bad. You know, artillery bullets hitting the Hulk are almost like peanuts hitting ordinary people. Being able to do this is already very good. But Yelly knew. Blankeys will not be satisfied. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. What happened next was that the helicopter angered Hulk and was knocked down. As a result, it hit Betty who was coming over. In the sea of fire, Hulk protected Betty. The battle is over. Yelly was not interested in watching the following family ethics drama anymore. He glanced at the sky and left with Gwen. Boom! Thunder suddenly broke out. It started pouring rain. Time flies. Time flies. Leave. Back in New York. Gwen was very impressed by this journey. You said that big guy, where will he go next? Yelly operated the computer in front of him and replied calmly, we are here in New York. What? Gwen was taking off her dress. When she heard this answer, she asked in confusion why. Why did he come? Yelly didn't say anything, but turned the laptop in front of him to show her. There is some information displayed on the screen. Mr. Lan, Dr. Samuel Stern, Grayburn College. Notify Jessica and the others. If a green monster appeared on the streets, don't worry about it. Someone will take care of it. Oh. Gwen nodded blankly, still not understanding what was going on. Seeing her rare silly look, Yelly closed his notebook and walked over. Leave? Wait a minute. Flash forward a few days. New York City, Harlem. Night. Roar. Howl. The Hulk and Abomination fought fiercely, roaring loudly, and the fist-to-flesh fight was flying around, from the street to the end of the street. On the roof of a building in the distance, Yelly dressed up as a black spider, tilted his head slightly, and looked at it leisurely for a few times. After that, he stopped meddling in his own business, and his figure gradually disappeared transparently. Appeared again, already in the laboratory of Dr. Samuel Stern, Mr. Blue. Looking at the surrounding glass cabinets, they are filled with Banner's blood samples. The storage capacity is quite large. Yelly waved. The glass cabinets shattered one after another, and bags of blood samples flew out, surrounding him. Regardless of whether it is used or not, let's take the advantage of not having to work hard first. Well, here, Samuel Stern was knocked to the ground by Bronster, and his head was bleeding. What a coincidence, Banner's blood flowed out of the glass jar above and dripped into Stern's forehead. His head began to expand rapidly, and as expected, he was about to become the leader of a supervillain. But something is going to happen. When Stern's head was spinning, he saw the black figure suddenly appearing in front of him snatching his Banner blood sample. He anxiously stretched out his hand and grabbed the corner of Yelly's windbreaker. This is mine. Bang! Yelly's casual kick ended the birth of a supervillain. Then the figure flashed. All blood samples were taken away. The next day, Ghost Spider Club. It is reported, Suburban Block 121, New York City, 2 unknown green monsters, cause a lot of damage. What happened to New York? Peter looked at the news and stuffed popcorn into his mouth. There are monsters like this everywhere now. Ever since he was shadowed by Venom last time, he has been staying at the club and doing odd jobs with Ned. After all, the green scales remaining on his face are the only place that can accommodate him. It can barely be explained by a superhuman being. And Peter's own smart scientific research mind has also been helpful to the scientific research institutions under the club. Who says it isn't? Ned reached out and grabbed a handful of popcorn from Peter's hand and commented, "Look at these super criminals. What can the military do against them? I think we have to rely on the goddesses in our club." That's right. Long live the ghost spider. Oh, I guess Boss Jessica can defeat these 2 monsters with 3 punches. Still using 3 punches? Just 1 punch. That's it. The people on the surrounding bars raised their glasses in agreement. Hey, come on, stop bragging. Those 2 big green guys are not easy to mess with at first glance. What if the goddess is injured? That's right, it's better not to let the president and others take risks. This is a more sensible fan. Nowadays, the club is much more lively, and all the people coming and going are fan members. You talk less. Mary Jane shook the glass in her hand and educated them. Gwen once taught me a Chinese word. Do you understand that a big tree attracts the wind? Do you understand? Of course I don't understand. They are all members here for leisure, and none of them happen to understand Chinese, so they still make jokes there. Mary Jane rolled her eyes helplessly, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and then she saw Barbara was carrying a suitcase and walking past her. Barbara? Mary Jane asked strangely, are you moving out again? Because Barbara had a lot of fun at the club, she has moved into the club on the condition that she occasionally works as Skye's assistant. No. Barbara shook her finger and waved a ticket in front of Mary Jane like a show-off. I'm going to Monaco. What? Mary Jane opened her eyes wide. You are so cunning. Do you want to have a private meeting with the vice president? She knew that Yelly was also going to Monaco, and she also signed up to participate in the competition through her connections. The most important thing is, Yelly was alone, and neither Jessica nor Gwen went. It's hard for Mary Jane not to doubt Barbara's motives. Barbara said harshly, can't I go play by myself? I won't tell you anymore. I have to catch a plane. Of course she got the news and wanted to seize this opportunity to be alone and investigate Yelly. But how could he admit it to Mary Jane? Hum. Barbara pretended to hum a tune, and strode eastwards, which is the direction of the international airport. Tony, Lee, my special plane is about to take off. Are you going to Monaco by yourself? I'll go by myself. You don't have to wait for me. I still have something to deal with. Tony, okay, Monaco, see you there. Yelly ended the call with Tony, looked at the researcher who was playing with Banner's blood and asked, how is it? The researcher shook his head. To be honest, there won't be any progress for the time being, boss. Then store it first, rent. Yelly felt relaxed and didn't bring any luggage. He went out, hailed a taxi, and headed to the airport. What? When he arrived at the airport, he saw Barbara smiling and waving in this direction. What's going on with you? Yelly was scanning at the security checkpoint and said strangely to Barbara who was waiting in front, I didn't order escort service. Hey Vice President, it's so rude of you to say that. Barbara held her hands in front of her legs, bent slightly, with a lively smile on her face. Aren't you happy to have a beauty like me accompany you on the road? She is beautiful, mister. The lady in charge of the security check also smiled and gave an assist to the couple she thought would be a future couple. Well, it's your freedom where you want to go. After Yelly finished the security check, he left a word to the SHIELD agent and got on the plane. Just before entering the box, Barbara leaned against the doorframe next door and winked at him happily. What a coincidence, I'm right next to you. Maybe you can come and talk to me. I welcome you. Good guy. He also specially booked the box next door. Yelly still approved of Barbara's appearance. With her blonde hair, blue eyes, pretty face, slender arms, long legs and fair skin, she looks a bit like Gwen has grown a few years older. Not much to say about body shape. I remember that when she was a girl, she was a national gymnast. But Barbara as an agent. Her approach must have an ulterior motive. Yelly naturally couldn't let her succeed so easily. We have to tidy up and have some fun first. Then, he saw a flight attendant not far from the corridor and waved her over directly. Gentlemen. The stewardess came over with a professional and polite smile and asked, do you need anything? Watch her. Yelly nodded with his thumb. Barbara, who was still leaning on the door frame to show off her coquettishness. Don't let her harass me, can you do that? Barbara's expression froze. The stewardess was also slightly stunned. After looking at Barbara, she said formulaically, don't worry, Mr. 04, we will try our best to ensure the rights of every passenger. Then she continued. The flight attendant whispered again in a voice she thought only Yelly could hear, if you need, I can help you contact the police, or you can call the police. As a woman, she believes that it is normal for an attractive man like this gentleman to encounter sexual harassment. Barbara's eyelids twitched and she felt depressed. Am I such a bad person? With professional training, her hearing was better than that of ordinary people, so she naturally heard what the stewardess was whispering to Yelly. Yelly nodded with satisfaction. This time he smiled and winked at Barbara. Have a good rest, madam, the journey will not be short, he said. He turned around and was about to enter the box. At this time, the stewardess handed over a cup of iced tea on the tray. Sir, this is a welcome drink. Oh thank you, Yelly took it politely. Madam, this is yours. The flight attendant kept smiling and handed a glass to Barbara. If you need anything, call me anytime. Oh fine, Barbara looked a little discouraged and took the cup. Hey, Leaf. A surprise call. Strange held the cup and walked towards this side excitedly. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Barbara couldn't help but raise her eyes. That's what she seemed to have said just now. Stephen? Yelly laughed and said, what a coincidence. Come, cheers. As he said this, he held out the cup and clinked it with Strange. Strange drank the rest of the iced tea, put it back on the flight attendant's tray, and asked Yelly, where are you going? This is a flight from Monaco. Yelly smacked his lips. Tisk racing car. Huh? Me too? Strange invited. Why don't you come and sit over with me? As he said that, he glanced at Barbara here and whispered, do you know her? Yelly also glanced at Barbara, and saw that her eyes were a bit resentful, but not too heartless. Yeah, I know her. Good taste? Strange patted him on the shoulder. Okay, let's come together. Yelly also put the unfinished iced tea back on the tray and waved to Barbara. Follow me if you want to come. Barbara was overjoyed and stepped forward to hug his arm. After the three of them left, the stewardess was left alone confused. Didn't you just say you didn't want to be harassed? Why are you hugging me again? It's probably because the young couple were having an argument. Alas, there was no chance for a romantic encounter. The stewardess who originally thought Yelly was alone left disappointed. Thank you. Barbara pressed the arm of Yelly tightly, and said lively and cunningly, this is a reward. She was very satisfied with Yelly's appearance and talent, and didn't mind giving him some benefits when performing tasks. Lee, thank you for what? Thank you for saving face for me. Barbara smiled brightly, showed her teeth a little, and praised, you are very graceful. Yeah. Yelly rubbed her small waist. Through the soft fabric, you can feel the smooth and elastic skin. Speaking of which, you have been at the club for a long time and have helped Skye a lot. I haven't talked to you much yet. The vice president is too busy. Barbara took the opportunity to say, why don't you go to my box to chat later? Or I can go to your box. Arrive. At this time, Stephen in front opened the door of his box, turned back and smiled at Yelly. It's not that far from your place, is it? After the three of them sat in, Steve started chatting with Yelly, mostly about racing and social topics. Barbara chimed in from time to time, and occasionally gave Yelly some benefits. Yelly he also felt that her hands felt great and it was a pleasure. When he was chatting, he liked to sit next to someone who could sit on his hands, which is why he asked Barbara to come over. This is a hobby, not necessarily what he wants to do, similar to how some people like to hold hands. Play with some jade pieces like walnuts. Tony Stark? Stephen talked about Stark, he also wants to participate. It's a rich man's game, isn't it? Yelly, but he asked me to keep it a secret for him and not to tell Miss Pepper. Stephen, when we meet, don't let anything slip. Do not worry. Strange, you know, I don't like talking to people I don't know well. And you, Barbara? Yelly told Barbara on his hand. Don't move too, cough, Freeze said. Barbara's face was rosy, she nodded and agreed. I see, but not here. What? Stephen's eyes were strange, and he saw that the two people opposite him something is wrong. Based on his medical knowledge, this beautiful lady, capillary congestion, slightly short of breath, subcutaneous muscle twitching. Yeah, are you so good at playing now? Yelly raised his hands. I think I can explain. Stephen, boom. It's getting late. Yeah. I wish you all a pleasant night. In the end, the two of them were sent out by Stephen. Where to go next? Barbara brushed her lower body with her palms, straightened the hem of her off-white skirt, and regained her smile from the embarrassment of being sent away. Do you want to go to my place to play? Girl, didn't hear what Stephen said. Isn't it getting early? What can we play when it's almost late? Although I think so. But after Yelly hesitated for a moment, he still said, this might be a good idea. Sex, interest has been aroused, might as well go take a look. Although he didn't think Barbara would devote herself to her career, judging from her performance just now, a certain level of fun is still okay. With good guidance, S.H.I.E.L.D. might be able to lose both his wife and his troops. Chew on a tough nut like a female agent. It's also an interesting challenge. Barbara's box. Vice President. Barbara gave a sweet cry. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Yeli corrected. Li. After getting closer to Yeli, Barbara said happily, I see you didn't bring any luggage. Did you forget it? I can lend you mine. What do you want to lend me? Yeli noticed that she seemed to have some intention. The first-class cabin was very complete, including toothbrushes and towels. What can I borrow? Wait a moment. Barbara smiled mysteriously, reached into her suitcase, and took out something. She still remembered the last time she asked Skye about Yeli's hobbies: draw beauties, fighting skills, and do oral cleaning. Wait. After subsequent investigation, these are all traceable. The credibility is very high. Fighting skills cannot be practiced in a small box on an airplane. Then it can only be. Dang. Barbara took out the painting tools and paper and handed them to Yeli. Sapples. Shock. Yeli had dead eyes and no reaction on his face. I've already come out to play and you still want me to work. It's so vicious. Hey, why are you not happy? Barbara took off her coat and hung it on the hanger, then lay on her side on the cushions in the box, striking a dazzling pose. Don't be stunned. Come on, what do you want to do? Yeli was too lazy to think more, and decided directly fight fire with fire. Reach out to unbuckle your own belt. Okay, I'll do it right away. Hey. Barbara stopped him quickly. What are you doing? Didn't you say come? No. Barbara pretended to be scared and gathered her clothes together, and said in detail, I heard that you like to draw beauties, that's what I mean. As she spoke, she pointed at the painting tools placed in front of Yeli. Can't you see? Haha. You are so well dressed and you still want to prostitute my paintings for free? Yeli replied sternly, I'm not interested. Barbara was stunned for a moment. But she saw Yeli's eyes constantly scanning the key parts of her body. She quickly understood the meaning. Then, Barbara rummaged through the suitcase again, found 2 pairs of exquisite pure white stockings, and put them on for herself. A few seconds later, how about it? She straightened her slender legs wrapped in white silk and asked confidently, doesn't it look good? Small. I'm still obsessed with you. Barbara was feeling proud. Yeli tilted his head and looked at her with a paintbrush, then said expressionlessly, you're wearing too much, take it off. Barbara, that's all I have. If you take it off again, it will be gone. She was troubled for a while. At last, still gritting his teeth, Snow White ketone body display. At the same time, Barbara shouted in her heart, Hill, I have sacrificed too much for my mission. I need a promotion and a salary increase. The painting is done. Yeli handed Barbara several portraits he had drawn. That's right. Several. 227 in various poses. The security lady was right. You are beautiful, Barbara. Someone now looks like he's been spoiled. Hearing Yeli's praise, he came back to his senses. She took over these paintings that she had sacrificed a lot for. After just a few glances, I was attracted. So beautiful. That is. So shameful. Such a beautiful painting. She couldn't bear to destroy it. But if you add a few strokes yourself, that's also ruined. Then, Barbara begged pitifully, can you change it? Don't be so exposed, I beg you. Don't rush this yet. Seeing her seductive posture close at hand, Yeli took the opportunity to hold her in his arms and began to attack the city. After a while, in addition to guarding the last line of defense, Barbara was already killed and her armor was removed. Woo. The beauty is sobbing. Seeing myself in this embarrassing state now, I have the heart to want to die. Why so confusedly? That's all. Leave it all to this man. If it's just for the mission, it's impossible to do this. What Barbara didn't know was that under the influence of Yeli's charm and strong offensive, she actually had a crush on him. After all, agents can fall in love. It's just that she didn't notice it, and thought it was a psychological comfort for the task, but in fact there was no need to do this at all. Never mind. We've come to this point, risk it all. Barbara remembered Yeli's more private hobby and put her pretty face close to his and whispered for a while. Yeli nodded happily, okay, but I want to test your level of business first on the glass porthole of the box. 2 faint figures put their heads close to each other, then kissed together after the test. Barbara went about her business unfamiliarly. If we only talk about the level of this business, this is what Yeli said. 1 Gwen, 2 Felicia, 3 Skye, 4 Jessica. There is not much difference, each has its own skills. He made this ranking based on his experience in some small details. And Cindy, haven't expanded this business yet. Kate Mara was not included. As for Barbara, still need more practice. Madam, your order for dinner and wine. Yeli heard the sound outside the box, and some pictures flashed through his super spider sense. Whizzing, apply. It feels like an animated page turning. After confirming that there is only 1 stewardess outside and no camera is facing the door, he used his ability to control objects to unlock the door and said, send it in. The door is unlocked. Is it unlocked? Huh? Why is it a man's voice? Isn't the person who reserved this box a lady? The flight attendant tried to open the door, and then she let out a small scream. When someone came in, Barbara lifted up her loose blonde hair, revealed her charming face that looked dizzy, and looked at the door. After she found out she was a service stewardess, she didn't care anymore. This happens again. But this woman is so beautiful. The stewardess calmed down and placed the dinner on the table in front of Yeli. You, please enjoy. Thanks. Yelly smiled and said, when you go out, take the door with you. Okay. The flight attendant left with a little hesitation. Haha. Barbara finally ended her impulse, feeling a little confused. She looked out the window, there were already stars outside, the bright moon was hanging high, and the clouds were shrouded in mist. As the passenger plane flew, it quickly passed by. Looking at Yelly. Hey, you're enjoying it too much. Barbara sat next to him, and after seeing clearly the dancing girl on the phone screen, she immediately said angrily, You are actually looking at another woman. Okay, don't be angry. Yelly pulled the beauty over and covered her with a quilt. It's a beautiful time, just in time for dinner. 1 Iong, 2 what? Barbara also knows some Chinese, but she doesn't understand the word very well. She looked at the food in front of her, and it was all delicious and delicious. But she frowned slightly. It's all your fault. How can I have the appetite to eat now? Yelly cut a piece of mutton chop and stuffed it into his mouth. You had to put it up yourself. Barbara saw that he was taking advantage of him and behaved well, and said angrily, the night sky is bright, candlelight dinner, and I, a beautiful woman, are here. On the other hand, it's really a great advantage for a guy like you to enjoy this kind of service. You are also the first woman I have met who calls herself a beauty, but confidence is a good thing. Yelly took the wine at hand and handed it to her. Here, let's remove the smell first. It will be much better if the smell is covered. I'm very experienced in helping cute girls deal with this. Gilo. After Barbara drank the red wine in disbelief, she suddenly realized, you didn't want to get me drunk to do bad things, did you? She almost fell into the trap. Fortunately, her intelligence as an agent allowed her to react, otherwise she would have been in trouble today. Although she has been done many bad things, at least she is still a girl, not a woman. This is the last bottom line she sticks to. Eat quickly. Yelly smiled softly, stretched out his hand, and wiped a drop of red wine on her mouth with his thumb. We will arrive in Monaco as soon as we wake up. Go to bed early. Barbara subconsciously narrowed her neck slightly, and her face turned red with embarrassment at his sudden tenderness. You are such a bad man. A few hours later. Tuk. Strange lightly knocked on Yelly's door twice. Yeah, we're about to get off the plane. I think you'd better not sleep. Click. The door next to him opened. Yelly poked his head out from inside, holding a toothbrush and a lot of foam in his mouth, and said vaguely, Stephen, good morning. Strange was slightly stunned, but he was not too surprised. He smiled knowingly and said, Press, it's Monaco time. It's not morning. Is it Ms. Barbara that's making you delirious? If anyone was going to be delirious, it would be her. Yeah, Lee said and shouted inside, Barbara, are you ready? About to get off the plane. I've been fine for a long time, just waiting for you. Barbara opened the door, pulled her suitcase and walked out. I'll get off the plane first and wait for you below. Strange looked at her retreating back and said in surprise, oh, she looks like two different people from yesterday. Barbara had a more mature look, but today she wore a golden double ponytail. Dressed in youthful and lively sports and leisure wear. Women are always changeable, aren't they? After Yelly washed up, he smiled and said, let's go down too. Ahahaha. Barbara put her fair arms on the suitcase trolley, resting her chin on the arm and humming. She supported the trolley with her body, her waist bent by about 30 degrees, her posture was very bright. The exquisite facial features and beautiful appearance attracted many people who were in a hurry to look back and take a few more glances. Soon, Yelly and Strange also got off the plane, preparing to hit the road with Barbara. The combination of his appearance and temperament made him the center of attention at the airport. Yelly felt a little uncomfortable and asked the two people around him, have you booked a special car? Barbara held his little hand and said, I want to sit in your seat. Strange nodded, mine is already waiting. Do you want to go find Stark now? Don't worry, let's play for a while. Yelly opened his phone and searched, I remember there is a casino in Monaco. Barbara raised her eyebrows slightly, you want to bet? She thought of the vice president, who was said to be invincible in the club. Monte Carlo Casino. Give me some luck. Stark held the hand holding the dice and handed it to a girl, who blew a sensible breath. Okay, not bad. I hope you can bring me good luck. Tony was about to throw out the good luck in his hand. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from the table next to him, causing him to stop. I thought the quality of this casino would be very good. Good. The girl next to me said in French, it's the new Dudouilleo. He has almost won the entire casino. Dudouilleo, god of games. It's the god of gamblers, Mr. Stark. Well, let me meet this god of gamblers. Tony was very interested and looked over there to take a closer look. But after seeing clearly, his eyes widened. Isn't this Lee? Hey, Lee, you arrived quietly. Tony threw the dice casually and walked towards Yelly. You didn't even notify me. Do you want to give me a surprise? Although it is a coincidence, I am not surprised that you will appear here. Yelly said. Looking at the dice thrown by Tony, your luck is very bad. You have to be more careful recently, Tony. 2 dice, 2 points. It really couldn't get any worse. Tony didn't look at the dice. Instead, he thought about his palladium poisoning, but he said nonchalantly, but, it's time to have fun, right? He looked at the pile of chips in Barbara's arms. It looks like you won a lot. Yelly humbly gestured with his index finger and thumb, a little bit. Then he introduced Strange and Barbara to Tony. Stephen Strange, the surgical genius, you might want to ask for his advice if you want to remove shrapnel from your chest. Strange nodded slightly towards Stark, you are yes friend. If necessary, I will try my best. Thanks man, I heard about you. Tony exchanged business cards with Strange. Maybe I will find you later, maybe. He said no more. If the problem of palladium element is not solved, whether to remove the shrapnel, it didn't matter to him anymore. Because those tiny shrapnel fragments are really difficult to remove through surgery. The risk of surgery is too great. If you die, you will lose everything. It's better to rely on the reactor to absorb the debris and be Iron Man for a while longer, and die without regrets. Tony thought. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Yelly then introduced Barbara to him. Barbara Morse, former national team gymnast who now works at the Ghost Spider Club. Forward, it must be work, right? He wasn't sure if Barbara was doing serious business at the club. From what Skye and the others said, she spent most of her time playing. It's for work. Barbara affirmed Yelly's question, then with a formal smile on her face, she nodded towards Stark. Hello, Mr. Stark. She's really not bad, not inferior to Natasha. Tony approached Yelly and joked in a low voice, I thought your stunning beauties would only be limited to high school students, no more than 18 years old. He mentioned this again. For Tony's teasing. Yelly retorted helplessly, I have to remind you that Gwen and the others are about to graduate, and they have exceeded the scope you mentioned. Then what? Tony thought this was a weak argument and shrugged, your hunting target has changed from a high school student to a college student. Yelly was too lazy to talk to him, pointed to the poker on the table, changed the subject and said, come on Tony, you are more familiar with this than me, teach me how to play. What? Aren't you a god of gambling? Do you still need me to teach you? Tony taught Yelly hesitantly, and then discovered, he really doesn't seem to know how, but when Yelly gambled, he was always lucky enough to win a lot of money. Lee, if I didn't know you don't have this need. Tony said with a speechless expression, I almost suspect you are cheating. Yelly couldn't deny it. He didn't even need the ability to control objects. He could kill everyone with his super spider sense. Passive ability, it's not cheating. He won a lot of money from the casino. Yelly didn't continue. Okay, gambling is something that you can have fun with occasionally, but just rely on it to make money continuously. After all, money is, I'm too lazy to do it myself. At his current level, money comes to him, not him to find money. Time flies. The game is about to start. Tony took the lead and led Yelly and others to the pre-game banquet. Yelly saw Natasha. Barbara saw her too. The two SHIELD agents exchanged glances. Natasha took the lead and started talking to Barbara, acting as if she was in rapport with her. Looking at his new assistant, he went aside to chat with Yelly's female companion. Tony said with a smile to Yelly, compared to us, they seem to be more willing to stay together. At this time, a photographer came to the two of them with a camera. Gentlemen, can I take a photo? Tony, no problem. Maybe there are common topics. Yelly showed a decent smile to the camera while chatting with Tony. They went over there, you and Miss Pepper. I don't have a female companion anymore. If you need a female companion, how about me? Yeah. A confident female voice came. Christina came over with a wine glass and said hello to Stark. Hello, Mr. Stark. Tony felt that this girl looked familiar, and asked Yelly in a low voice, who is she? I can't remember. Vanity Fair magazine reporter, the one who interviewed you privately. After answering Tony, Yelly smiled politely at Christina. Hello, Miss Christine, we meet again here. Christina smiled, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. I'm glad to see you again, but I am now a reporter for Glory World. Yelly glanced at her. I don't know if he has high standards again. Compared with the last time we met, although this female reporter is still a beauty, her appearance seems to have changed half a bit. It is said that the appearance of European and American people declines very quickly with age. But fortunately, there is no need to worry about Gwen and the others. Gwen, Jessica, Skye, Felicia, Cindy, none of them have ordinary human physiques. And Yelly also has an enhanced version of the dog charm. Enhanced dog spell ability. Immortality, eternal youth. This life force can be given and shared with others. That's right, it's her. How exactly is this power given? It's hard to go into details. For example, does Barbara have one? Only when she is deceived into leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. and turning from darkness to light will he consider letting her obtain this power of immortality. Moreover, Yelly is the sole owner of the enhanced version of the 12 talismans, and all the powers that are released can be recovered at any time. Tony, is it you? Yelly's thoughts flashed. Another person came over with a goblet. It was Justin Hammer. He wanted to have a relationship with Stark with a smile on his face. During the conversation, Justin Hammer's attitude towards Yelly also changed. Although he was being polite, he occasionally pretended to say a few words. However, there was disdain in his eyes. In his opinion, what power can a painter have? He is not worthy of standing with himself and Stark together. Yelly didn't want to pay attention to this clown. His super spider sense noticed this guy's thoughts. Seeing Justin intervene, Christina took the opportunity to pull Yelly up and said, Mr. Hammer wants to talk to Mr. Stark, then why don't we go over there and have a chat? Wait, Christine. Justin Hammer grabbed Christina and said with an unhappy expression, aren't you going to give me an exclusive interview? Let's talk later, Mr. Hammer. Christina politely withdrew her hand. You talk to Mr. Stark first. Looking at Christina and Yelly walking away, Justin Hammer was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was trying to take advantage of Stark's popularity. There was no record of the interview with a well-known reporter. What a nonsense to talk to Stark. Over here. Because it was interesting to see Justin Hammer's sullen face, Yelly pulled Christina for a while. But he didn't expect it. Christina directly pulled him to the corner of a passage where not many people passed by, and pressed him into the corner of the wall. Yeah. Christina pressed forward, her high-heeled feet lifted up and wrapped around the crook of his feet. After that day, why don't you call me? I feel the soft body especially. Yelly couldn't help but sigh secretly. It's also a fault to be handsome, beauty. Seeing as how you just pissed off that clown of Hammer, I advise you to let go right away. His innermost thoughts. Of course Christina couldn't hear it. She buried her head into the collar of his neck, wanting to give him a warm, soft, and moist touch, and her palms moved closer and closer to the forbidden area. But just when Christina's lips and hands were about to achieve their goal, a white palm suddenly grabbed her wrist and stopped her movement. This lady. After Barbara completed the achievement of saving the embryo with beauty, she pulled away from Christina and chuckled. This is not polite to a gentleman, who is she? Christina could feel the power contained in Barbara's well-proportioned arms, and it was not something she could resist. She guessed, your bodyguard. Bodyguard. Barbara rolled her eyes and made up her mind. She suddenly turned around lightly and moved in front of Yelly. She chuckled and said, that's right. I'm Lee's personal bodyguard. Christina confirmed to Yelly, really? Yelly blinked, yes, no, that's right. Barbara kept smiling and quietly held Yelly's palm behind her back. Put it on your erection. Someone's hand kneaded it happily, and a smile appeared on his face. Ah, yes. Barbara is my personal bodyguard, a very personal bodyguard. That's it. Christina looked at Barbara's appearance. I quickly heard that there was something behind Yelly's words. But she felt that she still had a chance, and suggested to Barbara, then we can be together. Miss Barbara, there is no need for this. Barbara, don't shake Billion. See you next time, ma'am. Barbara took Yelly and left, leaving behind Christina, who was unaware of herself. AI? You. The female reporter had no choice but to chase after her regardless of her image. This time she failed again. She could only walk away in despair. This way, Rusty. Barbara took over Christina's place, leaned in Yelly's arms, and did what she had not done before. Barbara room. Don't. Barbara is still squirming, shaking his little head, trying to escape from someone's clutches. She had just informed Natasha to come to the room to contact her, if this happened to happen. But Yelly didn't care about this. He pressed her hair and let those seductive red lips slowly come closer. Ever since, when Natasha came to discuss information with her colleagues, she was shocked by Yelly and Barbara. Woo, phew Natasha, you came. Barbara pushed Yelly away awkwardly and said goodbye to him. That's it. Natasha and I went out for a walk. Banquet hall, on the crystal-decorated balcony. Two beautiful figures rested their arms on the marble railing. Their long golden and auburn hair were occasionally blown by the breeze. Barbara. After Natasha was silent for a while, she broke the silence and said, is that Y067 inquired about information? Ahem. Barbara was still a little uncomfortable, coughed a few times, and said awkwardly, didn't you mean, is beauty also a means? But, no, that's how it's used. Natasha didn't know what to say. To do this for the mission, this is a loss-making business for you. She remembers Barbara as a good agent. Why can't I grasp this clearly? I don't know either. Barbara looked at the racing track and said, I just don't feel disgusted, just did it. It would definitely not work if it were anyone else, only him. There's something wrong with you. Natasha could see clearly that this was not a task for Barbara at all. However, she didn't want to worry about the task that was not hers, so she didn't say anything. Woo? Natasha looked at the track and said, the race has begun. Barbara saw Yelly change into a handsome racing suit and get into the car in front of Strange. I also saw Ms. Pepper running desperately to stop Mr. Stark from racing. Tony started the engine. Are you ready, guys? Yelly smiled mysteriously. Ready. A rat-patterned charm appeared on his hand and was printed on the inner wall of the car. Strange looked at his green car, looked at Yelly and said, yeah, I like your red car better. How about we change it? Climb. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yelly and the other three rushed onto the track along with other racing cars. A long distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Maybe I won't be the champion, but I will definitely be faster than you. Stark yelled at Yelly and Strange in the communication channel, then accelerated and passed in front. Haha. Yelly, yes Tony, you are the fastest man. Strange, the doctor suggested that being too fast is not a good thing. Shut up, you two bastards. Tony saw that Strange was following him and Yelly was still lagging behind, so he teased him. Lee, do you need us to wait for you? Well, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. Yelly took a picture of the car under his seat. Come on, it's time for you to show off. One, if, bang, the red number 7 car suddenly accelerated. The commentator exclaimed, it passed car number 8 and number 3, car number 6, car number 1. Now it's third, oh no, second place. Yelly curled his lips, and another rabbit-patterned charm appeared on his hand, which was pressed against the inner wall of the racing car. Of course, he won't use more than normal speed, but just a little bit is enough. One, my god, it surpassed the number 11 car of desperate driver Savito, who was leading the first place. This angle? How did this player do it? This is too dangerous. Oh my gosh, does he want his life? It turns out that the car can still be driven like this. Oh, I feel like I usually drive toy cars. I sell cakes. He's so cool. The audience was also in an uproar. Cheers and screams rang out one after another. Whoa, come on. Number 7. Which player is car number 7? Which racing club is it from? I want to sign him. It's the Ghost Spider Club. Was it found out so quickly? Well done. Oh no, he was the one who opened this string of letters on the track. What? Hey, Lee, are you crazy? Drive like this? Tony shouted in the communication. No professional player dares to drive like this. Slow down. This guy is terminally ill. Tony secretly felt that he was too poisoned by palladium to dare to play like this. Was Lee suddenly stimulated by something? Strange also had the same idea and advised in the communication. Hey, Leaf, calm down. If you have any incurable disease, I can introduce you to the best doctor in the world. A psychiatrist is also fine. Okay. Car no 7. Isn't that? Barbara subconsciously pinched the railing in her hand. Skye Natasha looked at the worry on her face and shook her head. Strange, is it a brain disease? Stark, I think it might be eyes. Tony, believe it or not, I will turn around and let you fly out. Yelly listened speechlessly to the thoughts of his two bad friends, and left them a sentence, I will wait for you at the end. After that, he cut off the communication and went straight to the end. Hey, who's that person? Pit crew stay off the track? Holding a toothpick in his mouth, Ivan Vank came to the center of the track, ignoring the passing cars and warnings. The electric spark ignited his clothes, revealing the activated morning whip suit inside, and he dragged a pair of blazing white and blue electric whips to the ground. Yelly is freeing his hands. Suddenly, the super spider sense flashed, and a scene of Steven's front end being whipped off with a whip was played. Steven is about to be whipped with a morning whip? To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Yelly subconsciously used the chicken talisman's object-controlling ability to cover the entire track, and wanted to take advantage of this harmful friend. Suddenly, I thought that Strange seemed to have become the supreme mage just after a car accident. Is it this time? But he hasn't finished thinking about this idea yet. The world began to turn upside down, and the surrounding tracks curved in irrational shapes, just like scenes that appear in those surrealist paintings. Stop, Yelly said to the racing car. There was a sliding and friction sound, and the car stopped. The door opened. No, the black windbreaker came out first. Yelly was wearing a black battle uniform, with his hands in the pockets of the windbreaker. Leaning against the car door, he looked around calmly. The twisted and changing world was no longer deserted, silent, and the auditorium hanging upside down in the sky was empty. Ancient One. Suddenly, as Yelly called out a name, the yellow-robed figure gently landed not far in front of him. Hello, Lee. Guyi said in a clear voice. Strange is a conceited child, he still needs to be sharpened. Mage. Yeah. Lee threw a charm with a double tiger pattern on his hand. Isn't it right to be so intimate when we first meet? Guyi knew that this mirror space could not trap Yelly, so he uttered one word in an awkward manner. Thank you. Leave that guy Steven alone. Yeah, Lee said, putting on the hood of his windbreaker. Do you think we are dressed like a couple now? Guyi smiled peacefully, not angry. Interesting child, we'll meet again. Okay, see you next time. Dear Master Ancient One. The double tiger pattern on the talisman in Yelly's hand began to rotate. I don't know what happened to Steven. I have to go and see him. Every time the tiger talisman turns, the deviated world is brought back on track. The enhanced version of the tiger talisman anchors the two poles of yin and yang. To be precise, the tiger talisman controls the power of yin and yang and can achieve many effects. This is just one of them. 1. The mirror space quickly shattered into fragments. While the space was shattered, a red racing car drove out again. Woo. Phew. Hi Pepper. Here. Pepper and Happy were preparing to deliver equipment to Stark when they saw a red racing car parked next to them. Pepperly, shouldn't you be in front? Yelly spread his hands on the car. You guessed it right, I led 2 laps. Lee, help me, knock him away. Tony, who was being chased and beaten by Ivan Vank, saw Yelly leaving the car and rushing over, and quickly called for help. Hey, Tony. When Yelly drove past Stark, he threw the steel suit briefcase over. Miss Pepper gave it to you? Then. A touch. Profound. Tony screamed. This hit of the briefcase made him dizzy. I'm glad I wasn't sent away directly. The racing doesn't stop. It crashed straight into Ivan Vank. Ivan Vank raised his whip and tried to do it again. But the red car accelerated suddenly again, leaving Sangbian, Ivan Vank, with no time to react. Boom. Boom. The morning whip was hit directly and hit the runway fence, making a muffled sound. Oh, sorry. I did not do it on purpose. The accelerator was pushed too far. Yelly looked at Ivan Vank, who looked like he had burped, and vomited. I don't think it's my fault. You should equip yourself with 2 pieces of armor. With Ivan Vank's almost unprotected morning whip equipment, a small pistol can probably take him down. Lee, get out of the way. He's not dead yet. I'll deal with him. Tony, who was hit so hard by Yelly that stars were popping out of his head, managed to put on the portable Mark suit while stumbling. He's walking this way, and it seems he's going to fall down next step. Yelly released the spiritual enlightenment from the racing car, opened the car door and walked further away, crossed his arms and said, Tony, can you do it like this? There were many people watching the show like him. Spectators ran outside the fence to watch the impending battle at close range. Because they also discovered that although Yvonne Vank's electric whip is so powerful that it can split a vehicle with just one whip, there is nothing eye-catching about it other than that. As long as you stay outside the range of the whip and run faster, you can kill him with a rifle. You have the nerve to say it. It's not you who did it. Bang! Just as Tony was about to say something, the red racing car was split open by the whip of the awakened Yvonne Vanko. SI attacker. Yvonne Vank roared and rushed towards Stark. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips, 4 whips, lightning, 5 consecutive whips. Iron Man's head was full of dizziness. Who is the opponent of Death Whip at this time? Stark was beaten to the point where he could not take care of himself, and his steel suit was full of sparks and sparks. Yelly shouted at the right time, "Can you do it, Tony? Damn it." Tony was so angry that he punched Yvonne Vanko on the head. The portable Mark suit is not that powerful. Jump. Yvonne Vank, who had 0 defense, was directly hit by the same stun debuff as Tony. Tony took the opportunity to pop out a ray of light on the forearm of the suit. It was the imitation lightsaber module he had loaded into his suit. Glowing weapons, but you're not the only one who has it. Click, click, click. With a few blows from the energy light blade, Yvonne Vank's morning whip suit was torn apart and scattered on the ground. Stark couldn't hold on any longer and fell down. What? You ask him why he can't hold on anymore? The head of the steel suit opens. Stark's angular head is revealed. Alas, this gangster is so cruel. Yelly looked at the wound and shook his head. Look at Tony, this end, they were all bleeding. Why? Pepper arrived and asked Tony worriedly, were you injured? Well, Tony stretched out his hand tremblingly, pointing his index finger at Yelly, wanting to say something. Don't worry, Tony, I know what you mean. Yelly nodded and gave him a thumbs up. I'll also go see Steven, don't worry. Tony tilted his head and fainted from anger. Diddy-diddy-diddy-do? With the sound of an ambulance arriving. Both Stark and Strange were put on stretchers and taken to the hospital. Time flies. Hospital. Yelly took a fruit knife and peeled the apple. The bed on the left is Stark, and the bed on the right is Strange. Arranged in a ward, it would be nice to have a companion. Stark only suffered a slight concussion and will be fine after resting for a while. However, his palladium poisoning was detected and he was scolded by Pepper not long ago. And Strange is even worse. Xiaozhou and Xiaoyu are both useless. Now he was crying and remorseful, and at the same time he cursed at the whip. That damn guy, I want to sue the court? Let him go to jail for the rest of his life. Tony originally wanted to be the cheating Yelly, but seeing how miserable Steven was, he changed his unspoken words to words to comfort Steven. Without contrast, there is no harm no yes. You want to be more open-minded. Yelly peeled the apple, the skin was handed to the two of them. Would you like to eat? Roll, X2. 2 voices of grief and anger? Where is the nurse? Nurse, get this guy out. Ka. Yelly bit the apple and listened to the condolences sent one after another. Jessica, elder brother? I saw the news. Gwen, Lee, there was a terrorist attack at the Monaco F1 race. Are you okay? Felicia, Master, do you want me to take care of you? Skye, I checked, the attacker's name is Yvonne Vanko. Cindy, I saw you carving out letters on the track. So cool. Wait. Seeing Yelly sitting next to him, chewing on an apple, the voice of Yingyinyo continued to come from the mobile phone. Tony was so angry that he wanted to grab the apple in his hand. Is there any mistake? We are the ones who are hurt? Okay. Give it to me. Give it to me. Don't worry, Tony, you eat this. Yelly took a banana and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, at least peel it off. Stark spit out the banana. I'm a patient, can you be gentle? Don't say such girly things, Tony, said. Yelly looked at Steven who was on the bed on the right and stopped talking. He handed him a parchment map and said, don't be downcast Steven, a lady gave me this. Miss. Stark can always find the bright spots and interjected, so while we were injured, you met another beauty. I hope it will be Yelly, but she asked me to hand it over to Steven. What's this? Steven tried to open the map with his mouth. After trying it, he found that it didn't work and shouted, Guardian. Come on, let me help you. Yelly stretched out his hand to help him unfold it. On the map, a location in Nepal was circled. Steven was confused. What does this mean? He hasn't gone to seek medical treatment for his hands yet, so he's not particularly desperate. Magic, Steven. Yelly warned, when you can't walk through the road, you can try it. But remember not to bother me when the time comes, and you can find your own way. Strange? He is even more confused. Haley, I have something for you too. Don't ask any questions, just take it. Tony took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Yelly. Give the other piece of paper to Black Spider for me. They say you have a connection with him. Yelly took the 2 pieces of paper and saw clearly the string of zeros on them. Wow, 2 checks. It seems Mr. Stark wants to give me some inheritance. Okay, Tony. Originally I didn't want to care about it, but you're so lazy that I can't stand it anymore. Yelly put away the 2 checks and said, listen to me and don't interrupt. The new element that can solve your palladium poisoning is in the city model left by your father. Don't ask me how I know. You can ask SHIELD for the information. It's all a matter of 1 or 2 sentences. Seeing how miserable these 2 bad friends were, he simply said it directly. New element? Tony became more and more shocked as he listened, and couldn't help but ask Yelideo, how did you know? Yelly responded casually. Cindy's spider sense is very strong and she can occasionally predict some fragments of the future. Spider Silk Cindy Moon. Tony wrote another check on the spot and handed it to him with a serious look in his eyes. Give this to that girl. Be sure to thank her for me. Leave the ward. Yelly looked at the 3 extra checks in his pocket and remained silent. It's really money chasing me. After a while. Help? Help me. No, no. The women cried and were forced into shipping containers by several gang members. Hey, shut up. Each of you is worth $1,000. A leader of Brother Ni held a bucket in his hand and threatened several women. So, if you shut up, I will give you a bucket. If you don't shut up. He picked up the electric prod in his other hand and pressed the switch. The blue electric light on the prod flashed, and the threat was obvious. The women were so frightened that they howled again, and naturally ended up enjoying an electrotherapy session. No, do not want. Don't want? I beg you. Call it whatever you want. Brother Ni opened his hands and said arrogantly to the women lying on the cargo box, come on, scream as hard as you can, scream loudly, it's okay, no one here will care. The gang leader didn't notice that on the cargo box behind him, a figure in dark red tights squatted there quietly. Bang! As Matt jumped down and hit Brother Ni on the chin with his fist, the melee between Daredevil and the gangsters began. Occasionally, a gunshot sounded, but under Daredevil's induction, it was all in vain. These gangsters have no power to fight back against superheroes. Far away, Yelly sat on a cargo box and quietly watched the melee without any intention of helping. Come hang out in Hell's Kitchen and watch Gwen and the others fight crime. It's a new piece of music he developed recently, and it feels like watching a live-action movie. But today I happened to meet Daredevil, so I stopped and watched the show for a while. The information isolation ability of the Night Spider suit also prevented Murdoch from discovering him. Matt's performance was average. Yelly was bored with watching and found other fun. He turned on Chaoyang channel and looked at yesterday's news column. Unidentified object falls in New Mexico, according to relevant witnesses. That seems to be a hammer. Today's news column. Hammer Industries displays Iron Soldiers at Stark exhibition, lost control for unknown reasons, in the midst of a fierce battle with Iron Man Tony Stark. Tomorrow's news. Beep, a phone call came in. The system suit comes with a call connection function, and Yelly answers directly. Hello, Lee. It was Cindy. That characteristic soft tone came from the phone. Why did you suddenly pay me such a large sum of money? Do you want to support me? Yelly, originally, this money had nothing to do with you, but now, it has something to do with you. Cindy, oh that's what it means, but, I can't use this much money, so I'd better pay it back. Yelly, keep it, leave it with you, it's almost the same as leaving it with me. Really? Cindy felt very sweet when she heard what Yelly said, and she talked on the phone with him for a while. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The two parties ended the call. Buzz. Spider sense. Yeah. Lee calmly waved his windbreaker and floated back for a distance. Then, an exploding grenade fell on the same spot. Boom, ta dash. At the same time, the sound of artillery and machine guns pouring bullets sounded in the sky, but the target was not him. Yelly looked up to the sky and saw Iron Man Stark ran in front, and War Machine Rhodes was controlled by someone to chase after him. Several steel soldier robots were chasing behind them, and the grenade just now was fired randomly by a robot. Yelly turned his mind, tore down the random shooting machine, and gave it a dragon explosion that melted it into ashes. Tisk, they all came to Hell's Kitchen from the Flushing exhibition and almost hit me. After killing the incompetent fighter, he didn't take any more action. When Daredevil noticed the movement, he disappeared into the night. Iron Man led the enemies behind him around, turned around, and headed towards the exhibition. Fly back in the direction. Rhodes, Tony, good news? Tony, what other good news is there? Your steel suit has been released from control? I don't think so, otherwise you wouldn't be chasing me now. Rhodes squinted. Yes, I'm still chasing you to teach you a lesson, but a steel soldier suddenly fell. Tony said disdainfully, Hu Yuhanmo's equipment level. I won't be surprised if the robot made by Ivan Vank malfunctions. Rhodes, no, it seems to have been torn off. Tony dodged a few more grenades launched by the enemy. So what you want to say? Rhodes, maybe there are superheroes helping us, maybe ghost spiders, or spider silk, they can do it. Tony, come on, at this time, they are probably having fun with Lee. Rhodes. Yelly appears again. It's already a dark alley. The figure strolled out of the alley, and the Black Knight spider suit faded away like a tide, gathering to his wrists. Zero flowers requested. This scene looks like Venom, but the suit is lifeless, but it is actually closer to nanotechnology. Yelly turned the corner and walked to the street, planning to stroll around for a while and then go home and take a nap. When he passed by a staircase building, a burst of gunshots was heard inside. The powerful induction allowed him to distinguish instantly. There were shotguns, revolvers, and short assault rifles. Boom, 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 da-da-da, boom. It is indeed the slums of New York. There are gun battles every day. He was walking away with emotion. Sensation is suddenly noticed. The beauty dressed in a detective outfit hurried into the building. What are you doing? That familiar pretty black-haired face. Within a second, Yelly recognized that this was his good sister. Nowadays, amateur detectives have to go directly to the crime scene. He paused, turned around, and glanced at this old-fashioned building. Don't worry about Jessica though. but it's better to go and have a look. Why? At this time, a girl hurriedly bumped into his arms. The 2 bottles of drinks she was holding were about to fall to the ground. Snapped. Yeli caught the drink and handed it to the girl, while looking at her with his eyes. The girl looked young, 5 or 6 years younger than Jessica and the others who were about to graduate. She has a slender figure, but there are red marks and a little bruise on her delicate and beautiful face, and there are bloodstains on her nose and lips that have not been wiped clean, as if he had just been beaten. Judging from her attire, she is wearing a black collar around her neck, and a silver sun pendant with a human face hanging from it, a black lace undershirt, a white net shirt, and a green jacket. Under the shorts, there are white pantyhose with comic patterns. Very familiar image. Yeli was searching for memories in his mind. The girl who took the drink said in a delicate and slightly gravelly voice, "I'm sorry, thanks." She raised her face and looked at Yeli, a handsome adult man, a little shy, and asked him cautiously, "Excuse me, did you hear the gunshot just now? Did it come from this building?" Bang! Before Yeli could say anything, another gunshot rang out from the building. This time, there was no need for him to speak. The sound of gunfire scared the girl, and she quickly ran towards the old building. Yeli followed her slowly, making her look back in fear. "What do you want to do? Go into the building." Yeli walked past the girl and walked into the building. He wanted to see where Jessica had slipped away and chatted with the girl. "What's your name?" "Matilda." Matilda holds the drink with a timid look in her eyes. Woo. The silver car stopped at the entrance of the R&D department of Hammer Industrial Park. Happy and Natasha, who were driving quickly, got out of the car. "Stay in car." "I don't want to stay in the car." "Hey, what are you wearing?" Happy was surprised by Natasha's shield agent outfit dressed as Black Widow, accompanied by sirens. The 2 broke in. Black Widow rushed through the corridor in her unparalleled car. The guards were no match for her and fell to the ground. Happy entangled a Hammer Industries security guard and began a fight between mortals. Dang dang, dang dang dang, dang dang. Bang bang bang, bang bang. Profound. Oh, the 2 were at a loss, and they were novices pecking at each other. In the end, Happy won the victory with his ear-biting stunt. Who? With a smile on his face, Happy gasped and looked at the fallen security guard and nodded. "Hey, who? Sure enough, Mr. Ye is right, can't be bound by moves." "Matilda?" Yeli finally remembered. He said why he seemed to have an impression. But isn't this the Marvel world? Why are there other movie worlds interfering? Although compared to the Marvel universe, this killer isn't too cold, which only features gunfights, is considered child's play. But Yeli thinks this is a sign. Since Matilda can break in, it won't be surprising that she will encounter some weird things in the future. "Matilda, brother. Why are you together?" Jessica held the handrail of the spiral staircase and turned it down, landing in front of the 2 of them. "Jessica, be careful." After Matilda reminded Jessica, she reacted and looked at Yeli in surprise. "Brother? Are you Jessica's brother? Do you know each other?" Yeli turned his questioning eyes to his sister Chi. "Matilda's family is a very bad one, a reorganized family. His father is a drug gang member. The stepmother is a prostitute. My sister has the same father and mother, but she is ugly and makes mischief. In short, except for his 4-year-old brother, other family members often beat and scold her." These are things Yeli knew in his previous life. He doesn't know how Jessica met Matilda. That's it. Jessica pulled her brother aside and whispered. After a while, Yeli roughly understood the situation. His good sister with a sense of justice was commissioned by the detective agency to investigate the case here some time ago, and happened to get acquainted with Matilda. Jessica was warm and kind. After learning about Matilda's situation, she often cared about her and brought her rare warmth. Naturally, the 2 quickly became friends. In short, this is a heartwarming short story about a warm-hearted big sister who cares for a miserable little sister. Jessica. After seeing Jessica, Matilda felt much happier. The original melancholy and maturity that did not suit her age disappeared. Her eyes looking at Jessica were clear and innocent. She handed a bottle of drink to Jessica and said attentively, "The drink I bought for you, the taste you like." Then she handed another bottle of drink to Yeli, but her eyes were still looking at Jessica. "You keep it." Yeli put a finger on the drink handed over by Matilda and gently pressed it back. Oh. Matilda's eyes were very smart. She looked at Yeli secretly and took back the large bottle of drink in her little hand. "Don't you like this?" 6:17 she asked Jessica again. "Jessica, I heard gunshots." I almost forgot. A serious shooting occurred here. A family of 4 were killed." Jessica yelled. "I've knocked out those gangsters and called the police, but I'm not sure if any of them have been missed. It's not safe here right now, you'd better leave first." "Homicide case? A family of 4? After hearing this, Matilda guessed something, stepped on the spiral staircase, and ran upstairs. Jessica was confused what happened to her. Yeli asked. "Jessica, do you know Matilda's detailed family situation?" "I don't know. I only know that her family treated her very badly and often beat her." Jessica looked a little distressed and said, "I always see injuries on her body, but I can't take care of other people's housework, so I can only help her deal with the injuries." Yeli blinked. "Then after you knocked out those gangsters, did you take a look at the scene?" "No. After I kicked the last person out of the room, I saw you guys coming in downstairs." "Oh, yes." Jessica suddenly said, "Brother, you reminded me that I still have to collect on-site evidence." After saying that, she also ran upstairs. Well, Watching my sister who is obsessed with detectives. Yelly held his forehead and sighed. No wonder Jessica can be so calm in front of Matilda. She doesn't know that the ones who were killed were Matilda's family. Hammer Industrial Control Room. Click, click, click. Natasha typed on the keyboard and contacted Stark. I took back control of Colonel Rhodes' armor, but Ivan Vanko, who was transferred from prison by Justin Hammer, is missing. At the same time, seeing that his armor was back under control, Rhodes was also pleasantly surprised and said, "Oh, Tony, I'm ready. Hey, pay attention to your wording." Tony pushed away Rhodes, who was pressing on him. Don't let the lady misunderstand. Don't be too happy too soon. Natasha checked the monitoring program and said, there is a target approaching you, and the energy value is extremely high. Huya? Following Natasha's reminder. Bang. Ivan Vank drove his new whip armor and landed in front of Rhodes and Tony. In English mixed with Russian, he declared war on Stark. Good luck, I will live, you will die. The situation is not good. I am going to use a special weapon to deal with him. Rhodes unfolded the missile launcher on the shoulder armor. Let me use the ex-wife missile to dismantle his suit. Tony, what to use? Next moment. Suddenly ding. Looking at the ex-wife missile that fell into the water and burst into flames, both Tony and Rhodes fell into silence for a while. Tony, weapons from Hammer Industries. Rhodes, yes, slum. How come? Matilda looked at her brother lying in a pool of blood. Crystal liquid streaked down her cheeks. Matilda. Jessica comforted the poor girl with a rare gentle look. Only then did she know that the ones who were killed were Matilda's family, and she couldn't help but feel for Matilda. Fortunately, she met Lee. But Matilda now has nothing. Just like she was in the car accident. Hey, same as me. Jessica thought, and her clever little brain suddenly had another attack. She looked at Matilda who was crying, and then at Yelly who was leaning against the wall doing nothing. Look at what I'm doing. Yelly was holding a lollipop in his mouth, brought from Matilda's room, when he saw his sister looking at him, indicating that he was having bad thoughts. I haven't spanked you for a long time. It's itchy. Well. Jessica reflexively covered Pico, then leaned closer and whispered, leave, do you have any plans? Raise another sister? Yelly rolled his eyes, do you regard our home as a shelter for girls? Don't be like this, Lee. Jessica hugged her brother's arm and rubbed her plump body against her coquettishly. Just let Matilda live with us. I will take care of her. I can let her come to my detective agency. Be an assistant. Bang. Yelly shocked her head. How dare you think of letting an ordinary girl come to your detective agency outside Hell's Kitchen? Jessica pretended to cover her head and said aggrievedly, because she originally lived there. I forgot for a moment. Besides, you don't have to be in a detective agency to be an assistant. You can help me sort out information at home. Here the brother and sister are discussing. Matilda has been listening quietly. She knows that this will determine her fate. She still wants to be with sister Jessica. Okay. Yelly was annoyed by Jessica chattering for a long time, and finally agreed. But as you said, you are responsible for taking care of Matilda. Anyway, you are about to go to college, so you have plenty of time. Jessica nodded happily, stood on tiptoes and kissed Yelly on the lips. Thank you, Lee. Long live my brother. Thanks, elder brother. Matilda, to read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. I heard that Yelly agreed to accept her. Matilda also stood up on her tiptoes gratefully, wanting to kiss Yelly gently on the cheek, but because she was so young, she couldn't reach it even on her tiptoes. You tell me to leave first. Yelly picked up Matilda, helped her put a stamp on his face, nodded with satisfaction and said, I'll call you brother when you get used to it. It seems that although Matilda is a bit rebellious, she is still a sensible child at heart. With a little training, with some education, she should be a good little sister. Yelly was thinking so. Before her tears dried, Matilda took out a cigarette from her pocket and handed it to him. Leave, smoke it. You don't have to smoke this anymore. Yelly, as an elder brother, gave Matilda a gentle kiss on her lips. Sister Jessica also kissed me just now. This should be a common behavior between normal relatives. Brotherly wanted to express his acceptance of her. This feeling, more intoxicating than nicotine. As expected, he is sister Jessica's brother. The whole family is so gentle. Leave, I think. After calming down for a while, Matilda looked at the knocked out gangsters and the guns in their hands with hatred in her eyes. I think. Want to kill them? Yeah. Lee picked up a pistol with his toes and caught it with one hand. Want to kill yourself or someone else? Matilda shrank her neck slightly in fear, but she didn't want to implicate Yelly, so she reached out to take the gun in his hand. Brave girl. Yelly secretly commented 0. He raised the gun directly in his hand. Targeted several gangsters. Boom. Boom. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by blood flowers. Empty magazine. Jessica was a little worried and said, Brother, are you going to kill people indiscriminately like this? Fine. Yelly turned the gun around and threw it back to the body of its original owner. Just contact Skye and ask her to arrange for someone to deal with it. Elder brother. At this time, Matilda in her arms raised her head in emotion, pursed her lower lip, and then took the initiative to seal it. Yelly well. Host, Lee, who is she? When Felicia saw that Yelly had brought back a strange girl, she corrected the name she was about to use. Yelly made a long sound, touched Matilda's little head and said, New sister. New sister? Felicia didn't ask any more questions. She sniffed her nose in front of Matilda a few times and said with a smile, "Well, I remember your smell." "Hello." Matilda greeted politely, but she thought in her heart, this white-haired sister is so beautiful, but she seems a little strange, and she is also a member of the family. Brother is so lazy that he doesn't even explain clearly. Yelly didn't want to introduce in detail. Jessica took the initiative to pull Felicia and Matilda to the sofa and help them get to know each other. Seeing that the two elders and the younger became more and more engaged in chatting, Yelly turned on the TV and watched it. Found that the battle at the exhibition was over. Tony was probably going to start squawking again. New energy projects will be announced soon. Yelly thought about it and decided to use the 2 checks given by Stark to directly buy shares of Stark Industries. By then, the vice president of the Ghost Spider Club will also be the majority shareholder of Stark Industries. Watched TV for a while. The girls were pretty much chatting over there. Yelly asked Jessica, "Is there still a room?" "Room?" Jessica tapped her lips with her index finger and thought, "It seems like it's almost used up. How about letting Matilda sleep with me?" "Jessica." Felicia pulled Jessica. He reminded her, "Have you forgotten? You spend all your time resting away from there now." "Why?" Jessica's face turned rosy and she said awkwardly, "Yes, anyway, we all rest together." She put her arm around Matilda's shoulders and asked, "How about, you sleep in your sister's room, right? Sister goes to sleep with brother." This 4.8. Matilda was afraid of being ostracized in her new family. She hoped to say, "My sister sleeps with her brother. Then can I sleep with you too?" Ahem. Yelly's face suddenly turned red, and he refused righteously. "This is absolutely not possible, Matilda. There is this new sister here. How else could he deal with Gwen and the others?" "Good, all right." Matilda looked a little disappointed. "Don't be sad, Matilda. Sister will make you some delicious food, Chinese food." Jessica seemed to have awakened the brilliance of motherhood. After saying this lovingly, she ran to the kitchen, preparing to show it to the new family members. After some cooking. After Jessica left, Matilda kept looking towards the TV. After Yelly found out, he asked her, "Are you interested in Iron Man? If you like, I'll take you to visit Tony's place another day." Matilda shook her head slightly. She seemed to be speechless, as if she wanted to say something but was embarrassed. Yelly didn't say anything else but guided the girl. Absolutely good at persuading girls. Seeing Matilda's appearance, he took her over, put her on his lap, and said softly, "Say it, don't be embarrassed. From today on, you can live a happy life." That. Matilda's cartoon legs wrapped in cute pantyhose swayed slightly, and her delicate body moved back. Finally, he leaned into Yelly's arms, looked at him with longing eyes, whispered softly, and said, "Elder brother, I want to watch cartoons, Kung Pao chicken, sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu." Jessica was busy in the kitchen, holding a fresh fish in her hand. "There are also fish balls that Felicia likes to eat. Meow, is there anything else prepared for me?" Felicia poked her head from behind Jessica. Her pair of white cat ears were very eye-catching. "Jessica, you are so kind." "Huh? Felicia." Jessica used the kitchen knife skillfully and asked, "Why don't you play with Matilda outside?" Felicia caught a fish and scratched the fish scales. She and Lee were watching TV and were very fascinated. "I won't disturb them. It smells so good." A slim figure with blonde hair hung upside down from the kitchen window, her eyes shining. "Wow, today is very rich." "Hey, Gwen." Jessica knocked on the window. "Go to the front door and come in quickly to help me. Meal." "Uh-huh." Matilda stared at the cartoons on TV while eating, with a serious expression. Gwen, who came to eat, was interested in watching it, with a maternal smile on her face. "She is so cute." "You are cuter, Gwen." Yelly held the soup in one hand and drank it while making small movements with his hands under the table. "Don't run away after eating. Don't be anxious." Gwen's face was slightly red, but she didn't show much abnormality. She took a piece of mutton to her best friend and chuckled. "The evening is still very long, Jessica. Please make up for it more." "Humph." Not to be outdone, Jessica took the piece back and said, "You are the one who needs to make up for it, Gwen." Night falls. Under the moonlight. On Jessica's big bed, Matilda's snow-white slender arms and legs were sometimes placed on the left side, sometimes on the right side. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Just now, Matilda finished going to the bathroom. "When I came back and passed by my brother's room, she heard the sound of her brother and sister fighting inside, and there's a lot of movement. Is this home? It's not as warm as it seems on the surface. Brothers and sisters also have conflicts and frictions with each other." Listening to the faint sounds of fighting. 04 The young girl Matilda is very troubled. She grabbed one of Jessica's life-size pillows, hugged it like an octopus, and rubbed it from time to time before falling asleep inexplicably peacefully. SHIELD training base. Drink. Bang. The silver hand stick swept out strong wind and hit the black stick, making a muffled sound. As Natasha turned her wrist, the black stick hit the silver stick at an unexpected angle and hit back. Bang. "Barbara?" The silver sticks in both hands were quickly crossed into X. Then he withstood the blow and said in surprise, "Natasha, you have made progress again. I've had 2 tricks with your schoolmate." Natasha said deliberately frivolously. Her demeanor and tone were thought-provoking, and she obviously wanted to tease her colleagues. "Hey, you and him." Barbara combined the 2 short sticks to form a silver mid-length stick, sweeping it horizontally with even more power. Suddenly dash. Ding dong. "Oh my god." The black stick in Natasha's hand also integrated into one, blocking the sweep of the silver stick, and she said funnily, "Barbara, you won't be jealous of me, will you?" "Certainly not." Barbara's eyes were serious, and she rotated around Natasha to move her position. The long stick in her hand also circled beautifully around her waist a few times, and she was ready to hit out. "You still said no." Natasha knew that this stick, which had borrowed the power of inertia, could not be borrowed forcefully, otherwise her hands would be numbed by the shock. She punched the black stick, pointed the tip of the stick on the ground, exerted all her strength with her hands and waist, and retreated backwards with the help of the long stick. A long distance away, it fell to the ground. Bang! Suddenly, Barbara's silver stick was swept away, and she turned around and used the stick as a spear to stab Natasha. The tip of the stick even extended a bit. And did he do anything?" "Okay, Barbara, I won't tease you anymore." Natasha opened the tip of the silver stick and explained, "I just learned a few tricks from Mr. Stark at his house." "Didn't you learn from him in Monaco? His fighting skills are really good." "I do not know." Barbara took the silver stick back into two pieces, looking a little embarrassed. "His fighting skills are so good, I thought he was just an amateur." She has been with Yeli much longer than Natasha, but she didn't find out what Natasha knew. "It really doesn't make sense. You're not really flirting with him to the point where you forget about your job, are you?" Natasha held the stick, bent slightly to look at Barbara, and said in a helpless tone, "Don't forget, we are agents, and top agents. Your performance is really, Hill probably doesn't know what you did with him, right?" Barbara glanced at the surveillance camera at the training ground and asked her cautiously, "You didn't say anything, did you?" "Of course not." Natasha also took apart the long stick and pointed the short stick in Barbara's direction with her left hand, signaling her to continue. "I didn't receive the task of monitoring you." Barbara twirled her hands like a stick, the famous Black Widow, who knows whether what she says is the truth or a lie. Natasha smiled and teased without showing any signs of weakness. "Mockingbird is a bird that can imitate the sounds of more than 30 species. I used to think that this title was not suitable for you, but now, I found that you are also good at ventriloquism." Barbara's pretty face turned red, her eyes were filled with embarrassment and anger, and she didn't know that Natasha was exposing her. "Don't talk nonsense. Ting ting dang dang. Listen to the balls." The two top female agents fought for a while, and finally they couldn't decide the winner and sat down on the bench to rest. Mockingbird handed a bottle of energy material to the Black Widow. "Natasha, are we friends?" Natasha took it with a smile. "Of course, Barbara." "Then will you help me go on a mission?" Barbara held Natasha's hand, her eyes pleading. "It's very simple, just invite one person." Natasha took a sip. "Did Nick hire a consultant?" "I know this, he is going to invite Tony Stark and Yeli." "Mr. Stark, I have already revealed my identity as an agent. I think Hill wants you to be like me and not have to hide anymore, so you can invite Yeli as a SHIELD agent, right?" Barbara nodded repeatedly and praised, as expected of Natasha, "So smart. But you don't want to reveal your identity yet." Natasha continued, "So we discussed with Hill and asked other agents to invite." Barbara nodded more vigorously. Yes. Right to what?" "Right." Natasha put the drink back into Barbara's hand and reminded her with a serious expression, "Barbara, you should reflect on yourself. Do you still want to be an agent?" Barbara recalled it. She found that the days in the club seems happier. "I don't think so anymore." Natasha, X. In the bathroom, the sound of dripping water continued. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The water droplets slide over the graceful arc of the body, along the slender legs, wrapped in milky white, and finally reach the beautiful fat jade in steps. The shower casts a curtain of water, soaking the shiny black hair and making it wet against the fair and tender skin. The hair is draped on the cheeks and shoulders, and the black and white are clearly distinguishable. One of them ran restlessly to the corner of the pink lips, looking particularly attractive. Jessica was closing her eyes and enjoying this comfortable moment when she heard a ding-dong sound at the door of the living room and the doorbell rang. "Gwen, go and open the door." Gwen made a lazy, confused response, and then nothing happened. "All right." Jessica had no choice but to shout to Felicia outside the bathroom, "Cat, guests are coming, go and drive it quickly." "Wait a minute." On the sofa, the blush on Felicia's cheeks has not faded. She is wrapping a towel around Plush and rubbing it. "I'll wipe the tail clean first. Let me go." Matilda, the new member of the family, volunteered to drag the child with her, ran to the door, and opened it. The beauty with red wavy hair came into view. "Who are you?" Matilda looked up at Natasha and asked. "Hello madam, who are you looking for?" Black Widow was dressed as an agent, and she looked like she was no ordinary person. "I'm Natasha, looking for Mr. Yeli." Natasha smiled at the cool girl who looked a little rebellious, and thought to herself, "Who is this girl? This person is not mentioned in the information." Matilda ran back and shouted into the bathroom, "Brother, I'm here to see you, it's Ms. Natasha. Ask her to come in and sit down." Yeli's plain voice came from the bathroom. "Wait until you are invited into the living room by Matilda." Natasha raised her eyebrows slightly because she saw several people sitting on the sofa, Yeli, Jessica, Gwen, and Felicia. They were all only wrapped in bath towels, and there were still water stains on their bodies, as if they had just taken a shower, and Gwen still looks half asleep. "Natasha, what do you want from me?" Yelly was calm, holding a cup of hot milk prepared by Matilda for him, and asked knowingly, do you want to learn more fighting skills? No problem. Anyway, Tony said he would reimburse your tuition. Natasha sat on the sofa opposite, crossed her legs and asked, can we put on clothes and talk again? As she said this, she looked at Jessica and Gwen again. It's just the two of us. Who is she? Seeing Natasha dressed as a glamorous agent and wanting to talk to her brother alone, Jessica was a little worried. In her impression, those beautiful agents always like to do this and that to men, like that. My brother just happened to not be full yet. Isn't this a snack delivered to your door? Black Widow didn't know that she had been regarded as a door-to-door takeaway by the female knight, and handed an invitation document to Yelly. How about we go to your room to talk? My room. Yelly took it and said, all right. Although his room is a mess every morning, tidying it up is just something he thinks about. Yelly's room. It turned out that Nick was looking for me. Yelly opened the file and looked at it. You also invited Tony? Who else? Natasha's eyes were secretly searching for clues in the room, and she replied, there are only two of you at the moment. Well, that's really an honor. Why does Luodan want us to be a consultant? What's your idea? Lu, braised eggs. Natasha heard Yelly keep saying this word and asked curiously, you mean Fury? If not. Yelly pulled the curtains, don't you think his head looks similar? Wait, what is this? After Natasha was silent for a moment, she found something on the window frame. She raised her hand, and between her two fingers, there was a piece of synthetic spider silk. It was left by Gwen, and it must have drifted there. Oversight, she can't be allowed to discover the identity of Gwen's ghost spider. Yelly coughed twice and lied, cough cough. It should be Felicia's hair that fell out when she was cleaning my room. You know her hair is this color. It's very beautiful and special. Natasha couldn't help but rolled her eyes and pulled the spider silk twice with her fingertips. Really? Hair so elastic? Yelly said shamelessly, well, all right, in fact, it was Cindy017 who came and helped me clean. Anyway, Cindy's superhero spider silk's identity has been exposed, so let her take the blame for Gwen. Really? Natasha doubtfully wiped her hands with a tissue. So, you asked us to meet in an old warehouse? Stark leaned back in his chair and looked at Nick Fury. Shield. If it weren't for the information you gave me, I wouldn't want to deal with you, and it originally belonged to my father. Your father was one of the founders. Nick Fury seems to be in a bad mood. Tony, we're on the same side. The original purpose of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was to win over Iron Man through the news of the new element when he was in danger. But Tony Stark didn't know where he got the news of the new element, and took the initiative to after asking S.H.I.E.L.D. for information. The effect of this wooing was greatly reduced. This also made Nick Fury not to speak too arrogantly at this time, and he didn't even come up with Natasha's negative evaluation report on Stark. Otherwise Iron Man would slap his ass and leave immediately, which would be fun. But Black Braised Egg can't be arrogant, it would definitely be unpleasant. How did Tony know about the new element? Luodan was wondering. Click, tap. The warehouse door was opened by the guarding SHIELD agents, and the invited Yelly walked in with Barbara. Lee, why do you always arrive later than me? Tony became more enthusiastic about Yelly and took a picture of the seat next to him. Come, sit here and let's talk to director Nick Fury. Hello Fury. Yelly pulled up his chair, smiled, and introduced Barbara to Nick Fury. This is Barbara, my personal bodyguard. I think she should be able to listen to anything, right? Nick Fury, it's quite fancy, young man. Bring me some agents from the bureau to introduce it to me. Looked at Fury's expression of mild pain that was full of meaning. Barbara smiled softly and said, In her heart, God knows Wiley dragged her over to see the director. Hello, Vice President. Yeah. Nick Fury pretended not to see Barbara. Since he was one level higher than Barbara, he would not think that Yelly was really unaware of the agents deployed by S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that Nick Fury was too lazy to. He was just playing this childish grudge game with Yelly. He thought it would be okay to let Barbara stay in the Ghost Spider Club for the time being, and maybe she could be cultivated into a liaison between the two parties. Now that everyone has arrived, we can start talking. Nick Fury moved the two documents on the table in front of Yelly and Stark. Take a look at this first. Yelly and Stark took it and started reading at the same time. Except for the names, the information is mostly the same. They just want to hire two people as consultants for SHIELD. Yelly and Stark took it and started looking through it at the same time. Except for the names, the information is mostly the same. They just want to hire two people as consultants for SHIELD. Have you finished reading, Lee? Tony, after reading through the pages, handed the information in his hand to Yelideo. Let's change it and take a look. Good. Yelly readily agreed and exchanged information with Tony. Nick Fury, can you please respect our confidentiality system? Cough. Now that I've finished reading. Nick Fury pulled the information back from the hands of these two guys and asked in a long and short tone, what do you think? You can't afford me. Tony was the first to speak, spreading his hands and saying, but I just need someone to do me a small favor. Washington is going to present an award to me and Rhodes. I am willing to use my engagement fee to let you help me hire an award guest. The implication of Iron Man's words was that he reluctantly agreed to the non-binding position of consultant. Nick Fury nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at the remaining Yelly. What about Mr. Yeah? Feel sorry. Yelly flatly refused. I won't do anything for snakes, working for SHIELD. Nick Fury just a consultant. Yelly, that's also a position, isn't it? But I can. Yelly leaned back a little, opened his arms, and said with a faint smile, as the vice president of the Ghost Spider Club, I will cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. in some aspects. It will be beneficial to both parties, and it will be a win-win situation. Nick Fury was silent for a while, and finally breathed out a breath and nodded. Okay, since Vice President Ye is unwilling, then we will proceed in a cooperative manner. With the current influence of the Ghost Spider Club, Director Ludan still didn't want to give up the friendship and chose to settle for the next best thing. Well, I think we need a liaison on both sides. Yelly stood up, put his hand on Barbara's shoulder and smiled. I recommend 2 candidates, Ms. Barbara from our club, and Natasha, your SHIELD agent. They happen to have met each other. Nick Fury, I was silenced a lot today, although he also thought so, but Yelly just finished saying that he didn't want to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Just turn around and let S.H.I.E.L.D. agents work for the Ghost Spider Club. Too bad. SHIELD, agent rest base. Natasha, you don't know, Lee is so bad that he actually took me to see the police, huh? What's wrong with you? Barbara was talking when she saw Natasha put her hand under the faucet and kept rinsing it. Could it be? Barbara came up with a guess. She had seen some new agents behave like this before. That's because, after they killed someone, their hands were stained with blood. Due to insufficient mental endurance, he suffered from mental illness and often experienced hallucinations. They thought the blood on their hands had not been washed away, so they kept washing it, even breaking the skin. But how could a seasoned agent like Natasha have such a problem? Could it be that she killed someone who made her regretful so much? Think of this. Barbara stepped forward and patted Natasha on the shoulder, comforting. Natasha, forget about it, it's nothing. This is what we do as agents, some things are not ours to decide. Natasha? She definitely left a shadow, but not the kind of shadow Barbara imagined. What she had on her hands was not red, is white. Natasha became angrier as she thought about it. He said angrily, it's not all your fault for Lee. Now that I see him, I can't help but want to wash my hands. Why? Although Barbara didn't know the cause and effect relationship, she still reminded her, but from now on, you will have to contact the Ghost Spider Club on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is Fury's decision. Natasha? Doesn't that mean I have to meet that guy more often? Brother, why are you looking at me like this? Matilda sat obediently in front of Yelly, swaying her legs, and saw her brother staring at her. Yelly thought of something. It seems that when Matilda grows up, she will look like the female god of thunder. Got it. This is not okay. Not that he thought Jane Foster was ugly, just compared to the female Thor. Still, young Matilda is even more stunning. The younger Europeans and Americans are, the more beautiful they are. He decided to use the power of a spell to preserve Matilda's appearance when she grows older, but not before that. In fact, there is a simpler way. After having the experimental data of Bronsky's guinea pig, the super soldier serum can be used by civilians in small doses, and the injection is not that painful. Yelly said with a serious face, Matilda, do you want to become stronger? Matilda thought of her murdered family, and without thinking much, she immediately nodded and said, yes. Very good, I will take you to a place. Yelly called and contacted the institute, arrange an injection, a small dose, the strength doesn't matter, the important thing is that it doesn't hurt too much, you know. The person in charge of the institute said respectfully, okay Booze, I will arrange it. Dick tick 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 tick. It started to rain heavily outside the hospital. After thinking about it, Yelly did not choose to let the rain stop. It was always going to rain a little. He took Matilda and sat on the I bought the modified car that I hadn't driven for a while. This car was driven to Stark's house before and was modified again by Tony and Ethan to make it more durable. However, Yelly did not choose to enlighten it. BABA Winnica called out twice in the garage and wanted to go out for a walk. Yelly started the engine and shouted to her, Winnica, if you want to breathe, come up and follow the car. Woo? Winnica screamed happily and followed Yelly in the heavy rain. Matilda clung to the car window curiously. She couldn't figure out how Winnica drove by herself. Yelly was there. He glanced in the rearview mirror and smiled. Others walked around with their pets, while he walked around with his motorcycle. Gwen Stacy's fateful enemy, Dr. Octopus Otto Gunther Octavius, detected Bayubiu? Bayubia. The red light left a trail on the asphalt road, sputtering debris all over the sky. My god, New York is getting really messy. Yelly stepped on the brakes. Looking at the 4 crazy mechanical tentacles not far ahead, he was also speechless. Last time, he didn't confront Dr. Octopus because he wanted to be gentle with Felicia. I didn't expect Otto this time. He ran out to cause havoc again, and even hit him directly in the face. Look. A fleeing passerby suddenly pointed to the sky in surprise and shouted, it's a ghost spider. We are saved. Looking at the peripheral hat with the ghost spider 1 Ago printed on his head, you knew that he was a ghost spider fan. Bang! The powerful long legs wrapped in black crossed the rain curtain and kicked away the mechanical tentacles that were trying to grab passersby. Gwen shrunk slightly and flexibly spun in the air to resolve the reaction force of the kick. Then she kicked out another kick. Bang! This is not over yet. Bang! Her spider silk shot out and caught the retreating kick. Dr. Octopus, using his slender arms, pulled him over again. Another kick. Bang! Otto, to read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. He was hit by this set of combos. I was stunned. Matilda was stunned in the car and said, "It's so amazing. Like people in animation." Yelly was also pleased to see it, but Gwen couldn't steal the head that came to his door. All of a sudden, the dark clouds in the sky began to spin into a whirlpool, and the black cumulus tornado, mixed with lightning, reached down, wrapped around Dr. Octopus and rolled up to the sky. The thunder condensed and hit Dr. Octopus accurately. The roar of thunder covered up his screams. It's a tornado. The criminals have been punished by God. Did God punish him? Pedestrians took pictures with their cameras. I believe this video will be popular on the internet for a long time. In the subsequent SHIELD archives, it is speculated that this incident may have been the handiwork of Daisy Johnson. After all, according to Agent Barba, according to the information provided previously, Skye is likely to be hiding the ability to control the celestial phenomena, and he is also a key member of the club. It is not surprising that he would help Ghost Spider behind the scenes. How is this going? Under the influence of the spider sense, Gwen had long avoided it. She looked at the dark clouds that rolled up Dr. Octopus into the sky and then retracted. She felt incredible. It is definitely not a normal natural phenomenon to target the octopus with such precision. Is there anyone else who has the power to control nature? You defeated Gwen Stacy's fateful enemy. As her relationship partner, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million US. 2. Random rewards, absolute zero level of ice power, slowing down atomic vibration, controlling water molecules. 3. Servant reward, transform Arcturus Gunther Octavius and get an absolutely loyal subordinate. Wow, after so long, something good finally came out. Yelly of course chose 2 and tried it immediately. Checked this ability in the air. That's right, stagnation, not freezing. The area that is absolutely frozen is as if time has stopped. Except for the microscopic quantum realm. Any movement that enters the capabilities of this spherical shape will be stopped immediately. Yelly can even feel that as long as he is willing, this ability can quickly freeze an entire planet. But now, the scope of absolute zero has only spread a little and is under control. He won't freeze the earth with nothing to do. Find out the most powerful effect of this ice power. Yelly ended the experiment. The sphere area shrank instantly, and the stagnant scorched corpses and mechanical arm fragments fell again. Snapped. The car that had stalled was restarted. Yelly did not say hello to Gwen and drove towards the research institute. Elder brother, Matilda, the co-pilot, said, "After I get the injection, will it be as powerful as her?" Not so great. Yelly didn't discourage the girl too much and said, "But it's not bad. After all, it's the same model as Captain America." The card is still there. Injection room of the institute. Injection ready to start. Heart rate is normal, blood analysis is normal. Elder brother. Matilda held Yelly nervously with her small hands. After all, she was just a girl in her early teens and was still afraid of injections. It's okay, the injection is quick now. Yelly caressed Matilda's palm and gave her gentle comfort. After the injection, it doesn't matter if you want to smoke cigarettes. The researcher on the side looked strange when he heard this, and comforted the little girl. Shouldn't he say lollipops or something? With the needle inserted. Matilda let out a cry of pain, but because she was beaten often, it was not that unbearable. The power of the serum began to rapidly transform her body, allowing her lifespan to increase rapidly. A few hours later. Ghost Spider Club, yoga room. Lee, you are not teasing me, are you? Barbara finished her yoga exercises, looked at Matilda, and said doubtfully, "You want me to teach her? This girl looks to be in her early teens. Far from this, do you want to train agents from an early age?" Yelly asked the girl he was holding for advice, "Do you want to learn?" Matilda said firmly, "Yes, I want to learn to fight. If you can become as powerful as a superhero." She wants to protect the weak in the slums. "This isn't a fight, girl." Barbara scared Matilda and said, "This is a fighting skill, and sometimes it can kill people." "Okay, don't fool her." Yelly made a final decision, "Teach me slowly on the way." "On the road?" Barbara asked doubtfully, "Where are you going?" Yelly, beautiful paradise, New Mexico, my personal bodyguard lady, Hao Wang Hao, New Mexico at night. Highway gas station. Suddenly, a black car, a car that had been modified so that the model could not be seen, and a motorcycle, slowly stopped. "Lee, your car is so cool." Barbara got down from Vinika's seat happily. She just tried to drive on autopilot. It didn't feel too exciting. "Take your time and be careful not to be thrown out by Vinika." The door of the modified car opened. Yelly walked out with Matilda. He pulled out the oil gun and fed Vinika with engine oil. Dirty dirty. Vinika played the horn. She only likes to let Yelly oil transportation. "I want to buy some donuts." Coulson got off his shield bus, walked to Yelly's side, drew a gas gun, and asked, "Mr. Yat, do you want to buy anything?" Yelly asked the girl who was looking at the wilderness, "Matilda, do you want to eat donuts?" Matilda nodded, then asked, "Can I buy some cigarettes?" When Coulson heard this, he smiled kindly and educated this delicate-faced girl. "It's not good to smoke at such a young age." Matilda looked at him and felt that this uncle looked quite friendly, especially with his almost bald head. Yelly touched his sister's head with his palm and explained to Coulson, with Matilda's current physique, it doesn't matter if she wants to smoke a little. Physique division. Coulson felt that the information was delivered to his door, and asked curiously, "What's your physique? Do you want to see it?" Yelly said to his little sister nonchalantly, let Agent Coulson see it, Matilda. Matilda took out a coin, but hesitated for a moment, seeming a little reluctant to part with it. Yelly smiled and said, don't worry, this is just a 25-cent coin. Good, brother, I will work hard. Matilda no longer hesitated, placed the coin between her slender index finger and thumb, and applied force between her two fingers, and the coin was easily bent. Is she also a person with superpowers? Coulson was not very surprised by Matilda's performance. He knew that Yelly had many talented people around him. However, he still did not hesitate to praise him. No wonder Mr. President would bring her with him. She is indeed an outstanding person. Maybe, she will be helpful to our cooperation in studying the hammer. Yelly smiled slightly. That's not the reason why I brought Matilda with me. Cooperating with SHIELD to research the hammer is just a matter of course. He came to New Mexico primarily to find Jane Foster, because he learned that Matilda's last name was indeed Foster. Matilda Foster. So is Matilda a relative of the female Thor? After all, according to the movie universe, the two of them are the same actor. Now they have the same last name again. What a coincidence. Donuts, yogurt, chocolate bars. After Yelly put some snacks on the cashier, he said to the clerk, hello, some more cigarettes. Okay sir, which one do you want? Based on Yelly's good looks, the female clerk introduced him enthusiastically. Camel, Lucky Strike, or Marlboro Hylaton Kent. Yelly didn't smoke and looked down at Matilda. Matilda put her little hands on the cigarette glass display window and looked at it for a while, then pointed at a women's cigarette and said, P1. Yelly shrugged at the female clerk. You heard me. The female clerk's eyes were a little bit. I felt weird, but I still took the bag of bail and handed it to Matilda. At this time, put your hands up. Hurry up. Don't play tricks or I'll blow your heads off. Two robbers armed with spray guns pushed open the glass door and pointed their guns at the clerk, Yelly, and others. The robber in a brown coat pointed his gun at the counter and quickly ordered the clerk, take the cashier. Clear out all the money in the station. Another robber in a black coat took out a bag and slapped it on the counter. Put it all in this bag. The cigarettes are also packed. This pack is for us too. The robber in the brown coat pointed his gun at Matilda again. Hey, give me the cigarette in your hand. This is not something you, a little girl, can smoke. Don't point your guns at us. Yelly was too lazy to do anything, and reminded the two unlucky ones who wanted to buy for 0 yuan, you will regret it. What do you want to do? The robber turned and pointed the gun at him. I'm warning you. Don't play tricks with us. This way. Matilda looked at the muzzle of the gun. In a trance. The illusion of a pool of blood flashed before my eyes. Tan? She suddenly lowered her figure, her calves popped out quickly, and she knocked down one of the robbers with one kick. Immediately afterwards, the little brown boots hit the ground and he jumped up. Matilda grabbed the barrel of the other man's gun. With a small hand, he broke it off and took away his spray gun. I threw it at his head with my backhand. Bang! The robber who was hit in the head by the gun butt simply fell to the ground. Matilda successfully killed 2 robbers in 3 seconds. Walter, Barbara and Coulson, who were just picking things up, ran over and pulled out their guns, and they were stunned. So fierce. Wow. The female clerk, who was still raising her hand, broke the silence and said, I should watch less movies. Otherwise, I will always have some strange dreams. Stuck. I haven't smoked this before, Matilda murmured, tore open the cigarette package in her hand, took out the cigarette and held it in her mouth. She bit her cigarette holder with her silver teeth, looked up at Yelly, and said vaguely with her pink lips, brother, can I borrow a fire? Yelly smiled softly, you performed well. Crack. He put 2 fingers in front of the girl's soft lips, and the blue electric sparks sparked, lighting her up. It feels like a well-dressed beast abducting a bad girl. The next day, Old Bridge City, city boundary. Why did you leave Coulson here? Don't you want to go to the hammer? Barbara looked around, and even with her skills as an agent, she couldn't find anything in a short time. Yelly walked straight to an open hall building. Trust my intuition, Barbara. In the open hall, you say. Eric Shavig asked his assistant, isn't this a simple magnetic storm? He is a doctor of astronomy. Not long ago, Dr. Eric Shavig, Dr. Jane Foster, and assistant graduate student Daisy Louise were conducting astronomical observation research in the wilderness. As a result, they encountered incredible and suspicious things. Astronomical phenomena of magnetic storms. Oh, and there's also an inexplicable alcoholic maniac who calls himself Saul. This guy with the same name as the Norse god of thunder was knocked down by Louise with a stun gun. He is probably still lying in the hospital. Look, the lensing at the edges. After checking the analysis chart on the computer, Jane Foster replied to Dr. Shavig, it is the characteristic of the Einstadt-Rosen bridge. Daisy Louise wondered, what bridge? Dr. Shavig asked her strangely, aren't you a science major? Louise adjusted her glasses and said a little embarrassedly, political science. Jane said for her, she is the only applicant. Dr. Shavig also knew that his research subject was relatively unpopular, so he helplessly explained to Louise, the Einstadt-Ross bridge is possible, a connection between 2 different time and spaces. Simply put, a male voice from outside answered, it's just a wormhole. The person who came was none other than Yelly. Hey, Lee. Seeing an old man and 2 beautiful girls in this open hall building, Barbara glanced at Yelly and said, is your intuition that you found 2 beauties? Wow. Louise saw the charming Yeli and became obsessed with it. He's so handsome. Yeli's eyes were focused on Jian. Her face looked like this, like a fusion of the movie universe version and the comic universe version. Who are you? Dr. Shavig was a little wary. Did you go the wrong way? The hotel is on the west side of the street. You're right, I'm looking for you. Yeli approached, took out his club's vice president's ID, waved it in front of Shaig and others, and then took it back. Then he started to talk nonsense. Shield is handling the case. Honestly explain your recent situation. Dr. Shavig, do you think I'm a fool? Jane, that, we didn't see it clearly. Huh. Jane also saw Matilda, frowned slightly in confusion, and fell into memories. Oh, you guessed half right, beauty. Yeli really took his sister out to play, and asked Louise, what's your name? This wavy and beautiful female supporting role, when he was watching movies in his previous life, he didn't even remember her name. Daisy Louise. Seeing Yeli talk to her first, Louise said happily, handsome guy, what's your name? Yeli. Yeli also prefers enthusiastic and lively girls, so he chatted with her, I think we can talk. What are you talking about? Of course it's not about love. Although the look is good, he doesn't really like the chubby type. Louise is a little plumper and her legs lack some beauty. Yeli wants to use Louise. Let's find out more about Jane. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Not surprisingly, if the female Thor's relationship mission is triggered, the mission reward should be the Thor template. Of course, this cannot be said directly. Louise must be tricked into boarding the ship first, and then slowly lured into the boat. Okay. Handsome guy, contact information? Louise thought that this handsome guy also fell in love with her, so she excitedly exchanged numbers with him. Dr. Shavig couldn't stand it anymore, and reminded Yeli, if you want to strike up a conversation with Louise, then at another time, don't interrupt my work. We can talk now. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Louise would not let go of the beautiful man who fell from the sky. She hugged Yelida and said, I know there is a good bar nearby, we can go there. Dr. Shavig was speechless for her infatuation. Daisy, do you still want credits? Profound. Listening to the doctor talking about the credits, Louise had to let go of Yeli first, then let's get in touch. Okay, you can go. Shavig completely regarded Yeli as a romantic man who wanted to hook up with Louise and chased him away. The date can be held in the evening. Now, leave. Yeli waved the ID again. I still need to get some information from you. He is not very interested in investigating Thor, but it is not enough to hook up with Louise, and the protagonist Jane Foster cannot be missing. Use the investigation as an excuse, and get to know each other first. Will I believe your lies? Dr. Shavig pointed at Matilda holding a lollipop and said to Yeli in a paused tone. Just like Daisy said. Want to deceive people? At least please don't bring a little girl with you. He felt that his intelligence had been insulted. Which department would take a teenage girl to handle a case? Oh, what a prejudice. Yeli knelt down and encouraged his sister, Matilda. He discriminates against your age. What's wrong? Matilda is used to it and feels that it's okay to be looked down upon, as long as her brothers and sisters in the new family like her. 0 request flowers 0. Oh, Matilda then understood what her brother meant. So, she kicked up a beautiful high kick in the blink of an eye, and then dropped it in the blink of an eye. Boom! A small cloud of yellow dust stirred up, after Matilda's little boots were removed. On the yellow soil, there was a clear and deep shoe print. Shavig? Jane? Oh, Louise. Who are you? Dr. Shavig picked up the stun gun from the table and pointed it at Yeli. Get out of here. Click. Barbara loaded the pistol slowly and twisted a silencer on the front of the muzzle. You'd better put down the toy in your hand. Misunderstand? Misunderstand? Louise quickly raised her hands to persuade. Lee, let this lady put down the gun first. We believe you are the relevant department. Her name is Barbara. Yeli introduced to Louise, personal bodyguard. She always likes to do this when someone points a weapon at me. I want to call the police. Shavig muttered, I'm going to call the police. Okay, doctor. Louise pressed down his hand and said, put down my stun gun quickly. At this time, Jane suddenly said, I remembered it. After rummaging through her childhood memories, she found that Matilda's appearance was very similar to hers when she was a child. Although not to the level of twins, she still reached the level of biological sisters. It is very possible that they are relatives left behind at home. Could it be that dad or mom has an illegitimate daughter outside? With this idea in mind, Jane ran to Matilda, knelt down and asked her, little sister, your surname is Foster? Matilda nodded and shook her head. Well, my previous surname was Foster, but my last name is Yanao. Yeli's eyes flashed. They are really relatives, and they are cousins. After this, it's just a big family search. Jane found out that her father had a younger brother after calling her family to inquire. This uncle broke up with his family because he joined a gang and sold drugs, and there has been no contact for many years. All in all, it is possible that Matilda really was Jane's cousin. Just go to the hospital and do another appraisal to confirm. It turns out he was looking for a relative. On the way to the county hospital, Louise kept looking at Matilda's delicate little face and curiously asked her best friend, Jane, you were so beautiful when you were a child. Jane rolled her eyes, aren't I beautiful now? And Matilda only looks like me when I was a child, but not exactly the same. Shavig held an observation chart in his hand, with a vague figure on it. It's just a good time to go to the hospital. There's something wrong with that guy named Solution, gotta see him. What is the problem? Yeah. Lee turned his head to the side and teased the doctor playfully, want me to be healthy. Hey? Dr. Shavig put the pictures away as if to guard against thieves, can't you take your own car? It's not surprising that he was so guarded. After all, Yeli said he was from the relevant department at one moment, seemed to be picking up girls at the next moment, and came to find a relative at the next moment. It's not normal no matter how you think about it. County Hospital. Oh God. Jane Foster looked at the test sheet in her hand and said in surprise, Matilda is really my cousin. Yeli let me know. Jane handed him the sheet and asked curiously, what is the relationship between Mr. Ye and Matilda? Yeli took the test sheet between his fingers, glanced at it, and said, the brother who adopted her, do you think I am your cousin? Jane, it can't be calculated like this, right? How did you find this? She asked Yelideo, why didn't you find my parents instead of me first? Yeli naturally would not tell the truth, so he said perfunctorily to her, Ms. Foster, just think that I have a special feeling. It is a fact that Matilda is your relative, isn't it? Induction? Jane scratched her hair, a little annoyed, I thought it was weird to hit an inexplicable guy with my car. Now you are talking about this kind of thing with me again. Jane, that inexplicable guy is missing. Louise is coming this way. Dr. Shavig found that he had broken away from the restraints of the hospital bed and now he ran away to no one knows where. Jian glanced at Yeli with a teasing expression, Mr. Ye, can you use your senses to help find someone? Yeli said jokingly, you can find him when you go out and drive backwards. Ha, of course Jane didn't believe it. A few minutes later, bang! As soon as Sol ran out of the hospital and wandered around, he was hit by Jane's reversing jeep. Louise Jane? You hit him again. Jane what 5? Pong? I like this drink, will come again. Sol smashed the cup on the ground, shocking everyone around him. Barbara put her head next to Jane's ear and whispered, you're right, there seems to be something wrong with his brain. Are you really from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Dr. Shavig also whispered to Yeli, I have heard of your organization. I know a scientist who is a pioneer in the field of gamma radiation. After you appeared, there was no news from him. Yeli actually, I'm not from S.H.I.E.L.D. Shavig, I knew it. Yeli but I know who you are talking about, is it Dr. Banner? Shit, who are you? Shavig was full of doubts and couldn't understand Yeli. At another table, Louise held a lollipop in one hand and a lady's cigarette in the other, teasing Matilda and said, which one do you like? I recommend Bang Bang. Matilda frowned, as if it was difficult to choose. Hey, seeing that no one paid attention to him, Sol said again, it's delicious. I want another drink. You. What did Jane want to say? Barbara pulled down her sleeve and suggested, I think, it's better to leave him alone. But I hit him. Jane raised 2 fingers and said with an embarrassed expression, twice. He looks good, doesn't he? Barbara pointed to the lunch boxes stacked in front of Sol, and he has a huge appetite and eats a lot. Although I'm not from S.H.I.E.L.D., I know. Yeli raised his index finger to Shoaig 157 and said, they are coming to collect your information soon. Why? Jian heard Yeli's words, raised his head and asked, why do they? Dr. Shavig knew S.H.I.E.L.D. better than Jane and explained to her, Jane, they don't need to discuss with us when they take things. But? Jane said unwillingly. That's our many years of research. I thought I could keep a backup for you. Yeli crossed his fingers and rested his chin, but I have a small request, Jane. Jane what? Yeah. Lee handed her a note, go here tonight and I will help you solve everything. Jane was doubtful, that's it. Pong. Come again. The smart soul, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, started his continuous throwing. Pong. Come again. Pong. Come again. Again, hey, what are you doing? In the end, Sol was naturally kicked out of the dim sum shop. Jian was uneasy because of the information and Yeli's request, and stopped caring about solution. Night. MR's ability is indeed very strong. He discovered key information before our agents. Don't worry, S.H.I.E.L.D. has fulfilled the conditions. Hang up the call. Yeli raised the corners of his mouth inaudibly, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. How can both parties owe favors? After telling Shoaig and the others that S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to collect information, research materials were found in S.H.I.E.L.D. Before, let's exchange this news with S.H.I.E.L.D. for some free benefits. It's that simple. Click. Louise, who was specially dressed up, came to the door. Wow, you are very well prepared. Louise winked at Yeli, sat down next to him enthusiastically, and began to actively pester him to drink. Drink and drink. Yeli took the opportunity to learn some key information about Jane from the drunk Louis, such as hobbies and living habits. Unlike Gwen and the others who have emotional foundations, he approached the female Thor mainly because of the mission reward idea. Therefore, he planned to make a quick decision this time. As long as he and Jane reached a friendship relationship, he should be able to meet the status of relational household. And here, Louise also started to move restlessly. For the sake of her revealing the information, Yeli did not refuse and gave her a small reward. Although Louise was slightly chubby, her face was still very beautiful, especially her sexy lips. After experiencing it in his favorite way, although he felt it was not as good as Gwen and the others, it still had a different flavor and was comparable to Kate. Pet shop. I want a horse. We don't sell horses, only cats, dogs, and birds. Sol walked in with his head held high and said to the confused shopkeeper, then just give me something I can ride on. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment and kindly pointed the way to Seoul. John's family has a Duroc, but it ran away and is wandering in the bushes outside the city limits. He is a strong guy. Maybe you can try it. Duroc. Thor didn't know what kind of mount it was, but he still smiled confidently. Is it for a strong guy? That's just right. I'm very good at taming such unruly mounts. Forward. The shop owner nodded slightly. Then I wish you good luck. Thor, thank you for your blessing, but I always rely on strength, not luck. A few dozen minutes later. Oh, hi, you guy, please calm down. Saul clung to one end, on the back of an unusually strong Duroc pig. He ran wildly across the wilderness, heading towards his beloved hammer. The one riding you is Thor, the god of thunder. You should feel proud, profound. Wrong direction? Not here. Piggy, get down, get down, get down, get down. Temporary protective measures such as fences were built around Thor's hammer Mjolnir. And in the wilderness at night. Come on, come on, come on. A strong man riding a different kind of mount is approaching quickly. Thank you so much, man. Waiting to get close to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary facility. Thor pulled the Duroc pig into a bush and let it chew the leaves. When I get the hammer back, I will take you back to Asgard and let you eat and drink spicy food. Be a happy fairy pig. Piggy seemed to be quite intelligent. He hummed twice and didn't run away. He buried his big head among the branches and chewed. Haha. Soul smiled happily, patted its pig head and warned, wait for me here, friend. Said. He thought that there might be a storm after retrieving the Meowth hammer, and he was worried that Piggy would catch a cold, so he took off his coat and put it on. You will need this. Then, Soul sneaked and approached the protective fence. A few seconds after Soul left, Barbara rode Vinica and stopped not far outside the protective fence. Matilda stood in the back seat of Vinica, watching with a camera telescope. He is so strange, why ride a pig? The other end of the communicator. Yelly was confused and said, what are you riding on? Matilda, brother, I will send you the video I took. It's quite interesting. The video was quickly sent to me by my little sister. Yelly clicked to watch under the moonlight. Oh, hey, don't want? Hi, bang. Thor was holding a strong pig, and he was shaken around on his back, and occasionally he was thrown to the ground. If the hammer god hadn't grabbed the pig's tail tightly, he would have been thrown into the wilderness. Yelly was also drunk. This is such a precious video, be sure to keep it well. What video? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Louise asked vaguely, you will not, did you record it? This won't work. Nothing. Yelly touched her hair and comforted her, it's none of your business. Bang, bang, pong, have combat experience. Even with mortal level power, Thor knocked down several intercepting shield agents one after another, getting closer and closer to Mjolnir. Boom, lightning flashes across the night sky. The rain was pouring down at this time. This temporary facility also sounded the alarm. Dur. Someone was injured and the fence was damaged. Area B, action. Entered the south passage. No, communication interruption. That hammer will interfere with the signal. Sir, target found. Target on the east side. Coulson listened to the report, picked up the communicator and commanded, send a person to a higher place with a gun. Hawkeye took the sniper rifle. At last. Still chose his bow and arrow. Clang clang da. Patton rushed out of the weapons loading truck and sat on a gondola in the heavy rain. Hotel. Louise breathed a sigh of relief and said with charming eyes, next step, it's better to go to the bedroom, if you like here, I don't mind either. Go to the bedroom, I need you to do something for me. Yelly pretended to be mysterious and said with a smile, it's done, I can consider giving you some more rewards. Hey, good, then let's go. Louise just pulled Yelly and excitedly entered the bedroom. But, once entering the bedroom, Yelly directly pressed one of Louise's acupuncture points, threw it on the bed, and let her fall asleep. Stark Industries launches new clean energy division. Stark Industries stock rose wildly, and investors were beating their chests and regretting their previous selling of stocks. Experts say that the advent of new element energy will shock the world. Dario Agger, CEO of Roxxon Energy, doubts the authenticity of new energy and claims it is a hoax by Tony Stark. Yelly sat in the living room, watching the news and waiting for Zero. Shortly after, Jane opened the door and left the hotel room. I'm here, what do you want? She felt that Yelly was probably interested in her and wanted to use the information to blackmail her. Yelly raised his wine glass and invited her, come over, have some wine and chat. After Jane hesitated, she still took steps. Next. With Yelly's skill in flirting with girls and possessing key information, he quickly became familiar with Jian and the wine bottle gradually emptied. Half an hour later, he heard the system suddenly announce a task. Trigger the Thor-Jane Foster relationship task and solve the potential cancer risk for Jane Foster. Is it that simple? Yelly felt relaxed. Cancer is a terminal disease for ordinary people, and modern medicine is helpless. But for him, who has an enhanced version of the horse talisman, it's just like a small cold, with no big difference. Not to mention, it's just a hidden danger of cancer. Leave, you say, the mythical world tree chain connects. Jane was so drunk that she hesitated when speaking. But unlike Louise, what she said was still very serious, and she was even discussing academic matters. Connecting the 9 planets in the universe, the World Tree is actually a tree-shaped network of cosmic nebulae. Your idea is really interesting. With her face flushed, according to the normal procedure, the man should now help the woman into the bedroom. But Yeli reached out and held Jian's palm, and the power of the horse charm was transmitted to it, eliminating the hidden danger of cancer. Even the drunken Jane regained her sanity. After Jane came back to her senses, she murmured, "Why do I suddenly feel so relaxed all over my body?" Seeing her hand being held by Yeli, she shyly wanted to retract it, but paused unconsciously. In just such a short time, she had a lot of affection for Yeli. Maybe it's not impossible to develop that kind of relationship. But Yeli took the initiative to let go of her hand. "Louise is in the bedroom. Go take care of her. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Jian looked at the man's back and wanted to stay for some reason, but she was stunned when she heard his words. "Louise in the bedroom? What happened?" Jane Foster has been asked to solve the potential cancer risk, and the Jane Foster relationship task has been completed. Thor template loaded. Comes with Thor's supporting weapons, which can be shaped by yourself, and cannot be changed again after shaping 2.0. Comes with another template. By the way, what is my current physical condition? Yeli was very curious, so he directly used the ability of the snake charm to teleport to a small extraterrestrial meteorite. Bang! With one punch, the meteor turned into powder. Let's not talk about abilities first. The physical increase alone was much smaller than he thought, and it was not a complete geometric increase. This isn't game data stacking, after all. The principle of geometric physical growth brought about by templates is that several templates interact with each other to produce qualitative changes. For example, the Black Cat template will have a much smaller impact on the Thor template than one with a weak increase. But now, relying on physical strength alone, Yeli is already at the level of the MCU Hulk Hammer. This does not include the ability of the enhanced version of the Ox Talisman. Teleport back to where you started. Yeli held up another dark silver metal ball containing the power of thunder in his hand. The ball had mysterious rune patterns on it. This is the bonus Thor weapon that has not yet been shaped. Thor's hammer is called Meowth. So his name is Meow Ball? A handshake. The Meow Ball disappeared into the palm of my hand. Yeli hasn't figured out what shape to make it. Anyway, this thing won't be used for the time being, so let's put it aside first. Matilda. He called his sister and said with concern, "It should be raining heavily over there. Don't get wet outside. Go to Coulson's place to take shelter." "Brother, we have come in." Matilda took a towel and wiped her white and tender skin after being exposed to the rain. "Sister Barbara, is it okay?" Barbara took another towel and helped her dry her hair. "Keep rubbing for a while, don't catch a cold." Matilda gestured to her biceps with her slender arms, and said with a cute smile, "I'm very strong now." "Really?" Barbara also smiled. "Wait a minute, go try that hammer. Pick up the hammer, that's what they both are here for." Matilda is young though, but in Coulson's eyes, she was the most powerful among their group, so he planned to let her try to pick up the strange hammer. Until now, he still thinks that Yeli brought Matilda to New Mexico for this purpose. Matilda has seen a bunch of videos of people being unable to pull out hammers, and she also thinks it's quite funny. What was she about to say? A desperate roar that penetrated the clouds suddenly came over. Matilda, this sound, it's that weird uncle riding a pig. Cow cow cow. The pigs buried in the bushes seemed to be infected by Soul's emotions. They raised their heads and shouted with him in the heavy rain. The next day, after the rain, the sky clears up. Daisy opened her eyes, and after recalling last night's experience, the girl smiled sweetly. "But, there seems to be something wrong again. Why do I have no memory after entering the bedroom? Is I drank too much? Forgot everything. That's a pity too. It must taste wonderful." Daisy. Louise was imagining. Simple? Louise was stunned. "Why are you here? Do you also, does he like this tune? What are you thinking?" Jane explained what happened yesterday night. "We are discussing serious academic knowledge." Louise. "Then my clothes. Of course I'll help you take it off. You smell like drunk. You must have drank a lot." Jane was very interested in the relationship between Louise and Yeli and asked, "How far has it progressed?" Louise's mouth dropped. "Everything I should have done has been done, in a dream. Jane, you return my sweet dream." Xiaonazai, "I'm really not ashamed." Jian rubbed her pretty nose. "You sound weird when you talk 04. What did you drink last night?" Louise blinked. "Lee's mixed beer devil bomb. The taste will explode in your mouth instantly. Can you let me try it?" "He won't give you a drink." Dr. Shavig looked at the Nordic mythology book in his hand for a while, and couldn't help but look up at Jane and Daisy. He always felt a little weird. Why do they seem to be so close to Mr. Ye today? Forget it about Daisy. Why not Jane? How was your rest? Yeli was holding breakfast and sat across from the two ladies as if nothing had happened and asked, "You won't get a headache if you drink too much, right? Although I don't know why you did this." Jane was looking through the backed-up research materials and thanked her, "But I still have to thank you." After Yeli finished breakfast, Louise pulled him aside and demanded in a low voice, "You lied. Me? You have to make it up to me." Yeli pinched her lips and said, "Isn't this compensation? Devil bomb." It has to be said that in terms of this alone, Louise is the most powerful girl he has ever experienced. Louise took the initiative to suppress his hand that was about to take it back, pouted her plump red lips and said coquettishly, "That's not enough. Although she felt that Jian seemed to be a little ambiguous with Yeli, she had no choice but to let him go like this. Yeli felt that Louise had contributed a lot and her face was useful, so he coaxed her. Daisy, as long as you are obedient, you can come to me to receive rewards every once in a while. Louise nodded happily. Yeah, I will be obedient. Shield's temporary facility, Thor's prison cell. Loki lied to Yuchuan's brother. My mother won't allow you to go home either. I'm here to say goodbye. Brother, I'm sorry. Sol shed a tear as a macho man. No, it's me who should apologize. Thank you for coming to see me. Loki, farewell. Thor nodded lightly. After deceiving the big brother, I have a lot of resentment. Loki came to Thor's hammer, reached out and grasped the handle of the hammer and tried to pick it up, but the hammer didn't move at all. He tilted his head, put both hands on the handle of the hammer, grinned and began to exert force. Loki tried his best to suck the milk, but the hammer still didn't move. Seeing that I can't move it, he glanced at the sky. With clothes in hand, he was ready to leave. But then he saw Coulson leading Barbara and Matilda over here. Loki paused, relying on his illusion skills. He temporarily stayed and watched from the sidelines. Was it this hammer that made that uncle scream so miserably? Matilda walked up to Mjolnir and poked the iron lump with her finger curiously. Barbara was also a little eager to try. Why don't you let me try it first? Coulson nodded. He stretched out his hand to indicate to the colleague that he was free to. Suddenly, Barbara blew into the palm of her hand, then rubbed her hands before holding the hammer handle. Haha, hee. No matter how much Barbara screamed, the hammer did not waver at all. Even the lowest under the hammer did not fall away. Tisk. Loki looked at it with a disdainful smile. A mortal would dare to dream of Asgard's artifact. You know, even he, Loki, the new king of Asgard, the hammer of thunder that cannot be picked up. Let me do it. This time it was Matilda's little hand holding the hammer. It looks quite heavy, but my brother tested my strength. It should be no problem to lift such a big thing. Matilda, don't push too hard all at once. Coulson reminded, based on the data, it may not be possible to lift this with strong strength. You should try it slowly first. He was also afraid that the little girl would hurt her hand and Yeli would come to settle the score with him. Matilda used her strength little by little. Loki looked very happy. Is there no one here? Even a little girl was sent out. Man. Sir, there's a spike, the reading is rising. Coulson heard the inspector's report, and the pupils in his eyes gradually shrank. Could it be? Click. The mound below Mjolnir began to roll down pieces of yellow mud. The pointer of the test instrument is also soaring wildly. Loki's eyes widened. What? I seem coming. Matilda felt her hands loosen slightly, smiled, and began to increase her strength. Drink, man. Bang, bang, bang. The soil ball suddenly exploded instantly. In the shocked eyes of everyone present, suddenly, the hammer was lifted above the head by a slender arm. Yeah, I did it. Matilda wasn't too excited. She thought it was just a game. She looked at Barbara with her clear eyes and said with a smile, can I have a cigarette to celebrate? Boom, bang. The sky that was originally clear suddenly thundered several times. It was like a bolt from the blue. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Oh my god. The researchers walked down quickly. It's been lifted. This thing can't even be pulled by a crane. At this time, Loki appeared in front of Matilda, reaching out to catch her in anger. Mortal? How did you do it? You are blaspheming God. Matilda was thrown in front of her. The sudden appearance of the enemy was startled, and he subconsciously waved the hammer in his hand. Bang! Loki's carelessness caused him to fly backwards in an instant, smashing through the guardrail. He didn't know where he flew. Occasionally selling cakes. Everyone was stunned. Lee, you won't think of it. Barbara parked Winnika outside the open hall and was about to say something to Yeli. Elder brother? Elder brother. Matilda was one step ahead, holding Thor's hammer and excitedly ran to Yeli. Coulson and the others made a one-to-one model so quickly? Let me be healthy. Yeli saw Mjolnir being held by his little sister and thought it was a fake handle. He reached out and took Mjolnir from Matilda's hand. Oh, you did a pretty good job, huh? As soon as I got the hammer, he felt something was wrong. Matilda, Barbara, and Coulson, who had just arrived, all had confused expressions on their faces when they saw Yeli holding Mjolnir steadily. Can anyone lift this thing? Coulson wondered if there were any new changes in this hammer. Can you let me try it? Yeli already knew that this Thor's hammer was genuine. When he heard Coulson's request, he looked inexplicably. The hammer was handed to him. Clang. Mjolnir fell vertically to the ground. Coulson grinned in pain and almost dislocated his hand. Is what that guy said true? He looked at the meow hammer flying around Matilda, and occasionally striking lightning bolts into the air. Dr. Shavig compared this hammer with the information about Thor's hammer in the Norse mythology books, and then, he felt that his three views had been refreshed. Is he really Thor? Jian also remembered Sol's words and looked at her cousin Matilda. But why is the hammer not in his hand but in my cousin's place? Because only she, and Mr. Ye can pick it up. Coulson asked them, who are you talking about? Do you have anything to hide? Jane rolled her eyes at Coulson and did not speak to him. Although Yeli left a backup of her data for her, she still didn't have a good impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. who stole the equipment. Shavig was more tactful and told Coulson about Sol. At that time we thought he was a drunkard, a homeless man, or a lunatic. After listening to Dr. Shavig's story, Coulson took out a photo of Saul and showed it to him. Is this him you are talking about? I heard you describe him very much. Oh, yes, it's him. After Shavig confirmed, he asked doubtfully, why do you have his photo? You arrested him. This Thor broke into the temporary facility we built and tried to lift this Thor hammer, but he failed. Coulson and Shavig exchanged information. Coming with him was a Duroc pig. To be precise, he wrote here. We found out the information about this pig. It was a pig that escaped from a family's home and went into the wild. It is very ordinary except that it is relatively strong. But we couldn't find any information about Saul. He seemed to appear out of thin air. Saul told us. Shavig thought of something. He said, he was exiled by his father. He is the Odin in Nordic mythology. Said. He turned the mythology book on the table to the page about Odin and moved it in front of Coulson. Coulson glanced at him. Dr. Shavig, you are a doctor of astronomy. Do you believe this? Shavig looked up at the door. What do you think? Coulson followed his gaze and looked over, only seeing that Matilda was flying around in the sky with the meow hammer. Meow, you fly slower. Coulson, bring the man named Saul here immediately. Okay, sir. Coulson, and the pig, just bring it over by the way. Forward, good. Upstairs balcony. Looking at Matilda flying happily in the air, Yelly sat on the armchair, leaning on the railing with one hand, feeling very comfortable and at ease. Well, after only visiting New Mexico for a short time, I miss my little girlfriends a little bit, especially their light uvula. 673. Aha, ha. Louise exhaled fairy spirit, and asked with doubts in her gray-green eyes, what little girlfriends? Barbara, who was standing next to her, raised her eyes slightly, held a toothpick with her thin fingers, fed a piece of cactus fruit to Yelly, and teased him. He has a lot of little girlfriends. Louise leaned on her knees with a pillow, her curly hair was smooth and disheveled, and she started acting coquettishly again. Am I not behaving well? Behave yourself. Yelly took a black sherry, a specialty of New Mexico, from the fruit plate and stuffed it into her plump lips. His eyes looked towards the horizon in the distance. Continue, things here are almost finished, it's almost time to go back to New York. The words just fell. The clouds rolled into a vortex, and colorful light pillars erupted straight down from the center of the cloud vortex. Bayua, it's Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. It seems that Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard have arrived, and the destroyer should be following closely behind. Here, Coulson had someone escort him over, and the prison van holding Thor and Piggy also drove downstairs. What? The handcuffed Thor was dumbfounded as soon as he got out of the car. Seeing his hammer flying around with a girl, he fell into deep suspicion. Hengchi, the pig behind him arched Thor, asking him not to block the way. Sir, super energy was suddenly detected just now, then suddenly disappeared again, about 15 miles northwest. Coulson, who was about to interrogate Thor, was stunned when he heard the communication. Then he took the agents into a special car and said, let's go take a look. Saul had no one to care about for the time being. He shouted to Matilda in the air, little girl, why can you pick it up? Blame the uncle? Matilda fell in front of Saul. I don't know why I can pick it up. This hammer belongs to you, brother, and the others said so. Thor sighed, it was originally mine, but I don't seem to be qualified to pick it up anymore. Can you let me try again? Oh. Matilda was about to hand the meow hammer to him, but when she thought about Coulson's hand, which was almost dislocated, she thoughtfully placed it on the ground in front of him. Uncle, be careful. Thor nodded. He held the handle of the hammer in his hand and tried it again. But, no matter how hard he tried, still the same result. Saul's interest waned. He let go of the hammer handle, looked at Matilda and asked, little girl, how do you plan to use this power? He was not very relieved that the power of Thor's hammer fell into the hands of a human cub. With a move from Matilda's hand, the Meowth hammer flew back to her hand, and she showed a bright smile to Thor. I want to use it to protect the innocent. Thor thought deeply. Protect. He thought of what his father Odin said, the heart of benevolence. Buzzing. Mjolnir trembled slightly. Headquarters. The surveillance personnel in the Old Bridge city limits looked at the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif strutting through the street, and reported, we found the warrior, Princess Xena, Jackie Chan, and Robin Hood. Found you, Thor. The bearded Volstagg yelled. But when he saw the handcuffs on Thor's hands, he was stunned again. Who locked you up? Swordsman Fandral drew his sword and pointed it at Matilda. Hey, why is Thor's hammer in your hand? Saul said quickly, hey, calm down. This little girl is a good person. Sif pressed down Fandral's sword-holding hand. Don't point the weapon at a little girl, Fandral. Hogon, the last of the 3 warriors of Asgard, used a dagger to help Thor break open the handcuffs. What's going on? Put down your weapons. The few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were left behind drew their pistols and pointed them at the Asgardians. Who are you? Barbara looked down from the balcony at the 2 waves of people confronting each other, and said to Yelly, something's going on down there. Why don't we go down and take a look? That's not a condition, Barbara. That's the situation over there. Yelly didn't look away from the clouds. The next second, the side of the vortex light pillar reappears. The rainbow bridge opens again. The destroyer is coming. Bo, I go out for a walk. Yelly gently pushed away Louise, who was working hard, straightened her clothes, and walked downstairs. Barbara and Louise looked at each other. Mr. Yat, can you contact Stark? A tall humanoid armor appeared here. Is it his? Carlson, I think you'd better get out of there. Boom! There was a violent explosion in the communication. Yelly tapped the black ring on his wrist, and after passing through a glass door, he was already dressed as a black spider. Destroyer armor? Now that it's here, it's mine. 10 minutes later. Everyone, let's go. Everybody get out. Get out the back door. Go quickly, eat later. Jane, Louise, Dr. Shavig, Thor, and others hurriedly evacuated the crowd. The destroyer had come to the city limits to look for Thor. Sif, with the 3 warriors of Asgard, stepped forward to stop the destroyer from wreaking havoc. Launch destruction rays to destroy. But, boom, Volstag a boom, Fondrel o boom, Hogana, only played a few rounds. The 3 warriors of Asgard could no longer hold on, and were photographed in a street shop by the destroyer's wave. The remaining goddess Sif looked at the destroyer's fiery orange light, a little at a loss. Barbara pulled out 2 short sticks and wanted to step forward to help. It seems like these gods can't hold on anymore. Matilda held Barbara down. The increase in the serum and the power given by Thor's hammer made her unable to resist. What do you want to do? Barbara said quickly. I can't watch, Matilda. You go and take the residents to hide. You have a hammer. You are faster than Louise and the others. Although Matilda had Thor's hammer, Barbara still didn't want the little girl to risk dealing with that metal monster. You are just a bodyguard, Sister Barbara. Matilda looked at the destroyer, grabbed the hammer belt and shook the meow meow hammer with serious eyes. Hey, you're just a little girl too. Barbara was about to retort, but Matilda was already flying and rushing towards the destroyer. Clang! The destroyer was hit on the head by the girl, and the heat ray he was about to shoot at Sif was extinguished. Click click click. The neck was twisted 360 degrees, followed by a full body rotation. In the blink of an eye, the destroyer was facing Matilda and punched her out. Pong! Matilda doesn't have much experience against enemies after all. The destroyer's counterintuitive turn. She only had time to block the meow hammer in front of her before she was hit and staggered to the ground. An orange-white beam of light followed closely behind, cutting deep ditches on the road and heading towards the girl. Child. Sif threw her spear at the destroyer and shouted to Matilda, be careful. Bang. The spear was easily swept away by the beam, without any hindrance to it. ZZ, sizzling. Blue lightning flashed on the meow hammer, and then became more and more intense, forming a thick thunder beam. Drink. Boom. Crack. Matilda condensed the thunder to compete with the light beam, but the effect was not good, and she was soon stretched. The thunder was gradually suppressed by the orange light. Although she can use the meow hammer, its power is still weaker than the power it exerts in Thor's hands. This can be seen from the fact that the girl is still wearing normal clothes and does not have the thunder god armor attached to her body. Clang. In the end, Matilda was swept away with the hammer, and the hammer fell aside. Matilda? Barbara quickly ran over and stepped forward to help the girl up. How do you feel? I'm fine. Matilda didn't have any external injuries on her body. She rubbed her forehead with her kinzie. It's just that her head was shaken and she was a little dizzy. She was swept away by the concussive aftermath of the beam of light hitting Mjolnir, but it was nothing serious. Sorry, Sister Barbara, I tried my best. It's okay, you've done a great job. Everyone has been evacuated. Here, Thor looked at the empty streets happily, thanks to that girl for holding back the destroyer. Maybe Mjolnir was right to choose her. But he was not happy for long. I saw a sturdy Duroc pig, grunting and running around in front of the destroyer. It seemed that the big metal guy was frightened, and he shouted at the destroyer from time to time. Saul. Brother Pig, you are really six. Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, noticed the provocation of the stupid pig, and naturally pointed the destroyer's open visor in the direction of the pig. The orange-white glow lights up again. No, man, get out of here. Seeing that the pig was about to turn into a roast pig, Thor activated his potential and rushed over quickly. At the same time, buzz, buzz, buzz dash, Mjolnir shook violently. The next moment, bang, he fell into Thor's hand, and then he threw it smoothly and hit the destroyer's head. Boom, thunder suddenly fell from the sky and wrapped around his body. When the light dissipated, he was already in the form of Thor, the god of thunder. Mjolnir. Thunder god Thor looked at the Meowth hammer in his hand, and he was beyond surprised. You're back. I can't be overjoyed to feel that. I have recovered something. Thor didn't forget to save Piggy. However, he was just about to start showing off. A black figure fell in front of the destroyer first, and almost everyone on Earth recognized him. Out of him. Jane, this person seems to be Dr. Shavig. It's a black spider. Louise, I saw it on the news. It's a superhero. He came to New Mexico. Barbara had a different idea. He showed up again. Sure enough, the black spider is related to him. There are many clues and evidence. Yelly is probably a black spider. But Barbara only thought that Yelly and Black Spider had a good relationship, but didn't think about it in that regard. This is because the high-dimensional information blockade is blocking this idea. It has the information state shielding function of the system suit. As long as Yelly didn't expose himself to the public, almost no one would be able to see through his Black Spider identity. With this guarantee, he can use the identity of Black Spider to do things that are inconvenient for him to do with his official identity. This way. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The destroyer was not polite to the black windbreaker who suddenly appeared, and the heat ray greeted him directly. Yelly was not in a hurry, and the eyes of his battle suit also lit up with a blazing light enhanced version of the pig spell. The pig's spell ability hasn't changed much, it's just that Cyclops has become stronger. Hey, Zuzu wandered to his feet at this time. Yelly caught a glimpse of it, and the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed again. He had a better idea. Come on, pigman. He pressed his palm on the pig's head. The power of the pig spell. Using the eyes of the Durok pig as a medium, it suddenly collided with the destroyer's beam. When buzz buzz buzz. Wow, after the glory fades. On the ground is the silent destroyer. Far away in Asgard. Loki looked blank. I was defeated by a pig? Are you kidding me? Hello? You are strong. Seeing that the destroyer was beaten to the ground before he could take action, Thor couldn't help but inquire about the origin of this strong man. Who are you? Thank you for your help. You have gained Asgard's friendship and recognition. Maybe we can make friends. But no matter how he called, the man in the black windbreaker didn't care about him. Yelly teleported to the destroyer, and then teleported again, taking the destroyer to an uninhabited island in the Arctic Ocean. Buzz. The cracks in the destroyer's armor glowed faintly, and he struggled to get up. Apparently he was not completely subdued yet. This is much better than the movie version. It is indeed a destroyer armor. Yelly put his left hand in his windbreaker pocket and slowly pointed out his right index finger, but that's it. Kakaka. The destroyer was instantly covered in ice, including the growing light, which was also frozen at this moment. Now, Yelly then took out the rat talisman and printed it on the destroyer. Welcome the new controller. The ice was lifted. The destroyer shook off the broken ice and climbed up. Then, bang. Kneel down on one knee. He just left? Thor turned to Shavig and the others and asked, is that your guardian of Midgard? Forrid. Dr. Shavig hesitated and said, that's right. Humph humph. Durok Pig rubbed Thor, as if to remind him not to forget the promise of letting him eat and drink for free. Oh, Durok. Saul didn't know the pig's name, so he simply called it by its breed. You are so awesome. Come on, I will take you back to the fairy palace. He bent down and hugged Durok. I will ask my father and queen to give you blessings. And Matilda. Saul looked at Matilda, who was being supported by Barbara again. Brave girl, thank you. Matilda, who was still a little dizzy, looked at Mjolnir with some reluctance. Meow meow. She regarded Hammer as a friend. Although they didn't get along for a long time, Quake told her all his names. I can't give this to you. Thor smiled and comforted the girl, but I can ask Atri, the Dwarf King, to make a handy weapon for you. You can use any sword, spear, sword, or axe you want. I will bring it to you next time I come to Midgard for you. Oh, thanks. Matilda nodded absently. She still preferred the Meowth hammer. The clothes are fluttering. Yelly's figure reappears on the balcony, looking at the dilapidated streets and the leaving Asgard and others. Phew, it's time to go back. This time the harvest is not bad. Niu Lower East Side. Ba. Winnika, who had a good time on her trip this time, returned to her small home happily honking her horn. The dark gray modified car was driven into the garage in reverse. The car from the passenger seat. Matilda looked at the palm of her little hand, a little lost. It's time to go home. I'm still thinking about your hammer. Yeah. Lee put a dark silver round guillot in her hand in a funny way. Here, this is for you to play with. The metal ball is suspended and spinning. This is. Matilda looked at it and felt a sense of déjà vu. She gently stroked the ball with her hand. Is it meow? Meow meow. Yelly held her catkin holding the ball and joked with a smile. Maybe you can call it. Pfft. Matilda was teased by her brother and smiled. She threw her petite body into his arms and kept stamping him with her pink lips. Thank you, Leave. I love you. Yelly felt wetness on his cheeks, mouth, and neck. He thought the little sister was being playful and acting coquettishly. He rubbed her lovely short hair and echoed, I love you too, Maddie. Erda, but I don't want to spend the night in the garage. It's time for us to get out of the car. The girl responded softly, yes. Elder brother. When Jessica saw Yelly coming back, she happily rushed forward, just like Matilda did just now. Huh? Ba. Yeah. Lee couldn't help laughing when he saw his second sister spitting. Haha, let me wash my face first. When passing by the sofa, a soft white fluffy tail wrapped around the crook of his leg. Felicia smiled sweetly and said, Master, you came back at the right time. Our graduation ceremony will be in a few days. I will participate. Yelly rubbed her tender face and said, Little kitten, I'll pamper you later. There was a rustle in the bathroom. The man lowered his head and placed his hands on the sink. The water flowing out of the faucet flowed upward in an unnatural way, washing his face. After washing, a year has passed like this. Yelly flicked the broken hair on his forehead, lifted up his hair, looked at his unchanged appearance in the mirror, and felt a little emotional. Gwen and the others are also graduating and becoming adults. Time flies. Are you right, ancient master? Time is always confusing. In the mirror, Yelly stood behind him. I don't know when a figure was standing, and the eye of Agamotto on his chest was shining with a faint green light. Guyi did not wear a yellow robe this time, but a slightly simpler white-robed mage. She was pretending, but she still had that friendly look with her face half covered by a folding fan, half smiling but not smiling. Yelly turned around and looked at her. I keep covering my face with this fan, and I look like a shy little girl. Well, what do you want from me? Guyi closed the fan in his hand, revealing an intellectual and soft young face, looking like he was in his 20s or 30s. Yelly said curiously, can't you check the time? Shouldn't you know everything? Play with time. Gu Yi shook his head gently, time will eventually play with it. Yeli, can you look at this beautiful face in the mirror and say this? Oh, then I'm sorry, Ancient One, you may be played with about my affairs. Yeli said in a frivolous tone, can you use your green one to help me find out the exact time when the demon loan came to this universe? I had a feeling recently, but I'm not sure when. The Supreme Mage's beautiful eyes were smiling, with a hint of cunning, and he asked, why should I help you? Helping me means helping you. Yeli smiled confidently. You may not believe it. My spider sense is special, I can always sense something inexplicable. For example, my relationship with you in the future will not be shallow, at least they're close friends, right? Gu Yi smiled and nodded without any retort. He wiped the fan on his face and his face changed back to that of an elder. Kid, the answer you want is on June 1st. 6. Yeli choked on Children's Day, cough, 1. He wanted to ask more, but a certain playful Supreme Mage had already opened a portal behind him, took a step back and left. Yeli was not interested in visiting Kamatage for the time being, so he stood there and thought about it. June 1st? Is this true, or is Gu Yi cheating on him? According to the urinary properties of the Supreme Mage, it may be both true and incidental. No, when Steven becomes the Supreme Mage, I have to educate him well, and I can't be so naughty. Felicia was sleeping soundly, and the cat ears on her head were trembling. The white fluff on the tips of the ears tickled Yeli's chin a little, making him reach out and stroke the cat ears with light pink skin in the white hairs, soft, tender, it's hard to put it down. As the saying goes, a short farewell is better than a wedding. Yeli kissed Gwen again and asked, Little Spider, you are so enthusiastic today, do you miss me so much? People blessed with the absolute soul shield can have simple spiritual communication. Can't communicate directly, but can understand the general meaning, such as sadness, happiness, etc. And a certain ghost spider has been in a very happy mood today. Not just this. Gwen shyly replied to Yeli, because I am about to graduate, my father agreed to let me come and live here. Yeli smacked his lips, that would be a little less interesting, but the advantage is that we spend more time together. Jessica put her pretty face over and interjected, it would be great if Gwen could live here, but there really aren't enough rooms. Yeli pondered for a moment and said, it seems that we really have to move back to Sunnyvale. Gwen, has Director George picked a house near the manor? The blonde beauty nodded and smiled, Dad has already chosen it a long time ago. I'm just waiting for you to move back when, and I'll move with you. Director George is interested. Yeli knew that George had made up his mind to hand over his precious daughter to him, and looked at Gwen lovingly, I will love you well. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep. The girl yawned cutely, turned around and hugged Felicia, look for Jessica, please be quiet she finished. The little spider rested with the kitten. Gwen, you are so crafty. Jessica. A few days later. Oh my god, Lee. Tony, wearing a slutty gold and red battle armor, landed in Sunnyvale Manor with a clang. You asked my transport plane to come here for the purpose of moving. There were busy transporters around, moving some more important items from the transport plane. Originally, I wanted S.H.I.E.L.D. to bring a transport plane over, but considering their morality, I decided not to do it. Yeli said, tapping Tony's suit with his hand. The material seemed to be stronger. Maybe we should let Skye buy a moving company, which would be more convenient. Tony crossed his iron arms and said, buy a moving company to move. It's really yours. Hey, can you please stop knocking my suit? In fact, I have purchased a security company to take care of the estate's security. Yeli took back his hand. Are you wearing it when you go out now? Maybe you can do some remote control. The shoulder armor of the steel suit shrugged. You remind me of Ivan Vank, but maybe it's a good one. Proposal. By the way, I heard that you and Coulson went to New Mexico State together. How was it there? Edie, on my side, S.H.I.E.L.D. gave me a task as a consultant, asking me to persuade Ross to release a guy named Abomination and let Abomination join S.H.I.E.L.D. Haha, but as expected, I screwed him up. General Ross doesn't seem to have a very good temper. Is it because you are too talkative? Yeli, who was familiar with the plot, knew that Ross would definitely make Tony very angry. Yeli, I said we met Nordic gods, or aliens, do you believe it? Tony gods? Aliens. Do. Just as Tony was about to say something, he heard the sound of propellers in the air. The helmet of the steel suit was raised, and Tony saw several armed helicopters landing, the security guards you hired. Yeli corrected, to be precise, they are not hired, they are my people now. After several armed helicopters came to a stop, a group of graceful female warriors, all wrapped in tight-fitting combat uniforms, came down. They were all equipped with the latest thermal weapons. It could be seen from their demeanor that they had high combat literacy, and they were the leader. She was a silver-haired beauty with a strong and cold expression. Her combat tights were different from the black ones of others. She was completely silver. The silver-haired beauty walked up to Yeli and placed one hand on her plump chest wrapped in silver tights. He bowed slightly and saluted. Hello boss, this is the Silver Sable Security Company. I am Silver Sablenova. You can also call me Silver Sable. I and the Wild Fighting Group will serve you devoutly. Wild Warband. Yeli hasn't spoken yet. Tony joked first, what a name. It reminds me of a group of wild kittens. Maybe I should also hire a mercenary group like this. Go Wild. Yelly pressed open Tony's steel suit helmet with one hand and told Silver, your duty is to guard this manor. Except for those people I mentioned, Skye and others, without my order, you are not allowed to come in. As long as you work hard, the reward promised to you will be no less. Do you understand? What reward? Of course it's enhanced by the super soldier serum. Otherwise, a character like Silver Sable, whose strength can be considered a superhero, would be difficult to sell. Silver glanced at Tony coldly, including Mr. Stark? Boss. Tony Stark, the playboy, just compared her and her men to little wildcats, which made her a little unhappy. Yelly was still holding down the helmet of the steel suit, and said without mercy, of course, including him. Profound? You can't do this, Lee. Tony was held down by Yelly, and he did not forcefully turn the helmet back for fear of twisting his hand. He tilted his head and said a little funny, we are good friends, aren't we? Save me some face. Yin Sable looked at Tony's advanced armor and reminded Yelideo, sir, although I can assure you that my battle group and I have experienced hundreds of battles and can solve most of the troubles, but we may not be able to stop you. Guys like Iron Man. Oh, did you hear that? Lee, Tony said proudly, you can't stop the great Iron Man, but don't worry, I won't break into people's houses. Yelly rolled his eyes, pushed him away with his pressing hand, and then snapped his fingers. Snap. Silver, meet your colleagues. I'll take care of the normal troubles from now on. To read cool novels, go to Fila Novel Network. You can't solve it, it will take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Silver Sable, Tony, and others felt the ground beneath their feet begin to tremble slightly. Subsequently, boom, the destroyer glowed brightly and walked out from behind the towering garden trees. An invisible sense of oppression spread throughout the audience. Tony was stunned. Oh, man, are you registered? Silver Sable was also shocked by Yelly. The owner of the manor was indeed no ordinary person. He actually had such an advanced guard robot, which looked more threatening than Iron Man's suit. What is this? A Stark Industries porter was so frightened that he fell to the ground, and the painting he was holding also fell to the ground. This made the employee even more panicked and crawled on the ground to pick up the painting, fearing that Yelly, when he got angry, he let the robot crush him to death. Hey, don't look like this. Yeah. Lee waved to the destroyer. Xiaomi is very friendly. Come on, Xiaomi, let's compare. The destroyer was obedient and raised his hand with 2 fingers. Everyone, does your guy have 1 middle finger on each hand? This scene is really weird. However, the leaves peeled off this time. At least everyone can be sure that this slightly ferocious robot is under control. I kind of believe what you said about aliens. Tony guessed, this, Xiaomi, did Black Spider bring it to you again? As long as you know. Yelly added in his heart, if I bring it to myself, it counts, right? Okay, I'll take it as real. Tony didn't ask any questions, and flew to the fallen porter to help him up. Don't be so scared, my employees, it's safe here. Don't dirty the paintings of great painters, huh? This painting is quite interesting. Tony picked up the painting that fell on the ground and patted the dust a few times, and then he was attracted to it. Lee, are these the aliens you imagined? Presentable, he just looks too ugly. What Tony was holding in his hand was the Battle of New York painted by Yelly a year ago. Because it fell to the ground, the white cloth covering it floated to the side. You can show it to Fury. Today is different from the past. Yelly doesn't care too much about this now. At worst, he will bring poor Cindy out to take the blame. But remember to take a look at the braised eggs. If you still want to watch it again, let him pay me. Do you think that guy would be interested in this? Tony felt that this painting seemed a bit unusual, and nodded in agreement. Then I'll show it to him. Squirt. Pushed by arrogance, Iron Man took the painting and left the ground handsomely. Yelly, fly slowly, don't let the wind blow it. The golden and red armor in the air staggered, and then slowly floated away. George Lee, you are so polite, you even helped us move together. Yelly, haha, yeah, Tony, it's his transport plane. Thanks, Mr. Stark. He is a kind man. Here. George has also finished moving and is going to go with Yelly and others to say goodbye to another neighbor, the Parker family. Well, even if we all move away, they will be alone. After all, Peter's child is not at home for a long time now. George asked Yelly, who was sitting in the passenger seat of his police car, for advice. Lee, what do you mean? How about I rent out my house on the Lower East Side? This keeps Ben and May from being too deserted. Gwen, who was in the back seat of the police car, had the same idea. That's a good idea, Dad. Director George said sternly. Gwen, you are talking to your man, don't interrupt. Gwen pursed her lips. Oh, hee. Jessica sitting next to her gloated. Then, she was pinched by Gwen. Oops. Jessica, do you have any suggestions? George chatted with Jessica. I heard that you recently became a detective. It's better than being a female knight. I've met quite a few detectives, and they all think very quickly. Why don't you give me some ideas? Jessica glared at Gwen, and then said with a smile, Uncle George, I don't have any ideas. You are right, brother, why don't we rent out the house too? Yelly hugged the girl in his arms. Because some of them couldn't sit down, Matilda could only sit in his arms. Then we need some tenants with good conduct. We can't help bad people with good intentions and bring Aunt May and the others down. Harmed. George smiled happily and said, it's better to be careful, so I'll leave it to you. I'll let Gwen help you. Yelly, why did it fall on me again? Oh, George, Lee, Gwen, Jessica. You are all here. Oh, and you, little girl? Your name is Matilda, right? Ben Parker and Aunt May were waiting at the door early. Seeing Yelly and others arriving, they greeted warmly. Come in quickly. We have been busy since morning and made a big meal. Ha ha ha. Saying goodbye to old friends. George was rarely in a very emotional mood. He handed the parting gift to Ben Parker and said with a smile, you have to taste it. It will not be so easy to taste your craftsmanship in the future. Yeah. Lee patted his shoulder and said, okay George, don't be so exaggerated. It's not like we're moving away from Niuyo. Let's go in. Haha. Ben Parker agreed and said, Lee is right, George, we can still get together more often. Yes yes yes. George echoed with a smile. But he knew in his heart that since he was so busy at work, it would be impossible for him to get together frequently. Gwen Stacy's fateful enemy detected, Mr. Negative's Martin Lee. Yelly glanced inside with an inexplicable expression and asked Aunt May, are there any other guests? Oh haha, it's F.E.A.S.Mr. Martin of T. Aunt May smiled and opened the door. An Asian man in a white suit and black lining was sitting at the table. He came to express condolences, and I volunteered at his shelter. Mr. Martin is a good man. I happened to cook a big dinner. How could I not invite him to sit down? Martin Lee always had a smile on his face, and he was also looking at the arriving Yelly and the others. He glanced at Gwen, Yelly, and Matilda, and his eyes mainly stayed on George and Jessica. He had often seen reports on these two people in the news, and had also heard them mentioned by the younger members of the Devil Gang. One was the dignified chief of the New York City Police Department. The other one is the 680 superhero female knight. Although I haven't seen reports of female knights in the news for a while, her influence is still considerable. If these two people could get along well, it would be of great help to him. So Martin Lee's smile became even brighter. He got up from his seat and greeted George first. Hello, Director George, I am Martin Lee. Under the introduction of this couple, George also thought that Martin Lee was an enthusiastic philanthropist, and chatted with him with admiration. Maybe a few kind and homeless people can live in my empty house. Yelly secretly cursed, don't bring in the Devil Gang members. He sent Gwen a look. Gwen doesn't know why. She hasn't encountered Mr. Negative yet, so naturally she hasn't investigated Martin Lee's true identity. Yelly had no choice but to pull her over and whisper in her ear, this Martin Lee is not a good person. Don't let your father be deceived. This was the first time for Gwen to be so close to Yelly in front of George. She blushed and whispered, Lee, Dad is more willing to listen to you. Ben Parker saw the two people rubbing their temples together and whispering affectionately, and joked, Gwen and Lee have grown up, I just don't know when my little Parker boy will be able to bring a girlfriend back. Speaking of Peter Parker, Aunt May looked at Yelly gratefully and said, although I have said it many times, I still want to thank you and Jessica for taking care of Peter. How is he doing recently? Yelly let go of Gwen, nodded and smiled, he's at the club and Ned is looking after him. Aunt May was relieved, that's good, Ned is a good boy too. Who is this? I saw that the focus of several people was on Yelly. Martin Lee then looked at him again and found that several girls, including the female knight, were surrounding this man. Ben Parker introduced to Martin Lee, this is Yelly. He is a well-known painter and a PhD in art. He is a very outstanding young man. Aunt May and other elders still have the impression of Yelly in the past, and they have no idea about the current power of the club. I don't know much about it, but I think the identity that best represents him is that of an artist, and the position of vice president is just a hobby, just an artist. Although he doesn't think much of Yelly, Martin Lee still had a smile on his face and wanted to shake hands with him. Hello, Mr. Lee, what a coincidence. I am also Chinese, and my surname is Lee. I am also very interested in art. My surname is Ya. Yelly had a slight smile on his lips, but did not extend his hand. He didn't like Jinbing, let alone Martin Lee. If it weren't for Aunt May and the others around him, he would have easily swiped the card that was delivered to his door. Reward. The smile on Martin Lee's face froze. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Sorry, Mr. Martin. Ben Parker and others hurriedly stepped forward and said, you know, artists always have some little habits that are difficult to understand, but they are still very good at treating others. Haha. Martin Lee took back his hand, that's right. He didn't seem to be angry, but there was an imperceptible coldness in his smile. As the gang leader who leads the Devil Gang, no one has dared to disrespect him like this for a long time. After a not-so-pleasant meal, Martin Lee drove away after Aunt May said goodbye. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Yelly. Yelly stood in front of Parker's house, looking at the black car leaving, and smiled disdainfully. Humph. Still want to run away from the reward delivered to you? Another pitch, a foul ball, and the score is tied 4-4 with the Dodgers and old radio, playing a ball game. There was no doubt about the score. He swung the bat, and the young man had the ability to strike out the opponent again. Steve Rogers opened his eyes and stared directly at the ceiling where the fan hung. Listen to the announcement in your ears. His eyes are full of doubts. Isn't this game in May? Why is there still a live broadcast? This game at Ebbets Ballpark was so exciting. The Phillies held the situation tied at 4-4, and the Dodgers still had 3 players on the field. Click. A nurse dressed as an old-fashioned military nurse walked in, smiled at Rogers, and said, "Good morning. Steve, where am I?" The nurse kept smiling. "You are in a postoperative recovery room in New York." Steve asked again, "Where am I?" The nurse paused briefly, then laughed and said, "I don't quite understand what you mean. I'm on the scene." "What?" Bang! Puff ding ling ling. The steel frame and the composite panels were scattered on the ground. The temporary old-era-style lounge was smashed open by Steve, revealing the true appearance of the SHIELD base outside. After Steve glanced at this unfamiliar environment for a few times, he raised his legs and rushed towards the exit. Captain Rogers, etc. The female agent pretending to be a nurse, watching Steve running away, quickly took out her communicator and said, "Attention all agents, emergency alert. Alarm. Attention all agents, emergency alert." Martin Lee was restless. Special abilities. After letting him drive away from the Lower East Side, he always felt that there was a malice lingering on him. Yelly was dressed as a black spider and looked down from the top of the building. He didn't deliberately block Martin Lee's perception of him, which was a bit like cat and mouse. A small character like Mr. Negative, although he is a villain, he has no trouble with him. He only intends to beat him up and get rewards. But I have to play for a while first. After all, when Mr. Negative was a smuggler, he specialized in defrauding his compatriots. This guy needs to suffer a lot. I feel that the malice is getting stronger and stronger. Martin Lee broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Negative's posture is almost passive. He was now certain someone was definitely targeting him. Are they from the Makia gang? Martin Lee drove the car with one hand and urgently took out his mobile phone with the other hand, asking his younger brother from the Devil gang to come over and escort him. Just when he finished the call and breathed a sigh of relief, bang! The black shadow fell on the hood of his car, smashing the vehicle into pieces, and the vehicle was naturally stopped. Black Spider. Martin Lee's pupils tightened instantly. Pong! Under the threat of the vicious name, he kicked the car door, rolled from the driver's seat, and ran out of the car. After passively transforming into Mr. Film, Martin Lee looked at Ye angrily. "Lee, what do you want to do?" "I want to fight you, Mr. Martin." Ye Liang put off his windbreaker, stood up from the car and walked out. "I heard that your special effects are very good, can you open my eyes?" He kicked back slightly, and the car moved horizontally a certain distance, making some space for the battle site. This is a relatively crowded neighborhood, and the onlookers who are not too big to watch the excitement are just a few dozen meters away. The crowd outside the gate formed an airtight wall of people. The camera kept shooting at the vacant circular venue, recording the oppressive feeling of the black spider and the angry expression of Mr. Film. Mr. Film was seen by Yelly. He kicked the car away and felt a sudden shock in his heart, because his weapon, an ancient long sword, was still in the trunk of the car. It seems that Black Spider came prepared and investigated his information in detail. This is definitely a traitor in the gang who leaked the news. Martin Lee vowed that if he could escape this time, he would definitely clear up the gang again. Yelly didn't know that because of his casual kick, Mr. Film created a spy movie in his mind. He shook his hand. The ground in front of him began to twist and crack. The rubble and concrete tumbled out and gradually condensed into a tall and strong humanoid silhouette. Then, the power of the rat talisman came to this stone giant, driving it to start Action 0. Zhang. The mysterious rune flashed by. The stone giant's eyes lit up with blue light. The Thunder God template comes with a little knowledge of runes. Although it is not very useful, it can also add some magic resistance to the creation when used in conjunction with the ability of the rat talisman. "What's this? Magic?" the onlookers exclaimed. "He actually created a stone man. Is Black Spider still a magician? Spread the word." Black Spider is a magic martial artist, practicing both magic and martial arts. "Hey, have you played too many games? Magic and God don't exist. I only believe in the power of technology." This kid who believes in science just finished speaking. Oops. Well, Mr. Negative made a sound like a beast's roar. He exploded a large amount of negative energy, and condensed a huge half-length Japanese-style demon behind him. The size was no less than the stone giant created by Yelly, even embarrassing. Children's shoes who believe in science were frightened. "My god, that. You want to start a war." Mr. Negative used the power of the explosion to briefly float in the air, control the demon-shaped negative energy, and slapped the stone giant with one palm. At this moment, he intuitively felt that his momentum was back. Bang! Gilyala. The negative energy slapped on the stone giant, knocking some concrete gravel to the ground. Then, the demonic shadow dissipated. Mr. Negative also fell from the air to the ground. He cannot maintain this ultimate move all the time and can only use it intermittently, otherwise the negative energy will be exhausted quickly. Yelly clapped his hands and praised, "Not bad, the special effects are well deserved." He said straightforwardly. "It just looks good but doesn't work, and it's not very powerful. Negative energy affects emotions more. Physical attack ability, really average." But Mr. Negative doesn't think so. He thinks the result of one ultimate move is already very good. The reason why Black Spider did not use conventional hand-to-hand combat, but used novel stone giant methods, must be because of his ability to switch between good and evil emotions. So as long as he uses his ultimate moves a few more times to consume this stone giant, and then gets close to the Black Spider for hand-to-hand combat, the balance of victory will tilt in his favor. The Black Spider's undefeated myth will also be won by him. Mr. Great Negative comes to break. By then, his reputation in the underground world will also skyrocket. Pound, pound. Mr. Negative is having sex. The stone giant also strode over and punched him with a powerful and heavy fist. Martin used a little trick to use the black and white negative energy to create his own dummy clones, taking advantage of the cover to distance himself. Then came the dazzling moves, such as negative energy shockwaves, negative energy rays, and negative energy bombs. The negative energy was played out by Mr. Negative. Occasionally, he still found time to use his ultimate move to gather demons and slap the stone giant. Wow, who is this superpower? His skills are so cool. It's cool, but it seems a little scratchy. Martin scraped for a while, and more people gathered around him. Watch his gorgeous performance. 4.2. The newcomers who didn't know why they thought the stone giant was the villain boos shouted and cheered him up. Come on. The big brother of Guasha. You can do it. Defeat the stone monster. Pang? Finally. With the cheers from the surroundings and hard work, Martin finally used a devil's ultimate move to knock the stone giant to the ground and fall apart. Ha ha, ha ha. Mr. Negative smiled like a child weighing 200 pounds and said excitedly, victory will eventually belong to me. After that, he raised his palm and pointed it at Yelly, shooting a negative energy ray. Martin is confident that as long as this ray comes into contact with the black spider, he can control him in one fell swoop. By then, who else will be his opponent in the underground kingdom? Kingpin? He's a piece of shit. He's just a guy who was beaten to a pulp by Black Spider? I see you seem to be very excited. Yelly raised his windbreaker and blocked it in front of him. The negative energy beam crackled and then stopped moving. Seeing this, Martin no longer used the remaining negative energy to carry out remote attacks from the body. He chose to walk up to Yelly and said with an arrogant smile, hit me, do you dare to hit me? As long as the opponent dares to touch his body, he will be invaded by his negative energy. This ability never tires of being tried, and Black Spider will be no exception. Ha! The pattern of two tigers on the palm of Yelly's hand flashed away. Mr. Negative's ability to reverse good and evil emotions is perfectly suitable to be restrained by the tiger talisman. Pang! Martin's ribs suddenly broke several times and he flew backwards, knocking him down in front of the crowd outside the fighting circle. If Yelilio hadn't used this kick, he would have returned to his hometown. Cough? How can this be? Yelly raised his feet to show off, deliberately teasing him, because I'm wearing shoes. Martin, don't be afraid, I just crossed paths with you. Yelly didn't wait for Mr. Film's reaction. He moved his hand lightly, the gravel condensed, and the stone giant stood up again. Martin, can this guy still be recruited? Then I still fight so hard? Martin Lee didn't believe that Yelly was just a passerby. He definitely wanted to beat him to death. So, Mr. Negative suddenly pulled over a black and white male and female couple from the surrounding crowd. His inhuman physique allowed him to suppress these two ordinary people even though he was injured. Let me go, or I'll kill them. Threaten me with them. The system reward has arrived. Yelly was already leaving. Seeing Martin's behavior, he couldn't help but feel a little interesting. He raised his hand lightly and made a pistol gesture on the side of his head. Bang! The stone giant scattered in response. Call. Just when Martin breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Yelly walking towards this side. Don't come over. Don't come over. Mr. Film was so frightened that he shouted, and in excitement, he pinched his hand. With a click, Brother Ni, the black and white couple, was killed first to sacrifice to heaven. Martin Lee used this to warn Yelly that he is really good at killing people, but Yelly, however, kept walking. I need someone to support me even if I die, Martin Lee thought to himself, and used his hands to strangle another person to death. Let her go. Suddenly, bang! A round trash can lid spun around and hit Martin on the head, causing him to fall to the side. The crowd dispersed curiously and looked back. Only a strong blonde man was seen, running faster than an ordinary person, coming this way, the other side of the universe. On a dim asteroid, the cosmic cube has awakened. It is in a small space, in the human world, and humans are trying to control it and use it. It's a pity that only our allies know how to master the secret of the Rubik's Cube. A staff inlaid with Soul Treasure 04 was handed over to Loki. Let our allies be the vanguard, we Chidori will follow. This planet can be his, but the whole universe will be ours. What can humans do? They can only wait to die. After running out of the SHIELD base, Steve was confused and at a loss when he saw the ever-changing streets of the new era. As a result, he happened to run into Mr. Negative and killed someone in the street. Without thinking much, he picked up a piece of trash. The bucket lid was thrown over. Forward. Martin rubbed his head and staggered to his feet, seeing Steve approaching at an extraordinary speed. He was not surprised but overjoyed, and took the initiative to meet him. As soon as Steve approached, he used his strong fighting skills to easily capture the injured Martin. Just at the same time, under physical contact, Mr. Negative's negative energy was also transmitted into Captain America's body, catalyzing his negative emotions. Oh haha, Yelly was a little surprised to see Captain America suddenly running out. It's getting more and more interesting. Steve pushed Martin away violently, covered his head and struggled. The clarity in his eyes gradually dimmed. He had just been fooled by S.H.I.E.L.D., and after being stimulated, his mood was already unstable. This negative emotion was directly amplified several times by Martin. To a certain extent, Mr. Negative's ability to amplify emotions is more difficult to resist than Purple Man's hypnosis. One is to amplify the target's own emotions, and the other is external forces trying to control the target's consciousness. In the former, it is more difficult for the willpower to find the correct method of resistance in a short period of time. If you use the wrong force, your emotions will only become more and more amplified. So, Even Captain Rogers was unable to escape Mr. Negative's ability for a while, leading to him being successfully controlled by negative energy. Ha ha ha. Martin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile on his face. It seemed that his ability was still effective. He could feel from the strength that this blonde man was not an ordinary person. Controlling this man might allow him to escape from the Black Spider. At this time, several Black Shield cars arrived at the scene, and the agents got out of the cars to evacuate the crowd. Spread out. Everyone get out of here. Snap. Nick Fury closed the car door. After seeing the situation clearly, the well-informed S.H.I.E.L.D. director was also stunned. Are you messing with Frank? Why is Black Spider here too? What is this deep pit dug in the middle of the road? Why is there a body lying on the ground? Who is the one who looks like the X photo? There seems to be this criminal in the S.H.I.E.L.D. information record of. This is not the point. The question is, why is Steve Rogers covering his head in front of him? The situation is a bit different from what the braised Eggman thought. I originally thought that this trip would be just a matter of persuading Captain America to go back with him, but now the situation is much more complicated. First, Fury quickly sorted out his thoughts, and decided to focus on the original purpose first, and ordered to the agents, go see what our captain is up to. Several agents drew their guns and pointed them at Martin Lee, slowly approaching Steve, who was holding his head motionless. Someone from the government department. Mr. Negative looked at these black suits and had no idea they were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He thought it was the relevant departments who knew his identity as a criminal and came to arrest him. Therefore, he directly controlled Captain America, who was controlled by negative energy, to take action. Steve moved, like an eagle pounced on food. Boom, bang bang, boom. Before the approaching agents had time to react, they were knocked down by Captain America with 3 punches and 2 kicks. If Steve hadn't subconsciously controlled his own power, these well-trained agents would have been seriously injured even if they were dead. Damn fuck. How could Nick Fury not know at this time that Captain America was controlled by Mr. Negative? Rogers had just woken up and ran out of S.H.I.E.L.D., and this happened to him. Could he be any more unlucky? And his agents were transferred the surveillance video, and the information about Martin Lee in the database also allowed Ludan to quickly learn what had happened here before. Fury silently turned his gaze to Black Spider. Are you the one who started the relationship? What does it mean to look like you're watching a show now? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Black Spider, this is all the trouble you caused. Nick Fury plucked up the courage and asked Yelly, who was still washing, you have to be responsible for solving it. He actually doesn't want to provoke this evil star, but he has no choice. Black Widow Natasha goes out to perform a mission, Hawkeye Barton is responsible for surveillance at the Cosmic Cube research base, Mockingbird Barbara is undercover in the Ghost Spider Club, almost becoming the vice president, Captain America Steve has just awakened husband, he even rebelled on the spot. There's no one around now to use it. Yelly raised his hand when he heard Braised Egg's request. The surrounding agents were so frightened that they thought he was angered by the director and were about to raise their guns and aim at him, but he just shook his hand in a farewell gesture, and then disappeared in an instant. Spiced corned egg? Just leave after the tour? Is there anything so deceptive? Being left in such a mess, Mom's face darkened, I just can't see it clearly. Boom, boom, bang bang bang, this way. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who stepped forward to arrest Captain America and Mr. Negative were beaten to the ground one by Steve and lay on the floor. Nick Fury's eyes immediately turned cold and he laid out tactics. A few people shot and held Captain Rogers down. Everyone else went to arrest Martin. Several agents received permission and immediately drew their guns and shot Steve. Bang. Bang. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Forced by bullets, Steve chose to get out of the way of Martin Lee behind him in order to avoid them. This is where the shortcomings of Mr. Negative's ability come to light. He had the intention to ask Steve to take the bullet for him, but the remaining negative energy was almost used up, which meant that Steve was almost out of control and it was impossible to carry out the order to take the bullet. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents took this opportunity to surround them. Martin Lee quickly held on to his injured body and used his physical strength far beyond ordinary people to dodge. But, under the heavy rain of bullets, he was still hit in the arm by 2 bullets, splashing 2 black and white blood flowers. Seeing that Mr. Film is about to be captured, Nick Fury's face is about to show a smile of victory. Woo, woo, woo. There were a few more car sounds, and several unknown cars parked opposite the S.H.I.E.L.D. car. From these miscellaneous cars, gang members wearing devil masks got out one after another, holding guns and confronting S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The guys from the Devil Gang finally arrived. As a gang member, their ability to execute not as good as a professional agent, so I arrived a little later than the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. Drink. Mr. Negative was helped to the car by a younger brother. He was finally able to take a breath and ordered his subordinates, these should be people from the government department. Don't fight with them. Just scare them and let's leave. But Martin Lee wanted to put the matter to rest. Nick Fury didn't want to let him go. How can S.H.I.E.L.D.'s professionally trained agents be afraid of these gangs? The Kingpin was so frightened by S.H.I.E.L.D. that he went to prison. Spiced corned egg catch them all. The firefight started in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. Various gunshots continued for a while. Originally, Ludan thought that with the combat literacy of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the battle would be over soon. But these devil gang members, however, he took out a weapon enchanted with negative energy, which greatly increased his combat power and allowed him to fight back and forth with the agents. This resulted in a stalemate for a while. In addition, Rogers was still barely controlled. Captain, the agents are even a little bit invincible. Nick Fury felt aggrieved when he saw that, and he felt like a tiger being bullied by a dog. The other side. Yelly did not leave. Instead, he stood on a street lamp not far away, watching the show and checking the system rewards. You defeat Gwen Stacy's fateful enemy. As her relationship partner, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million US. 2. Random rewards, understand the use of biological stance. 3. Servant reward, transform Martin Lee and get an absolutely loyal subordinate. Martin Lee, it is also a relatively useful summon. It can be used in conjunction with the Electro to produce stunning special effects during battle. Negative energy can also be used to enchant some of the weapons of his minions, such as Silver Sable's Feral Warband. The reason why Yelly didn't help S.H.I.E.L.D. catch Martin Lee was because he knew if Mr. Negatives falls into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., it will definitely be used to develop negative energy weapons. He doesn't do this kind of cheap braised eggs. But, compared with the random rewards of option 2, the enchanted Martin Lee seems useless again. Biological stance, something like Superman. It is said to be the force field of the creature itself. But it's more like the power of idealism. It can penetrate into the quantum realm, ignore friction, allow force to spread evenly, and resist most damage. Or conversely, the force can be condensed to one point. Micromanipulation can easily change the atomic structure, compress energy, adjust the direction of force 110, etc. Anyway, it's pretty versatile. It's that kind of thing. I'm looking for the power to do it if I can. However, this thing is the same as the Golden Light Curse. The stronger Yelly becomes, the stronger his ability becomes. The effect has yet to be developed. After Yelly decisively chose biological position, he felt it and came to a conclusion. Currently, this ability is a good choice when used together with the Golden Light spell. When the two are combined, they can enhance each other. Boom! This way. Nick Fury even drew his gun and went into battle, but he still couldn't defeat Steve. In desperation, he had no choice but to threaten the Devil Gang. Are you going to be enemies with S.H.I.E.L.D.? The Devil Gang had never heard of S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, compared to his mortal enemy Hammerhead, Martin Lee's ruling methods are gentler, so the gang members are still loyal to him and do not take Nick Fury's threat to heart. But, Mr. Negative, I have heard of S.H.I.E.L.D. He panicked. Choosing to use up the last bit of negative energy in Steve's body, he issued the order to attack Nick Fury, in order to hold back the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Then, he immediately said to his younger brother in the driver's seat, drive away quickly. The younger brother was frightened and trembled, and he quickly started the car. Woohoo! The vehicle breaks through the S.H.I.E.L.D. blockade. Leave in the direction of the suburbs. Run away this time. Martin Lee has been planning to remain anonymous for a while, and he cannot afford to offend S.H.I.E.L.D. Facing Steve, who was running towards him, Fury held up a special pistol and was hesitating whether to shoot Clang. The golden red armor suddenly fell in front of Ludan, and he blocked Captain America's punch with one hand. Look, who is this? The new super criminal. Tony's steel helmet turned aside and faced Nick Fury. Say hello. I originally wanted to invite you to enjoy the paintings together, Director Fury, but it looks like your head was almost smashed to pieces, so I can only wait for a while. Thank you for your kindness, Tony. Fury reminded him in a friendly way. But Captain Rogers is difficult to deal with, so be careful. Captain Rogers? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. While Tony was reminiscing, Steve suddenly hugged him hard and gave him a back throw. Pong? Profound? Shit, you guy. The palm cannon lit up, and the fierce brilliance blew Steve away. The steel suit sprayed energy and levitated. Tony aimed his palm at Steve, who was smashed in the car wreckage, and was about to shoot again. Do you know how good I am, Team Rogers? This name sounds, why does he look so much like that American soldier from the last century? Tony, keep your hands on your hands. Ludan quickly stopped him. He is Captain America, Steve Rogers. What? Mr. Stark's head was full of questions, but he still put out the light on his palm. Fury, this joke is not funny. Forward. Steve was shot, and the negative energy in his body was finally exhausted. He shook his head and climbed up, sighing, this era is much more dangerous than I thought. The world is changing so fast. It's beyond your imagination. Nick Fury walked up to him and stretched out his hand to invite, so we need you even more, Captain. Steve shook his head. Ludan was a little surprised. You still haven't recovered from a fight, according to the character of Captain America, it shouldn't be. Steve shook his head and laughed, climbed up, held his hand and said, you can't pull me. Wow, so you are really Captain America? Tony fell next to the two of them. I can't believe it. Steve nodded. I can't believe there are more things. You are. Fury introduced Tony. He is Tony Stark, Howard's son. Steve recalled some memories and looked at Tony's steel suit with emotion. You are a genius just like your father. Thank you for the compliment. Many people have said so. But actually, Tony said narcissistically, I will prove that I am better than my father. Fury Captain, you need to know a lot of things. I will send you a document later. Tony, you'll get a copy too. Ding dong. A soft knocking sound came from the quiet street that had been cleared. Tony and others turned to look. They saw Yelly changed back to his regular clothes and was sitting outside a coffee shop. In front of the outdoor tables and chairs, he elegantly tapped the porcelain coffee cup in front of him with a silver spoon. Can you send me one? Director Fury. Lee. Tony greeted first. Why are you here? Yeah. Lee chuckled and said, is it weird that I'm in front of my own coffee shop? Tony. Well, you're here just in time to remind me of this. Tony pressed a few times on the gauntlet, and the scanned image of the Battle of New York was projected. Fury. Lee said he could show you this. Do you like this? Lu Dan? Are you here to sell me a painting? Fury said politely, wow, Wei Rui Guda, Mr. Yes works are indeed great, but you know, I don't have time to appreciate them. This is. Steve was drawn. The rising blue light pillar attracted me. This was too similar to the scene when the Red Skull was teleported away by the cosmic cube. He touched the projection with the tip of his hand, wanting to see it more carefully. But Tony suddenly turned off the projection. Steve thought it was Howard's son who was teasing him. Mr. Stark? What are you doing? Fury thought Rogers liked the painting and echoed, you should respect your elders, Tony. Huh? Even the captain doesn't think he is my elder. After Stark retorted, he explained to Rogers, Director Nick is only allowed to take a look at this painting. If you look at it again, you will have to pay. As you can see, it is already a bonus, Captain. After that, Tony flew to Yelly who was sitting safely, and a small loading tab popped up on his gauntlet and handed it to him. You saw it, Lee. He saw it, and he wasn't very interested. You can open up sales channels to S.H.I.E.L.D. on your own. I still have things to do, to install new clean energy in Stark Building, also going on a date with Pepper. Yelly clicked the loader in confusion, and a scan of Battle of New York was projected on it. So, where is my original painting? Oh, at Stark Tower. Tony took off on the spot with some guilt. You can pick it up when you have time, I'll leave first. Yelly's super spider sense flashed, and the scene of Tony holding a painting appeared in his mind, and then the painting was torn by the strong wind. Chairman Ya. Fury sat across from him at this time. Although you refuse to join us and are not an internal member, I will also send you a copy of the information. This is related to a plan of S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope we can reach cooperation on this plan. I will arrange for Natasha to communicate with you on the specific matters. Yelly looked at Captain America next to Fury and said, let's talk after reading the information. As expected, he said. It should be the Avengers project. The idea of braised eggs is also obvious. Want to recruit a superhero to the club. Even a black spider. Yelly would naturally not agree, but it wouldn't hurt to get some information about the Avengers first. Ghost Spider Club. In the exclusive lounge for core members. Come and recite with me. Gwen sat cross-legged on the yoga mat. Her posture was peaceful, and she spoke clearly. Xianzong of heaven and earth, my fundamental root, cultivate my dharma extensively and prove my supernatural powers. Cindy, who was standing next to her in the same posture, also followed the same pattern and said, Xianzong of heaven and earth, Wangka Benjin, Guangzio, expand my method, prove my magical powers. Although the voice was soft and waxy, although it was in high pitch, it sounded stumbling and far from as smooth as Gwen's words. Cindy, it's not enough to just read. You still have to understand what it means. Gwen opened her white and pink palms, and wisps of golden light emerged from them, and then became thinner and thinner. Finally, the golden light turned into thin golden threads like spider silk, swaying and dancing in her hands with unremitting efforts. Gwen finally mastered the golden light spell. Maybe it's due to a mutated physique. She was extremely talented and made rapid progress, and even invented her own method of turning golden light into spider silk. This was also thanks to Yelly, who often and carefully explained the operation of the golden light spell to her, including personally pointing out all the acupoints on her body. Cindy nodded. As long as you can become better by practicing this, I will work hard. Gwen asked with concern, is the Mo Lun you mentioned really that powerful? I see that you are worried all day long. This is not good. I'm not too sure either. However, I occasionally sense the miserable howl of a totem from another world, chilling. Morlun has almost become a worry for Cindy. If anything, she was only worried about herself before. So now, we have to add Yelly and Gwen who are both spider totemists. Gwen comforted her and said, don't worry, Lee, I, and Jessica will help you. Cindy looked at Yelly who was playing with Skye and nodded sweetly, yeah, thank you all. In her heart, she thought firmly, I will also protect you. I'm coming soon, I'm coming soon. The flickering light of the screen reflected on the pretty off-white face. Skye typed on the keyboard and said anxiously, I'm about to. Okay. Yelly hit the enter key, I'm fine again. Skye said distressedly, why are you faster again? Yelly said cheerfully, I'm willing to admit defeat. Gwen and the others are all here. Skye half pushed half down, he got under the desk and said, isn't this bad? It's okay, they have all seen big scenes. Yelly comforted Skye, sliding the mouse on his hand to check the hacked information. New school season for Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. VOD International secret development of special drugs failed again. Sir Reginald Hargreaves launches the Umbrella Academy. Townspeople in the small town of Hawkins, Indiana claim to have discovered a suspected space rift, which has been confirmed to be a rumor. Emperor Project unblocked and restarted. Yelly didn't pay attention before, but since meeting Matilda, he had been paying attention to something. Now it's as expected. This world is not just a Marvel world, it is also mixed with some messy things. Forget Xavier's school, the X-Men series is Marvel's sister line. What are the others? Never mind, we are just a superhero relationship account, ignoring this for now. Yelly backed up these data. Although he was quite curious, he still planned to go and see it when he had time in the future. He had other things to pay attention to now. Loading. S.H.I.E.L.ds Avengers project was also sent over. The things inside are still the same as before: Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, Captain America. There is no information about Black Widow and Hawkeye, and Captain America has no detailed information. Obviously Fury is not a fool, and he still has something to hide. Yelly lowered his head and asked Skye, "Where is Barbara?" Zelu shrimp. He thought Yelly was going downstairs. Skye was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly he still sat still and rolled his eyes. "Yelly, I'll just ask." Skye. Hell's Kitchen. Matilda. Jessica was wearing a light brown and yellow plaid detective suit and a newsboy hat. The folded collar was raised up to cover the lower half of her face. She looked mysterious. "Do you really want to be a superhero?" Matilda nodded confidently. "Yeah." She held the meow ball in front of her chest with her two little hands. If the round gillo was replaced with a crystal material, she would look like a little witch who was doing divination. "Okay, then I will take you to see a den that I just discovered recently." Jessica hugged her sister and stepped on the ground with her little boots, bringing up the silver brilliance. The next moment, it landed on the roof of a house. The silver brilliance jumped one after another, to read Bao's Huang novels, go to Fila novels internet, kept running between the rooftops, and soon quietly approached a dim factory building. "Look." Jessica let Matilda sit on her shoulders and lifted her up. "We are going to destroy this place." At this height, Matilda could just see the situation inside through the gap in the small window. "They are exist. I saw only the factory building." Rows of people stood numbly, their eyes dull, their hands mechanically repeating the action of sorting and packing white powder. All of these people are Asian, and they all appear to be blind. There are also many gang members with guns in JoJo who serve as supervisors and security guards. "What are we going to do?" Jessica. Matilda's eyes were filled with resentment. Her whole family was killed by these white powders. She took out a cigarette and put it in her pink lips, but did not light it. "Do you want to make a plan to defeat the bad guy like in the cartoon?" "Good." Jessica frowned slightly, her eyes shone with wisdom, and from her raised collar, she came out with a detective-like reasoning tone. "I already have a plan." Matilda was a little nervous and excited and said, "What's the plan?" Jessica said seriously, "Let's go straight in." What the hell? Shot? Shoot. It's lightning. Da-da-da-da-dash? Ding-ling-ling. The scattered thunder blocked the bullet, and the meow-meow ball turned into ball lightning and floated into the factory, accurately avoiding the workers and hitting the gang members. Mortals were helpless in the face of this kind of power. The villains sprayed bullets, only to get their own screams. Jessica saw that the people were almost eliminated before she took action, and she was filled with admiration for her sister. "Yeah, it's the same as meow." Matilda waved her hand, and the meow dispersed the lightning, swirling and floating back into her arms. Jessica looked at the workers. "For the sake of you being blind, leave quickly." A few seconds later, Jessica glanced at the workers who were still stunned. It seemed that these people had repeated their actions for too long and were slow to react. She had no choice but to deliberately turn her face cold and scolded in a sweet voice, "Get out of here." "Wow." The workers came back to their senses, groped and scrambled to escape, and soon dispersed. Forward. At this time, a gangster who was lying in the corner raised his gun tremblingly, and the target was Jessica. When Jessica kicked a pistol that had fallen to the ground, and the iron clump flew out, hitting the firearm in his hand. Boom! A loud sound. The gangster's shot hit the ceiling. Click. At this time, Jessica had already flown to his side, raised her leg and kicked his neck. Bang bang bang. Applause came from the factory gate. Mrs. Gao walked in under the protection of several ninjas. "Jessica, yeah, you are much more ruthless than the rumors say. It's hard to believe that you are just a high school student. I'm about to graduate." Jessica looked directly in her direction, glanced at these ninjas, and teased, "Aren't all the people in the hand dead? Why is there an old woman? Hihi, you know nothing about your opponents." Mrs. Gao's face was still calm, but her eyes were getting colder. "Our power is far beyond your imagination. I advise you to stop disturbing my business. I remember you have an ordinary brother, right? Try it yourself." In a flash, Jessica flew in front of her, and several hand ninjas immediately drew out various weapons to intercept her. But Jessica's physical strength was not comparable to these ninjas, and she was guided by Yelly. Her martial arts and fighting skills, the only advantage of ninjas in combat skills, were gone. Just hearing a muffled sound, these ninjas vomited blood and rolled into the corner, with more air coming out and less air coming in. Mrs. Gao's old eyes were sinister. A spin. In the gap between Jessica's moves, she suddenly raised her hand. She slapped a palm from the air. Bang! Jessica crossed her arms and was shot flying a short distance. She asked in surprise, "What is this?" This old woman who looked half-buried actually also had superpowers. "Sure enough, my brother was right. The world's great wonders." Mrs. Gao succeeded with one blow, pulled out the long sword from the crutch, pointed at Jessica with a sneer. "I said, you can't imagine our strength." Boom! Miscellaneous? She didn't finish her words. A thick beam of blue and white thunder suddenly erupted, blasting the old body into the wall, and then flew out of the factory without stopping. Jessica was stunned for a moment, then turned to look in the direction of the thunder. She saw Matilda holding the meow ball in front of her chest with both hands. The ball suspended in the air gradually stopped rotating, and there was a mysterious spell on it, also fading away. I saw my sister looking over. The girl looked at the metal ball in her hand. He trotted outside again to check on Mrs. Gao, who had been chopped into pieces of coke. At last, her soft lips moved and she said to Jessica, no, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. When I saw her take you out, I thought it was quite powerful. Why is this ball so powerful? Jessica poked the meow ball. Did my brother really dig it out from the antique store? I suspect it was given by Black Spider again, just like the big guy, Destroyer, who walks around the manor all day. Matilda blinked, and the metal ball in her hand shot out tiny electric sparks, lighting the cigarette she had held in her mouth for a long time. I'm just a good kid who likes cigarettes and I don't know anything else. Rumble. Suddenly there was a slight tremor on the ground, making the two sisters stunned. Jessica, what's going on? Matilda, did you blow up something? Suddenly, Matilda exhaled a small puff of light mist, held the cigarette with her fingers and took it out, and said doubtfully, I don't know. She wasn't sure if she was using too much force. Wrong? It seems to be. Jessica soared into the sky. Go and have a look above. Matilda tilted her head slightly, hugged the meow ball in her arms, and flew into the sky with the help of its power. The two of them flew higher, and only after reaching a certain distance did they realize what was going on. A huge subsidence collapsed rapidly, and the ground was spreading outwards. This was a very far away area, but they were still a little shocked to see it here. Matilda, is this an earthquake? No, probably not. Jessica watched for a moment. It was discovered that this huge pit stopped when it spread to a certain extent. Look, it stopped. She breathed a sigh of relief. If she didn't stop, she would have to inform Yelly and Gwen that they should flee New York immediately. Skye, it's time for dinner. Outside the bathroom area, Yelly leaned against the wall and waited. I'll take you out to eat today. Gwen and the others are waiting for you. Aha poof. Skye, who was rinsing his mouth inside, spit out a little complaint and said, You're so bad, Lee. You always bully me like this. Yelly smiled. Who makes you reluctant to give up home base? Huh. Someone was secretly getting an advantage and being obedient. Suddenly his heart moved and he found that the powerful thunder spell he left on the meow ball was triggered. What danger did Matilda and the others encounter? Yelly wondered. Didn't the second sister say that she took the younger sister to be a detective assistant? You defeated Jessica. Yes, destiny enemy, Mrs. Gao, one of the 5 fingers of the hand. As her relationship, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million US. 2. Random rewards, Yu-Gi-Oh! Complete gift package. 3. Servant reward, transform Mrs. Gao and get an absolutely loyal subordinate. 430. What's going on in B? Yelly thought for a moment. I soon understood why it should be Matilda who defeated Madame Gao with a thunder spell. That thunder curse was set by him. It can be considered that he stole the head. But what the hell is this Yu-Gi-Oh! Complete gift pack? Yelly felt that this thing was similar to Captain America's figure to Fuzz Photo. Jingshuang soda is the same, it should be an ordinary item. But Mrs. Gao is even more useless. Summon an old woman with little wisdom, might as well play cards. So he chose 2. A full set of Yu-Gi-Oh! Gift packages have been distributed. Do you want to open them? Yes. Card set has been distributed. Dual disc has been distributed. Holographic simulation device has been distributed. Please select the initial installation location of the holographic simulation device. What? And a holographic simulation device? Yelly thought the system would just throw a few cards to him, maybe a few Blue Eyes White Dragon at most, but he didn't expect it to be so generous and even give him a holographic simulation device. This device can not only play cards, but also play a very good supporting role in combat training. So he chose to install the holographic simulation device directly into the club's large training ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, the system was installed for him, and it comes with a permanent warranty. Have to say, it's hard to find such a conscientious businessman. Outside the collapsed Cosmic Cube research base. Damn fuck. Nick Fury on the helicopter looked at Loki below who was escaping with the cube, and ordered to the pilot, Fire? Fire me up. Sir, this is an emergency escape helicopter. The pilot was embarrassed. It's not an armed helicopter. No weapons loaded. Orich? I will do it myself. Dang. Ludan was so angry that he pushed open the hatch, took his own small pistol, pointed it at the traitor pilot Hawkeye carrying Loki, and started shooting dash. Dang. 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 Director Fury. The accuracy was quite good, but the shield car that Hawkeye stole was of such high quality that the bullets were blocked by the bulletproof glass of the car window. Loki, who was sitting on the back rail of the car, glanced at the funny braised egg and raised his head. I picked up the Mind Stone staff and gave him a shot. Bang. The helicopter's wing was hit and it quickly tipped over. The black braised egg fell down and rolled around on the ground a few times. He could only shoot a few shots in a helpless and furious manner at Loki, who was walking away. Sir. Coulson's voice came from the communication. Sir Fury, did you hear it? Fury was furious in his heart, but he didn't show it, and ordered, Coulson, you go back to the base and sound a level 7 alarm. From now on, the war has begun. Next day. Summons the Guardian of the Dragon Mage in attack mode. Central of the venue. Roar. The virtual projection device projects lifelike game monsters, and even the roars can be clearly heard. Yelly placed the card front on the dual plate and said, activate the effect, discard a card in your hand, add a miracle fusion from the deck to your hand, and then activate. After the round, the opposite side. Tony also wore a dual plate on his hand and hesitantly picked through the cards in his hand. Forrid, when he was about to take out the ancient mechanical giant in his hand, Sir Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. is calling. Jarvis. Tony, hey, are you disturbing me at this time? Coulson, Tony, I hope to meet you right away. Tony, I'm very busy now, no matter how much you miss me, please wait a moment. Coulson, the situation is urgent. Beep. This way. Yelly also received a call. Hey, Natasha, I think you also want to say that the situation is urgent. Also, Natasha, yes, there is something very urgent. I want to make an appointment with you. Are you free? Yelly, oh no, I'm busy playing cards. Natasha, playing cards. That's right, playing cards. Yelly, Tony is also opposite me. He is having a great time. Do you want to play 2 games? Natasha. Club outside hall. Hey, Ned, you can't do this. Peter vomited. This does not comply with the rules of Lee theory. Why can't my monster beat your monster? Because my monster can fly, but yours can't. Ned learned the art of talking nonsense without any teacher. Do you think this is true? Peter retorted, no. The Green Goblin can also fly. Wasn't he also dragged down by the ghost spider? Ned spread his hands and asked, can your monster shoot spider silk? Peter, you are cheating. Ka. The glass door was pushed open. Eye-catching burgundy hair caught the eyes of all club members. Oh, beauty. Welcome. The members of the Ghost Spider Club are relatively well educated. They all greeted the Black Widow enthusiastically, looked at them appreciatively, and did not utter any nasty words. New face, are you here to register as a member? A man who considered himself a gentleman explained to Natasha. Actually, the club has opened online registration. You don't need to go there in person. Hey, are you a dummy? If this beautiful lady didn't come to register, how could we meet today? Another member in a floral shirt raised the card deck in his hand. Beautiful lady, what's your name? Do you want a thrilling duel? Duel. Natasha didn't say her name, but glanced at the club environment and said, it's much looser here than I thought. Of course. Mary. Jane spoke up, everyone is here for entertainment, not for military training. Natasha smiled slightly. Then Barbara must have fun here. Are you here to see Barbara? She. Jane, SHH. Barbara pushed open the inner hall door, raised her finger to Mary, Ebbed, Jane to signal her to be silent, and then waved to Natasha, come here quickly. Natasha walked towards the inner hall, and when she got closer, she asked Barbara, why don't you call me by my name? Barbara, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. What about others? Still playing cards, now is the intense moment. Is Mr. Stark still there? Oh, no, Mr. Stark is gone. That. His little girlfriends are here and they are playing cards together in the president's private lounge. Natasha hesitated and said, really? Real? Barbara was convinced. I can still hear them smashing their cards on the table in anger. They must have lost miserably. Natasha. Are you serious? In the president's private lounge, Gwen, Jessica, and Felicia were all sitting next to Yelly. Skye and Cindy sat on the sofa across from each other, pretending to look at the Yu-Gi-Oh cards on the table, looking a little out of tune. What's the difference? It's hard to elaborate. Gwen. Yelly put his arm around the beauty's soft shoulders and asked, why are you all wearing high school uniforms today? Because high school life is about to end. Gwen straightened out her clothes and smiled sweetly, so we want to wear this school uniform that we haven't worn many times together. Yelly was inexplicably excited. Will you be wearing this for the next few days? Gwen was putting her JK black stockings on her jade feet. She was slightly stunned when she heard this. Yeah? What's wrong? If the master likes it. Felicia gently rocked the cat Yuba, bent her knees like a cat, gracefully crawled over from the other side of the sofa, and put her bare hands on Yelly's shoulders. We can wear whatever we want. Ahem. Jessica coughed twice as a reminder, firming up her principles. Not everything is possible. Listening to the melodious voices of different girls, Yelly glanced at the duel cards scattered on the table and smiled happily. Playing cards with the well-behaved and beautiful girls was really wonderful. However, bad things soon came. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. Barbara's voice came from outside the door. Lee, Natasha is here, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yelly looked at Gwen and Felicia. You guys hide first. Their the hero's identity hasn't been revealed yet, so we can't let Black Widow find out. Whoosh. Gwen. Hadash. Jessica. Tadash. Felicia. Phew. Cindy. Skye had no superpowers for the time being, and her movements slowed down a beat. She sat there a little at a loss and said, do I need to avoid it? Yelly, need not. Whoosh. Why? Skye. Before he could finish speaking, Gwen and Cindy shot out spider silk and pulled Skye to the hiding place. Yelly, what does it mean? Can I come in? Mr. Yeah. Outside the door, Natasha knocked on the door in person and asked. Come in. Click. Natasha unlocked the door and walked in. Before she opened the door, Barbara gave her a come-on look. Bang. She closed the door directly again. Yelly looked funny and stretched out his hand to Natasha. Shah gestured to where Cindy was sitting just now. Sit down. Natasha moved to sit down and looked around without leaving any trace. This situation seems familiar. The last time we talked in Yeli's room, it was the same. Why is it like this every time I'm alone with him? A certain veteran agent wants to wash his hands again. Next. It's just a grinding conversation. Black Widow talked for a while. Yeli was tired of hearing this and said directly, Agent Natasha, so Ludan wants our club to send a superhero to join his Avengers alliance, right? It's the Avengers. Natasha said earnestly, it would be better if we could contact Black Spider. This is a global event, so Mr. Ye must be careful. Come on. Yeli secretly cursed, even if the nuclear bombs of the Chitauri army can't withstand it, it still affects the whole world. Black Spider is out of the question, and I wouldn't let the girls join Fury's Big Boy League. It's the Avengers. Natasha corrected again, she was still in the plan, why was it the Big Boys Alliance? Take it easy, Agent Romanoff. Yeli leaned on the back of the sofa and said comfortably, I can recommend a candidate for you, but whether he is willing to join or not depends on his own wishes. Natasha, who is it? Daredevil, Matt Murdock. He. Black Widow had only a little impression of this name. After taking out the query device to search, she found out the information about Daredevil. She hesitated, but he is not on the original list. I have to negotiate with Nick. People may not be willing to join you yet. Yeli knew that Murdock would not join the Avengers, and moving him out was just for perfunctory reasons. Miss Natasha, we've finished talking about this. Are you interested in going to enjoy the night sky with me for a while? After Yeli finished speaking, he extended his hand to invite. Natasha's eyes flashed slightly, this might be an opportunity. After making good plans, she smiled and generously held her hand. Brother wants to take her to the rooftop. Jessica jumped out first, it's definitely not good. Cindy was a little worried. Will anything happen to Lee? Okay. Gwen picked up the game cards scattered on the table, Lee must have his intentions. He is very smart and will not be used by S.H.I.E.L.D. Humph. Skye smiled, teacher's virtue is not necessarily. Several girls chatted and started chatting again and here. Club rooftop. A large outdoor swimming pool has been newly renovated here, but it is usually reserved for core members only and will only be open to members and fans for a short time when there are events. So at this time, except for Yeli and Natasha, who was wearing a sexy swimsuit, no one else was present. Yeli was dressed normally, lying on a recliner. Natasha swam gracefully in the swimming pool, doing a water ballet from time to time to show him her beautiful figure. Those legs that white greasy make waves in the water while admiring them. Yeli also thought to himself, isn't it cold? It's not easy to be an agent now. Wow. The beauty came out of the bath, crystal water droplets slid down her delicate body, her burgundy hair was close to her skin, and her sexy red lips were clear and unfaded, like cherries on cream ta-ta-ta. Natasha's feet were marked with water stains. Walking lightly to Yeli, he pretended to be charming and said, it's so cold. Yeli glanced at the swimsuit on the water, how can you not be cold? Take it. He pulled the soft brown velvet blanket next to him and handed it to the dedicated Black Widow lady. Natasha was slightly stunned. Normally she shouldn't have said something like let me warm you, and then hugged her over to do it. Something indescribable. Thank you. Although she had doubts about her charm, the beauty agent took the blanket first and wiped the water on her body. Then she wrapped herself in the blanket and sat down next to Yeli, looking at him with a different look. Got it. Really? She finally made up her mind. If Barbara found out, she would definitely be laughed at. As her thoughts were turning, she suddenly felt an arm wrap around her skillfully, waist wrapped in own blanket. Yeli took the Black Widow in his arms and got closer and closer to her beautiful face. Natasha was overjoyed. Sure enough, men are all the same. She moved her chin slightly and leaned forward, letting this handsome man taste her stunning lips. But, however, Yeli tilted his head slightly again and pressed it against Natasha's smooth forehead. Black Widow opened her eyes in confusion. She saw the evil man's eyes looking directly at her, with a demonic sheep pattern in his right eye. Enhanced sheep spell. Forced into a dream, the soul invades? Yeli rarely uses this ability, because every time this skill is used, it consumes dream energy. Dream energy needs to be replenished by devouring dreams, and some dreams are very weird and can even be said to be eye-catching. On weekdays, he only eats the dreams of Gwen, Jessica, and others to let them sleep peacefully, so the stored dream energy is not very much. But it is enough to use it on the widowed sister. I saw the same sheep pattern flashing across Natasha's eyes, then he closed his eyes, tilted his head, and fell asleep in Yeli's arms. Go to sleep. When you wake up, you will be reborn. Huh. Barbara breathed out, put down her long and straight legs from the wall, then changed her left leg and started to press. Yeah. Lee walked in from the door of the yoga room, holding a blanket in his arms. Natasha is here. Natasha's exposed calves are dangling, and there are a few drops of undried water on her toes. He handed the sleeping Black Widow to Barbara and said, she's tired, take care of her. Barbara took Natasha with a strange look in her eyes, lifted the blanket and took a peek, clean and smooth. Ah. She screamed softly, you put her. Yeli nodded. Wei Rui Guda. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. He started to make up she is very good. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are of high quality. Ah. Barbara looked at the departing figure of the vice president strangely. It's only been less than an hour, it's over so soon? It shouldn't be. She didn't know that Yeli was talking nonsense. She really thought that Natasha, a colleague, was given away at the speed of light. Hateful? He actually educated me before. Now I am being raped first. Cindy had left the club and was on her way home. She and Barbara should be able to relate to the feeling of being overtaken by her best friend. Although she had known for a long time that Felicia was already living together with Yelly, seeing it with her own eyes was still, Baba. Sorry, Cindy. Yelly rode on Winnica, honked a few times and stopped next to the little pitty. I was careless today and didn't take your feelings into consideration. Cindy blushed slightly and nodded gently. This was indeed the first time she had seen that kind of scene. Even if you didn't participate, you would still be surprised. Son, bring it on. Yelly patted the back seat of the car and said, I'll take you back. Good. Cindy did not refuse, and climbed into the back seat of Winnica with a light jump, and her smooth and graceful movements also attracted the attention of passers-by on the street. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women, plus the cold-looking Winnica, it lengthened their gaze even more. Is it Spider Silk Cindy? After looking carefully, someone soon recognized Cindy. The passerby ran to the motorcycle excitedly, straightened his t-shirt. Hello. I like you very much. I like you very much. Can you sign here? I beg you? That. Friendly reminder. 320 Yelly pointed. This passerby who looks like a fake fan. The t-shirt graphic on his body, what you have printed on it is a ghost spider, not a spider silk. Hey, of course I know. You drive Modi. The passerby rolled his eyes at him and said, Can't I be a fan of two heroines at the same time? Yelly, are you an international student? Passerby, yes, what's wrong? There are no motorcycles here. A passerby asked suspiciously, then you are. Wow, spider silk. At this time, more people are coming this way. Can we take a photo together? Huh? Who is this man? Compared with the ghost spider, the number of times the spider silk hero has done justice is pitiful. Cindy wasn't keen. She only helped Gwen a few times, almost as a superhero in the club. But she couldn't stand that people are visual animals. Cindy's appearance is still very popular on the other side of the ocean, plus her skin color matches the certain political correctness of beautiful nuts. Her fame is surprising. Woon? In order to avoid the rumors of a superhero scandal being revealed the next day, Yelly directly twisted the handle and drove away. Woo. Fans pulled their clothes and shouted, my signature, my signature. Winnica avoided the crowd and drove along the path. Cindy rested her fair chin on Yelly's shoulder and remained silent. However, Yelly felt that her body next to her was constantly trembling slightly. He knew that Cindy's condition was not because of fear, but because she was suppressing the feeling of spider sense, an impulsive feeling. Yelly let go of the handlebar with his left hand, gently placed his palm on her exquisite jade legs, and said comfortingly, Cindy, you don't have to be so depressed. I can stay at your house tonight. No. Cindy tightened her slender legs. The sudden stimulation made her a little uncontrollable, and her voice trembled. I won't be as casual as Felicia. The difference in race and blood makes her much more reserved and restrained than Gwen and the others who are purely European and American. If it weren't for the spider sense, I'm afraid the relationship between Cindy and Yelly will not progress to this point so quickly. Compared to Gwen and the others, she is already the slowest again. Well, I wish you a peaceful sleep tonight. Yelly did not provoke her anymore and withdrew his hand. After all, playing cards and entertainment in the club lounge also allowed him to vent a lot, excess emotion. Lee, there is a situation ahead. Cindy tapped his shoulder and pointed forward. He's a little gangster. I saw. At the far end of the alley, a strong man with brown hair is holding a young girl in the corner. Search her purse. 0. The dark green and light green striped shirt he wore, paired with brown leather pants, looked very familiar to Yelly. The system told Yelly the answer detection of Gwen Stacy's fateful nemesis, Sandman William Baker. Come, drive closer. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Cindy's fingertips were entangled with spider silk, and she was about to rescue people. Yelly held her hand down. I'll do it. Stealing people's heads, I'm a professional. He turned the shift knob all the way. Woo woo woo. Winnica suddenly accelerated, and the tires spun into a black shadow, after a plume of smoke and dust. Bang! With the help of speed inertia, Winnica he drove directly onto the wall of the alley, slid through an arc, and quickly approached the Sandman. It was 90 degrees to the ground. Cindy clung to Yelly's body, and her superb balance allowed her to survive in this situation. There was no discomfort at all, and William Baker was happily counting money, when he heard the roar of the engine in his ears, and a shadow shrouded his head. Drag racers? With this thought, William Baker turned his head. As a 2.2 street gangster, he still understands those idiots who like to ride motorcycles. But when he saw Winnica crashing into her like a mountain, he was dumbfounded. Whose subordinate is this? The car was flying. Do you have any quality? Let me see the Sandman's ability. Yelly didn't expect Winnica's collision to hurt the Sandman. The other party can turn into sand, which is similar to the ability of the Electric Man. The next moment, bang! I saw the Sandman flying out like a sack and rolling around on the ground several times. It looked like all his ribs were broken. I wonder if it was inserted into the internal organs. Yelly, what about you, Shawa? You defeated Gwen Stacy's fateful nemesis as her. The sound of the system convinced Yelly that Winnica had not hit the wrong person. So the Sandman is still lying on the ground vomiting blood. There is only one possibility. William Baker, like Electro, was bumped into before he got his superpowers. This time it was a collision in the physical sense. Sandman is so unlucky. Yelly also missed it. The girl who was robbed looked at Yelly with surprise and seemed to be frightened. Yelly smiled awkwardly and explained to her, I said it was an accident, do you believe it? I didn't react for a while, I was misled by the system, who knew William was such a weakling now. However, what Yelly didn't expect was that the girl suddenly shouted to him in surprise, Yelly, superhero. What the hell? Yelly was confused again. Cindy poked 04's waist gently and asked curiously, did you also secretly become a superhero? What's your title, Electric Spider? I want to know too. Yelly straightened up his expression and calmly asked the girl who seemed to be a fan, what does superhero mean? Have you mistakenly recognized the person? I didn't admit my mistake. This fan recounted your deeds include knocking off a lizard man to save a little girl, fighting with ghost spiders and other superheroes at the Night of Heroes, teaming up with Iron Man to defeat the Electric Whipman in Monaco, and being so handsome. Wait, he is known as the coolest mortal hero. Yelly, what the hell is handsome? You guys who are good-looking people really still care about your appearance. Sigh, I've been so low-key, how come I still stand out? Yelly looked at some of the code names displayed on the screen with mixed emotions. They are all chosen by netizens who have nothing to do. What about driver, driver, driver? It's all normal. What kind of weird title does this old driver have? In the end, the female fan was persuaded by Yelly to leave. As for what to do with the fainted Sandman, he had to check what the reward was first. You defeat Gwen Stacy's fateful enemy. As her relationship partner, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Monetary reward, $1 million US. 2. Random reward, Deadpool's rainbow pony. 3. Servant reward, transform William Baker and obtain an absolutely loyal subordinate. Sure enough, luck is conserved. The random rewards this time are not so good, or rather, it's completely useless. Then, after Winnica drove Yelly and Cindy away, William Baker, who was bleeding profusely, quickly disappeared without a trace. Summons, +1. As long as it is transformed into a summoned object by the system, it can obtain the normal extraordinary power in the original Destiny trajectory, so Yelly does not have to worry about transforming into a waste. The next day, the fighter transport plane flew over the sea, turned around, and landed on a mothership. Coulson took his idol off the plane and saw Natasha nearby looking at the sea in a daze. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. He introduced Captain America and Black Widow, Agent Romanoff, Captain Rogers. Steve nodded lightly, hello. Natasha read. I went up a little worried and paused for a moment before replying, hello. Forward, well, Romanoff looks inconvenient, we'll talk later. Seeing that Natasha seemed to be thinking about something, Coulson took Captain America to meet Dr. Banner on the other side with high emotional intelligence. While walking, he chatted with Steve and explained to Natasha, she is an excellent agent, but she received a difficult mission yesterday, so she was absent-minded when she came back. I understand, she looks out of sorts. Steve, I have read some information about Agent Romanoff. Her mission history is very eye-catching. I wonder what makes it difficult for her to solve it. A special gentleman. Coulson smiled and took out a flat-screen monitor and played a video for Steve. The captain met him on the day you ran away from the base. In the video, a handsome man with a free and easy temperament is sitting in front of the coffee shop. Opposite is the dark-colored director of braised eggs. It's him? Steve recognized Yelly and asked curiously. According to Fury's words at that time, the Avengers plan would also be sent to this gentleman, and he would also participate in the plan. Why don't I see his information in the plan? No, although Chairman Ye is very talented and interesting, he does not have any great extraordinary abilities and only knows a few tricks. Coulson explained, the version sent to the Ghost Spider Club is an abridged version. If we hope to seek cooperation with them, we must first show sincerity. 317. Steve Ghost Spider Club. A new superhero organization, similar to our Avengers, but they are already famous. There are 4 superheroes in the club, Ghost Spider, Black Cat, Female Knight, and Spider Silk, who are several powerful young people. Coulson's tone unconsciously brought a bit of recognition to the young people. Haha, Captain, you may not believe it, the Female Knight Jessica Ye is the honorary president of the club and Mr. Ye's sister, and Cindy Spider Silk is the honorary president of the club. They are her classmates, and their ages, just about to graduate from high school. Steve said happily, it does sound surprising. They are all excellent children, so Fury plans to recruit them through Mr. Ye. You guessed it right, Captain. Coulson, but you also saw that Natasha's mission did not go smoothly. I think, if it was me, I will not let them go to the battlefield. No matter how good those children are, they are still young after all. Steve agreed with Yelly's approach, let us older generations deal with the difficult enemies. Fury's approach lacked consideration. Coulson nodded, Director Fury is also considering the overall situation. After all, this crisis is unusual. What's the topic? Banner greeted with a smile, and Coulson unknowingly walked beside him. He caught a glimpse of the panel screen in Coulson's hand and was stunned for a moment. This is, Lee? Why are you watching his video? Is he related to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plan? Coulson looked at Captain America. Why does everyone ask that? Steve read Dr. Banner's information and asked Banner, Dr. Banner, do you also know President Ye? Banner replied cheerfully, I worked as an assistant for Lee, and he was very good. Have you ever joined a club? Club? Oh no. Banner gestured with his hand, I just tinkered with paint for him. He seems to be very popular. Steve reminded Coulson, but we should get down to business, Coulson. Coulson stretched out his hand and gestured, go to the bridge, they have started positioning and tracking, let's go there together. Huh. The huge turbine fan was raised underwater. Captain America Steve looked at the splashing water and wondered, is this a submarine? It turned out that they wanted to lock me in an airtight iron can deep under the water. Dr. Banner joked and walked to the edge of the deck to check. After his clothes were blown up by the wind brought by the rotating fan, he smiled, no, it looks like the situation is worse. Woon. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s space carrier showed its true appearance, gradually rising from the sea and wearing the clouds. This way. After a while, she shrunk her palm slightly, and the rat charm printed on the wall was removed, and then disappeared in a flash. Appearing again. It has returned to Yali's hands. It's not that he wants to do something, it's just a little arrangement, maybe it can be used. I probably didn't expect that there are two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the Avengers, Hawkeye and Black Widow. As a result, a Hawkeye was controlled by Loki and ran away. Another Black Widow. Although she was not completely controlled by Yali, some things that affected her subconscious were left in her body. Late at night, a banquet was being held near the North Building. In the melodious sound of violin, Loki, dressed like a gentleman, held the Mind Stone staff as a walking stick and walked behind the banquet hall guard. When the guard noticed the footsteps and turned his head, snapped, Loki's staff turned, and the end with the gem hit the guard's forehead, successfully using the mind gem to create a physical stun control effect. Subsequently, Loki caught it. The target person who opened the iridium metal warehouse pressed the retinal scanning device on his face. Attack. Run. It started with a scream, causing the banquets to disperse in a hurry. They fled in all directions. Loki looked at the fearful and timid humans around him, and a proud smile appeared on his face. On the upper floor of the northern building, in the drawing room and bedroom, Yali sat by the floor-to-ceiling glass window, describing everything outside under his perception. On the canvas is a family portrait of the heirs, whose images resemble sinister European aristocrats of old. After the super spider sense flashed this scene, he wrote it down. I have to say that this ability is very suitable for Yali. Ordinary people, even if similar images flashed through them, would not be able to draw the contents in their minds so vividly. Haha. Gwen was leaning against Yali, back to back, holding a sheet of music in her hand and humming a fresh tune. She was studying the band's new music. Because their high school career was about to end, their band was also planning to break away from the campus band. Category. Lee. Humming, she tilted her snow-white neck back, and playfully let the golden thread hang down from Yali's shoulders, and the clothes on her chest became tight because of this flexible posture. Lee, what are you drawing? He felt the smooth and tender skin against his neck. From the corner of his eyes, Yali caught a glimpse of the beauty's upturned face, with a warm smile on her lips and restless aqua-blue eyes. Wandering around looking at the canvas, Gwen's special physique allows her to see it more clearly than ordinary people even if she looks at it upside down. Is this the heir family Cindy mentioned, the family where Morlun belongs? Just a bunch of mutated vampires. Huh? Lee, how do you know? Look how much they look like. It's a bit similar, right? Yali turned his head and looked at Gwen leaning on his shoulder cutely. This charming gesture made him unconsciously get close to her fair and pretty face. Well, soon. Yali broke through by Gwen and led his army straight in. Then, deep into the enemy's rear, the army meandered back, killing the enemy until they dropped their armor. To read exciting novels, go to Phila Novel Network. Why? The crowd fled in panic. Loki's brilliance appeared and he quickly put on his reindeer suit. Then he used several illusion clones to surround these panicked humans. Kneel down, everyone. Why? The crowd is still running around. I said that. Loki frowned and yelled, meow. English pronunciation of kneel down knee 1. Meow. Loki, what are you yelling about? Yali heard the sound outside, put Gwen's knitted cardigan on her, and came to the window. He opened the closed curtains a little, looked down, and saw the reindeer prince's appearance. If you like playing so much, I'll give you something fun. Someone glanced at a potted plant indoors. Under the control of thoughts, light, and shadow flicker. He used the snake charm to teleport and the chicken charm to move the potted plant outside. Wouldn't it be simple? Aren't you born this way? This is the unspoken truth of mankind. The temptation of freedom robs you of joy in life and you long for servitude. You are crazy about pursuing power and status. Loki delivered a slavery speech to the crowd he captured in the small square outside the banquet hall. In fact, you are full of servility in your bones, and you will succumb to your rule sooner or later. Boom. Sudden. The sound of a porcelain basin breaking resounded through the silent square. The potted plant accurately avoided those illusions and hit Loki on the head, causing his neck to tilt and he was stunned. Profound shit. Loki, who was a little dizzy, said angrily, who attacked me? Stand up if you can. But the crowd in the square stared at his helmet, looking like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. What are you looking at? Loki reached out doubtfully and touched the helmet. It turned out that although the potted plant pot was broken, a plant that looked like a chrysanthemum inside was mixed with soil and stood on the helmet, which looked very funny. Attack weak, extremely insulting. Whose prank? Don't let me catch you. Loki was holding on to the potted plant and felt aggrieved. Who is the god of mischief? The higher UPS. Yali looked at Loki's angry look in a funny way and turned around to close the curtains. He was not very interested in the infinite stones. I might take it, but I'm not in a hurry to force it. After all, this thing, Manos, is everywhere in Kang's Spacetime Management Bureau, and it's been used as a paperweight. However, the system doesn't want to settle. It pops up. An extra task. Detect the main characters of major events, defeat Loki, the god of lies, and receive random rewards. The rewards must be of extraordinary nature, which can be completed by extraordinary characters who have established a relationship. Additional tasks. Yeli thought for a while and quickly understood why the Guanhu system had such a task. Although Loki was not the fateful enemy of the girls in the Guanhu pond, big events would definitely affect Gwen. The reward is always of extraordinary nature. At least you don't have to worry about ordinary items like Deadpool's My Little Pony. What's going on outside? At this time, Gwen put on her clothes and walked to him with bare white feet. She put her delicate hands on his shoulders and looked out. Is it another super criminal? Alien super reindeer man? Yeah. Lee teased Loki's appearance, smiled at Gwen, and said, "It's your turn, little spider. If you can be lazy, why not do it?" Click, click, click. Gwen quickly donned her ghost spider suit and jumped out of the open window. Buzz. As he was falling, the pink and purple lines on the suit lit up, which was very eye-catching in the night. Therefore, while she was still in the air, she was seen by the banquets in the square. It's a ghost spider. The ghost spider comes to the rescue. She's still so cool. The ghost spider is coming. Elk man, your good days are over. To this day, Gwen still ranks first in the heroine popularity rankings. However, Felicia, who ranks second, is not far behind her, and there is even a faint tendency to catch up with her. After all, the cat-eared girl is so alluring. Whoosh, when he was about 40 meters above the ground, Gwen shot out and stuck to the roof of the banquet hall, reducing the falling force and swinging in front of Loki. Was it the flower pot you smashed? Loki looked at Gwen angrily. Although he planned to pretend to be captured, he didn't want to be so embarrassed. After Gwen landed in a standard landing position, he straightened up and asked doubtfully, "What flower pot? Still trying to lie to me?" Loki's figure gradually disappeared. It turned out that this was an illusion. He reappeared, already behind Gwen. Earn. The soul gem blooms with blue light, but it has no effect. Loki tilted his head in confusion. How could it be? Gwen had already reacted, turned around quickly, and kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! Suddenly, Loki's green cloak fluttered and he rolled out. "Why did you run behind and poke me?" Although Gwen wanted to know why the other party didn't take the opportunity to sneak attack, she still shouted to the crowd, "Now, everyone, run." Damn it. Loki looked at the psychic scepter in his hand and was very unhappy with the Kirita people. Those guys also said how powerful this thing was, but in the end it was ineffective. Good. Yeli, who was watching the Battle of 337, was very satisfied with the effect of the Absolute Soul Shield. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products and not mixed with any fakes. Well, Loki completely forgot about his original plan of pretending to be defeated. He raised his spiritual scepter and aimed a blue light at Gwen. He doesn't believe that this has no effect. Xianzong of heaven and earth. Gwen quickly used the golden light spell and condensed it into a small golden round shield on her forearm to resist the incoming blue energy. Yeli also secretly used the object-controlling ability of the chicken talisman to help Gwen delay and weaken the power of the ray. Why do you say slightly? If he switches to a stronger ice-type power called Absolute Zero, he can completely slow down or even stop the movement of particles, causing the energy ray to collapse directly. But this is too obvious. The chicken charms ability is enough. Bang! With the small golden shield to resist, Yeli's secret help, and the defense of the ghost spider suit, the blue ray only shattered the golden light's protection and then dissipated, not even scratching Gwen's suit. After all, Loki could only use the staff to use the energy of the space gem to make a superficial attack. The blue light surrounding the Mind Stone is the energy of the Space Stone. Try this. Loki didn't give up. That potted plant made him very angry. He shot out a different blue light again. This light was not so condensed, and the energy seemed much looser. Gwen had just resisted the previous one. She launched an attack, but before she could fight back, she was enveloped in the blue light. She tried to move and noticed that the space enveloped by the blue energy was much thicker, making her movements more laborious. Very good. Loki's figure appeared behind Gwen again, and a dagger appeared in his hand, aiming at her waist and about to pierce it suddenly. Mr. Reindeer, don't stab me in the kidney. At this critical moment, Gwen Spider sensed a crazy warning and retransported part of the golden light. Abe relied on his body to warn, and the condensed golden light was accurately placed on the part where the dagger was going to stab. Ding! The golden light shattered. The thrust was blocked, but the tip of the knife still punctured a small 2mm hole in the suit. Yeli frowned. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the movement of blue energy particles and caused them to dissipate. Disappeared? Ghost? Activate lightsaber module attack? Gwen did not hesitate and instantly activated the imitation lightsaber weapon on the back of the suit. Zhang, 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 zhang. Four thin mechanical limbs unfolded from behind, with pink blazing tips lighting up, and they stabbed towards Loki quickly. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by the sound of breaking wind. Loki only had time to raise his staff and resist one of the lightsaber thrusts. Ding. The material of the staff given by Thanos is very good. The part that resisted the lightsaber only started to turn black and red, and was not fused. Ah! Loki screamed miserably. The other 3 mechanical claws broke through his divine body. Although they did not penetrate deep, the extremely high temperature made him very painful. Climb? The staff hit the ground. Loki's figure quickly turned into a triple phantom. This made Gwen, who had turned around, hesitate for a moment, not knowing which one to attack. Her spider sense is not as versatile as Yali's super spider sense, and she cannot tell which one is the real Loki. The distance between the 3 phantoms is not close, and the mechanical spider claws cannot fully cover the attack. Hehe, after all, we are mortals, how can we see through the illusion of my divine realm? Just when Loki thought he could take a breather with the help of illusion, Yali's voice sounded in Gwen's heart. Left. Gwen was stunned when he heard the voice. Lee's voice? What's going on? But it was out of trust in Yali. She still cancelled the light blade on the mechanical claw and turned on the spider silk launching module. Rustling, the tips of the 4 spider claws shot out spider silk at the same time, covering Loki to the left, and soon submerged him. Hey, what are these white things? Loki was forced to reveal his true form and shouted in disgust, "Get this disgusting thing out of the way." When Gwen heard this, her nose wrinkled slightly and her mouth curled up. She almost hurt her waist just now, and now she is saying that her spider silk is disgusting. Let you know how powerful the ghost spider is. Zhizzy, Zi. Gwen walked to the side of the second prince of Asgard, and the 4 mechanical spider claws lit up with pink light again, slowly approaching in his eyes. What you up to? Loki trembled in fear and swallowed. This weapon can hurt his body. Now you know you are afraid. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Gwen deliberately sneered and waved down the 4 mechanical claws. It's late. Light flashed across. Loki subconsciously closed his eyes and screamed. Why doesn't it hurt? He opened his eyes. It was discovered that Gwen had cut a part of the spider silk. He is holding his staff in his hand. That blue energy just now. Gwen looked at the Mind Stone scepter and said, they are all fired from this. Yazzie looked pretty powerful. She decided. Bring back this staff-like thing. Give it to Yali. Defend him. Let it go. Loki shouted stubbornly, this is mine. Now it's mine. Gwen put the scepter into her arms and protected it. Then she stretched out her hand. She pushed the white cocoon. Loki rolled on the ground. That's what aliens are like. Gwen waved her little hand to him. Goodbye, Mr. Reindeer, just wait here for the police to come. Buzz buzz dash. At this time, a Quinjet fighter transport flew into the sky. Click. The hatch opened. Steve, dressed as Captain America, jumped directly from above and absorbed the energy with the help of the vibranium alloy shield in his hand. Falling kinetic energy, stable landing. Ms. Ghost Spider, you cannot take this scepter away. Steve wants to keep the Mind Stone staff. Agents of SHIELD and others controlled by Loki need it to save them. Give it to me. No, sir. Gwen raised her index finger and shook it at him. This is a gift from me to my boyfriend. Whoosh. After saying that, How raised his wrist. The spider silk stuck to the building. Gwen exerted strength in her waist and arms and was about to leave with the spider silk hanging. Wait a moment. Suddenly dash. Stephen threw the shield, trying to cut off the spider silk. Bang! A palm cannon hit the back of the shield, knocking it down. The golden and red armor fell from the air and hovered in midair. Let her go, Captain. Tony. Steve said puzzledly. Which side are you on? We need it. Tony opened his visor and looked at Loki, who was squirming on the ground. Don't fight with people in the club. Our enemy is someone else, isn't there? I just want to keep her. Steve looked at Gwen, who had already left with the spider silk. What about the scepter? Gotta find a way. All right. Tony said helplessly. I'll go talk to Lee. Lee, what happened to the sound just now? Gwen did not go back to the north building directly. While wandering between the buildings, she called Yelly. Did you call me? Why didn't I receive the access prompt from Ghost? Gwen, have you ever learned this Chinese sentence? This is called telepathy, which means that our feelings are so sincere that we can have telepathy. Gwen blushed. Really? Lee spoke like this again. But I'm very happy. I waited until I had enough wandering. Gwen returned to the North Tower. Yelly stood in front of the open French window and blew in the wind, as if he had been patiently waiting for her. See this scene. Gwen was a little happy. Lee has been waiting for me. He really cares about me, but he can't catch a cold. Slide down the spider silk. Gwen turned around lightly, entered the house, and then thoughtfully closed the window. Lee, I brought you a gift. She handed the mind gem scepter to Yelly, untied the head of her battle suit, and said with a lively smile. I snatched it from the alien criminal. It looks pretty powerful. You can hold it for self-defense. Yelly took the scepter and turned it around in his hand. It's a nice stick. I like it very much. He put the staff inlaid with infinite gems aside. He put his arm around Gwen's waist and turned her around gently. There's a small hole. Let me take it to Tony and patch it up. Healy, you regard Mr. Stark as a tailor. Gwen also looked sideways at the waist of the suit. A small hole of 2 millimeters is generally invisible to the naked eye. It's better not to trouble others. The club has also acquired many technology companies, so it should be no problem to fill the small holes. Haha, although I don't really want to praise him, Tony's technology is not something that ordinary people can repair. Yelly smiled and reached out to untie it. Take it off, he will come to see me soon anyway. Hey, Lee, don't take advantage of me. etc. Close the curtains first. Gwen, have you thought about the song? Jessica still looked energetic and handed a piece of music sheet to Gwen. Look at this, is it appropriate to perform at a graduation performance? Oh. Gwen rubbed the corners of her eyes, wiping away the trace of lingering charm, then took the music sheet and started reading it. Huh, this is different from your usual style. Don't you like rock style? Hehe, my brother helped me write it. Well, he wrote most of it. Well, in fact, he wrote them all. I knew it. Gwen unfolded the music sheet, cleared her throat, and tried to sing a few lines softly. I can almost see it. The dream that haunts my mind, that dream I'm dreaming but, the dream that haunts my mind, wow, what is it called? The Climb. Jessica said with bright eyes. Gwen, you sing very well. Why don't you sing this song then? But, I am a drummer. Hehe. Jessica said with a bad idea. Doesn't your battlesuit have 4 robotic arms? It would be perfect for playing drums. Gwen pressed the music sheet against her face. You have the most bad ideas. Woo woo, out of breath. Jessica lifted the sheet of music. Then, she took out several more and said proudly, Look, Gwen, I still have it. Are they all written by Lee? Gwen took it and looked at it one by one. She was shocked by Yeli's level. Everyone has such a level, how did he do it? Gwen doesn't know, Yeli and these, in fact, they are all copied songs from past lives. Additional tasks completed. Random rewards are being distributed. Distribution completed. Obtain absolute tracking of the suit module. Absolute tracking, lock a target as an anchor point and carry out a tracking journey. One anchor point takes effect, and the round trip time is standard 24 hours, you can return in advance. Try it. Yeli tried this ability and opened the newly locked anchor point targeting Gwen. After opening it, you can see that Gwen is with Jessica, Felicia, Mary Jane, and Betty Brandt. Wait, so many girls, rehearsing a performance together. And he can activate the anchor point and teleport to any location within 100 meters around Gwen, and will automatically teleport back after 24 hours. It seems to overlap with the teleportation function of the snake charm, but this thing can ignore any obstacles and can even travel through the multiverse. He has already thought about how to use this function. After understanding the tracking template, Yeli picked up the spiritual scepter again and looked at it. Looking at the mind gem wrapped in blue energy, he fully activated his ability to control objects and pulled it out of the energy of the space gem. There are spells with similar abilities, but the Infinity Stone is actually not very useful in his hands. But now that I have it, Yeli will naturally not send it out again. Keep a few infinite gems in your hands, at least you can stop the purple sweet potato from snapping your fingers. Soul gem detected, should it be loaded? Here another prompt from the system. Yeli chose yes. The black ring on his hand shot out several slender geometric green lines, pulling the golden mind gem towards it. Under the influence of the system, the gem gradually shrank and was embedded in the black ring. He tried to hold his hand. An invisible force, with Sunnyvale Manor as its center point, spread to unknown distances. All the creatures that were swept away had golden light flashing in their eyes. As long as he wants, these creatures can be controlled at any time. This is much stronger than Loki's use. Then, Yeli put his finger on a computer again. The mind gem ability invades. Cooperate with hacking technology. Any protection on the internet is like paper. All kinds of secrets that were difficult to obtain before are presented in my mind. As for energy rays, he didn't bother to try. SHIELD is probably going to send someone over. For cool novels, go to Philo Novel Network. You can't blame me for asking for trouble. I saw that the staff only had blue energy left. The gems on Yeli's bracelet glowed golden. He also injected some of the energy of the Mind Stone into the energy of the Space Stone. Originally, Loki pretended to be arrested in order to use the Mind Staff to cause chaos in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lair. And when Gwen took away the staff, it was considered unintentional and saved S.H.I.E.L.D. from this trouble. But, if Fury doesn't know what's good and what's good, then you'll have to reap the consequences. Dang. Come on in, Tony, I know it's you. The door lock opened automatically under Yeli's control. Kaka. Tony walked in with a bag of snacks, chewing loudly in his mouth, and said nonchalantly, Hey, Lee, I'm here on behalf of SHIELD, click, come to negotiate. When you go to the negotiator, Yeli said with a smile. Can't you be a little more serious? Anyway, I have never talked about success. Tony sat next to him without any surprise, and looked at the scepter on the table. Some director wanted it, didn't he? Yeli looked at the casual clothes he was wearing and said, You're not wearing that cool suit. Just got into a fight with a guy with a hammer and was touching up paint. Tony handed over the snacks. Want to eat? No more. So, what are you going to do? Take it, for your sake, I just need S.H.I.E.L.D. to help me take down one company. Yeli looked at the blue light emanating from the table and showed an inexplicable smile. S.H.I.E.L.D. brought trouble upon itself, and he was happy to see it end. As for which company to win, it's just a condition mentioned casually. He won't let Ludan take any advantage. It seems that I am going to succeed once in a while. Tony also smiled and picked up the scepter from the table. If you are so straightforward, you must have some ideas, but that is Fury's time to worry about. He is just a nominal consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. It is already a great honor to help Nick Fury come to talk. As for whether it can be done and whether there will be any problems, he doesn't care about this. Want to play cards for a while? After talking about business, Yeli invited. There is a cyber dragon deck, which you should like. Tony was a little moved, but still declined. Oh, I still have something to do at S.H.I.E.L.D., you know, saving the world. I can only talk about that later. Okay, help me fix this. What? Hey, do you think of me as a tailor? 100 million haha. Tony just walked away. Thor turned the hammer and landed at the door of the manor. Got the news about my beloved brother. He came to Earth in a hurry. In the middle, he also had a fight with Iron Man and Captain America. After the misunderstanding is resolved, Thor did not forget to visit Matilda, a brave little girl, and brought her the promised Asgard weapons. Because the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed by himself, it would be a lot of trouble to go to the dwarf country, so he simply picked something from Odin's treasure house. For it, it's a sword. It can grow or shrink with the user. Sol thought it was suitable for Matilda, so he took it out. When he heard the news about Loki, he hurriedly brought this sword to Midgard. He had not yet tried the specific abilities of this sword. Asgard, Thor visits? Sol shouted to the manor, Matilda is here. This is the address he got from Carlson. It should be correct. After a while, Silver Sable came to the door with several men and looked at the strong man. Thor, there is no record of your invitation. Pang, pang. At this time, heavy footsteps shook the ground. The destroyer armor came this way. And Matilda, enter. Uncle Blame, it's you? Hey, 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 Matilda, danger. When Thor saw the vigorous destroyer, he quickly swung his hammer. My cunning brother has even found the destroyer. Ah, Xiaomi is very well behaved now. Matilda patted the destroyer's metal skull. Xiaomi, come and say hello to the strange uncle. Jengla. The destroyer raised an iron arm and faced Thor, 4 or 5-0. He raised his middle finger. Thor, what's going on? He can't fix it anymore. Matilda bent her fingers again and tapped the destroyer's smart head. Wrong, it's not this. Jengla. The destroyer raised his other iron arm and raised 2 middle fingers to Thor. Is there a problem? No problem. Because among the instructions Yeli gave it, this was the gesture to say hello. What bad intentions could the destroyer have? However, Sol thinks there is a problem with this. He asked Silver Sable beside him. What does this gesture mean? How do you people on Earth say hello? We Earthlings. Silver Ermine looked at Thor strangely, seeing that he really didn't understand. There was a flash of light in his beautiful silver eyes. Bad taste. That's right. She fooled Sol and said, this is a very good way to say hello, and everyone on Earth likes to use it, especially Skye. The so-called people who are close to Moism. Cough, those who are close to Zoo are red. Under the influence of Yeli's personality charm, the cold Silver Sable was also made a little sinister. Zilliu. Ha. Barbara took a white cloth and carefully wiped her beloved porcelain coffee cup with a bear pattern, taking a sip of mist from time to time. Yeli couldn't help but look at her twice. The old nest is about to be taken away. Look. It was so leisurely to go up there. Shouldn't S.H.I.E.L.D. be in trouble? Come back quickly. This way. Barbara felt a little happy when she saw Yeli looking at her. It seems that I still have some charm. This bad guy finally knows that he cares about me. Now that she thinks about it, I felt uncomfortable when I was overtaken by a colleague. Obviously, whether it was an undercover contact or an intimate relationship, I was the first. Why did Natasha cut off her beard? A strange desire to win. She put down the bear cup, changed it to a glass, poured herself a glass of wine, and walked towards Yeli. What's going on drinking alone here? Barbara looked around and saw that she and Yeli were the only 2 people. Then she got close to him. Where are your little girlfriends? Drinking? Yeli glanced at the juice in his hand. Isn't this right? As for, why are you here alone? Gwen, Jessica, and Felicia just finished rehearsing the performance, and they came back to work with him again. After a meal, I am very tired now and am taking a rest. It seemed that Barbara had misunderstood. But, no need to explain. Yeli held the wine glass and clinked it with her. Cheers. Cheers. Yeli took a sip of juice. What, do you have any special arrangements waiting for me? There is no arrangement 1A. Barbara changed her mind and invited. If you're okay, how about accompanying me to practice yoga? Yoga. Yeli maintained a smile on his face. Forget it, I'm not interested in men's yoga, but I can help you practice it. Then I'll leave it to you. Barbara raised her calves, wrapped her high heels around Yeli's feet, and the hand holding the wine glass passed through his arms, and started drinking with him lingeringly. Yeli drank the juice, and she drank. I drank a lot. Soon the woman became more and more proactive. Well, Barbara moved her soft lips away and said a little drunkenly, I seem to like you. Remove the appearance. Yeli took a sip of juice to get rid of the mellow taste of wine brought by Barbara, then took the wine glass in her hand and said, don't you want to practice yoga? If you drink more, you'll be really drunk. Right. Barbara shook her head slightly, sobering up a lot. She also plans to practice yoga. Not if you're drunk. Okay, let me take you to a good place to practice yoga. Barbara picked up Yeli and took him away from the bar. Oops, the handiwork of Ghost Spider. Nick Fury looked at Loki, who was trapped in the spider silk in the cage, with mixed emotions. The good news is that the club is indeed a professional hero organization, and it is so efficient that it helped catch Loki so quickly. What's worrying is that the staff that can control people's hearts was taken away by the Ghost Spider, and I don't know if the club is willing to give it to him. In the cage, Loki's expression was a little gloomy. Because his plan went awry, and the arrangement went wrong. The spell on the scepter suddenly lost its energy source. Although the energy source came back after a while, it became much weaker. This was nothing. After all, with his ability, he could only use so many mind gems. Power, the impact is not very big. The key is, those who took away the scepter and those who imprisoned him were not the same group of people. This will be difficult to handle. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. You don't seem to be in a good mood. Fury plans to vent his anger on Loki first. Didn't you say that humans are vulnerable? What now? You were defeated by humans and tied up in this embarrassing state. Laugh, so what? Do you want to get the power of the cosmic cube? Although Loki was trapped in the spider silk and looked a bit funny, it didn't stop him from booing and mocking the braised egg in front of him. Woo. The feeling of falling short makes you very upset, right? You almost got the power of the Rubik's Cube. Nick Fury frowned and stared at Loki. If it weren't for Thor, the god of thunder, he would definitely interrogate this guy severely. Director, Mr. Stark is going to get the scepter, and the stuff has been delivered to the research room. Hear the report from the headset. Braised Egg's brows relaxed. This is good news. He glanced at Loki, then turned around, intending to check the scepter first. After Nick Fury left, Loki lowered his head and showed a sneer. This is good news. The Ghost Spider Club has expanded a lot. So Barbara also has a spacious independent yoga room. Now, Barbara put on a pair of yoga slimming clothes and was lying on the yoga mat to practice. Yelly opened a chair and sat aside to watch, showing no interest in practicing yoga together. How about this pose? Barbara wanted to show off her figure and flexibility in front of Yelly. She put her forearms on the ground, bent them deeply backwards, put her toes on top of her head, and performed a scorpion fish gaze pose. It's awesome. You've definitely never seen it before. Awesome is awesome. Yelly touched his chin and commented, but this Gwen is very skilled. Barbara changed to the fish gaze pose, which is the ear pressing and knee plowing pose that she is very good at. What about this one? She just practiced yesterday. Barbara didn't believe it anymore and tried another one. This time it was her best elbow wheel pose. She hasn't practiced this before, right? This style. Although Yelly didn't want to hurt Barbara, he had to be honest, so he still told the truth. Felicia is loving this workout lately. Bang. Barbara, lying on the fish mat like an idle fish, said in frustration. What kind of magical girls are they? Yelly shrugged. Zero. In fact, he spoke restrainedly. With the flexibility of Gwen and Felicia's bodies, they even created many fish gaze styles that normal humans cannot do. Although Barbara is already a top jujitsu expert, she is still incomparable to superhumans. SHIELD headquarters, helicarrier, main control room. Black Widow Natasha, Captain America Steve, and Dr. Hulk Banner, 3 members of the Avengers Project, were sitting at the table discussing. Certainly, Dr. Banner mainly spoke, and the other 2 listened. Because he is the only one among the 3 who knows some relevant theories. I think his plan has something to do with machinery. Dr. Banner thought. He asked Barton to steal the iridium metal. What do they want the iridium metal for? Can be used as a stabilizer. Tony walked in from the passage, and after giving Banner the answer, he looked at Hill who was busy directing the agents. I have brought the scepter and put it in the main control room. Fury should thank me. Hill nodded. Mr. Stark, thank you for your help. No need to be polite, just stop your shield from invading my building system. Stark waved his hand. You don't know how I felt when Coulson's nearly bald head suddenly appeared in front of me while I was having a wonderful time with Pepper. It's our shield, Mr. Stark. Hill corrected him. I will report this situation to the director. Now we should unite. I am very united, otherwise I should be dating Pibo or playing cards with Lee now, instead of showing up here. As soon as Tony appeared on the stage, he took the initiative in speaking. He sat directly on the table and said, get on with the business. With metal iridium as a stabilizer, the new portal will not collapse like the one at the research base. Additionally, depending on Loki's needs, that portal can become larger and last longer. That's right. At this time, Soul, after giving the gift, my brother wants to lead the Chidori army to attack Earth through this portal. Steve Chidori. From alien space. Tony greeted Soul. Seeing Tony complimenting him on the hammer, Soul also raised his middle finger and said hello to Tony. Hello, Tony? Soul didn't notice his expression, and moved his middle finger to Steve. Hello, we don't know each other. Steve. Looking at the expressions on their faces, Soul smiled happily and said to himself, it seems that they were all surprised by my politeness. I learned this etiquette in vain. He was so proud that he turned around and pointing his middle finger at Hill. Hello, 4.9 female. Snapped. When Hill raised his hand, it was a loud slap in the face. Thor? It doesn't hurt though. But he was stunned. Bang bang. Tony clapped his hands and nodded. Good fight. Hey, I generally don't attack women. Saul said to Hill angrily. You have to explain it to me. Hill rolled his eyelids and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Captain America was more tolerant and asked hesitantly, Thor, did you make a mistake? Leave. Just when Yelly was recalling the graceful postures of Gwen and the others practicing yoga, the beauty with long blonde hair raised her graceful legs and poked him with her light little feet. Didn't you say you wanted to help me practice yoga? No problem, I am a professional who can help you with this. Yelly did not refuse, it was a promise. Barbara secretly encouraged herself. Come on, Barbara. Even if she is compared, she will not give up. With Natasha's example, Barbara chooses faced with her heart. She realized that she just likes Yelly, not for the mission. She wants to fight for her feelings. Anyway, there are not many agents who have been with the mission target. Solution. Steve explained it to Soul more tactfully and told him that this was not a friendly gesture. Listen to Team Perfect explain. Thor was embarrassed. I sat in a corner and shut myself up. It seems that you get along well. After Nick Fury checked the scepter, he came to the main control room, and when he glanced at Iron Man with one eye, he said, "Tony, can you get off the table?" "All right." Tony got off the table with both hands. But he was restless and suddenly pointed at a SHIELD agent and complained to Fury. "Hey, Fury, that man was playing a game. He thought no one saw it, but I discovered it." Spiced corned egg. Natasha then asked Nick Fury, "How about Daredevil?" Nick Fury shook his head. Matt Murdock rejected the Agent 04 I sent to invite, but it doesn't matter. We don't lack this person, and Barbara's level is no worse than him. Natasha, are you going to recall Barbara? If you need. Nick. Fury said with a serious expression, this is an extraordinary moment, and every SHIELD member is on standby. Wow. Tony looked at Black Widow with a teasing expression. Lee's personal bodyguard? Is he also an agent like you? Oh, I really have you. Fury, do you think I will snitch? That doesn't matter anymore. Fury walked to the console and stretched out a hand to operate the scepter allows us to see Mr. Yes sincerity. Barbara's lurking can be cancelled at any time. With his control, the image of the Mind Staff was projected. Tony, Dr. Banner, you are responsible for researching this. Barbara looked bleary-eyed and yawned. Wrap yourself up in a pure white sheet. 2 snow-white feet fell to the ground. A soft, light cloth mops the floor. The exquisite curves of the jade legs appear and disappear in between. She walked to the window and opened the curtain a little. Fresh light golden white light shines slantingly into the room. The sun has risen. Drop. The small piece of green screen communication device placed on the bedside table sent a message from S.H.I.E.L.D. She was asked to be on standby and cancel her lurking in the club at any time. Oops, forgot this thing. Barbara tiptoed with her bare feet and cautiously approached the bedside table, wanting to put away the communication device first. With her gymnastics and jujitsu skills, she quietly, he touched the bed again. The moment the show finger touched the target, one hand held her thin wrist. Good morning, your yoga is pretty good. The green-eyed beauty's expression was slightly stagnant, and she hurriedly retracted her little hand, saying somewhat unnaturally, "Good morning, what do you want for breakfast? I'll prepare it for you. You can sleep a little longer." Phew. Yelly exhaled and took both Baiduan and the beauty into his arms. "My breakfast is you. Can you let me try this sword?" Matilda handed the fairy sword to Jessica. "It will shine." "Right." Jessica held the sword in her hand, and the blade of the sword indeed lit up with white light, overshadowing the sunlight and dazzling than the morning sun. Unlike Thor's hammer Mjolnir, no matter who holds this sword in his hand, can be used. What's its name? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Hey, I'm sorry the uncle didn't tell me. Matilda looked at the sword and said, since it can shine, why not call it a lightsaber? No, this name has already been registered. Jessica took out a small black stick from her waist, pressed the switch, and a blazing blue light shot out. It was the prototype lightsaber that Yelly got back from Tony. She held 2 glowing swords in her left and right hands. Compare curiously. Matilda, which of these 2 swords do you think is stronger? Matilda shook her head. Jessica, don't try it randomly, it will be bad if you break it. Well, that's true. Jessica was also afraid of damaging her precious lightsaber, so she turned off the switch and put it away. She held up Matilda's sword and said, let's call this white light sword. I'll take you to Findlay and ask him to ask someone to give you a scabbard. Do you have any 483? Yelly asked Barbara softly. What do you want to say to me? Barbara pursed her lips, some hesitation. She was hesitating. Do you want to reveal the identity of the agent of SHIELD? Seeing her hesitation, Yelly changed his words and said, do you think career or life is more important? What do you mean? Barbara was slightly shocked. Could it be that he has guessed my identity? I mean, maybe do both. Yelly saw that Barbara still didn't want to take the initiative to confess, so he hugged her tightly and said, with our current deep friendship, are you still willing to be my personal bodyguard? Me, I wish. Barbara was responding. Tuck tuck tuck. Jessica's voice came in along with the knock on the door. Brother, are you up? It's getting late. Yelly's forehead jumped. Yes, cheap sister, bad things for me. See if I don't teach you a lesson later.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.